Jiuwei's final reincarnation before ascension saw her transformed into a frail, mute infant. In the harsh winter, Elder Liu, despite his own hunger, brought the freezing, bluish baby back to the dilapidated sect. The brothers and sisters of the sect banded together, some tearing cloth while others sought food, determined to preserve the life of the pitiful child. Soon, they realized something remarkable. Jiuwei began to notice changes around her. Her conditions improved significantly, and upon further observation, it appeared that their entire sect had become a prominent force in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 1. The ninth life in the depths of winter, with snow falling and fierce winds howling. Elder Liu wrapped his tattered clothing tighter around himself, lamenting the harshness of their existence. The Xianlai sect was steadily declining, nearing a point where they could not even afford a meal, leaving them without warm garments to shield against the cold. He mused that perhaps they should all go out begging, lining up to seek scraps. With a sigh, he prepared to step out and engage with the world, when he unexpectedly spotted something on the steps. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an infant swaddled in rags. Elder Liu was taken aback, a sense of dread washing over him. As he recognized the bundled form was indeed a baby, his expression darkened, and he shouted, "Who in their right mind would abandon a child in such frigid weather? This is a death sentence. Good heavens, how could there be a child here? Elder Liu, have you fathered an illegitimate child? You hide it well, for someone not past their prime nonsense. Be quiet. This little girl was found outside the sect. I wonder which heartless soul bore her, yet refused to care for her. Let me have a look at the little girl. Is she unconscious? Oh, someone gasped. She seems to have a defect." The child's legs were visibly abnormal, particularly below the calves, where the muscles appeared atrophied and somewhat twisted. A heavy silence fell over the group, quickly replaced by a surge of indignation. So they abandoned her because she was disabled. What kind of parents are these? Ugh! Such cruelty. The noise faded as Jiuwei opened her eyes. The cultivation technique she practiced was known as Jiuwei Tiandiju, which required achieving great perfection before reincarnating 9 times through various lives. Any interruption, such as suicide, would hinder the process. Upon completion, she would successfully ascend. This technique was not only rare, but also exceptionally difficult to master. Jiuwei chose it, knowing that upon completion, her strength would far surpass that of other cultivators. Thus far, she had reincarnated 8 times, with only this final life standing between her and ascension. Each of those lives had been fraught with challenges, leaving her weary. She hoped this time would allow her to relax and enjoy life's simple pleasures. What kind of family awaited her in this new existence? As her eyes opened, she was met with a face as wrinkled as dried bark. Ah, tree spirit! Elder Liu, who was peering closely at the infant, was perplexed. Whose youthful voice was that? He glanced around, ultimately directing his gaze back to the baby. Surrounded by adults, there was only this one infant, yet she seemed to be speaking. No, not a tree spirit, just an old man. This place is so impoverished it appears my desire for a peaceful existence in this life will be challenging. She did not speak aloud. However, her tone certainly resembled words she would have spoken. Cold, hungry, this frail body seemed particularly weak. Even her powerful soul felt strained. Her words jolted Elder Liu to attention. He had no time to ponder the strange voice he heard. Quickly waving his hand, "Hurry, bring something to feed the baby and clothes." She must have been outside for too long. Her body cannot withstand this. This little one can't consume anything but milk, right? Who here can feed her? Clothes are easy. Let's lay her on a bed and cover her with blankets. The blankets are too thick. They might suffocate her. They'll use my Jiaoguang jean. It's the warmest. Sure, Jia. That's your only piece of magical clothing. What good is keeping a piece of clothing? We must prioritize the child's life. I've got it. There's no milk, but the deer the Yu family in town gave birth to fawns not long ago. Their milk should suffice. This child's face is turning blue from the cold. It'll pass her some spiritual energy. We mustn't let her perish. Be careful. She's too small. Her body may not handle too much spiritual energy. I understand. It'll get it to her gradually. They'll find some old fabric to make her clothes, although I don't think there's any new material left. Shinshiji, use mine though it's not new. It's soft and suitable for the baby to wear. They'll give her some warm water to fill her stomach for now. Mo Jiuwei listened to the bustling activity around her, feeling a warmth envelop her heart. Though this life began in hardship, at least those around her were kind-hearted, a warmth that seemed greater than in her previous lives. With her worries eased, Mo Jiuwei succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, she was met with the sound of arguments. Not returning the crystal stones? Ugh, Man Sect is truly a den of thieves. You should close up shop and stop being a disgrace. Zheng Daoyu, please, have mercy. We will surely repay the 200 crystal stones we owe you. It's just not the agreed time yet. Why must you Zheng Daoyu? Why must you be so aggressive? When our Man Sect was flourishing, you often came seeking talismans, and we never asked for crystal stones in return. That was then, this is now. When you didn't ask, I owed you nothing. Yet now that I ask, you must repay. You, Shaolon, stop talking. Zheng Daoyu, it's not that we want repay. We are simply tight on resources at the moment. Please extend us a few more days. What is happening? A respectable sect cannot even repay 200 crystal stones? Mo Jiuwei was astonished by this revelation. As this thought crossed her mind, the surrounding voices suddenly hushed, and someone approached her bedside. Ah, the little one is awake, that a face as radiant as a silver plate and exuding grace came into view, and Mo Jiuwei felt herself lifted into an embrace. Do you, cradling Mo Jiuwei, examined her curiously. The infant's eyes sparkled like black grapes, round and bright, untouched by dust. Chapter 2. Sensing destiny, this sister is truly beautiful. She radiates pure kindness. Du Yu's eyes widened slightly. That voice indeed, it was hers. Little darling, are you cold? Are you hungry? Du Yu Shiji. If you feel unwell, just cry out. Her voice softened as she inquired. Such words might seem futile when directed at other infants, but this one was evidently different, perhaps due to her extraordinary nature. Regardless, she would surely understand. Mo Jiuwei opened her mouth and uttered a soft "iya." "I'm not cold, not hungry." Mo Jiuwei sensed that she had been well cared for during her slumber. Realizing that the food and clothing had been thoughtfully gathered for her, warmth filled her heart. Regrettably, she was currently too fragile to contribute. Once she grew stronger, she would repay the kindness of the Man Sect. Du Yu chuckled softly. What a grateful little darling she is. The quarrel outside continued, and Mo Jiuwei, feeling anxious, let out a soft sound. I want to go out and see the commotion. Du Yu smiled faintly and said, come on, senior sister Du will take you out. How wonderful. Senior sister Du truly understands my intentions. No money, is it? Well, I see that her sword barely holds value, around a few dozen crystalline stones. Out of goodwill, I can accept it as a debt repayment of 100. If you are agreeable, I shall grant you an extension of another month for the remainder. As soon as they stepped outside, Mo Jiuwei spotted a middle-aged male cultivator with a sharp face, pointing abruptly at a female cultivator's sword hanging at her waist. Mo Jiuwei recalled that this female cultivator was the one who had covered her with her only piece of magical attire to keep her warm. Her surname seemed to be Ji. Ji Qingqing's expression changed slightly, instinctively tightening her grip on the sword. Absolutely not. That is the last heirloom of junior disciple Ji. How could it be used to settle your debts? Elder Liu exclaimed angrily. This person truly goes too far. That sword of junior disciple Ji must be worth several thousand crystalline stones, yet he dares to demand a mere 100. Isn't this akin to taking advantage of their misfortune? Do you have anything else of value? Zheng Cheng sneered. The members of Man Sect fell into silence. Their sect was barely surviving, reluctant to sever its lineage and ruin the efforts of their ancestors. Over the years, in order to sustain the Mountain Gate, everyone had long since exhausted all their savings. All sellable magical clothing and artifacts had been disposed of. It could be said that they had no spare change left, even for a decent meal. Under such circumstances, what could they possibly use to repay him? Ji Qingqing bit her lip, gazing at the sword with reluctance, but ultimately took a deep breath, preparing to speak. Meanwhile, Mo Jiuwei focused her gaze on the man, surnamed Zheng, her expression subtly shifting. This man is destined to perish at the jaws of a Qinghu beast tomorrow. Repaying him would be in vain. If only they could postpone the debt until tomorrow, it would be perfectly reasonable to not repay it at all. The members of Man Sect shuddered, suddenly turning to look at Mo Jiuwei. Why are you looking at me? I'm not making a fuss. Du Yu stepped forward and was the first to speak. We can repay the debt, but we need a few days to gather the funds. We will surely repay you then. Indeed, let's say 5 days hence. Ji Qingqing added, when the time comes, we will return 200 crystalline stones. Junior sister Ji, a middle-aged male cultivator, grew anxious. Yet Zheng Cheng was elated, immediately interrupting the male cultivator and addressing Ji Qingqing. Is this truly your word? If they could repay the debt sooner, that would be splendid. Who knows when these paupers might starve to death? The sooner they repay, the sooner he can rest easy. Indeed, very well, but 5 days is too long. I can wait a maximum of 3 days. Zheng Cheng scanned the surroundings, his sinister gaze finally landing on Mo Jiuwei. Since you all have the means to care for such a young child, you must have the means to repay me. If you fail to do so by then, I shall take her life as repayment. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. The members of Li's sect initially sighed in relief, but soon fell into despair. Mo Jiuwei pondered deeply. I in this life. Her powers awakened earlier than in her previous lives. In her past incarnations, her innate abilities began to manifest only after reaching a certain age, each life awakening sooner than the last. Yet in this final life, they emerged, even in infancy. Moreover, perhaps due to being just a step away from becoming an immortal, she discovered she seemed to possess the ability to perceive fate. For instance, with a mere glance at someone, she could discern their destiny. No wonder the Jiuwei Tiandiju is a treasure in the world of cultivation. Perhaps this is its true utility. I feel so sleepy that it is said that infants under a month require over 10 hours of sleep daily, and it seems this holds true. The drowsiness is overwhelming. Seeing Mo Jiuwei fast asleep, the members of Li's sect exchanged glances, then asked in unison, "Did you hear that?" Upon saying this, they were startled themselves. I thought I was the chosen one, which is why I could hear the little one's voice. I didn't expect you all could hear it too. A young male cultivator scratched his head, sounding regretful. What are you thinking? If you were truly the chosen one, would our Li's sect have fallen to such a state? Elder Liu scoffed at, "It seems the exceptional one is that little child. She must possess extraordinary talent and a remarkable affinity for immortality." Do you remarked? Humph. If those who abandoned her knew how special she is, they would surely regret it. However, she just mentioned that Zheng Cheng will perish at the jaws of a Qinghu beast tomorrow. Could that be true? That seems implausible. How could she foresee events yet to unfold? Most were skeptical, as it sounded quite far-fetched. Isn't it said to be tomorrow? Let us wait and see if it is true. That would be best. If not, I shall sell my sword to repay the debt, Ji Qingqing declared. Qingqing, refrain from speaking such words if it truly is not the case. We shall think of another way. By the way, judging by Zheng Cheng's reaction today, he definitely did not hear the child voice. Elder Liu squinted. Could it be that only we members of Li's sect can hear it? That seems likely. We should find an opportunity to test it. Yes, but this matter must be kept confidential. It must not be leaked, or she may be in danger. Oh, and we must also keep it from her, otherwise she will surely feel uncomfortable. Understood, Uncle Liu. Upon waking from her slumber, Mo Jiuwei felt ravenous. "I'm so hungry, I want to eat," she cried out a couple of times, pondering how to communicate her hunger to them, when she noticed senior sister do conveniently bringing dear milk. Chapter 3. Mo Jiuwei was filled with delight. Do you, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, fed her, while Mo Jiuwei happily sipped from the bowl, her eyes narrowed in joy. "Little darling, we have yet to name you. What would you like to be called?" Do you asked with a smile as she set down the bowl. "Let us call her Xiao Yao, taking my surname." "How about Liu Yao Yao?" Elder Liu chimed in with a grin. "No, I want to be called Mo Jiuwei." Mo Jiuwei protested silently, kicking her little legs in defiance. Observing her expression, Chun Shuji chuckled, suggesting, "I believe this little girl has a connection to our Li's sect. Why not adopt the surname of our founding ancestor? Mo? Oh, what a coincidence. That sounds splendid. Let us go with Mo." Elder Liu nodded thoughtfully before adding, "As for the name, she was found on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month. So how about Mo Jiuyao?" The members of Li's sect exchanged knowing glances, thinking, "You are just making things up. Today is clearly the 11th day, not the 9th. They had no choice but to concoct coincidences to satisfy her naming desire, while concealing the fact that they could hear her thoughts. I don't want Jiuwei. I want Jiuwei. She continued to kick her legs. A handsome young man smiled and said, Junior sister, you are charming and lovely. Reminiscent of the Ming Wei flower I saw a month ago. Why not name her Jiuwei? Wow, yes, that S it Jiuwei. Mo Jiuwei beamed, finally ceasing her kicking. Then it shall be Mo Jiuwei. Elder Liu affirmed with a smile. What a wonderful name. Jiuwei from now on. You shall be known as Jiuwei. The group gathered around her, exchanging cheerful banter as they gazed at her with smiles. So many people I don't recognize. Mo Jiuwei struggled to identify their faces. There were around 10 individuals in the room, all encircling her bedside. Jiuwei, I am Liu Feng, your Uncle Liu. Elder Liu said, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Wait, could it be that you possess the essence of immortality without realizing it? What a waste after all these years. Liu Feng was taken aback. What is this essence of immortality? Me? The others looked at him in disbelief, some skeptical. Ahem, junior sister Jiuwei. I am your senior brother, Yi Xingyun. The handsome young man who suggested the name stepped forward, smiling. Yi Xingyun exuded an air of elegance, his presence shining even in worn attire. Senior brother, he truly represents the beauty of Xianlai's sect, although this outfit is quite shabby and his cultivation level is disappointing. Mo Jiuwei thought to herself, shaking her head in disapproval. Yi Xingyun nearly lost his composure, wondering if he was being criticized. Subsequently, others approached, introducing themselves either earnestly or with barely contained laughter. Sister Du, I'm quite familiar with you. You have held me the longest. You are gentle and kind. Du y smile deepened, suddenly turning rigide. I wonder what that scoundrel was thinking, daring to betray her and deceive her for both wealth and affection. Truly outrageous. Scoundrel? Betray her? Deceive her? Betray whom? Me? Sister Ji Qing surely had a well-off family. The magical robe I'm wearing is hers, and her sword is also of fine material. If I were to refine it again, it would surely be worth tenfold. Next, the dashing Chun Lan stepped forward to introduce herself. Sister Chun has dual spiritual roots, yet her cultivation is only at the foundation stage. Oh, so you harbor a heartache. A struggle difficult to resolve. What a pity. Chun Lan's eyes widened. The others were startled as well. Chun Lan's dual spiritual roots were considered above average in the cultivation world. Yet at nearly 100 years old, she had only reached the foundation stage, which naturally had its reasons. Her only daughter had passed away, leaving her in deep sorrow and disinterest in cultivation. Then a scruffy man chuckled. Junior sister, I am Hu Jiu, your senior brother Hu. Mo Jiuwei couldn't he help but sneeze. Oh dear, what a smell. Get away from our way. You reek of alcohol. Elder Liu frowned, shooing Hu Jiu away like a fly. Hu Jiu sheepishly retreated to the doorway, tiptoeing as he peered longingly at Mo Jiuwei. Such a fragrant and adorable junior sister. I wish I could hold her. Senior brother who looks like a drunkard. Is that why he is only at the Qi refinement stage? Hu Jiu scratched his head, somewhat bashful. Indeed, his family had once operated a winery, and he had secretly indulged in alcohol since childhood, becoming unable to extricate himself from it as he grew older. Unfortunately, his poor tolerance led to frequent drunkenness, leaving little time for cultivation. However, if one enjoys wine, one could become a brewer, merging the path of wine with cultivation, achieving transcendence that way, Mo Jiuwei mused. Hu Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. A brewer, merging the path of wine. Is that truly possible? The last to approach was a younger girl who bounced forward, shaking her head in excitement. Junior sister, look at me. I am your senior sister Man Liu. Haha, I'm no longer the youngest. She had previously been the smallest and was often ordered around, but now another had taken her place. Wow, Xianlai sect is impressive. It even has a genius with a mutated single spiritual root, the thunder root. Mo Jiuwei's interest peaked upon seeing Man Liu, for this youngest girl was indeed a prodigy with the rare thunder root. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world, and any sect would gladly accept them as direct disciples. Yet, how could someone like her exist in such a humble Xianlai sect? Upon closer inspection, Mo Jiuwei understood. Oh, I see. Her spiritual root has been damaged, hindering her cultivation. No wonder. Man Liu's smile dimmed, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Indeed, she had once been a celebrated prodigy, but an unfortunate incident had led to her downfall. Since then, she had been a mere shadow of her former self, subjected to ridicule and scorn. Had her previous cultivation been equivalent to 10 days of effort for an ordinary person? Now it felt as if even 10 days of her effort amounted to nothing. With her spiritual root damaged, unable to absorb spiritual energy, her years of cultivation felt futile. She could foresee the limits of her life. Chapter 4. Truly dead what? Man Liu gasped in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Wei, I'm so sleepy. Jiuwei moved her small mouth, seemingly yawning, and then fell back asleep. This caused Man Liu, who had been about to inquire further, to halt her words, ultimately choosing not to disturb her dreams. Let us step outside and allow her to rest, Elder Liu instructed, ushering everyone out and closing the door behind them. Were her words true or false? Man Liu, being young, urgently asked, Is there really a way to restore my spiritual root? She had once been a prominent figure in a major sect until her spiritual root was sabotaged, leading her to leave in disgrace. On her journey, she had been ambushed, and it was only thanks to Sister Chan that she managed to reach Xianlai's sect. Over the past few years, she had sought healing far and wide, but every alchemist had given her the same answer. Her spiritual root was destroyed, cultivation was hopeless, and there was no cure. Jiuwei was the first to say her spiritual root could be healed. She also mentioned that Elder Liu possessed the essence of immortality. She wondered if that was true. Du wore a strange expression, somewhat amused, while Ji Qingqing quickly reassured her, That's not true. Sister Yu, you and Brother Xianming are such a perfect match. Having grown up together, your bond is strong. How could he ever betray you? That may not be the case. Lu Laotu gave a cold snort, remarking that the young man had an overly lively gaze. I had previously mentioned that he surely harbored many tricks up his sleeve. I find Jiuwei's words to be quite reasonable. Yeah, you ought to exercise caution. Du Yu, feeling helpless, responded, Sure Shu Lu, your long-standing disdain for Xianming is merely prejudice. The others shook their heads in agreement. Indeed, while some engage in winemaking, I have never heard of anyone following the path of cultivation through alcohol. Lu Laotu asserted with certainty. Then, Sure Shu Lu, what do you think of the matter regarding Xian Sui? Hu Jiu inquired. Lu Laotu chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could that be possible? If I possessed Xian Sui, would my comprehension and cultivation be at this level? However, Ji Qingqing hesitated and spoke up, casting her gaze downward towards her treasured sword. Yet, Jiuwei's words were indeed accurate. Though the sword was crafted from fine materials, it was the first magical artifact forged by my ancestor, its craftsmanship inevitably somewhat lacking. Should it be reforged by a master craftsman, its value could indeed multiply by tenfold. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. This must be mere coincidence, one commented. Certainly. After so many inaccuracies, a random guess might hit the mark. Indeed, she is but an infant. Even with extraordinary talent, how could she be correct in all matters? Ji Qingqing thought to herself that Jiuwei's precise statements likely transcended mere chance. However, seeing the disbelief in others' eyes, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. It is getting late. Everyone should rest. I shall take care of Jiuwei, Chen remarked. Having given birth, she was the most suited among them to tend to a small infant. Moreover, seeing Jiuwei reminded her of her own daughter at birth, softening her heart entirely. The following morning, Du hurried to the Yu family to procure deer milk. Yesterday, she had arrived too late, and the amount she collected was insufficient for Jiuwei. The Yu family was engaged in the alchemical trade, possessing both wealth and benevolence. Otherwise, had she approached another family, she would have had to run until her legs gave out to obtain deer milk. Is the child alive? Asked a young servant at the Yu family gate, smiling upon seeing Du Yu. Du Yu, filled with gratitude, replied, Yes, she is alive. I am truly thankful for the precious deer milk from your esteemed household. The servant waved his hand, stating, It is merely a matter of human life. We help when we can. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from the street. Is it true? Indeed, a massive Qinghu beast has appeared. I have never seen one so robust. It swallowed that man whole. Even after he vanished, I could still hear his screams. What bad luck. Out of so many, it only consumed him. By the way, do you know who that man was? I do not know, but someone from Qingfeng Slope seems to recognize him. They refer to him as Zheng Daoyu. Du Yu ist tot in Shuck. Zheng Daoyu? Zheng Daoyu. The servant handed Du Yu a bottle of fresh deer milk, but noticed her ghostly expression as she stared at the street and gave her a gentle push. Ah, thank you, brothers. What were you just saying about a Qinghu beast and Qingfeng Slope? She asked anxiously. Swallowed whole. Du Yu's eyes widened. Yes, whole. It opened its mouth and just consumed him, without even chewing. What was his surname? Du Yu inquired again. It seems to be Zheng. His companions called out to him several times. Zheng, Qing Feng Slope, Qinghu Beast. Upon returning to the dilapidated sect, everyone gathered around Mo Jiuwei, their gazes filled with amusement and affection. Mo Jiuwei felt a sense of despair, having just wet her bed again. This was unavoidable, as this body was far too frail, and such instincts were almost beyond her control. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivation, a simple incantation could cleanse her garments, sparing her the trouble of washing. Zheng Cheng is dead. Du Y's voice trembled. What? What did you say? Zheng Cheng is dead? The crowd turned to her in surprise. Du Yu no dead, explaining that she had overheard while fetching deer milk earlier. A gigantic Qinghu beast had appeared at Qingfeng Slope and swallowed a cultivator whole. And that man bore the surname Zheng. She glanced at Mo Jiuwei, holding back the urge to express that this was identical to what Mo Jiuwei had said yesterday. Although she remained silent, the others understood immediately. How could this be? Is it truly Zheng Cheng who has perished? But he was just fine yesterday. Could it be a misunderstanding? Besides, there are many with the surname Zheng. It may not necessarily be Zheng Cheng. They were engulfed in shock and doubt. Yet, Mo Jiuwei displayed no surprise. It must be Zheng Cheng. He is undoubtedly dead. Chapter 5. Life is truly difficult. Who asked him to be so greedy? He initially sought to harm his companions to kill and plunder, only to have his schemes backfire, leading to his own demise. TSK serves him right. Fortunately, the members of Xianlai's sect were wise. They did not give him money yesterday, thus saving 200 crystal stones. Upon hearing Mo Jiuwei's words, the members of Xianlai's sect exchanged glances, rendered speechless. It was indeed as she had said. But how could this be? This matter was too absurd. I will investigate the truth of this news. You all maintain your composure and look after Jiuwei, Lu Laotu signaled to everyone before hastily departing. It was imperative to confirm whether the deceased was Zheng Cheng. The matter was of great significance. Mo Jiuwei shifted slightly. I am hungry. I want to drink milk. To be honest, the deer milk was quite delicious. Jiuwei, are you hungry? Chunlan approached with the bottle, shaking it in front of Mo Jiuwei, who fixated her gaze on the bottle, her eyes wide and unblinking. Chunlan couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, yes. Sister Chen truly understands me. Mo Jiuwei drank the deer milk until she was satisfied, then let out a contented burp. Her adorable demeanor elicited laughter from everyone, transforming their initial surprise into tender affection. It is true. The deceased was indeed Zheng Cheng. A reliable source confirmed that a butcher from the neighboring street had witnessed the event. He would not be mistaken. The members of Xianlai sect exchanged silent glances. Zheng Cheng was not regarded as a good person. During the time when Xianlai sect was still stable, he often came to dine for free, having taken advantage of them for far more than 200 crystal stones. Later, when Xianlai sect faced difficulties and sought his financial assistance, he only offered 200 crystal stones, and on top of that, he frequently pressured them for repayment, even taking a few items each time he visited. Now that Xianlai sect was in dire straits, with nothing of value left to offer, it was no wonder he left empty-handed yesterday. With his death, they had evaded a debt of 200, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. In the midst of the silence, they suddenly heard Mo Jiuwei exclaim, "Oh, is Brother Shuai about to break through?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing whom Mo Jiuwei referred to. Xingyun, have you reached the pinnacle of qi refining? Lu Laotu looked at Yi Xingyun, his eyes filled with surprise. Just yesterday, Yi Xingyun was still at the 10th level of qi refining, having yet to approach the threshold of a breakthrough. Who would have imagined that after one night, his cultivation had actually increased? Yi Xingyun shyly acknowledged, yes. I reached it during my cultivation yesterday. Wonderful. Congratulations, Yi Shidi. This is truly excellent news. Everyone expressed their delight. Why did you not inform us of such good news? Now that you have reached the pinnacle, the next step is to break through to foundation establishment. Lu Laotu paused, and the expressions of the others stiffened, their joy dissipating, leaving only concern. Breaking through to foundation establishment is not a trivial matter, let alone the fact that a foundation establishment pill is essential for the breakthrough. There are too many of us here to even gather a single pill. No wonder Yi Xingyun kept silent, for even if he had spoken, there would have been no solution other than to increase their sorrow. Never mind. It's not a big deal. I am still young, Yixingyan remarked, revealing a bright smile in response to their grave expressions, offering them comfort instead. It is precisely because I am young that I cannot afford to delay. The young cultivators are fiercely vying for every moment, every month. Even a fleeting advantage can prove invaluable. If they do not strive for breakthroughs while youth is still on their side, must they wait until they are half buried in the ground to seek enlightenment? Lu Laotu exclaimed with indignation. The younger one is the greater the potential. Achieving foundational cultivation a year earlier increases the likelihood of advancing to the golden core stage. Let us pool our resources to procure a foundation establishment pill for junior brother E, suggested Shenwan. I have a few materials I could sell. I possess nothing of value, save for this small gourd, which might fetch a decent price. Hu Jiu tenderly reached for the small gourd hanging at his side. His eyes filled with reluctance, yet he ultimately decided to remove it. He was a man consumed by his passion for wine, devoid of anything precious, having spent all his funds on drink. Indeed, this seemingly ordinary gourd was his most treasured possession, without exception. Inside it contained a rare spirit liquor known as Hongzhu, crafted with various spiritual herbs in collaboration with his late wife, making it exceedingly precious. The drink bore her name. Originally, there had been a full jar, but after her passing, he often found himself unable to sleep, reminiscing, and would sip from it to find solace. Years passed, and now only this small gourd remained. He could not bear to consume it, keeping it close as though she were still by his side. This liquor was unique, with no second bottle in existence. Although the quantity was dwindling, selling it could still yield several hundred or even 1,000 crystal stones. Yixingyun was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in alarm. How could this be? This is the only keepsake left by Sister Hongzhu. You cannot sell it. Hu Jiu, however, smiled faintly. When I owed Zheng Cheng crystal stones, I refrained from selling it, for I could not bear to part with such a precious memento for that scoundrel. He was unworthy. But Xingyun, you are deserving. Your future is bright, unlike ours, which holds no hope. Yixingyun shook his head resolutely. No, I cannot accept this. I would rather not break through. Ji Qingqing tightened her grip on her sword, suggesting, perhaps I should sell my sword instead. Sister Ji, I cannot agree. Do not speak such word again. Yixingyun continued to refuse. Mo Jiuwei, observing from the side, felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Life had become exceedingly difficult. At the first sign of trouble, they were forced to part with their only valuable possessions. Were all their other belongings similarly liquidated? Was this not akin to consuming their very foundation? Just then, she sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy nearby. Oh, it seems that a spiritual entity is about to manifest at Qingfeng Ridge. By the way, Qingfeng Ridge is a splendid location. If the disciples of Xianlai's sect could venture there, wouldn't procuring a foundation establishment pill be a breeze? Mo Jiuwei, feeling her energy waning, soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the members of Xianlai's sect exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Qingfeng Ridge? They echoed in unison. Yixingyun contemplated briefly before declaring, I shall go to Qingfeng Ridge. We shall go together. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. Yet, Yixingyun shook his head, asserting with gravity, the reason we have refrained from risking ourselves to earn crystal stones is precisely because we lack even the funds to purchase medicine. It suffices for me to undertake this perilous endeavor alone. Even if I were to lose my life, it would be of no consequence, and there is no need for everyone to accompany me into danger. Chapter 6. Qingfeng Ridge in the Realm of Cultivation. The absence of wealth equates to the constant specter of death. Without money, one cannot purchase spiritual medicines, escape talismans, or defensive artifacts to ward off harm. They cannot even afford the most basic pills to replenish their spiritual energy. Those cultivators with ample resources, even if they cannot win in combat, can rely on external forces to bolster their abilities, transforming a mere 5 points of strength into a formidable 10. Mo Jiuwei posited that the fluctuations of spiritual energy at Qingfeng Ridge heralded the imminent arrival of spiritual entities, which meant that contention there would be exceedingly fierce and perilous. Yixingyun was prepared to gamble his life for a chance. If successful, he would secure the foundation establishment pill, and if not, only he would perish. It was imperative that his fellow disciples were not drawn into his perilous undertaking. If there was an opportunity, all should endeavor to seize it. Let those who can go together. However, Lu Laotu had a differing opinion, emphasizing that it was not only for Yi's foundation establishment pill, but also for the sake of Xianlai's sect, and, notably, for Jiuwei. For Jiuwei? The others queried, in confusion. Indeed, Jiuwei is no ordinary individual, Lu Laotu replied gravely. I suspect she may be the reincarnation of a formidable being, which accounts for her extraordinary nature at such a tender age. Although she is still young and her spiritual roots remain untested, I believe her potential is exceptional. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging this insight. Yet precisely because of this, we must not hinder her development, Lu Laotu continued. If such a talent were to be stifled by the poverty of our sect, it would be a grave sin. Thus, for her sake, we must strive to earn some crystal stones. The child is still young, requiring resources for sustenance and clothing, and Jiuwei, having a disability, will certainly need crystal stones for treatment in the future. The group pondered this reasoning and recognized its validity. Uncle Lu speaks wisely. In that case, I shall accompany junior brother Yi as well. I shall go too. I will join. At worst, it is merely death. What is there to fear? Indeed, we have lingered within Xianlai's sect for long enough. I can no longer endure it. This time, let us seize the opportunity. Whatever fate may befall us, we shall accept it. Previously, they had been restrained and hesitant due to a lack of confidence. However, now, faced with the prospect of starvation, they found it acceptable to risk themselves. If Jiuwei were to suffer the same fate, they could never forgive themselves. Since Jiuwei declared this to be a fortuitous opportunity, it was better for them to venture forth than to remain idle. They set about preparing, striving to sell all unnecessary items and gather funds for medicinal supplies. When Mo Jiuwei awoke, she found only Meng Ling by her side. Oh, where is everyone else? She inquired, her eyes darting about in confusion. Do not worry, Jiuwei. For the next few days, Sister Meng will be looking after you, Meng Ling assured her, patting her chest. Uncle Lu and the others heard that there may be treasures at Qingfeng Ridge, so they are packing their belongings to try their luck. Being the youngest and with a compromised spiritual root, Meng Ling was deemed unsuitable for the journey. Thus the responsibility of caring for Jiuwei fell upon her shoulders. She wished to join them, but for the sake of her younger sister, she held back. Everyone is going to Qingfeng Ridge. I want to go too. Mo Jiuwei could no longer contain herself upon hearing this. Lying here day after day, seeing only the same few people, she found it unbearable. Unable to speak, she expressed her urgency through whines, her limbs thrashing about restlessly. What is it? You cannot possibly want to go too, can you? That is out of the question. You are far too young. It is dangerous there, and you cannot go. Meng Ling hurriedly attempted to dissuade her. I don't care. I want to go. Where do you intend to go? Just then, Lu Laotu and the others, having finished the preparations, approached to bid farewell and heard the exchange. How can that be? That is not permissible, they protested. I do not care. I want to go. I am aware of the dangers, and I also know where the spiritual entities are, she exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Lu Laotu and the others exchanged glances, surprised. Jiuwei knows where the spiritual entities are? If that is the case. No, Jiuwei, you are far too young. How can we take you to such a perilous place? Shunluan added her voice to the dissent. If you do not take us, you will only put yourselves in danger. You are all a bunch of weaklings, the young girl retorted. The group of weaklings coughed awkwardly. Perhaps we should take Jiuwei along? Lu Laotu suddenly shifted his stance. Uncle Lu, that is not feasible. Indeed, it is far too risky. The others protested in unison. While they believed that bringing Jiuwei might yield fruitful results, they could not accept placing such a young child in harm's way. Should anything happen to her, they would never forgive themselves. Have you forgotten? I possess a protective talisman, Lu Laotu reminded them. If true danger arises, I shall do everything in my power to ensure Jiuwei's safe escape. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to have their eyes light up with realization. Lu Laotu had cultivated for many years and possessed treasures that ensured his survival. The talisman he referred to was indeed his sole life-saving artifact. If that were the case, it seemed feasible. Wonderful. Please take me along. With this sudden change of heart, Mo Jiuwei became one of the companions. Shunluan held her close throughout the journey, skillfully securing her with strips of fabric to his chest, ensuring that he could protect her while keeping her safe from falling. Once prepared, the group set off. With the number of people being somewhat excessive, the ordinary flying instruments were insufficient, so they took the skies 2 by 2 on their swords. Mo Jiuwei was well protected, enjoying the view of clouds, mountains, and streams below, which filled her with immense joy. The scenery outside is truly beautiful. Finally, I'm not confined to a bed anymore. Whenever she felt hungry, Chunlan would feed her, and when she grew tired, she would simply close her eyes and drift off to sleep. Upon waking once more, they had arrived at Qingfengling. I sensed the presence of spiritual objects over there. Jiuwei wiggled her left hand, earnestly attempting to indicate the direction while babbling to capture their attention. It seems Jiuwei wishes to head that way, Lu Laotu remarked with a glimmer in his eyes, smiling. Let us proceed, as we are unsure of the way. Having Jiuwei as our guide is quite advantageous, Hu Jiudao added. Montak Jiuwei vas overchert. Fantastic. These individuals are truly cooperative. Thus, she assumed the role of navigator, humming and pointing the way whenever a change in direction was required. And the disciples of Xianlai's sect followed her guidance without falter. This delighted Jiuwei immensely. She adored obedient companions, in addition to navigation. Jiuwei consistently discovered nearby spiritual herbs. I can smell the fragrance of the Quinchuan grass, and there is plenty of it. Chapter 7. Lucian Sect, do you feign surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, it appears there is Quinchuan grass ahead." The group joyfully harvested the patch of Quinchuan grass clean. Moments later, hurry, there must be Bai Shuai pearls in the water. Search quickly. Something appears to be glimmering in the river. Could there be a treasure? Ji Qingqing pretended to voice her confusion. The group then entered the river and successfully found a Bai Shuai pearl. The members of Xianlai's sect were profoundly shaken. Though they dared not show it outwardly, they were genuinely in awe of Jiuwei. Subsequently, Jiuwei continued to scour for treasures. There is a beast egg, a great supplement. Foaming flower. It's the foaming flower. Where can it be? It's that tiny little white flower that resembles a wildflower. Don't leave. There's a beast bone nearby. That tailbone is quite valuable. Thanks to Jiuwei's reminders, the Xianlai sect members gathered more and more treasures. Their faces adorned with excitement. Within a mere few hours, they had unearthed items worth at least 2,000 crystal stones. That was indeed 2,000 crystal stones. With such wealth, not only could they secure the foundation pill for Yi Xingyun, but Xianlai sect could also replenish their supplies, alleviating their hunger and cold. And this was merely during their journey. They had yet to locate the spiritual objects Jiuwei mentioned at Qingfengling, if they could obtain those as well. The possibilities were boundless, yet none dared to entertain such thoughts further. Up ahead, there are quite a few people Jiuwei suddenly noticed. The disciples of Xianlai sect paused, glancing around only to find no alternative paths. Thus, they could either proceed slowly behind the others or continue normally, disregarding the group ahead. However, being in a crucial phase of searching for spiritual objects made time of the essence. After some deliberation, they chose to advance normally, eventually encountering a small team. To their surprise, this group was composed of familiar faces. "Hey, Lu Feng, what brings you here?" A middle-aged man seated on the ground, roasting beast meat, looked up upon hearing the commotion and spotted Lu Feng at the forefront. He was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Lu Feng and then the group behind him, before breaking into hearty laughter. "So, Xianlai's sect has dwindled to just these few? Do you dare to venture into Qingfengling? Ha ha ha! Are you not courting disaster?" The man's accompanying disciples erupted into laughter as well. Is Xianlai's sect truly so desperate as to risk annihilation here? Goodness, is there even a baby among you? Do you think this is a leisurely outing? I reckon they are indeed driven to madness by poverty, taking such a gamble. Bah, just based on your numbers? Huh, you will certainly not emerge from Qingfengling alive. Having heard of Xianlai sect's dire straits, with rumors of them having run out of provisions, it was evident that the tales were true, or else they would not have dared to take such risks. If you choose to seek death, that is your choice. But bringing a baby along is truly a sin. As the jeers rang out, the expressions of the Xianlai sect members darkened. "Du Wangquan, show some decency with your words." Lu Laotu retorted angrily. "Dare you to challenge me? Let us see if you can prevail." The middle-aged man laughed instead of showing anger. "I say, you Xianlai sect folks should spare yourselves the embarrassment here. If you truly lack funds, why not plead with our Uncle Du? Perhaps he would be willing to buy your sect's mountain gate for a fair sum, and maybe even show kindness by allowing you to remain as laborers." A young man beside Du Wangquan sneered. "Think you can buy Xianlai sect? Dream on. Lu Laotu's gaze turned frosty. You should be wary. For one day, I shall lead my people to flatten your Lucian sect. This statement was met with incredulity. The opposing group was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Dream on. You believe you can flatten us? With just your ragtag band of a dozen, including a swaddled infant? Haha, you must be joking. Whose baby is that, then? Could it be Lu Feng's love child with some wild woman? At this remark, Lu Laotu felt a surge of murderous intent. He gathered spiritual power in his palm, nearly ready to strike down. Yet, considering the disparity in strength and the presence of Mo Jiuwei, he clenched his teeth and restrained himself. He could not act impulsively. Their arduous journey to Qingfeng Ling was not for the sake of personal vengeance. This was about Mo Jiuwei's future and the hope of the revival of Xianlai's sect. He had to remain composed. After taking several deep breaths, Lu Laotu finally snorted coldly. There is still time. We shall see. With that, he proceeded forward. The members of Xianlai's sect hurriedly followed. Master Uncle should we? A disciple beside Du Wangquan. Witnessing their brazen advance, couldn't he help but inquire. His eyes glinted with malice, clearly yearning for action. However, Du Wangquan shook his head, indicating that now was not the time to engage. They needed to conserve their strength for seizing treasures. Today, Qingfeng Ling had suddenly emanated waves of spiritual energy. Inexperienced cultivators understood that spiritual objects were likely to manifest. Forces seeking such treasures rapidly converged, resulting in a considerable number of individuals present, including formidable experts. If Lucian's sect intended to act against Xianlai's sect, it would not be difficult. Given their strength and available artifacts, annihilating Xianlai's sect was certainly within reach. However, doing so would inevitably incur injuries and deplete their artifacts, potentially hindering their treasure hunt. For the sake of the greater good, they could only spare them this time. What a wasted opportunity, a disciple lamented. Du Wangquan, however, merely chuckled coldly. No matter, once this is settled, we shall seek them out. What is happening? What was that about just now? Mo Jiuwei inquired curiously about the enmity between Lucian's sect and Xianlai's sect. If it were a usual day, Lu Feng might have spoken up, but given his current mood and his urgency to find the Lingwu, he remained silent. Wait, do not proceed that way. There lies the sleeping MTSHU. Montag Jiuwei suddenly alerted. The members of Xianlai's zone were startled and instinctively halted their steps. Take the right path. Circumvent that area. It is perilous. Mo Jiuwei, fearing they might misunderstand her intent, fervently waved her arms. The MTSHU, with its immense hoof strength, attacks solely with its feet. To be trampled or kicked by would be catastrophic, reducing one's skull to fragments. Chapter 8. Grudges. The MTSHU is an exceedingly lethargic beast known for its formidable morning temperament. Unfortunately, it is a light sleeper, awakening at the slightest disturbance. Consequently, it tends to become irritable and launches indiscriminate assaults. Normal walking would not disturb it, but what if an unusual situation arose during their passage? To ensure safety, practitioners of the cultivation world generally avoid such creatures. I seem to detect the scent of the MTSHU. Lu Laotu uttered nonsensically. Let us steer clear. The others feigned surprise before nodding in agreement. The presence of a MTSHU? It was indeed prudent to avoid it. We must not disturb its serene slumber. However, if there truly is enmity with those from Lucian's zone, we could lure them down that path. And then Mo Jiuwei suddenly conceived a mischievous thought, grinning. The members of Xianlai's zone exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Wait, I have an idea, Lu Laotu interjected. Moments later, Du Wangquan, having finished his meal, approached with his disciples. They initially intended to take the right path, devoid of MTSHU, but upon reaching the fork, they found the members of Xianlai's zone occupying that route, consuming their rations. The narrow passage was completely blocked by them, making it impossible to pass. How unfortunate! Du Wangquan frowned, halting his steps. We shall take another route. Observing this group heading towards the path where the MTSHU resided, the members of Xianlai's zone stifled their laughter, forcing themselves to remain silent. Those impoverished cultivators truly had endurance, despite the passage of time and their struggles. They had not disbanded Xianlai's zone, showcasing remarkable resilience. Du Wangquan's disciple, ou Y sneered. Indeed, their esteemed master Su has suffered greatly, Their shops in the market have failed, and they can scarcely afford food, yet they remain united instead of scattering. Another disciple shook his head with a sigh. Fortunately, Xianlai Zong is now on its last legs, unable to regain its former strength. Otherwise, they would truly be our formidable adversaries. These obstinate individuals are merely courting their own demise. Du Wangquan raised an eyebrow, scoffing. Xianlai Zong has been severely fractured over the years, long lost its past glory. At one time, Master Zhong Yu kindly advised discarding the incompetent disciples and bringing the elite to Lu Xianzong. Yet Lu Feng vehemently opposed, insisting on remaining with Xianlai Zong. After countless pleas from Master Zhong Yu yielded no agreement, he brought us to Lu Xianzong, leaving behind a mere 20 or so misfits struggling to uphold Xianlai Zong. But what significance does this hold? They are still unable to sustain themselves, teetering on the brink. Uncle Du is right. Since they are so stubborn, they have no one to blame for their current predicament. We merely need to wait. They will inevitably reach a breaking point and abandon their sect. By the way, what is the situation regarding that infant? Have you heard anything? Du Wangquan suddenly recalled and inquired. It is said that Lu Feng found it abandoned along the way. A disciple explained, having caught wind of the rumor. Du Wangquan scoffed. They always exhibit misplaced kindness without considering their own capabilities. Much like the earlier family division. When Lu Xianzong extended an olive branch to recruit Xianlai Zong's elite disciples, Lu Feng and a select few stubbornly refused, insisting on remaining with Xianlai Zong. They failed to recognize the dire state Xianlai Zong has fallen into. It is precisely due to their resistance that the recruitment effort has appeared less than flawless. Whispers abound that Zhong Yu and his faction are selling out for glory, and the words are exceedingly harsh. Were it not for this, Zhong Yu would not have taken vengeance by crippling Su Yihan's leg and sabotaging Xianlai Zong shops that have been thriving for centuries. Moreover, over the past few years, regardless of what members of Xianlai Zong attempt, they have faced clandestine sabotage from these individuals. Even those who dared to venture into the wild to hunt beasts or seek spiritual herbs to procure crystals for their sect were ruthlessly slain by their adversaries. With so much death occurring, the members of Xianlai Zong have become reluctant to take risks. When funds run low, they can only scrounge together meager offerings to sell. But how long can their possessions sustain them? Eventually, they will consume their resources. Master need not worry. The current state of Xianlai Zong has reached a point of desperation. Otherwise, why would they resort to such drastic measures, sending the entire sect to venture into Qingfeng Ridge for perilous exploits? Du Wangquan's disciple chuckled. Du Wangquan nodded, affirming his disciple's words. As for that unfortunate infant, it was simply a matter of fate, fortuitously found by members of Xianlai Zong. As they proceeded, Lu Laotu and Chunlan stealthily trailed from a distance. Chunlan held Mo Jiuwei in her arms, glancing at her from time to time. Jiuwei, be quiet and do not disturb them. Chunlan whispered closely into Mo Jiuwei's ear. Rest assured, I shall remain silent. Mo Jiuwei blinked. Meanwhile, Lu Laotu furrowed his brow. Puzzled. How strange. Why had he not located the hiding place of the MTSHU? In truth, had it not been for Mo Jiuwei's warning, he would not have discerned the presence of the MTSHU at all. Over there to the east, that large stone wall, partially concealed by leaves. Do you see it? Mo Jiuwei gestured vigorously, striving to inform him. Within that cave lies the MTSHU, and there are two of them. Two of them. Lu Laotu's eyes brightened as he spotted them. Chunlan pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile, and after a moment, remarked, Master Uncle truly possesses discerning eyes. Despite Lu Laotu's thick skin, a hint of crimson crept onto his cheeks, though his dark complexion concealed it well. At least Mo Jiuwei did not notice. Unbeknownst to Du Wangquan and his entourage, who were hastening their journey, an unexpected noise erupted from behind them. What was that commotion? Who knows? How did that stone suddenly collapse? Could it be a skirmish? Might that be where the Lingwu resides? The disciples of Lu Xianzong initially expressed confusion, followed by excitement. Du Wangquan felt a flicker of joy and decided to investigate. In truth, it did not resemble a Lingwu. Genuine Lingwu exude a potent spiritual energy upon their emergence, making them easily identifiable, but nothing of the sort was present now. However, the unusual occurrence might still be related to the Lingwu, so they approached for a closer look. As they drew near the stone cave, they felt the ground tremble. Simultaneously, the cave shuddered, causing several stones and soil to tumble down once more. Chapter 9. MTSHU, what does that sound? A disciple queried, puzzled. Yet, simultaneously, others were filled with elation. Such a tremendous commotion must surely indicate the Ling Wu's imminent emergence. Has there ever been a Ling Wu that appears in such a manner? Du Wangquan sensed something amiss, his sixth sense warning him of an anomaly ahead. He instinctively spoke, "Something seems off. We should—" A furious roar erupted from within the cave. First one, then another. That sounds like a beast roar, not a Ling Wu. A disciple hastily realized. This is bad. Before Du Wangquan could utter another word, two ferocious beasts charged out of the cave. They tossed their heads, their manes shimmering with a dark hue, and their eyes were ablaze with fury. Upon seeing those who disturbed their slumber, the two MTSHU could no longer contain their rage, bellowing wildly while raising their colossal hooves to strike. Some disciples, caught off guard, met a grim fate beneath the hooves of the MOT beast, blood splattering everywhere. The others trembled in fear, letting out a shriek before fleeing in terror. Yet, how could they possibly outrun the irritable and furious MOT beast? One by one, it trampled the disciples into grotesque, bloody remnants. Some were still shivering, preparing to summon their swords, but before they could even call forth their weapons, their lives were extinguished. As the two MOT beasts wreaked havoc, Lu Laotu and his companions had already distanced themselves. "Master Uncle, do you think they will all perish under the hooves of the MOT beast?" Chunlan asked, her tone laced with excitement. If not for the fear of attracting the beast's attention, she would have loved to stay and witness the unfolding events. It is hard to say for others. But Du Wangquan will surely escape, Lu Laotu replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. It was not merely that he possessed life-saving talismans. As long as he remained cold-blooded, he could escape unscathed. Unlike himself, who was destitute, Du Wangquan undoubtedly had precious treasures in his possession, be they talismans or otherwise. If he reacted swiftly, he would surely find safety. Du Wangquan was not one of those inexperienced novices. Such a scene would not daunt him, for he had ample time to respond. Cold-blooded? Chunlan paused, then grasped the implication. You mean he would abandon the disciples and flee alone? Lu Laotu merely snorted in response, his silence suggesting agreement. Chunlan's expression darkened. Although she had long been aware of Du Wangquan's character, the thought of him, as a senior of the sect, leaving his disciples to face danger alone while he escaped was utterly repugnant. Our decision not to follow them to Lucien's sect was indeed the right one, she remarked after a moment. The people of Lucien's sect acted ruthlessly, and Du Wangquan was cut from the same cloth, which facilitated the recruitment. Due to ideological differences, coupled with his unwillingness to abandon the ordinary disciples, Lu Feng and Du Wangquan had ultimately parted ways. I can sense it. The spiritual object is over there, where the white smoke rises. Jiuwei quickly located the spiritual item. Spiritual objects are those imbued with rich spiritual energy, and once consumed by cultivators, they can enhance their cultivation. The specific effects depend on the type of spiritual object. Some can elevate spiritual roots, while others can completely heal injuries. Regardless of the type, spiritual objects are exceedingly precious and sought after by many as soon as they appear. Under Jiuwei's guidance, several members of Xianlai Sect swiftly advanced toward the spiritual object. However, with each step, their hearts grew colder. Waves of light raced toward the white smoke, clearly the traces of flying artifacts. This indicated that many cultivators had already arrived ahead of them. Furthermore, several of the lights appeared particularly bright, exuding a formidable aura, suggesting that their opponents were at least formidable golden core experts. With so many competitors, it seems we have no hope, Diu sighed in disappointment. Their cultivations were not particularly high, and lacking excellent artifacts, they had already lost the advantage. No need to force it. Our journey has already yielded considerable gains. Yixingyun said with a calm smile. Desiring a spiritual object was always a luxury. If we cannot acquire it, it matters not. As they spoke, the group reached the location where the white smoke had emerged, revealing a spacious stone cave. At the entrance stood no fewer than 12 or 13 individuals, some arriving alone, while others came in groups of 2 or 3. A cursory glance revealed that there were as many as 6 or 7 different factions. Among these individuals, even the weakest possessed late-stage golden core cultivation. At that moment, these factions were locked in a standoff, each holding their weapons in readiness, vigilantly watching one another, thoroughly blocking the cave entrance. No one dared to advance, fearing that others might take the first step. Upon seeing the members of Xianlai's sect, they coldly commanded them to clear out, before resuming their tense standoff. Compared to the Golden Core cultivators, the foundation building and Qi refining disciples of Xianlai's sect were indeed insignificant. Recognizing the situation, Lu Laotu refrained from arguing and decisively turned to leave. What a joke. Even if he were headstrong, he would never dare confront over a dozen Golden Core experts. That would be courting death. There was no room for them to compete. If they insisted on advancing, it would only lead to their demise. It was indeed regrettable, for if they could obtain a single spiritual object, perhaps the sect would have a chance at survival. However, they had already done their utmost. If it was not meant to be, they could only resign themselves to fate. These individuals are truly foolish. This cave does not have just one entrance. Besides this, there is another exit. We can enter through the southern entrance. We must hurry. While those people have yet to enter, we can seize the opportunity to claim the treasure. The water attribute within this cave is exceedingly rich. The spiritual object must be related to a liquid. Alas, why couldn't I be an infant? I can't even warn them. Jiuwei thought anxiously. Hey, do you think this cave might have another entrance? Du suddenly inquired. Jiuwei's eyes sparkled. Sister Du, you are brilliant. It is highly likely. Shall we search for it? Yun suggested, glancing around. Observing the terrain, it seemed that only the southern and eastern directions might lead to another entrance. Let us first check the south. If there is nothing, we can try the east. Excellent idea. Let us move quickly, Ji Qingqing urged, quickening her pace. Seeing the efficiency of the Xianlai sect members as they accurately guessed the location of the entrance, Jiuwei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, I am fated to be with Xianlai sect. Although I cannot convey my thoughts directly to them, I feel as if we share a tacit understanding. It is truly a wonderful sensation. Chapter 10. Yuling Shui, the members of Xianlai sect, suppressed their laughter. In truth, she was indeed communicating with them directly. However, the more Jiuwei thought this way, the more the others hesitated to mention their ability to hear her. Speaking of it would not change the situation. It would only add to their troubles. The entrance is right here. It's located above. Suddenly, Jiuwei discovered the trace of the entrance. Almost simultaneously, Lu Laotu and his companions also spotted it. Master Lu, I will accompany you, Qianlong immediately declared. The rest of you should stay outside, otherwise, it will be too crowded and the noise might alert others. Her and Lu Feng's cultivation levels were the highest among these individuals, and they were more agile, making it easier for them to navigate in and out. The entrance was narrow. If too many entered, retreating would be difficult. All right, you wait outside. It's best to conceal yourselves so you aren't discovered by others, Lu Feng instructed before stepping into the cave. Understood. Qianlong followed closely, and naturally, Jiuwei, held in her arms, entered as well. This was also Qianlong's reason for entering the cave. Only if she went in could Jiuwei seamlessly follow. To quickly locate the spiritual object, Jiuwei's assistance was indispensable. And indeed, that proved to be true. To the left. Choose the right path. We're almost there. As they proceeded, guided by Jiuwei's directions, before they could hear her final words, Lu Feng and Qianlong focused their gaze on a specific spot. They had finally seen the location of the spiritual object. There stood a stone resembling a bamboo shoot, vertically extending downward, long and distinctly different in color from the surrounding stones, exuding a jade-like sheen. At the tip of the stone, a milky white liquid dripped down drop by drop, and a surrounding intense spiritual energy emanated from there. The puddle on the ground was of a normal color, indicating that its spiritual transformation had only just begun. This is Yuling Shui, Qianlong exclaimed with joy. The transformation of spiritual energy refers to the process whereby spiritual energy condenses into a tangible form. Before the emergence of a spiritual object, the stone tip dripped ordinary liquid, devoid of spiritual energy. However, once enough spiritual energy accumulated, what dripped down would no longer be mere water, but transformed into spiritual water. Lu Laotu's gaze was imbued with a fervent intensity. This was a spiritual object he had only ever glimpsed within the jade slips. Throughout his lifetime, he had only encountered it in books or heard tales from others. This marked his first opportunity to behold it with his own eyes. He inhaled deeply, feeling as though the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him could surge into his very limbs, granting him a sensation of comfort akin to that of a parched individual finally quenching their thirst. The bliss was so profound that it nearly elicited a sigh from him. Do not become entranced. Swiftly gather the items. Jiuwei urged, her voice laced with urgency. Hurry. Outside, a battle has already commenced. The victor will soon breach this cave. And our time is running short. Startled from his reverie, Lu Laotu shook himself awake. He noticed that Chanlan beside him had also succumbed to the allure of the moment. It was no wonder they were so captivated. The yearning for spiritual energy was ingrained in the very bones of cultivators. Unless one possessed extraordinary prowess, few ordinary individuals could maintain their composure in the presence of such a spiritual object. However, it was evident that Jiuwei was not an ordinary person. With a resolute heart, Lu Laotu hastened his actions. He dashed towards the spiritual object, then retrieved an empty vial to collect the Yuling water. This ethereal water could not come into contact with other waters. Thus, any droplets that fell would lose their efficacy. Drip, drip. The precious Yuling water fell slowly into the vial, the meager amount barely sufficient to fill the base of the transparent bottle. The transformation of spiritual objects typically lasts no longer than the brewing of a cup of tea. Every drop counts, he mused. Not good. Someone is about to enter. Jiuwei suddenly moved her head, extending her hand in a gesture to prompt them to leave quickly, careful not to make a sound that might alert those outside. A sense of foreboding settled in Lu Laotu and Chanlan's hearts as they heard the distant clamor of voices and combat echoing from deeper within the cave. The confrontations among powerful cultivators were not easily resolved, and with so many individuals outside, a swift resolution seemed improbable. Yet, the window for the spiritual object was limited. They could afford to wait, but the object itself could not. If they delayed, it might vanish before their eyes. Realizing the urgency of their situation, they charged forward without hesitation, retreating while simultaneously gathering their wits. They had collected but a mere drop of Yuling water, leaving their vial feeling almost weightless, akin to being empty. Nonetheless, having something was better than having nothing at all. To linger would only lead them to ruin. No sooner had they made their exit than the Jindan cultivators arrived at their location. It is indeed Yuling water. One sharp-eyed individual exclaimed with delight. This is bad. We have already wasted precious time. We must act swiftly. With that, weapons were brandished and talismans flew, filling the cave with vibrant bursts of spiritual energy. Amidst the chaos, some attempted to seize the Yuling water, only to be ambushed from behind, meeting their end before they could even reach for it. When the skirmish concluded, the leader, though gravely injured, struggled to collect the Yuling water, managing only 3 precious drops. What of our bounty? None. We departed swiftly. Chunlan replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. I truly exerted myself to secure even a single drop of Yuling water. To capture another drop, they would need to hasten their pace. Otherwise, they risked colliding with the throng. Let us hurry from this place, the group agreed, quickly distancing themselves from the cave's entrance to find a secluded spot to rest. What exactly was that spiritual object? Yes, I have yet to see a spiritual object. Let's have a glimpse. Once they confirmed that no one was around, excitement surged among them. Aside from Lu Laotu, the disciples were all youthful and had seen little of the world, having followed the Man Liu sect through trials and tribulations. Spiritual objects were entirely foreign to them. Can you recognize it? Lu Laotu chuckled, revealing a small vial in the palm of his hand. The vial was sealed, revealing a milky liquid within. Milky? Liquid? Meng Ling's eyelids fluttered, her heart racing with speculation. Cautiously, she removed the stopper. Before she could lean in for a closer sniff, a powerful wave of pristine spiritual energy rushed toward her, compelling her to inhale deeply. Is this Yuling water? Meng Ling asked, her throat dry. Though she was the youngest in the Man Liu sect besides Jiuwei, her knowledge was not lacking. This was due to her time as an elite disciple of a prominent sect when her spiritual root was still intact. She had been afforded the finest resources and had seen much of the world. However, even then, she had only witnessed Yuling water once, obtained by a senior sister, while she herself had never had the fortune to possess it. Now, she found herself encountering it for the second time in the Man Liu sect. Indeed, it is Yuling water, Lu Laotu replied, pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. We have truly stumbled upon great fortune. Goodness, there must be at least a dozen drops in there, Hu Jiu exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps even more, Chun Lan added with a smile. Each drop of Yuling water is worth 1,000 crystal stones, and we have acquired a dozen or more. We have struck it rich. Ji Qingqing's eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars. What? The others gasped in disbelief. Understanding the value, they echoed indeed. Suddenly, Mo Jiuwei shifted as if sensing something. Unbeknownst to her, her subtle movement caused everyone from the Xianlai sect to pause or slow their pace, straining their ears in anticipation of her forthcoming words. In the past, such gestures indicated that she had made a significant discovery. What a potent fire attribute! What is this fluctuation? It seems to be emanating from the foot of the mountain ahead, quite close. As Mo Jiuwei contemplated, Lu Laotu exclaimed, I believe I have sensed a fluctuation as well. What about you all? The group exchanged glances, acknowledging Lu Laotu's keen perception. Just as Chun Lan was about to speak, Mo Jiuwei's voice echoed in their minds. That place is off limits. All the experts are nearby, and the competition for the fire attribute will undoubtedly be more fierce than for the Yuling water. We are too weak. We must avoid it, Mo Jiuwei urged, waving her hands anxiously to dissuade them from venturing there. While they had been fortunate to encounter the Yuling water due to the presence of another entrance, the fire attribute was a different matter altogether. Its aura too intense to allow for any leeway. They could easily end up losing everything they had just gained. Upon hearing this, Lu Laotu broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness we did not go. Otherwise, the treasure we just acquired would have been lost. Uncle Lu, let us refrain from going there. Many powerful beings are in the vicinity, and we may not reap any rewards, Yixingyan advised. Lu Laotu regarded him thoughtfully before nodding. You raise a valid point. In that case, let us observe from a distance. Just a glance, without participating in the fray. Surely that cannot be harmful. If there happens to be an opportunity, we may still have a chance to collect something, he reasoned. That is more acceptable, Mo Jiuwei conceded, feeling reassured. Thus, the group proceeded forward, intentionally maintaining some distance from one another. Before long, they witnessed beams of light streaking through the air. Those were the powerful cultivators utilizing flying artifacts. This scene caused the hearts of the Xianlai Zone members to grow cold. They had not anticipated the rapid arrival of their adversaries, leaving them with no chance whatsoever. However, as they drew nearer, Mo Jiuwei surprisingly found herself at ease. It turned out to be a malevolent object, which was ultimately better left unattained. She pondered who might be unfortunate enough to seize it. The members of Xianlai Zone raised their brows, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, at the site of the fire attribute, numerous formidable beings engaged in a fierce struggle once more. Just moments ago, after a grueling battle over Yuling water, they discovered to their dismay that the precious resource had vanished almost entirely. This realization filled them with fury and regret for their tardiness. As they suppressed their anger, they sensed the overwhelming presence of fire attributes approaching, which was a glimmer of hope amidst their despair. Thus, they swiftly altered their course and rushed towards the source, ready to engage without hesitation. However, after a brief skirmish, someone proposed a ceasefire, suggesting they first investigate the nature of the items within to avoid a repeat of their previous misfortune with Yuling water. This notion stirred their hearts, and upon reflection, they recognized its validity. The loss of Yuling water stemmed from their prolonged conflict. Had they omitted that step, they might have secured a few more drops. Very well. Let us discover what lies within and then decide the rightful ownership. Soon, others echoed this sentiment. This idea received unanimous approval, leading the group to temporarily cease hostilities and venture into the forest. The dense woodland was not extensive, nestled between two mountains in a triangular formation, leaving no other entrances. The members of Xianlai's Zone watched as the powerful beings entered the thicket, but beyond that, they could see no more. Well, let us depart, old Lu suggested. After all, it was not a desirable situation, and since they could not observe the spectacle from afar, it was better to leave early. Naturally, there were no objections, and they prepared to head out of the ridge. Perhaps only a quarter of an hour passed before a resounding explosion shook the earth. What was that noise? Hu Jiu exclaimed, startled. It seems a battle has commenced, Diu remarked. At this moment, they must have discovered the malevolent object. Mo Jiuwei thought to herself. What a misfortune. Those are all cultivators above the golden core stage. Could they all be doomed? The crowd was filled with uncertainty. A brilliant fire surged towards the heavens, igniting the horizon, but it was not the sky that burned, it was the forest. Chapter 12. Slaughter for Treasure. If a wildfire broke out, it would be catastrophic, leaving them without any gains while suffering repercussions. They all sprinted towards the exit, hearing numerous cries of despair along the way, as passing cultivators accidentally got caught in the chaos. These cultivators were largely impoverished and lacked substantial treasures, mostly being wandering practitioners. Why is there a dog? The members of Xianlai Zone noticed a spotted dog running alongside them, its fur singed and bearing wounds, likely an innocent victim of the turmoil. Perhaps it was resting in the forest when the fire ignited, Man Liu speculated. It's quite fortunate it managed to escape. Old Liu chuckled. By this time, they had distanced themselves from the flames, as they were headed away from the wind's trajectory. Consequently, the group began to relax, thinking they need not run any further. Suddenly, not good. There's an ambush, Jiuwei exclaimed, attempting to alert them. In moments of urgency, she would wave her arms and legs to draw their attention. Speaking of her legs, she sensed something was amiss with her body. While the rest felt fine, her legs exhibited a distinct stiffness, though it did not hinder her ability to run. What is happening? The members of Xianlai Zone were startled by Jiuwei's words, instinctively scanning their surroundings. They soon spotted shadows flitting past several trees. Be cautious, Old Liu called out immediately. Bang, bang, bang. A few black spherical bombs were hurled toward them. Fortunately, they had noticed in time and dodged the incoming projectiles, thereby avoiding direct hits. Upon impact, the bombs erupted, leaving craters of various sizes in the ground. Having been discovered, the assailants in the trees ceased their concealment. The leader, an ominous elder, issued a terse command, attack. For figures leapt down, all at the Foundation establishment stage, 2 in the early phase, 1 in the mid-phase, and 1 in the late phase. Such cultivation levels were beneath Jiuwei's disdain. Yet they were more than capable of overpowering the members of Xianlai Zone. We are not acquainted. What is the meaning of this? Old Liu asked, positioning himself defensively to shield Chunlan and Jiuwei. Naturally, it is to kill and seize treasures. The leader, a sinister old man, replied with a cold smirk. They were truly embodying the essence of opportunistic robbery. In truth, they had come here hoping for luck, aware that treasures were emerging in Qingfeng Ridge, attracting many cultivators. Thus, if successful, they could eliminate a few weaker opponents and claim their possessions. After observing for some time, they found that most were either of higher cultivation, such as golden core experts, or vanished like the wind on flying artifacts. Until they encountered Old Liu and his group, comprising both young and old with lower combat prowess. Who else could they rob? In that case, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Old Liu's face hardened as he drew his sword. He was prepared for a fierce battle, as it seemed there would be no easy resolution today, and even if they all fought together, they would still be no match for the adversaries. He cast a glance at the young disciples of Xianlai Zone, signaling them to flee. Hu Jiu's eyes reddened, his hand brushing against the wine gourd at his waist, resolutely standing beside Old Liu. What was a fight if not a fight? He managed a defiant smile. Leave? How can we leave? 4 of them, and Lu Feng alone cannot hold them off. Chunlan pursed her lips, intending to hand Jiuwei over to Yi Xingyun. Among the disciples, Yi Xingyun was undoubtedly the most promising. If he could take Jiuwei away, there might be a glimmer of hope. As for herself, she was at the Foundation establishment level. Anyone could retreat, but not her. Man Liu, with a cold expression, drew her sword. After suffering damage to her spiritual root, her life had been arduous. To heal herself and aid Xianlai Zone through its trials, she had sold nearly everything of value, including her previous sword. The one she wielded now was akin to scrap metal, hardly a formidable weapon, yet far better than being empty-handed, as living without purpose seemed futile. She resolved to risk her life to help Shi Xiang and Jiuwei escape. Du Yu and Ji Qingqing silently stood by their side, standing tall and unafraid. Yi Xingyun pushed aside Chunlan's attempt to pass Jiuwei to him, eager to step forward and allow her to flee with Jiuwei. But Chunlan used her spiritual energy to grip his hand, compelling him with her gaze to accept the charge. Their communication was devoid of words, yet the resolute determination reflected in their eyes and expressions was unmistakable, each one embracing their impending fate with remarkable calmness. The four foundational stage cultivators exchange bewildered glances. This was not their first encounter with such grim scenarios. They had witnessed desperate flights and treacherous betrayals before, but the present situation felt distinctly novel. However, they soon broke into smiles. If these individuals intended to flee, it would require considerable effort on their part. Yet now, with everyone stepping forward in a desperate manner, it was rather amusing. The sooner they could eliminate them, the sooner they could depart and seek their next target. At such a time, why are they still standing idly? Jiuwei exclaimed in frustration upon observing their demeanor. Are they truly hoping for Yun to assist in their escape? That's utterly impossible. The disparity in cultivation levels is too great for any hope of flight. Her words evoked a deep sense of despair among the others. Indeed, even if they all advanced, how long could they delay their fate? To eradicate the roots of the problem, those who had initiated the attack would certainly not allow anyone to escape. Was it destined that they would perish here today? I have a solution. Jiuwei's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve, causing everyone present to turn towards her in startled anticipation. What could her plan be? She was gazing at a particular spot, oblivious to their collective gaze. There's a patch of Miyu grass nearby. By adding Tuayi flower essence, it can be transformed into a deadly poison. Once they step into it, they won't last more than 2 breaths. The Miyu grass is within 10 paces of the Tuayi flower. Once the petals are plucked, the essence will flow out. However, one must hold a petal in their mouth to avoid poisoning themselves. Chapter 13. The scheme. What do we do? Does anyone possess this knowledge? Jiuwei lamented for the umpteenth time her youth, which rendered her unable to voice her thoughts in warning. Yet, it seemed her reminder was unnecessary. Hu Jiu was the first to bolt, exclaiming, "I'll take my leave first. If you wish to kill, do so to them, not me." With that, he vanished behind a tree in a panic. The 4 foundational stage cultivators were left astonished. What were you doing? Just moments ago, they had perceived this faction as weak yet bound by a sense of camaraderie, ready to face danger together without fear of death. Now, one had suddenly defected. The sinister-looking male cultivator of the late foundational stage nearly laughed out loud, having expected a stronger resistance, only to find it was all a facade. Traitor! Old Liu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, shouting angrily at the remaining 3, "You must apprehend the traitor first, then deal with him." The 4 responded with a disdainful snort, "Do not worry. None of you will escape. Dealing with you is the same." As they spoke, they brandished their swords and charged towards the fleeing group. "Run!" Old Liu shouted, and, simultaneously, the members of Sect exerted themselves to flee, quickly putting distance between themselves and the threat. Such cowardice! The 4 foundational stage cultivators sneered, having expected a tougher fight, only to discover they were all mere pretenders. They failed to notice that Hu Jiu, the first to run, had stopped by a spirit flower behind the tree, stuffing flower petals into his mouth while sprinkling something from his hands onto a patch of gray-green grass. Almost instantaneously, as he acted, Old Liu and the others sped past this spot, continuing their escape. "Huh, still running. How foolish," the 4 cultivators mocked, one of them losing patience and preparing to launch a hidden weapon forward. However, something unexpectedly tripped him, causing him to lose his balance and fall headlong into the Miyu grass. As he attempted to rise, his arm suddenly felt weak, and he was beset by dizziness, the world around him blurring. With a thud, he collapsed again. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the 4 cultivators fell to the ground like overripe fruit. Hu Jiu let out a sigh of relief, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. Meanwhile, Old Liu and the others, still running, paused to glance back. Upon seeing the 4 collapse near Hu Jiu, they held their breath in anticipation. Only after confirming their downfall did they collectively exhale in relief. "That was terrifying," Liu exclaimed, patting her chest, still shaken. "Let's check on them. We must ensure they do not wake." Yun suggested. "That was phenomenal," Man Liu marveled. This obscure knowledge was something even she was unaware of. She recognized the Miyu grass, but knew little else. How remarkable was Jiuwei, having saved the entire sect. Man Liu looked over at Jiuwei, almost bursting with praise, but held back. No, she must restrain herself. The secret must remain hidden. "Hu Jiu, you were incredible." Chunlan could not contain herself and directed her gratitude towards him. "Thanks to you, we are saved." Actually, that was all thanks to Shimi. She must understand that. Hu Jio replied, his face flushing. What does that have to do with me? Mo Jiuwei wondered, wishing to help, but feeling she had not contributed. Nonetheless, she was impressed by Hu Jio's performance. It seemed Xianlai's sect was indeed full of hidden talents, each one deserving of respect. As she contemplated this, the expressions of those present were quite comical. Some were embarrassed, others covered their faces, some turned away, and others shook with suppressed laughter. I read about this knowledge before. I just couldn't recall it until I saw Jiuwei looking this way. Hu Jio fabricated an excuse. So, of course, thanks were due to Jiuwei. Thus, we must genuinely thank Jiuwei, old Liu said, turning to her with sincerity. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Jiuwei. She is our benefactor. Yixingyun added with a smile. I believe Jiuwei is a lucky star for our Xianlai sect. Perhaps our fortunes will soon change for the better. By the way, was it a dog that tripped him? Old Liu suddenly recalled. Yes, I saw it too. It was that spotted dog. Mo Jiuwei chimed in, remembering. Had that individual not been interrupted by the dog, he would certainly have hit his target. There, the dog is over there. Ji Qingqing exclaimed, pointing towards the tree. A small dog had peeked out, its fur a bit disheveled and speckled with leaves. The dog was watching them curiously, its big, innocent eyes sparkling. This little dog is quite intriguing. How did it end up in the mountains? Yi Yingyun inwidit, curios. Perhaps it is also a stray, Diu suggested. This dog has indeed aided us. I have some meat here to share with you, old Liu said, placing the jerky in front of the dog. Then, with swift precision, he ended the lives of the 4 cultivators and quickly collected their storage bags, offering them no chance for retaliation. If it had not been for their encounter with these bandits, they might have scoured Qingfeng Ridge for additional spirit herbs. However, it seemed prudent to depart sooner, and with the wealth amassed from the 4, they had achieved a significant haul. All right, they nodded in agreement, preparing to leave. Doggy, I want the dog. Mo Jiuwei suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the small dog. Everyone halted. Was Jiuwei fond of this dog? Old Liu was taken aback. This scruffy little creature was merely an ordinary dog with no exceptional traits. How could Mo Jiuwei possibly like it? Yes, it is fated for us. Let's take it with us. Since Jiuwei has a fondness for it, bringing it along poses no issue. It merely adds another mouth to feed. Ji Qingqing remarked with a smile, affirming that they can still afford it at present. In the past, an additional mouth would indeed have been a considerable burden. However, the current Xianlai sect is markedly different from its former self. With the bounties from King Fingling, they are hardly in a position where they cannot afford to care for a dog. Chapter 14. A Bounty. Woof. The spotted dog began to wag its tail excitedly, seemingly understanding their expressions, and it joyfully barked at them. Old Liu tossed a wild fruit he had foraged from the forest of the dog, and the group proceeded toward the ridge. The dog, though not an intelligent beast, exhibited an unusual cleverness, closely following them and behaving exceptionally well. 17 spiritual herbs, 22 spiritual fruits, and nearly 20 drops of Yuling water, along with 6 corpses of demon beasts. As everyone took stock, their breaths quickened with anticipation. A bounty! Today, Xianlai sect has truly witnessed such a day. Hu Jio exclaimed, clutching his wine gourd, his joy causing even his little beard to flutter. Fantastic! Now the sect has funds, and I need not sell my gourd. But that's not all, old Liu said, his face aglow as he produced the storage bags of 4 foundation-building cultivators. The owners of these bags were deceased, rendering them property without a master, which allowed them to probe for resources using divine consciousness. As old Liu emptied the contents, gasps of astonishment filled the air. How wealthy! Meng Ling exclaimed. The 4 possessed over 20,000 crystal stones, along with no fewer than 30 magical artifacts and garments, not to mention an abundance of talismans and elixirs. However, the variety and style were quite eclectic, evidently gathered from multiple sources, indicating they were not merely personal belongings. It was apparent that these were spoils from their acts of violence. Yixingyun frowned, expressing his disdain. Had it not been for Mo Jiuwei's significant assistance today, they would have perished at the hands of these 4. Would their possessions have then become part of this haul? Let us organize these items. Set aside what can be used together, and keep what cannot be displayed in another area, old Liu instructed. Use what is beneficial for ourselves, and I will sell the rest in a distant city to avoid attracting trouble. Mo Jiuwei sensed something and excitedly waved her hand, exclaiming, There are good things here. That is Jinyao rock, ideal for crafting divine weapons. It is a superb resource. She had just awakened from a brief slumber and had not witnessed the entirety of their organization, but now she discovered the treasure. Jiuwei rock. The group paused, then followed Jiuwei's gaze. This material, as she had indicated, was recognized in the cultivation world as one of the finest for crafting divine weapons. Swords forged from it could fetch astronomical prices, and they were exceedingly rare. However, creating an entire sword from Jiuwei rock was extravagant, and few could meet such conditions. Thus, many swords containing it had only a small portion. Nevertheless, even a mere speck of Jiuwei rock powder could command a high price. With great anticipation, they approached, but when their eyes finally settled on a dark stone, they could no longer contain themselves. Jiuwei rock should indeed be golden. It was said to radiate a brilliant golden light under sunlight, even more dazzling than the sun itself. Yet the object before them was unmistakably a black stone, albeit with a peculiar shade of darkness. Could it be that Jiuwei had misjudged? I'm frantic. How could they mix this stone with such worthless items? Surely, they do not intend to sell it haphazardly? This sizable piece is ample enough for Xianlai Sect to recruit disciples and significantly expand the sect. Fearing that the gem would be tarnished, Jiuwei desperately wished to alert them, yet found herself unable to speak. It was then that Meng Ling exclaimed, "What is it, junior sister Meng?" Du Yu's eyes flickered as she turned to look. "I can't shake the feeling that this stone is somewhat special," Meng Ling said, her face flushing slightly as she approached the stone, picking it up. It did not seem to be an ordinary material. Touching it feels strange. It seems to have an outer shell. Du Yu remarked as she felt it too, nodding in agreement. "Yes, indeed, it has a shell. Let us burn it. Then we can reveal its true form. But how do we remove this shell? Should we try burning it? I think that would work." The group feigned their attempts, mimicking the actions with a semblance of seriousness. Under the flames they conjured, the black exterior began to peel away, revealing a golden hue beneath. "How beautiful this stone is! Du Yu gasped in astonishment." Her expression was genuine, for the exterior of Jiuwei rock was indeed strikingly magnificent, far surpassing that of ordinary stones. Even those lacking in experience could discern that it was no ordinary material. "This appears to be Jiuwei rock," Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Yes, it must be Jiuwei rock." Jiuwei sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, the gem is finally untainted. Speaking of which, the members of Xianlai Sect seem to be remarkably in tune with me, as if we share a spiritual connection." The members of Xianlai Sect stifled their laughter. "Since it is Jiuwei rock, it cannot be sold at present. Let us keep it for now," old Liu stated. "With these crystal stones, we can also undergo a transformation. Qianlan, tomorrow take some crystal stones to procure items for Jiuwei and invite an alchemist to examine her leg." "Understood. Hu Jiu. We must settle any debts we owe, regardless of the amount. Prepare gifts to repay those who extended their hands in our time of need. We must not let their kindness go unrewarded." "Yes. The sect has fallen into disrepair. It hardly resembles its former glory," old Liu said, distributing crystal stones to each member with assigned tasks. Everyone stood tall, brimming with spirit, and responded affirmatively. "Now let us distribute the Yuling water. Each member, excluding myself, shall receive 1 drop, while the remainder will be kept for future use," old Liu continued. The group gasped in surprise. "Master Liu, that cannot be right. We all should have it, including you." "Indeed, everyone must have their share," Meng Ling insisted, stepping forward. "Please, use mine. Master Liu, I shall forego my portion. It would be wasted on me." Old Liu waved his hand dismissively. "At my age, it would be wasteful to use such a fine item on myself. Rather you, despite your damaged spiritual root, may benefit from this spiritual essence. It is worth a try." Chapter 15. What about me? "What do you mean by your age?" Jiuwei remarked, speechless. "Old man, you truly squander your celestial marrow. To say that using spiritual items is wasteful when one possesses celestial marrow would surely provoke jealousy in others. Yet your celestial marrow appears to be somewhat depleted. It is likely you have never utilized any naturally occurring treasures, leading to its lack of nourishment. Fear not. With Yuling water, your celestial marrow shall surely be rejuvenated. 1 drop will not suffice. You will need at least 3. It is rare to encounter one with celestial marrow. It seems your mother gave birth to you in the wilderness, fortuitously near the emergence of spiritual items, allowing a trace of that innate energy to reside in you. However, a woman is at her weakest during childbirth, and having given birth to one with celestial marrow, she likely exhausted her vitality shortly after your birth. Cultivators practice to gradually transform their mundane, impure bodies into ethereal forms through the absorption of spiritual energy, purifying body and mind to connect with the universe. Possessing celestial marrow grants one an inherent affinity for spiritual energy, which can wholly compensate for deficiencies in their spiritual roots, thus accelerating their cultivation speed. Old Liu's body trembled, his eyes reflecting astonishment. As the emotions of guilt, self-reproach, and longing took hold, Jiuwei spoke wisely. Indeed, his mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. He and his father had always believed that her demise was due to severe injuries, never suspecting it was because of his existence. Was he truly endowed with celestial essence? He felt there was nothing particularly remarkable about his cultivation, and thus he could not possibly be the fortunate bearer of such essence. However, after listening to Jiuwei and reflecting on recent events, he began to confront this issue seriously. The members of the Man Liu sect exchanged excited glances. Could it be that their esteemed Uncle Liu was a genius possessing celestial essence? Although it was rather rare for a genius of such age, a genius was still a genius. If his celestial essence were nourished properly, wouldn't his cultivation progress at an astonishing rate, rivaling even that of the once prominent Man Liu? Uncle, there is no need to concern yourself with wastefulness. You must utilize this Jiuwei water, Yixingyun urged earnestly. Indeed, this is a shared treasure. It must be divided fairly. We cannot withhold it for any reason. You need not worry. If you don't use it, then neither shall we. They insisted. After all, with your greater experience, you should not only use it, but also share a few more drops. Everyone chimed in to persuade him. Jiuwei felt satisfied, realizing that the disciples of the Man Liu sect were indeed in harmony with her desires. Liu glanced at the bottle containing the Jiuwei water, feeling tempted. In that case, why not give it a try? I shall partake as well, he conceded. The group sighed in relief, and they began to distribute the water. However, Man Liu's issue lies with her spiritual root, which requires a special remedy. Using Jiuwei water would be futile, and it would inevitably go to waste. Man Liu felt a pang in her heart, yet calmly declined the drop of spiritual water offered to her, stating, I shall pass, as it would be ineffective for me. Upon hearing Jiuwei's words, the others ceased their persuasion, offering only sympathetic words to Man Liu. Do not worry. I am still young and believe there will be opportunities to heal my spiritual root, she said, casting a glance at Jiuwei. She knew that with Jiuwei by her side, this hope could indeed become a reality. Strangely, she felt an unwavering belief that if anyone could mend her spiritual root and restore her to her peak state, it would undoubtedly be Jiuwei. Everyone nodded in agreement. Of course, with junior sister Jiuwei around, it seems that all obstacles can be surmounted. The current delay is merely a matter of timing. As they poured the spiritual water from the bottle, they enveloped a drop with their spiritual energy and carefully placed it into their mouths. Unlike artificial elixirs, which only allowed a portion of their spiritual energy to be absorbed, the Jiuwei water could be completely assimilated by the body without any waste. After consuming the Jiuwei water, the group wasted no time and promptly settled down to refine the newly absorbed spiritual energy. Qingqing opened her eyes, exhaled deeply, and felt a refreshing clarity. Her senses sharpened, and even her mind felt considerably lighter. Truly a spiritual treasure. It works wonders, she exclaimed. Others echoed her sentiments, acknowledging that such precious spiritual items were rarely encountered. If not obtained by one's own efforts, one might never experience even a single drop in a lifetime. Could I possibly have 2 more drops? Liu suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming. After consuming one, I feel something unusual within my body, yet it is insufficient. Consider these 2 drops as my purchase, and I shall repay you once I am wealthy. Uncle Liu, what are you saying? Just use it. Jiuwei waved dismissively. Indeed, others chimed in, having understood Jiuwei's earlier remarks about his condition and recognizing that 1 drop was insufficient. That one tea do. Everyone should have 1 drop. I cannot take more, Liu declared firmly, waving his hand decisively as he reclaimed the bottle. Wait, I want some too. And I. Jiuwei became anxious and began to wave her hands. Liu paused, feigning confusion as he looked at her. What is the matter, Jiuwei? Do you wish to partake as well? But that wouldn't be appropriate. You are still so young, and the spiritual energy in the Yuling water is quite potent. Can your body handle it? Diu inquired with concern. Perhaps it would be wise to save it for when you are able to cultivate. It was a given that Mo Jiuwei would receive a share if she desired it. All would be offered to her without question. Yet the concern remained. She was still too young, having not yet drawn spiritual energy into her body, remaining an ordinary child. Was it truly wise to consume the Yuling water under such circumstances? I am capable. My spiritual root is exceptionally strong, and I can withstand it, Mo Jiuwei declared confidently. Exceptionally strong spiritual root? The others exchanged glances, all wearing looks of delight. Well, in that case, let's give it a try. Lu Laotu stroked his beard, suggesting, we shall watch closely, and should anything unusual occur, we will respond accordingly. Everyone reluctantly nodded in agreement. Lu Laotu first administered a drop of Yuling water to Mo Jiuwei, and after doing so, he did not hastily put the bottle away, but rather tentatively asked, is one drop sufficient? Chapter 16. Naturally preserving youth temporarily. Yes, Mo Jiuwei replied, after consuming the spiritual water, feeling a soothing clarity envelop her body. She absorbed only a portion, with the remainder gradually assimilating over time, and once fully absorbed, she would be able to cultivate. Typically, a child's spiritual root only fully manifests after the age of 6, at which point it can be assessed, allowing the selection of cultivation methods based on its attributes, officially beginning the process of drawing energy into the body for cultivation. Before the age of 6, the spiritual root remains latent, and given the child's youth and limited comprehension, it is not suitable for cultivation. However, Mo Jiuwei was different. She was clearly no ordinary child. In terms of understanding cultivation, she perhaps surpassed all the cultivators across the continent combined, given her 9 lifetimes of experience. Seeing her untroubled demeanor, Lu Laotu felt reassured and took 2 more drops for himself. Upon consuming them, the effects on his body were strikingly apparent. Outside, the wind began to rise, and large clusters of spiritual energy gathered. Though invisible to the naked eye, the cultivators could sense their presence. Soon, these clusters of spiritual energy surged towards Lu Laotu, eagerly pressing into his body. Lu Laotu let out a muffled sound, but showed no signs of pain. After a moment, someone remarked, do you all feel that? Uncle Lu appears to be looking younger. Indeed, his wrinkles seem to be fading. Look, his hair is turning black. The crowd was taken aback, staring at Lu Laotu in astonishment, as if they were witnessing a ghost. Lu Laotu had always had the appearance of an old man, with white hair, a thin frame, and a beard, his face lined with wrinkles. Yet now, as the spiritual energy flowed into him, his entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. First, his complexion improved. Then his wrinkles lessened, and gradually, both his hair and beard began to darken, while his back straightened from a stooped posture. This was not the end. As Lu Laotu visibly transformed from an elderly man into that of a youthful figure before everyone's eyes, nearly all were left speechless, staring in disbelief at this astonishing sight. What a surprise! I hadn't realized the old man was quite handsome in his youth. Indeed, the celestial essence has truly been nourished well. This is the benefit of possessing a special constitution. Those with celestial essence naturally retain their youthful appearance, remaining in their prime. If it weren't for the severe depletion of his celestial essence, he would not have aged so. Lu Feng opened his eyes. He found it difficult to articulate his current feelings. If pressed to voice them, he would assert that the predominant sensation was one of lightness. His body felt unburdened, as if he were as weightless as a swallow. Even the lingering injuries from the past had vanished entirely. The weariness that had once enveloped him dissipated, leaving him invigorated and brimming with energy, feeling as if he could take on 10 adversaries. Initially, he did not notice any changes in his appearance, believing the sensation to be purely internal until he heard Mo Jiuwei's words and discerned the astonished gazes of the people from Xianlai Sect directed at him. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. What was happening? He lowered his gaze to inspect himself and was taken aback by his hands. They were pristine, with taut skin, devoid of the wrinkles that had once marred them. He rolled up his sleeves to examine his arms, finding the same transformation. Then, he reached up to touch his face, and upon feeling its delicate smoothness, his eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, as he extended his hand before him, a mirror materialized in the air. Staring at the reflection of a figure who seemed both unfamiliar and yet familiar, he was momentarily stunned. and then his eyes brimmed with tears. This was the visage of his youth, a countenance he had nearly forgotten as the years had slowly aged him. "I become youthful again," Lu Feng thought, a blend of laughter and tears on his lips, his mouth moving as if to utter something. Fearing that he might speak incorrectly, Meng Ling quickly interjected, "I understand now. Master Liu must be the legendary Xiansui body." She then proceeded to explain to everyone what Xiansui entailed, correlating it with Lu Feng's transformation and ultimately concluding that it was indeed the case. Hence why Master Liu had regained the appearance of his youth. "Congratulations, Master. By the way, he has broken through." The spiritual energy was so potent earlier that he successfully advanced to the Jindan stage. This was indeed the Jindan stage, a significant milestone that distinguished him from ordinary cultivators. The stages of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, Huashen, and Fanshu. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Fanshu, one could ascend to immortality. However, more than 90% of cultivators remain at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages throughout their lives, and achieving Jindan is already quite rare. The subsequent realms are even scarcer, akin to a phoenix among chickens. Lu Feng had lingered at the foundation establishment stage for an extended period, barring unforeseen events. He might have remained a foundation establishment cultivator until his passing. But now, everything was different. He had advanced to Jindan, and stepping out, he would be regarded with newfound respect. At last, a smile graced Lu Feng's face. He laughed heartily, seemingly wishing to release the pent-up frustrations of the years. Realizing that he had finally arrived at such a point in life, all thanks to Jiuwei. What significance did possessing the Xiansui physique hold? Without Mo Jiuwei's constant support and guidance, he would have remained unaware of his potential, allowing his gifted constitution to languish. Mo Jiuwei was truly a treasure to the entire sect and, more importantly, his benefactor. Yet, these sentiments could not be openly expressed to her, which left Lu Feng feeling somewhat stifled. Wonderful. With Master Lu's newfound prowess, we have gained immense wealth. The Xianlai sect shall no longer be a target for bullying. Du Yu exclaimed, nearly brought to tears from joy. Indeed, we will prosper from here on out. Chun Lan nodded, wiping her eyes. They were acutely aware of the hardships the Xianlai sect had endured over the years. Now that fortune had shifted, how could they not rejoice? Everyone cast a grateful glance towards Mo Jiuwei, their sect's fortuitous star. With everything set right, it was time for me to pay a visit to the sect leader. Lu Feng declared. "Oh no," Lu Feng said. "The sect leader?" "Yes, we have yet to meet the sect leader of Xianlai sect." "Where is he?" "Gome, Jiuwei. I shall take you to meet the sect leader." Lu Feng smiled, extending his arms to embrace Mo Jiuwei. She made no attempt to resist. Curious, as Lu Feng carried her along towards the back mountain. At the summit of the back mountain stood a small dwelling, where Mo Jiuwei soon noticed the formation laid out. Lu Feng did not breach the formation, but instead sent forth a strand of his consciousness as a means of knocking. Chapter 17. The Three Arts Floral Gate. After knocking, a ripple akin to water spread outward in layers. "Enter." A clear male voice resonated from within, and the formation shifted, revealing a narrow path for entry. Lu Feng carried Mo Jiuwei inside, where she found the lighting dim and the atmosphere thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. Sect leader. Lu Feng maintained his gaze straight ahead, bowing respectfully towards the direction of the bedroom. Moments later, a man clad in white, his long hair flowing, emerged in a wheelchair. Upon seeing his features, Mo Jiuwei's eyes widened in astonishment. What a handsome man! Is this truly the sect leader of Xianlai sect? The man had ink-black hair, fair skin, elongated and clear eyes, a prominent nose, and soft pink lips. His face bore a striking allure, balanced by a hint of coldness, embodying an icy elegance. The man suddenly lifted his gaze, scanning the room with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, his attention finally settling on Mo Jiuwei. Just as he was about to inquire, he caught sight of Lu Feng's face. "You are Lu Feng?" The man's previously indifferent expression cracked, his astonishment evident as he stared at Lu Feng, his hands moving slightly from their position on the wheelchair. The only person who would come to see him in such a manner could only be Lu Feng. Despite the transformation from elderly to youth, his features were still recognizable. Lu Feng chuckled, touching his face, and quickly recounted the events that had transpired at Qingfeng Ridge. He also produced Yuling water. Sect leader, This is Yuling water. Perhaps a few drops will awaken some sensation in your legs. At this moment, Jiuwei realized that this striking man, like herself, had a leg ailment, making movement difficult. Broken meridians? Who could have done such a thing? So cruel. What a pity for such a fine man, unable to stand. It is truly inhumane. That voice echoed once more. Su Yihan furrowed his brow, bewildered and questioning life itself. What was happening? Why did that voice sound like it came from a small infant? This was not the time for explanations. He was to wait. Yuling water may not heal the sect leader's legs, but can enhance his cultivation somewhat. What a shame if his legs were well. He might not only be at the Jinan stage now. A healthy body and unobstructed meridians would facilitate the flow and gathering of spiritual energy. Thus, leg injuries would undoubtedly affect the effectiveness of cultivation, primarily influencing one's state of mind. Jiuwei's spirits remained unperturbed by her own disability. She was aware of remedies. And even if she could not cultivate in this lifetime, as long as she lived out her days, she could still ascend smoothly. Su Yihan paused, instinctively touching his leg, a pained expression flickering in his eyes. No need. Let the remainder be preserved. It may be of use to future disciples. Su Yihan replied coolly. Understood. Liu Feng, knowing his temperament, did not press further. By the way, sect leader, the 3 Arts Floral Gate is about to commence. Shall our Xianlai sect participate? The 3 Arts Floral Gate is not merely a gate, but a refined term referring to a competition of various skills, specifically alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. The event is held every 3 years, with each sect allotted a varying number of slots to submit their entries. Those who rank highly will receive generous rewards, not only for the disciples, but also for the sect itself. Upon hearing this, Su Yihan pondered for a moment before preparing to shake his head. The disciples of Xianlai Zong have dwindled, with some having defected to Lucian Zong, while others, wearied by the decline of the sect, voluntarily withdrew. Now, only a sparse handful remain, a mix of the elderly, the young, and the disabled. How shall they register? It may be more prudent to abstain from participation this time, to gather strength for the next competition in 3 years. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Liu Feng's transmission talisman stirred, and upon listening, his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily informed Su Yihan, sect leader, Manager Guo from Lucian Zone has arrived and wishes to discuss matters regarding the San Yihua man. Lucian Zone? Su Yihan narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold and sharp. Then let us meet him. Shortly after, Manager Guo arrived with a retinue, accompanied by Chanlan and Du Yu, both of whom wore displeased expressions, seemingly struggling to contain their ire. Ah, it has been a while since I last saw you. Sect Leader Su, I did not anticipate you would find yourself in such a state of disrepair, Manager Guo remarked, sporting a goatee and a glint of amusement in his eyes, tinged with barely concealed mockery. If you are facing difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. We are all part of the same sect, and our leader would never turn a blind eye. Such words were nothing more than derision. The tribulations faced by Xianlai Zone were well known. If they truly wished to assist, they would have done so long ago, rather than waiting for a plea for help. There is no need for your concern. I am quite well, Su Yihan replied, not even lifting his brow. If there is business to discuss, speak. If not, you may leave. A flicker of anger crossed Manager Guo's face, but he suppressed it, instead smiling and saying, it appears Sect Leader Su is in a foul mood. Understandably so. Who will be pleased to find themselves disabled? He cast a malicious glance at Su Yihan's leg and continued, in my opinion, you should step down and focus on recuperating, seeking healing. As for Xianlai Zong, discarding this burdensome hot potato would not be a bad thing, would not? Discard it, so that you may claim it for Lucian Zong? Su Yihan retorted with a cold smile. If such is your intent, you may abandon that thought, for it is utterly impossible. It seems Su Yihan remained undeterred. In that case, I shall not press further. Manager was smirked. I have come to inform you that our leader has already registered Xianlai Zong for participation. Therefore, Sect Leader Su, you must prepare diligently, for there are less than 2 months until the San Yihua man. Upon hearing this, Su Yihan's countenance shifted abruptly. Register? For what? I have no intention of participating in this San Yihua man. Indeed, it was a mere formality, Manager Guo replied smugly. There is no need for gratitude. Sect Leader Su, but you must submit the list of disciples by tomorrow, lest it tarnish your sect's reputation. His mention of registration referred to the sect's entry into this year's competition. However, the specific disciples to represent them required a separate submission. Chapter 18. An unconventional approach to learning furious. Su Yihan exclaimed, Manager Guo, whether or not to register is a matter for my sect to decide. On what grounds does Lu Xianzong meddle in our affairs and presume to register us without consent? Surely, this is inappropriate. Yet Manager Guo remained unperturbed, still grinning. Sect Leader Su, please temper your anger. Our leader acted out of goodwill, concern for your condition and your ability to manage the affairs of your sect. Thus, he lent a helping hand. How can you not express gratitude and instead cast blame? Moreover, your protest is now too late. Once the sect is registered, the entry cannot be altered. Therefore, regardless of your thoughts, participation in this San Yihua Min is no longer optional. With that, Manager was scoffed lightly and turned to leave. Despite his continued smile, a vicious intent glinted in his eyes. Bang! Su Yihan slammed his palm against the armrest of his wheelchair. His face darkened. This is intolerable. Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Sect leader. Their actions are clearly intended to humiliate us. They are eager to see Xianlai Zong seal its doors and vanish. Su Yihan's pent-up fury turned to resignation. Since it cannot be altered, we shall merely go through the motions. Let us see which disciples can at least make a feeble attempt at alchemy, talismans, or weaponry. Don't. Isn't it merely alchemy, talismans, and weaponry? Xianlai Zong can certainly participate. We are not lacking in resources. Senior sister Du Yu possesses a calm and formidable demeanor. Perfect for alchemy, and she has a fire root. With practice, she will excel. As for weaponry, Meng Ling is the most suitable, though her root is damaged. It only affects her cultivation, not her craftsmanship. Besides, she possesses a thunder root, and upon completion, she can imbue the weapon with a flash of spiritual lightning, enhancing its quality. For talismans, I believe Jiuwei is capable. Alas, I am too young. If only I could guide them. They would surely achieve remarkable progress in 2 months. At the very least, they would not embarrass themselves. Lu Feng's heart stirred, his eyes shimmering. Du Y's eyes brightened, and she instinctively wanted to inquire about Mo Jiuwei. Can I truly do this? No one had ever suggested she was suited for alchemy. Chen, sensing their intention to discuss Jiuwei, said little more and, after a brief acknowledgement, departed with Mo Jiuwei. What is the true nature of this little girl? Su Yihan could no longer contain his curiosity. The ability to hear her thoughts was already astonishing, and she seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of everything, exuding a calm confidence reminiscent of a sage. Yet she is but a child. Sect leader, do not rush. Allow me to elucidate. Lu Feng recounted the events of the past few days. Upon learning that the changes within Xianlai Zong stemmed entirely from Mo Jiuwei and that her words had proven unfailingly accurate, even Su Yihan was taken aback. Since his leg had been rendered useless, he had lost interest in everything, no longer practicing, avoiding social interaction, and even questioning the meaning of existence. Though he held the title of sect leader, he had entrusted all responsibilities to Lu Feng, retreating to a humble abode atop the mountain. Had Lu Feng not been so reluctant, he would have willingly passed on the mantle of leadership. He did not wish to be sect leader, not merely due to his physical condition, but also because he felt unworthy of his disciples. Had he been more capable, would their circumstances have devolved to this? Yet, unexpectedly, change had arrived, and it was positive, filled with promise. Thus, it seems this is also your destiny, and perhaps our Xianlai Zong's as well, Su Yihan sighed. As for Jiuwei, she is likely the reincarnation of a powerful being. We must treat her with utmost respect and caution. Indeed, that is only natural, Lu Feng nodded. I had considered whether she might be a soul that has taken over, but then realized that if a powerful being were to do so, they would never choose such a frail vessel. At the mention of disability, he suddenly recalled the sect leader's leg and hastily changed the subject. However, Su Yihan's expression darkened once more. There is no need for concern, sect leader. I believe Jiuwei harbors goodwill and is kind to our Xianlai Zong. Moreover, her background is extraordinary. She has surely encountered much and may possess a means to heal your leg, Du gently suggested. Did she not say, I am suited for alchemy? Then I shall learn. Perhaps in the future, I shall be able to heal your injury, Du declared. That is indeed the way forward, Lu Feng said, looking at Du with appreciation. It must be said, Lu Feng had been quite handsome in his youth, with an elegant demeanor and gentle disposition. Under his warm gaze, Du felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, and her cheeks flushed. Uncle Liu, please do not look at me. I'm not accustomed to it. Su Yihan could not help but chuckle, while Lu Feng's expression stiffened. Then he shook his head helplessly. Is this not a profound connection? My thoughts align once again with theirs. Indeed, it appears that Xianlai Zong and I are truly fated to be intertwined. Since fate has brought them together, she must take good care of her, ensuring they do not fall into the same dismal state she was in before her arrival. Jiuwei, I am about to begin my alchemical studies. You rest on the bed, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me. Du cradled Mo Jiuwei and brought her to her room, closing the door behind them. She retrieved the alchemy furnace along with some scrolls and the most basic medicinal ingredients. With determination, she decided to learn without a master. For Mo Jiuwei was there to assist her. Du first perused the texts, reviewing all the jade slips related to the elixirs. The memory of cultivators is significantly superior to that of mortals, allowing them to retain knowledge from written texts with remarkable clarity. As she read, she began to ponder aloud. How curious! Why does this text state that these two materials cannot be placed sequentially, but rather must be separated by another ingredient? Because the properties of those two herbs are incompatible. Placing them together would result in an explosion. Now I understand. Thus, through this exchange of questions and inner responses, all of Du's uncertainties were swiftly resolved. She praised in her heart, Jiuwei, you are truly remarkable. Initially, she had doubted her ability to master alchemy. But with her junior sister by her side, she now felt a glimmer of hope. Chapter 19. Accelerated learning once she had grasped all the theoretical knowledge. Du mustered her courage to embark on her first alchemical endeavor. Do not add the herbs yet. The furnace has not reached the proper temperature. Keep an eye on the flame. Maintain stability. Oh dear, do not rush. This herb has yet to be refined. Do not hastily proceed to the next. Have I succeeded? After an indeterminate time, Du held a vial of freshly produced elixir, still warm to the touch, and murmured her question. Of course. What else would you be holding? Du was on the verge of tears from joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I have achieved it. I can indeed practice alchemy. I have created my own elixir. She had anticipated a disastrous failure. Yet thanks to Mo Jiuwei's timely guidance, she had only failed one batch, producing a successful elixir on her second attempt. This meant that with 10 elixirs, she had saved 5 or 600 crystal stones compared to purchasing ready-made ones. This sum was ample enough to procure 2 additional sets of materials. How wonderful it is to practice alchemy and save so many crystal stones. After calculating her savings, Du's eyes shone with excitement. Indeed, not only can you save a great deal, but you can also earn a substantial profit. The more potent the elixir, the greater the reward, Mo Jiuwei added. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Du was elated and developed an insatiable interest in alchemy. She visited the market to acquire various materials for different elixirs, eager to showcase her skills. As a novice, her learning process was gradual, thus she focused on basic elixirs, varying only in complexity. After Du had settled into her studies, Man Liu whisked Mo Jiuwei away. Junior sister Jiuwei, I like you too, so you must not favor Du Jie over me. After spending time with her, you must also spend time with me. Man Liu embraced Mo Jiuwei and playfully planted a kiss on her cheek, laughing joyfully. Mo Jiuwei extended her hand. All right, I will accompany you. Man Liu's smile widened as she mused aloud. I've been studying weapon forging these past few days, having finished all the jade slips, and I am now left with the practical application, which makes me quite anxious. Do not fear. I am here to support you. Man Liu chuckled softly before pulling out a piece of paper. I have encountered some difficulties recently, but I am unsure whom to ask. Perhaps I shall ponder them alone. As she spoke, she began reading through the challenging questions one by one. With each query, Mo Jiuwei provided a clear and concise answer, cutting straight to the essence, imparting a sense of clarity to Man Liu. How marvelous! Now I see. All my previous doubts have been resolved. The questions that troubled me for days have dissipated. Setting aside her uncertainties, she decided to try her hand at forging. After retrieving the forging furnace, Man Liu embarked on her initial forging experience. Mo Jiuwei felt somewhat fatigued, but forced herself to remain alert, providing guidance as needed. This material is quite difficult to refine. You must increase the intensity of the flame and patiently observe its changes. If only we could add some Ling Ling water, the material would become more robust. Oh, you have indeed added it. How delightful that our thoughts align. Mo Jiuwei was pleasantly surprised. Both Liu and Man Liu shared a common trait. Despite apparent challenges causing anxiety, they instinctively corrected their course. Perhaps this was the hallmark of their innate talent. However, despite Mo Jiuwei's guidance, Man Liu's first attempt at forging ultimately failed due to her frantic search for materials, causing her to miss the optimal timing. Yet, she remained undeterred, recognizing this as a natural part of the learning process. And with a renewed mindset, she began again. The time required for forging is considerably longer than for alchemy. Crafting a single elixir may take anywhere from 15 minutes to several hours, while forging can extend from half a day to several days. Man Liu's initial project was a basic dagger, free of elaborate designs, thus relatively time-efficient. As the dagger began to take shape within the furnace, Mo Jiuwei's voice rang out. "You may now add the lightning." Prepared for this moment, Man Liu perked up, her fingers gathering lightning energy that shot into the furnace. With a resounding crack, a lightning pattern appeared on the dagger, and its texture seemed to subtly transform. Subsequently, a freshly forged artifact was presented to Man Liu. "It looks fantastic." She blinked, a blush gracing her cheeks, a testament to her joy. "Heavens, I have truly made progress. I can forge artifacts now." Although it was merely the most ordinary dagger, lacking in distinctive design or material, save for the lightning, which was a slight exception, it would only cost 100 or 200 crystal stones if purchased. However, the fact that it was her own creation made it increasingly beautiful in her eyes. "Wonderful. Continue forging, and your skills will only improve," Mo Jiuwei thought with satisfaction. She had not watched Man Liu throughout the entire process, as fatigue overcame her, and she took a brief nap. Upon waking, she discovered that Man Liu was still diligently working on the artifact and had not failed. An instinctive sense of success washed over her. The outcome was joyous. Indeed, it had succeeded. "This dagger holds a special significance for me. I shall treasure it and present it to junior sister Jiuwei." Man Liu exclaimed with excitement. "Jiuwei, do you like it?" Mo Jiuwei replied, "Well, Meng Jie, while I appreciate your sentiment, I must politely decline." Although it held meaning, the dagger was simply too unimpressive for her to accept. Accepting it would mean it would languish unused, thus losing its significance. Man Liu, feeling awkward, scratched her head. "I overlooked this. Such a plain dagger is unworthy of junior sister Jiuwei. I shall diligently practice and craft a more exquisite and powerful one to present to you in the future." Finally, Mo Jiuwei was satisfied. Then thank you, Meng Jie. Chapter 20. Commendation after spending 2 days with Man Liu. Mo Jiuwei was once again taken away by Hu Jiu. The others in the sect found no objection to this, watching with amusement as Mo Jiuwei was led away, though Qianlan frowned and remarked, "Do not drink alcohol for the next few days. Do not let it affect our Jiuwei." Grinned widely, aware that he had already prepared himself a day in advance. "Look, even my clothes are brand new." Mo Jiuwei was taken aback, pondering, does this mean he was ready to take me away even before today? What is the situation with these people? How have they arranged everything so clearly for me? The crowd felt a tinge of awkwardness. "You all are quite something. If you're going to learn, just learn. Why must you insist on having Jiuwei accompany you?" Lu Feng remarked, his eyes flickering before he feigned annoyance. "Uncle Master, we merely thought that having a lovely junior sister accompanying us would make the tedious learning process much more bearable. Otherwise, we might struggle to continue." Hu Jiu chuckled. Du quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, whenever we feel fatigue from our studies, just a glance at our junior sister makes it seem much more tolerable. Indeed, the beginning is always the hardest. Especially in these initial days of learning, I might have truly faltered without our junior sister's presence, let alone succeeded," Man Liu added, giving a thumbs up. "Thus, our ability to refine ourselves is entirely due to our junior sister. Yes, is all thanks to Jiuwei. Her contributions are invaluable." The three of them nodded in praise. They had long wished to express their gratitude to Mo Jiuwei, but had not found the opportunity until now. Mo Jiuwei felt a bit embarrassed. I'm just a child. I haven't really helped much. You are all too kind, though I do wish to assist. But currently, I am merely willing without the strength." Upon entering Hu Jiu's dwelling, Mo Jiuwei was met with a table strewn with his failed talismans. "Goodness, what is this? Is this an entire table of nonsensical drawings? Surely, he did not scribble these while intoxicated?" Seeing the talismans, Mo Jiuwei questioned her own existence. for they were drawn so hastily that even she could not recognize half of them. Hu Jiu's face flushed with embarrassment. You see, these are my recent practice attempts. Ahem. They were done after drinking. When I drank, I felt inspired, and regardless of success, I just went ahead and doodled. It was rather cathartic, and afterward, I felt quite refreshed. I am now somewhat concerned that I may have misjudged him. Could it be that he is simply not cut out for talisman crafting? Hu Jiu was startled, fearing that Jiuwei might regret her decision and leave in tears, refusing to teach him any further. This is unjust. It is not that my learning attitude is poor. Self-learning is genuinely too challenging. Just look at how few have mastered skills through self-study throughout history. While my master led me to the door, the journey of practice relies on oneself, and the prerequisite is indeed to be led through the door. Though I entered Xianlai's sect, my training has solely focused on cultivation, without exposure to any crafts. His repeated failures made him realize that he could not learn on his own. If not for the desire not to compete with Du Yu and Meng Ling, he would not have been left waiting for so long, needing Jiuwei to teach them before he could learn himself. Jiuwei, you rest here while I practice a bit more. I will surely draw better. Hu Jiu rolled up his sleeves, determined to give it his all this time, ensuring he would not disappoint his junior sister. To allow Jiuwei to observe his drawing process and point out any flaws, Hu Jiu prepared a small bed for her, slightly elevated above his desk. But do not start drawing right away. First, you must mentally review the runes to confirm there are no issues before beginning. Okay, I will review them. Following her advice, Hu Jiu began to draw, but after a few strokes, his spiritual energy faltered. The time required to craft a talisman is the shortest among all skills. Yet it is also the most challenging, as it demands a seamless flow. If any issues arise midway, there is no opportunity for correction. Thus, even with Jiuwei watching, he had already failed before she could voice her thoughts. The most critical aspect of talisman crafting is the consistency of spiritual energy flow. It must not falter. If it varies in speed, the energy will be unevenly distributed, resulting in failure. Hu Jiu is still too impatient. However, it is evident that he possesses talent. His strokes are fluid, far smoother than other beginners. Hu Jiu felt elated. He had received praise from his junior sister. This filled him with enthusiasm, dispelling any feelings of discouragement. He promptly discarded the failed talisman and fetched a new sheet of talisman paper. However, this time he did not rush to draw. Instead, he silently recited Jiuwei's earlier words, confirming that he was ready before putting pen to paper. He was particularly mindful this time, carefully ensuring a consistent speed throughout the process, yet still faltered at the bending portion, causing the faintly glowing talisman paper to become wasted. How could this happen? I was being so careful. Of course, the bending part is inherently the most challenging aspect of talisman crafting. The stability of a carriage on a straight road cannot be compared to that on a sharp turn. There is no shortcut here. To succeed, one must practice repeatedly, striving to find the right feeling and become a seasoned driver. However, I know a unique little trick. At the moment of the bend, you can actually accelerate slightly. Provided it remains smooth, you can achieve success. Of course, practice is still essential. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. I think I'll take a nap. As soon as she thought about it, Jiuwei lost consciousness and slipped into a sweet dream. Hu Jiu smiled as he watched her peacefully sleeping, occasionally moving her little mouth as if dreaming of eating something. He gently covered her with a blanket, careful not to wake her with his clumsiness. Once she was tucked in, Hu Jiu resumed his drawing. His junior sister advised him to practice diligently. Thus, he needed to seize the time. Otherwise, how could he repay her guidance? Though she remained unaware of this, Hu Jiu focused intently on crafting the talismans, yet each attempt ended in failure. However, he was undeterred, feeling no discouragement, for he had begun to notice that each failure came later than the last. This indicated that he was indeed progressing, each attempt surpassing the previous one. It was evident that his junior sister was correct. This method of practice was truly effective. The following day, Hu Jiu successfully crafted his first talisman. It was merely the most basic speed talisman, which could be affixed to a magical sword or flying vessel to enhance its speed. Due to its simplicity, it was priced quite low, only requiring 10 crystal stones for one. Yet Hu Jiu had already consumed much more than that in talisman paper and liquid over the past 2 days. Nonetheless, he was elated, particularly overjoyed, and in a burst of excitement, he swept Jiuwei into his arms and twirled her around. Haha, Jiuwei, you truly are my lucky star. I have indeed succeeded. Junior sister, would you like to fly high with your senior brother? Hu Jiu's eyes sparkled with joy as he looked down at Mo Jiuwei, brimming with anticipation. No, you are too excited. I fear you might drop me. My little life is quite important. I cannot afford to die in such a pathetic manner. Hu Jiu felt a hint of regret, but, seeing his junior sister's reluctance, could only hold back. He was merely jesting. Well, that is fine. Hu Shixiao, I have heard you have successfully crafted a talisman? Du approached at a brisk pace, speaking to Hu Jiu, but her gaze fixated on Mo Jiuwei. Oh dear, my beloved junior sister, I have missed you dearly during these past few days. Indeed, I have crafted one, but only a single talisman. Hu Jiu realized something and quickly embraced Mo Jiuwei. Du reached out to snatch her away. Since that is the case, return my little junior sister. I will not return her. I have only produced one. You must wait a moment. Waiting is not an option. One talisman is sufficient. This indicates you have grasped the method. Mo Jiuwei felt utterly perplexed. What was happening? Why did it escalate into a quarrel? Ultimately, their contest concluded with Du emerging victorious. Without further ado, she seized her companion and dashed away. Hu Jiu was both exasperated and amused. This girl truly was rather attached to Jiuwei. However, despite her reluctance, the three of them had previously agreed that whenever they made progress in their studies, they would rotate teaching until the commencement of the San Yihuanmen. This was a matter concerning the reputation of the entire Xianlai zone, and for the greater good, it would not do to monopolize the junior sister. Otherwise, one could hardly claim to be fair in their teaching approach. In the ensuing days, Du, Meng Ling, and Hu Jiu engaged in fervent practice, with Mo Jiuwei accompanying them, alternating in her guidance. Gradually, they began to reveal remarkable talents. With Mo Jiuwei as their mentor, their advancements were swift. On the 22nd day, Meng Ling successfully crafted a rudimentary flying artifact, albeit modest in appearance. Lacking intricate designs and resembling a basic pointed boat constructed from unremarkable materials, Meng Ling had merely attempted to forge it without dedicating much effort to sourcing special materials. Nonetheless, this was a flying artifact which inherently surpassed the complexity of daggers or swords. Not to be outdone, Hu Jiu and Du also made impressive strides. Over the past few days, Hu Jiu had crafted numerous basic talismans of ordinary difficulty, and on a whim, she attempted to create a more advanced flying sand talisman, unexpectedly succeeding. Who could it be? Hee, who else but your brother Jiu? Du's face flushed, excitement coursing through her. Really? She sat down where she was holding, lifted her skirt, and sprinted outside. Ah, the scoundrel has arrived. This good-for-nothing who deceives with charm and wealth. How dare he show his face again? Ji Shiji, quickly. Take me along. I want to go out and see. Ji Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, her smile momentarily stiffening. Ah, this scoundrel? Wait. She recalled that Jiuwei had indeed mentioned something about Ye being wronged, but that was quite some time ago. Everyone had found it absurd back then. Thus no one believed it. Could be true. Come, let me show you Ye's suitor. Ji Qingqing embraced Mo Jiuwei and led her along. Meng Zhu was slender, resembling a bamboo pole, and it seemed a gust of wind could topple him. He gazed longingly at Du, saying, Ye, at last, I can see you. You have no idea how difficult it has been for me out there these past few days. Du felt a mix of shyness and joy, unable to restrain herself from calling, Brother Zhu. Humph, the great scoundrel, truly knows how to put on an act. Of course, he has endured hardship. Having spent all his crystal stones, he surely longs for junior sister Yu, the unsuspecting fool. After all, he is as poor as a church mouse, and the family of Chu Xan looks down upon him. Thus he is eager to procure some funds to maintain appearances. The affluence of the Xianlai zone is something that cannot be hidden, considering its past poverty, where they nearly sold the mountain gate. Now they were well-fed and well-clothed, their vitality and demeanor betraying their previous struggles. Yeah? What happened? Your complexion suddenly looks dreadful, Meng Zhu inquired. Hearing Mo Jiuwei's words, Du's earlier excitement faded completely, leaving her in a daze. She looked at her beloved and could hardly believe that the words referred to him. How could this be? Ye me fine. Just overly emotional and lost my composure, Du managed to utter. Sigh. How can I reveal this person's true nature to junior sister Yu? It is truly a helpless situation for a child like me. I hope junior sister Yu can discern his unreliability and cast him aside. Ji Qingqing was already in a state of shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Chapter 22. Retreat as a strategy. Everyone in Xianlai Zong recognized Man Liu. He had been in a relationship with Du Yu for 3 years, and their interactions had been frequent. Man Liu had a sickly mother who could not afford elixirs. And to ease his burden, Du Yu often provided him with financial support. While some felt this was inappropriate, Man Liu was always polite and courteous whenever they met, making it difficult to voice any objections. Not only had Du Yu doubted Mo Jiuwei's word upon first hearing them, but even Ji Qingqing, an outsider, had found them somewhat implausible, believing Meng Zhu was not truly at fault. However, just then, Chunlan happened to pass by and inadvertently overheard Mo Jiuwei's remarks. Her thoughts stirred, and she took out a communication stone to summon other members of Xian Lai Zong. Due to the current scarcity of disciples, many areas of the sect remained unutilized, and the living quarters were relatively concentrated. Before long, everyone set aside their tasks and rushed over, arriving to find Ji Qingqing and Chunlan watching the unfolding drama. Ji Shimi, Chun Shiji, what is going on? Should be quiet and watch. The members of Xian Lai Zong formed a huddle, each attempting to minimize their presence as they stealthily observed the situation with Du Yu. With so many people present, it was nearly impossible for Du Yu not to notice them. Upon realizing the multitude of onlookers, she could not help but twitch her mouth. Yet she refrained from exposing them, adjusting her stance so that Meng Zhu remained oblivious. Ah, I see. But yeah, you appear truly radiant today. I can hardly take my eyes off you, Meng Zhu remarked, gazing at Du Yu with deep affection, taking in her from head to toe. Yet, Du Yu noticed his gaze lingered a moment longer on the hairpin in her hair, causing her heart to sink slightly. She quickly reassured herself that this signified nothing and decided to wait a while longer. This was a gift from Meng Ling. Meng Ling had crafted several items during her artifact forging, including this hairpin. Although it appeared attractive, it was not a true artifact, merely ornamental. Meng Ling had produced many such hairpins, and everyone had one. If Mo Jiuwei were not so young, with her sparse hair, she would undoubtedly have received one as well. He is coming. He will surely continue to inquire whether Xian Lai Zong has struck it rich, Mo Jiuwei thought to herself. Ji Qingqing and Du Yu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Have you come into some spare funds? I noticed that Ji Shimi's attire appears quite extravagant. Unlike before, Meng Zhu inquired curiously. After posing the question, he noticed an unusual glint in Du Yu's gaze. Yeah, what is the matter with you? Not exactly spare funds. Merely sufficient for meals. Du Yu replied, lowering her gaze. Meng Zhu smiled sincerely, as if genuinely pleased for her. Du Yu felt somewhat reassured, thinking perhaps he was merely concerned for her well-being, hence the casual inquiry. You seem well-informed, but the rumors outside are somewhat exaggerated. We simply had good fortune in hunting some demonic beasts during our training and earned a few crystal stones from selling the spoils, Du Yu explained. I see. Meng Zhu's eyes flickered, yet doubt lingered in his heart. Hunting demonic beasts? With the average strength of Xian Lai Zong's members and without even basic healing elixirs, how could they manage to hunt demonic beasts when they have sold off most of their artifacts? Given the current dire state of Xian Lai Zong, any crystal stones must amount to a considerable sum. How many beasts must they have slain to accumulate such wealth? Thus, either Du Yu is lying and their gains stem from another source, or the demonic beast they hunted was no ordinary creature, but rather a rare and valuable one. However, he refrained from pressing further, merely letting out a sigh. Ah, he has sighed. Surely, he is about to commence lamenting his hardships. It is merely because Du Shiji is young and inexperienced that she has fallen for such tricks. Du Yu pursed her lips. Brother Zhu, why the sigh? Do you have some troubles weighing on your mind? Yeah. Do not ask. I do not wish to burden you with my troubles. The Xian Lai sect has finally shown some improvement, and I genuinely hope you can focus on your cultivation without being disturbed by trivial matters, Meng Zhu earnestly remarked. Ugh, I feel nauseated. This scoundrel is truly skilled at pretending. What a clever tactic of retreating to advance. It's over, now that senior sister Du's compassion is aroused. She will undoubtedly press further, and then obediently offer up her crystal stones to aid this scoundrel. Isn't anyone from Xian Lai sect going to intervene? Are they just going to sit back and watch senior sister Do be deceived? Mo Jiuwei was already anxious at this point, for she could almost foresee what would transpire next. How can you say that? Your troubles are my troubles. If you have issues, speak up, or I shall worry for you, Du said, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she raised her head, her tone filled with concern. Meng Zhu's lips curled upward, but he struggled to suppress it. You see, my mother, her condition has been fluctuating and difficult to treat. Perhaps the previous medicine is no longer effective. I need to find new remedies. However, I have no means to pay a damn master. Meng Zhu forced a bitter smile and shook his head in self-deprecation. Du YQS at 5. Meng Zhu's every reaction was precisely as the junior sister anticipated. Was this a mere coincidence, or was Meng Zhu truly sincere? And what could the people of Xianlai's sect possibly be unaware of at this point? Even if they had initially trusted Meng Zhu, they now understood his true intentions, especially considering that their trust was never particularly strong. The first to impulsively want to intervene was Jiuwei, for he regarded all the female disciples of the sect as his sisters and felt it was his duty as their senior brother to protect them. If anyone dared to deceive his junior sisters, he would not let it go. Yet, Lu Feng grasped Jiuwei's arm and shook his head. They could hear Jiuwei's words, and Diu was no exception. Since she had heard, she surely had her own thoughts. They ought to observe how she would choose to respond. With them present, it was impossible for her to suffer a loss while they remained silent. Chapter 23. Feigning Illness C. I knew he would steer the conversation towards needing money for medical treatment. Senior sister, Du must be more vigilant. Mo Jiuwei was not surprised by this at all, but she worried about Diyu's reaction. Meng Zhu, Diyu looked at him. Is the Dan Master you are seeking reliable? He has been treating my mother for quite some time, yet her condition remains unchanged, and the expenses are piling up. Yeah, how can you say such things? That is my mother. Even if her condition is beyond healing, I cannot abandon her. Meng Zhu's expression darkened. Do not be angry. That is not my intention. Diyu replied, momentarily taken aback. What do you mean then? Diyu was momentarily stunned. I merely meant to suggest that perhaps we should consider a different Dan Master for your mother. For instance, Dan Master O from Qingfang Street has a stellar reputation and offers more affordable remedies. Meng Zhu's demeanor softened. It turned out that was what she meant. What did you think I meant? Your reaction was rather intense. Do you think I am indifferent to your mother's plight and am advising you to give up on her treatment? Diyu was also incensed. I'm misunderstood. Yeah, I know you're not that kind of person. Please do not take it to heart. Meng Zhu consoled gently. Haha, he certainly reacted strongly because his mother is not ill at all. When you suddenly suggested that a familiar Dan Master treat his mother, he must have panicked, fearing exposure. The reason they have been feigning illness all along is solely to swindle money. It is not just senior sister Du. This mother-son duo has deceived many women with this trick, yet astonishingly, none have seen through their ruse. Duyu's previously softened expression suddenly stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief. Not ill, but pretending to be ill. How is that possible? The members of Xianlai's sect exchanged glances, utterly astonished. Good heavens! This mother and son duo are deceiving women's trust and sympathy by feigning illness, only to swindle their wealth. What a despicable tactic. Had it not been for Jiuwei's words, they would never have believed it. Yeah? Meng Zhu observed Duyu's grim countenance and her silence, thinking she was still angry, and patiently continued to appease her. It is all my fault. If you are upset, then strike me, but do not let your health suffer. Under normal circumstances, Diyu might have shot him a playful glance and said something like it would hit you, and they would have laughed it off, moving on from the matter. However, now, she simply unleashed a punch, striking him squarely in the chest. Unprepared, Meng Zhu let out a muffled grunt, staring at her in astonishment. Yeah, you go ahead and hit me. Do you think I would truly refrain from retaliating? Diyu coldly scoffed, her expression impassive. She did not miss the flicker of anger in Meng Zhu's eyes at that moment, nor did she overlook the way his right hand instinctively lifted slightly, only to let it fall again. TSK, he brought up his mother again. Does he fear the topic might shift? Du YQ, suppressing the urge to shake off his hand, suddenly said, Does your mother miss me? How about this? I shall accompany you to visit her and invite Dan Master O to examine her. That would be for the best. No need. Meng Zhu interrupted Diyu abruptly. Diyu pressed her lips together, gazing intently at Meng Zhu, not missing the panic in his eyes. He is anxious. Upon seeing Duyu's expression, Meng Zhu realized he might have overreacted. Shameless. What heartfelt intentions. Does he not simply wish to demand money now that senior sister Du has not responded? Perhaps Duyu's reaction today differed from what Meng Zhu had anticipated. His frantic insinuations had proven ineffective, prompting his urgency. Since Diyu was not proactively offering money, he had to guide her into doing so. You are right. I should indeed show my heartfelt intentions. Do you produce the handkerchief, stating, "This is a new one I acquired, soft and delicate." You mention your mother often suffers from excessive salivation due to her illness. This handkerchief would be just perfect for her. With that, she smiled warmly as she handed it over. Meng Zhu examined the fine material, but it was clearly a mundane item, hardly worth more than a few crystal stones. And his expression darkened immediately. He waited for a moment, but it became evident that Diu had only produced the handkerchief and nothing else. "Is this all?" He could not help but inquire. Diu, puzzled, replied, "Yes. You know I do not possess much. This is already a rare good item. Besides, is it not about heartfelt intentions? Is this not sufficient?" Meng Zhu cursed inwardly, yet on the surface, he feigned gratitude, accepting it. "You speak the truth. It is indeed exquisite. My mother will surely commend you for it. However, regarding her illness, you should spend more time with my mother. If she needs anything, please invite Dan Master over. I believe in karma. She will surely be fine." Diu gently reassured him. "Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will naturally be punished." Meng Zhu, ha, senior sister Du is impressive. Indeed, she deftly avoids his traps, leaving him to flounder. Unable to remain any longer, Meng Zhu recognized that today, his endeavor had not gone well. He could not press further. So, he concocted an excuse and left Xianlai Sect, saying he would return to visit Du Yu in a few days. Once he departed, the members of Xianlai Sect stepped forward, their faces filled with anger as they urged, "Senior Sister Du, Meng Zhu is not a suitable match. You should quickly sever ties with him. Indeed, I find this fellow to be up to no good. He must be trying to swindle your wealth. He would not even allow you to visit his home. There is clearly something amiss. Perhaps he has another wife hidden away. I have always said he is not a good person. You have spent countless crystal stones aiding him over the years. Those funds have likely gone to waste. Senior sister, you are so exceptional. Let us find someone else." Yes, what they say is absolutely correct. Isn't this just a scheme to swindle money? And there is indeed another wife at home. Letting money go to waste is one thing, but do not insult dogs. Our beloved pets are far more conscientious than he is. Chapter 24, Pursuit Observe. Even feeding the dog can elicit its loyalty, yet what does it yield when bestowed upon Meng Zhu? It merely breeds his increasing audacity and insatiable greed. Diu pressed her lips together, her eyes reddening. She had never envisioned him as such a person until today when she finally beheld his true nature. If not for a glance at Mo Jiuwei, she would have remained silent, yet all understood the implication. Had it not been for Mo Jiuwei's detailed reminder, exposing the circumstances surrounding Meng Zhu's household, they might have remained oblivious to his true character. "Sister Du, what are you planning to do?" Meng Ling inquired. "Follow him." The group was taken aback. "Follow him?" Indeed, the emotions and crystal stones I have invested over these years cannot simply be dismissed. Du declared through gritted teeth, "I must discover his true intentions. Only by witnessing it firsthand would she be able to truly relinquish her feelings. That is reasonable. Seeing is believing. Sister Du possesses both gentleness and resilience. She shall not be easily defeated by such matters. Moreover, should she come to terms with it, she can then focus entirely on her cultivation and competitions." Mo Jiuwei thought this to be quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, the members of Xianlai Zong fell silent. With the junior sister expressing such sentiments, what more could they worry about? "I will accompany you," Yixingyan offered. "It is beneficial to have company for mutual support." "No, Yishidi, you are preparing for a breakthrough. Do not let my trivial matters distract you." Diu shook her head. "I will accompany you." Qianlan stepped forward. "And I too wish to join." Mo Jiuwei chimed in, eager to partake in the unfolding drama, no longer wanting to remain at the door. "Why is junior sister Jiuwei so excited? Do you wish to go as well?" Ji Qing asked, feigning ignorance while holding her. "Yes, I want to go. I have had my fill of watching them study these past days." Mo Jiuwei, being younger and lacking authority, had been compelled to endure the torment of their subpar skills and had reached her limit, unable to bear it any longer. Although their abilities had improved somewhat and were no longer as grating, she still yearned to escape for fresh air. "No, you're too young. It is unsafe for you to travel far," Lu Feng said sternly. "Absolutely not. I want to go. Furthermore, there will be gains from this journey. It is not perilous." Mo Jiuwei's limbs shook more vehemently, as if in silent protest. Her final remark successfully halted Lu Feng's attempts at persuasion. "Since junior sister wishes to go, I shall bring her along. Chen Lan smiled. Junior sister Ji may join as well. Lu Feng conceded. Very well, the three of you take Jiuwei along, and remember to look after her and return safely. The trio of Hu Jiu needed to continue their training, while Yi Xingyun was prepared for his breakthrough, merely awaiting the right moment, thus could not leave the sect. Lu Feng himself needed to remain at the sect, thus could not depart. The practitioners had the advantage of storing nearly all their belongings within their storage pouches, allowing for immediate departure without the need to pack. After their discussion, the group swiftly exited the mountain gate and made their way to the teleportation hall. However, Meng Zhu's residence was not in the Ziyi city where Xianlai Zone was situated, but rather in Wushuang City, which was quite a distance away. Surprisingly, they did indeed encounter Meng Zhu at the teleportation hall, but through his conversation with an associate, they learned he was not heading to Wushuang City, but rather to Mou City. What business does he have in Mou City? Does he have relatives or friends there? Kvink inquired. Not that I have ever heard him mention. Diu shook her head. What could it be? Since he could not obtain money from you, he must seek another target. He cannot return empty-handed, Emote Jiuwei observed, her wide eyes scanning the teleportation hall. Seek another? Diu questioned. What shall we do? Of course, we shall follow. Diu scoffed. I wish to see whom he intends to pursue. Thus, the group silently trailed behind, boarding the teleportation array to Mou City. Upon their arrival at the teleportation hall in Mou City, they found themselves at a loss for words. For Meng Zhu was walking ahead, accompanied by a beautiful female cultivator, arm in arm, engaged in heartfelt conversation, clearly revealing the nature of their relationship. The couple was engrossed in their intimacy, entirely unaware that Du Yu and her companions were observing from behind, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Sister Du has seen. She cannot possibly delude herself into believing they are siblings or something else, and thus forgive the scoundrel once more. Can she? Du Yus liebstweetst. Is she truly that foolish? As they observed Meng Zhu and the female cultivator entering a nearby clothing shop, Du Yu suddenly conceived a plan. Sister Chun, may I trouble you to cooperate with me on something? Du Yu turned to Qianlan. Of course, just tell me. A moment later, as the beautiful female cultivator began trying on clothes, Meng Zhu, who was idly waiting in the shop, suddenly spotted a familiar face and froze momentarily. Qianlan, appearing to be passing by, casually glanced into the shop, her gaze meeting Meng Zhu's. Meng Zhu stiffened, uncertain how to react. Junior brother Meng? Qianlan halted, feigning surprise. What brings you here? Sister Chun. Meng Zhu quickly exited the shop to greet her, bowing respectfully. I was merely passing through, intending to select a garment for my mother. What brings you to Mou City? Is you here as well? If you had also arrived, then Meng Zhu would be. He anxiously scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no trace of Du Yu. I am preparing to cultivate at Wuya Lake, and came nearby to purchase some supplies. Qianlan replied calmly. As for Sister Du, she is certainly at the sect. How could she accompany me? Thank goodness, Meng Zhu relaxed slightly, but soon grew anxious about Qianlan encountering Lin Er, feeling a tinge of urgency. I see. Then I shall not disturb you, sister. Best you leave quickly. Qianlan was well aware of his intentions. Disdain flickered in her heart. Though her face remained impassive, no rush, there is still time. You may not be in a hurry, but I certainly am. Chapter 25. Cooperation. Meng Zhu forced a smile, anxiously contemplating how to prompt her to leave more swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Du had stealthily slipped into the shop, finding the female cultivator, Jiang Lin Er, who was trying on clothes. Who are you? Shu. Do you wish to know Meng Zhu's true nature? What are you saying? Listen to me. Qianlan engaged Meng Zhu in small talk about mundane matters and matters concerning Du Yu. Under normal circumstances, Meng Zhu might have found joy in this conversation, as he could glean insights about the wealth of Xianlai Zone, perhaps even savor a bit of good fortune. However, this was clearly not the right moment. He was terrified that once Lin Er finished trying on her clothes, she would bump into Qianlan, and that would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Qianlan's communication stone had stirred, indicating that Du Yu was ready to make her exit. Upon witnessing Du Yu successfully slip away, Qianlan exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered something I forgot to buy. I must search for it in the city. I shall take my leave now. Junior brother Meng, please excuse me." Meng Zhu had awaited this moment eagerly, his spirits soaring. Yes, Sister Chun, travel safely. As Qianlan departed, Jiang Lin Er's voice drifted from behind. Who were you just speaking with? It was merely someone passing by. Asking for directions, Meng Zhu replied, a cold sweat forming, forcing a smile as he attempted to change the subject. Lin, have you finished trying on the clothes? How do they fit? Not to my liking, Jiang Lin responded blandly. I came out, and then I could not find you. Why did you not wait for me inside the shop? I found it a bit stifling, so I came out for some fresh air. Meng Zhu, you wouldn't be hiding another person from me, would you? Jiang Lin cast a cold glance at him. How could that be possible? Why are you speaking such nonsense? Meng Zhu frowned, appearing quite irked. Are you upset that I didn't wait for you? Then from now on, I shall only wait for you in the shop and not go out at all. That should suffice, right? Jiang Lin scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Humph, that's more like it. Meng Zhu finally sighed in relief. Half an hour? Meng Zhu was astonished. How could it be so quick? If it weren't fast, how could I urge you to speak of serious matters instead of dancing around here with me? Remembering the conversation with the woman in the shop earlier, Jiang Lin felt a surge of anger and longed to confront Meng Zhu for clarity. But thankfully, she managed to restrain herself. Indeed, I have no other choice. Why don't we find a place for tea? That way we can talk properly. Jiang Lin smiled. Meng Zhu hurriedly nodded in agreement. Among his women, Jiang Lin was the wealthiest, yet she was also the most temperamental, moody, and difficult to please. Moreover, her family's social standing was exceedingly high. Their affair could only remain clandestine, for if her elders were to discover it, they might very well wish him harm. The two went to a tea house, entered a private room, and as soon as the door closed, Meng Zhu embraced Jiang Lin, intending to lean down for a kiss. However, today Jiang Lin clearly lacked that interest. She was eager to uncover the truth and thus brushed off his advances, deliberately venting her grievances about her household. Meng Zhu had no inclination to listen to her complaints, becoming impatient in no time, and began to lament his own troubles. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lin, holding her teacup, cast her gaze downward, her eyes filled with disappointment and intense resentment. Outside the tea house, Du Yu and the others were anxiously awaiting. I wonder if that woman will believe my words. If she confronts Meng Zhu directly, it would all be in vain, Du Yu thought with concern. If she were an impulsive person, she likely wouldn't have waited until the tea house, but would have revealed everything on the way. Shunlan remained composed. Ji Qingqing cradled Mo Jiuwei, gently patting her and reassuring her, Yes, don't worry, we shall wait. It will go smoothly. Jiang Lin has already tested the waters. Du Yu and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Meng Zhu is indeed bold. He dares to provoke someone like Jiang Lin. TSK, he's finished. Look, here they come. Jianlan Sudeli et Galim. Meng Zhu and Jiang Lin had exited the tea house, lingering at the entrance for a fond farewell. Before Meng Zhu hurriedly made his way towards the teleportation hall, Jiang Lin stood rooted, and once his figure vanished, she began to search around for something. I'm here. Do you step forward? He seems quite cheerful. Did you give him some crystal stones? Meng Zhu left with a light step, his face beaming with satisfaction, clearly having achieved something. Jiang Lin replied with a hum, just as she noticed Ji Qingqing holding Mo Jiuwei. Instantly startled, she exclaimed, Who is this child? Could she possibly be your daughter with Meng Zhu? No, this child is our junior sister. Du quickly clarified. Jiang Lin then exhaled in relief. How absurd. Who would be the daughter of that scoundrel? How repulsive. Mo Jiuwei expressed her disgust. Du felt a mix of amusement and disappointment. Indeed, even junior sister Jiuwei could see that Meng Zhu was no good. Yet, she had been blinded before, treating him as treasure. She had even scrimped and saved just to provide him with crystal stones. All the while he must have been secretly mocking her foolishness. Miss, a group of 6 individuals swiftly approached from the street, exuding a formidable aura, their swords similarly drawn. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of these 6, Du Yu and her companions were somewhat puzzled. The reason for giving him the crystal stones was that she no longer had the heart to pursue other intrigues like Du Yu. Chapter 26. Direct Retribution. Meng Zhu successfully swindled money and, filled with satisfaction, swayed his way into Wushuang City via the teleportation array. He resided in a secluded alley, quiet with a rather spacious yard that had both front and back entrances. My son, how did it go? Did you get the money? Who had been reclining on the bed, eating sunflower seeds, sat up suddenly, her gaze bright with anticipation as she turned toward the door. He, of course. That's my son, so promising. How many crystal stones did you give you? Don't mention her. Today when I asked her for money, not only did she refuse, but she also insisted on coming to see you, claiming she wanted to hire a new alchemist for you. It scared me into backing off quickly. What? Why would she do that? Has she discovered my illness is a sham? It shouldn't be. Perhaps she is just overly concerned about you and wants to take the opportunity to enter our household. What a wishful thought. With the dilapidated state of her CNLI sect, how could she hope to marry you? Indeed, that is why I want to find Jiang Liner. Fortunately, she is wealthy and gave me 2,000 crystal stones. Meng Zhu beamed with pride. That Jiang family is indeed foolishly rich. If it weren't for their complex family background, marrying her would be far preferable to marrying Chu Xin. Her father would undoubtedly disapprove of me. If I didn't know that I could never be with her, why would I marry Chu Xin? Alas, while Chu Xin has temperament isn't ideal. Her family owns several shops, and her parents are not opposed to your union, so she can be considered a reasonable match for you. The mother and son duo, captivated by the prospect of wealth, became increasingly animated in their conversation, not only discussing Du Yu and Jiang Liner, but also mentioning several other women, exuding a sense of superiority as if they were sovereigns surveying their realm. On the rooftop, Jiang Liner's face had grown icy, her grip tightening around the whip at her waist, a cold smile playing upon her lips. Du Yu bit her lip, her hands trembling slightly at her side. Jiang Liner must be heartbroken, alas. However, such a scoundrel is hardly worth it. Realizing his true nature early on is a blessing. My son, among those women, who do you like the most? Who you suddenly inquired with curiosity. That would be Du Yu. Meng Zhu pondered before replying. I like her temperament the most. Du Yu's heart skipped a beat. Sister Du is gentle and beautiful, as she wholeheartedly considers your well-being. Of course, you would like her. Who wouldn't he? But your affection is worthless. It's only nauseating. Who cares? Yes, who cares? Du Yu's heartbeat returned to normal, perhaps due to Mo Jiuwei's reminder. Meng Zhu's words did not stir the anticipated turmoil within her. Perhaps by the time she learned of his true nature, the love and hope he had deceived her into feeling had all but faded, leaving behind a residual emotion that she clearly understood was not worth her time. If only she were given some time, she would surely be able to let go. Unfortunately, Dee was too poor to be worthy of him. Being with her would only hinder his progress in cultivation, making it a loss rather than a gain. Hu Yu snorted coldly. Since she has no money to offer now, she is of no value to you. You should cut ties with her to prevent Chu Xin from knowing, lest it cause more trouble. What you say is true. I have that intention as well, but let us wait a bit longer. I need to see if the CNLI sect is truly out of funds. At that moment, a sudden crack resounded, accompanied by the sound of blades being drawn. The ground trembled, and the mother and son both gasped in surprise. Who goes there? Jiang Liner had already leapt down with her 6 formidable guards. She had lost all patience to listen further, and with a swift crack of her whip, she successfully tore through the roof. Oh wow, that's impressive. She just brought the roof down. Quickly, let's go watch the spectacle. Shiji, you hold on to Jiuwei outside. I will go down and take a look, Do you said to Qianlan. Qianlan nodded in agreement. All right, I will take care of Jiuwei. You and Ji Shimi go down together. If anything happens, just call for me. Understood. Wow, why didn't you take me? I want to go down too. Mo Jiuwei expressed her discontent, wanting to join in on the drama, but Qianlan feigned ignorance, refusing to budge. Left with no choice, Mo Jiuwei had to remain where she was, in the undamaged part of the roof. Fortunately, although the situation below was not clearly visible, the sounds of their heated exchanges were distinctly audible. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my home? Why are you here? Mother. They are Jiang Liner and Du Yu. Hu Yu's complexion changed drastically, for she was already aware of what had been said during their earlier conversation. It was precisely this knowledge that filled her with trepidation. As for Du Yu, she could be forgiven for hearing it, but Jiang Liner. Linnea, why are you here? Are you looking for me about something? Meng Zhu thought similarly, casting a glance at Du Yu before approaching Jiang Liner with a smile. Jiang Liner's pretty face was frostbitten with anger. With a flick of her whip, she relished the sight of Meng Zhu and Hu Yu's panic-stricken expressions. You, Meng Zhu, not only married a partner behind my back, but also dared to repeatedly deceive me for money and even slander me in secret. Who gave you the audacity? It's not like that. My mother was just joking. I had no such intention. Who would listen to your nonsense? Someone smash it. Destroy everything. Yes, miss. No. Please don't. Hu Yu cried out in alarm, rushing to stop Jiang Liner, but Jiang Liner swiftly turned her wrist and struck her with the whip. Hu Yu screamed in agony, falling to the ground. Mother, Liner, you can't do this. Please stop. Jiang Liner remained expressionless, delivering another lash that struck him, coldly watching as he writhed in pain on the ground. Then came the second and third lashes. Who you? Witnessing her son's suffering, felt utterly heartbroken and attempted to reach him, only to be struck by Jiang Liner's whip as well. The mother and son clung together, wailing in anguish, blood oozing from their bodies. Jiang Liner did not strike to kill, but she certainly had no intention of going easy on them. Each lash avoided vital points, yet they inflicted unbearable pain, causing them to scream like banshees. Well done. This is how it should be. Chapter 27. Not one family, not one door. She was momentarily stunned, evidently taken aback by the unfolding chaos, but soon rushed forward to shield Meng Zhu, glaring fiercely at Jiang Liner. Who are you? And why are you attacking my husband? Jiang Liner raised an eyebrow. So, you are his partner? Do you know that aside from you, he has been deceiving many other women, both for their wealth and affections? She gestured to herself, and Du Yu beside her. We are among them. Chu Xian frowned, instinctively glancing at Meng Zhu, only to meet his guilty gaze. Is this true? She asked. Humph, daring to deceive me. You must truly be tired of living. Jiang Liner lashed out again, causing Meng Zhu to shudder in pain, and he even lost control of himself. Chu Xian's first reaction was to release him, standing up and taking a few steps back. Jiang Liner chuckled. Oh, is this the partner you painstakingly selected? He seems wealthy and eager to marry you, yet it appears he looks down on you. Ladies, let us discuss this calmly. You barged in and damaged our property. That hardly seems appropriate, Chu Xian retorted coldly. Moreover, in matters of affection, it is a mutual agreement. Your admiration for my husband only proves his worth. It does not imply anything else. Ha ha ha, indeed. He is quite worth admiring. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Mo Jiuwei found this reasoning absurd, and Jiang Liner was equally taken aback by such logic. The reason you say this is simply because you're also a beneficiary. Not to mention, much of what your household spends comes from the wealth your husband has swindled from us women. Du Yu interjected coolly. For instance, the hairpin you wore was once mine. It bears a faint mark from a sword chi that once grazed it. Additionally, that shadow-catching fan is also mine. Its backside has a slight blackened spot, a mark I inadvertently left. She pointed out each item, successfully freezing Chu Xian's expression. Jiang Liner stepped forward as well. Indeed, this, and that. Everything here belongs to the Jiang family. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate. You will surely find the Jiang insignia on them. You, stop spouting nonsense. These clearly belong to my son. They are mine. Hu Yu exclaimed anxiously. Those belongings were her lifeblood. If she admitted they were theirs, she would have to return them. That was unacceptable. Chu Xian's eyelashes fluttered, her lips pressed together. Her family was certainly better off than Meng Zhu's, but her parents agreed to her union with him because they shared mutual interests. Furthermore, Meng Zhu was quite astute in business, which could elevate her family's enterprise. She was not completely oblivious to Meng Zhu's affairs outside. He always managed to bring back some items, all of which were windfall profits. Who would refuse free fortune? After all, those women could not enter her home. Meng Zhu's partner could only be herself, and others were merely nameless and unacknowledged, posing no threat. Meng Zhu, you made this mess. You clean it up, Chu Xian coldly declared, retreating to a corner and remaining silent. TSK, these two are certainly no good. Not one family, not one door. Indeed, one cannot expect two different types of people to share the same bed. By the way, Chu Xian's family is quite renowned locally. You might as well extort some from them as a hush money. After all, if it's free, why not take it? Yes. Let Jiang Liner be the one to make that demand. If the sky falls, there will still be someone tall to hold it up. Her family has great influence. Let her handle it. Jiang Daoyu, how do you propose we conclude this matter? Du Yu's case is shifted to Jiang Li. I see this man is simply revolting. Let us resolve this quickly. I cannot bear to stay in this house for another moment. I think so too. Jiang Lina glanced at her gods. Why not let them set this house ablaze and be done with it? No, absolutely not. That cannot happen. Meng Zhu cried out in terror, struggling to rise but finding himself too injured to move, crawling on the ground instead. I was wrong, Liner. Please spare me. Spare you? Are we to simply let this matter of deceit for wealth and affection go unpunished? Du Yu scoffed. I will compensate. I am willing to repay you fully. I will return everything of yours, Meng Zhu said, beginning to rummage through his storage bag. But in the next moment, Jiang Linner snatched his storage bag, declaring, "Eradicate your spiritual mark." Meng Zhu panicked. What? No, it will be burned. I will erase it. I will. Meng Zhu was nearly in tears, reluctantly wiping away the spiritual imprint. Jiang Linner handed the storage bag to Du Yu. Take your things. If anything goes missing, you may use something else as compensation. All right. Du Yu glanced at her in surprise. Thank you. She had not expected Jiang Linner, who seemed tempestuous and overbearing, to be so meticulous in her actions and not difficult to negotiate with. If one were to say that the matter of being deceived by a scoundrel left Du Yu with some lingering shadows in her heart, inducing a modicum of self-doubt, such as questioning her own worthiness, wondering if it was her inadequacy that led Meng Zhu to abandon her for another, then she would now find solace in observing Jiang Linner's character. Jiang Linner is not only strikingly beautiful, but also affluent and possesses a commendable disposition. The fact that someone like Meng Zhu would dare to betray such a woman illustrates that the issue lies not with the women, but solely with him. Upon this realization, the weight of frustration dissipated, leaving only disdain and anger towards Meng Zhu. How could she have been deceived by such a person who exploited her both financially and emotionally? After gathering her belongings, Du Yu handed the storage bag over to Jiang Linner. Over the years, she had given Meng Zhu far too many possessions to tally at once. Thus, she relied on her instincts to select a few items, believing they would suffice. Upon seeing the items, Meng Zhu winced in pain, his eyes reddening, while his mother succumbed to tears, striking her chest in anguish. Had Jiang Linner not been present, Meng Zhu would have certainly protested. But now it was better to let matters settle quickly. There are still items in the room, Jiang Linner reminded her. She weighed Meng Zhu's storage bag in her hands, lifting and lowering it, yet she refused to return it to him. This caused Meng Zhu's gaze to shift with her movements, filled with anxiety. I don't need it, Du Yu intended to say. The contents of the storage bag were at least not personally witnessed, and thus could be left behind in peace. Don't. If there are good items, they must be taken. Mo Jiuwei, still perched atop the roof, suddenly interjected with urgency. Her words effectively interrupted Du Yu, halting her subsequent remarks. That painting hanging on the wall is a treasure. Quick, take it with you. Mo Jiuwei was referring to a magnificent landscape painting on the wall of the room, characterized by delicate strokes and an expansive artistic conception. Du Yu's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly glanced over. However, she discerned nothing extraordinary, believing it to be akin to any ordinary painting. Yet, since Jiuwei had mentioned it, there must be something remarkable about it. Very well, Du Yu acquiesced, altering her choice, and began collecting her belongings from the room. While gathering, she inspected each item and frowned upon finding a mirror that was sullied. I can clean it with a cleansing spell, Meng Zhu lamented, his face a mask of despair. Forget it. It's rather off-putting, Du Yu scoffed coldly, opting to exchange it for something else. Choose as you please. This room's contents are yours to select, Jiang Linner smirked. Meng Zhu, unable to voice his anger, clenched his fists and remained silent. This one will do, Du Yu declared, her interest waning as she casually pointed to the painting. Upon her pronouncement, everyone present, including Jiang Linner, turned to examine the painting, curious as to why she had chosen it. Yet, just as Du Yu failed to perceive its uniqueness, neither did anyone else, allowing her to successfully claim it. Haha, senior sister, Du Yu truly has an eye for beauty. It aligns perfectly with my thoughts. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Mo Jiuwei, satisfied, drifted back to sleep as the commotion subsided. Meanwhile, Du Yu's complexion flushed with embarrassment. She possessed no discernible insight. It was merely due to her ability to hear the thoughts of her younger sister. Have you finished choosing? Jiang Linner inquired. Yes, all done. The younger sister did not utter any further words, indicating that the selection was complete. Very well. You may leave first. I shall depart shortly thereafter. Jiang Linner gestured with her chin, signaling Du Yu to hasten her exit. Take care, Du Yu replied, then turned to Meng Zhu, her expression cold and resolute. Meng Zhu, this marks the end between us. We shall not recognize each other in the future, nor shall we have any further dealings. With that, she turned her back, departing from his home amidst his gritted teeth, and rejoined Chun Lan and the others. Just as she was about to speak, a series of panicked shouts erupted from behind, followed by a sudden flare of flames that quickly engulfed the surroundings. Jiang Linner had indeed set the house ablaze. The cries of Meng Zhu pleading for mercy, Hu Yu's wails, and Chu Xian's furious shouts intermingled, but none could halt the rapid spread of the fire, which even carried the acrid scent of burning in the air. Du Yu and her companions stood in stunned silence. What is happening? Du Yu pondered, utterly perplexed. Well done. She has intentionally let you go, only to take matters into her own hands, Chunlan observed with admiration. This Jiang girl, bold in love and hate, was truly remarkable. It was evident that Jiang Liner had no intention of sparing Meng Zhu. First, she threatened to set fire, provoking his pleas, only to later demand compensation, leading Meng Zhu to believe that settling the matter would bring closure. Thus he reluctantly agreed, despite his heartache. In reality, Jiang Liner had no plans to relent. She first extracted the storage bag, causing them anguish, and then ignited his home, leaving them utterly desolate, thus satisfying her own vendetta. Regardless of how much the Meng family loathed her, she remained unafraid, for her father, the city lord, stood as her backing. However, Du Yu lacked such assurance, which is why Jiang Liner took it upon herself to incinerate the house while deliberately dismissing Du Yu, ensuring her own innocence. Senior sister Du, that Meng Zhu is blind to true value and of low character. You ought to consider yourself fortunate for not being with him. So do not let such a person cause you sorrow. Ji Qingqing consoled her, fearing she might feel disheartened. Du Yu shook her head, unwavering. I will not. Rest assured. After the tumult, everyone felt somewhat weary, so they decided to visit a tavern for a meal. I want to eat. Montauk Jiuwei, awakened by the enticing aroma of food, found her appetite stirred. Are you hungry, Jiuwei? There's deer milk. Would you like some? Ji Qingqing inquired. I don't want deer milk. I want delicious food. I want that soup. Mo Jiuwei's eyes fixated on a particular dish. And Du Yu and the others followed her gaze, prompting them to call for a waiter. Waiter, that's soup. Bring us a serving. Jianlan Institute. It was a dish ordered by another table, where 3 women and 2 men sat, yet they had only chosen this one soup, which was being savored by the most elegantly dressed woman. The soup appeared to have a faint green hue, resembling tender tofu, yet it was even silkier. However, the waiter's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the order. That is the 7 Treasures Essence Soup, crafted from 7 types of spiritual fruits and herbs. Consuming it has restorative effects, enhancing spiritual power and benefiting a woman's complexion. Such a splendid dish? Then we must have a serving. Ji Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Jiuwei has truly been considerate. Throughout this time, she has not been picky about food or clothing, instead contributing significantly to their sect, Xianlai. Now that they could enjoy a meal together, all thanks to her efforts, it was rare for her to desire something. So, of course, they would indulge her. In truth, Chunlan and the others were quite frugal. Although they dined at this tavern, they ordered relatively inexpensive dishes, just enough to satisfy their hunger, avoiding any extravagance. As for the 7 Treasures Essence Soup, despite recognizing its value, they only intended to order 1 serving for Mo Jiuwei, not partaking themselves. That is no problem. But 1 serving costs 1,200 crystal stones, the waiter replied, observing their reactions. Unsurprisingly, they were taken aback. 1,200 for a bowl? Du Yu and the others were indeed astonished. Indeed, the 7 Treasures Essence Soup is exceptionally rare, requiring intricate preparation. We limit it to 100 servings per day, ceasing sales once they are gone. You arrived at a relatively early hour, so a few servings remain. Arrive any later, and even with money, you would find none. The waiter smiled, awaiting their decision. So will you take the soup? The bustling tavern is frequented by numerous cultivators each day. Even the waitstaff have honed their discerning eyes, allowing them to gauge a patron's wealth with a mere glance. The Xianlai sect, accustomed to poverty, has seen its members return from Qingfeng Ridge with some newfound riches, slightly improving their circumstances, yet their attire and weapons remain far from opulent. Those who are reluctant to part with their meager possessions are hardly likely to indulge in a sweet soup priced at 1,200 crystal stones. Curious ears have caught snippets of conversation, turning heads in interest. Look, even they cannot afford it. Indeed, the 7 Treasures Brood Soup is not meant for the average person, and it is entirely reasonable that they cannot purchase it. Observers chuckle at their bewildered expressions, perhaps startled by the steep price. Ironically, the very individuals mocking them are equally unable to afford the delicacy, yet they possess the self-awareness not to voice their embarrassment. Meanwhile, Chunlan listens intently to Mo Jiuwei's heartfelt desires. Alas, it is a bit pricey, but it is a remarkable delicacy. Consuming it will accumulate spiritual energy within my body. Most importantly, it poses no harm and is exceptionally gentle. With such compelling reasoning, hesitation is cast aside. One portion, please, Chunlan declares without delay. The waiter pauses momentarily. You mean a serving of the 7 treasures brood soup? Of course, be swift. Jiuwei is positively craving it. Understood, the waiter replies, descending the stairs while pondering how appearances can be deceiving. He never expected to misjudge this patron. Your sister has ordered a portion for you. Wait patiently for it to arrive, Chunlan softly assures Mo Jiuwei while playfully tapping her small nose. How delightful. Sisters are truly wonderful. Hee. Mo Jiuwei feels reassured, obediently awaiting her treat. At another table, a myriad of expressions emerge, each reflecting their own sentiments. Moments later, the 7 treasures brood soup arrives, and Chunlan eagerly presents it, ready to feed Mo Jiuwei. Hold on, a nearby patron interjects, alarmed. You cannot feed that soup to an infant. The onlookers, already observing the scene, are taken aback by Chunlan's actions, hastily intervening. Others chime in. Indeed, how could such a fine delicacy be given to a child? It is a waste. At this tender age, the child's spiritual roots are not yet formed. Consuming such nourishment would be a travesty. If mishandled, it may even lead to a catastrophic surge of spiritual energy. Even the wealthy should not squander in such a manner. Why feed an adult's portion to a child? What are they thinking? Some express genuine concern, while others harbor envy. Ji Qingqing is taken aback by the attention her family garners over a simple meal. Thank you for your concern. We appreciate your intentions. However, rest assured, my child can indeed partake in such delicacies without issue. This is merely a consequence of arriving late and not securing a private room. It truly should not be consumed. It could lead to complications. Indeed, are you merely pretending to be affluent, feeding something known to be unsuitable for infants, thereby inviting trouble for the tavern? I also suspect she regrets her order and hopes to return it using this ploy. Such spiritual nourishment is not something an ordinary child can withstand. Do they assume every child is a genius like Gao Xiantong? Gao Xiantong is renowned in the cultivation world as a prodigy, possessing a unique constitution that allowed him to absorb spiritual energy even in swaddling clothes. By the age of 1, his spiritual roots had solidified, and by 2, he had entered the qi refining stage. His progress continued at an astonishing pace, achieving the foundation establishment stage by 15, astonishing countless cultivators. Yet tragically, he perished at 17 within a secret realm, leaving many to lament his untimely fate. If anyone could safely consume spiritually infused substances as an infant, it would undoubtedly be Gao Xiantong. Thus, when his name is invoked, others mockingly laugh, believing Chunlan and her companions to be overestimating their abilities. Du YQ front. Our child is our concern. We shall feed her as we see fit without soliciting your opinions. Moreover, who says she cannot surpass Gao Xiantong in the future? I firmly believe she will prove to be even more formidable. If their intentions were genuinely concerned, she would express her gratitude. Yet, some appear to relish the spectacle, and such individuals deserve no courtesy. Do they truly think she can surpass Gao Xiantong? How laughable! Indeed, Gao Xiantong is not a mere infant to be compared with. Hearing the commotion, the tavern manager rushes over, guided by the waiter. My friends, I have heard you intend to feed this soup to a child. This is absolutely unacceptable. It could lead to dire consequences. Chunlan understands the manager's intervention stems from the belief that her group intends to create a problem and extort the tavern. Thus, she states firmly that this is their own decision, and regardless of the circumstances, it remains unrelated to the establishment. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression softens. In that case, I apologize for the interruption. Please proceed. Why must dining be fraught with such difficulty? These individuals are clearly well-fed and have nothing better to do than meddle in others' affairs. Sisters, pay them no mind and hurry. Feed me. Mo Jiuwei, uninterested in the surrounding chatter, eagerly awaits her meal, mouth agape like a fledgling bird. Initially annoyed, you cannot help but smile upon witnessing this, carefully feeding her with a spoon. This gesture captures the attention of nearly every patron in the tavern, as all set down their chopsticks to watch. Some even rise to ensure they do not miss a moment. Ah, delicious. The flavor is delightful. far superior to the monotonous deer milk. Another bite, please. Jiuwei revels in the taste, eagerly devouring spoonful after spoonful as Liu continues to feed her. Onlookers begin to exhibit altered expressions. How is it that nothing is amiss? Some strain to see if any distress manifests on Jiuwei's face, searching for signs of suffering or bloodshed. Yet there are none. All they witness is a cherubic visage and a continuously munching mouth, her expressions vividly conveying her enjoyment of the exquisite dish. Remarkably, this child is extraordinary. Someone gasps in astonishment. If it were an ordinary infant, consuming the first spoonful of sweet soup would likely result in injury from the embedded spiritual energy, leading to various ailments or even death. This is due to the fact that an infant's body has not yet been cleansed of spiritual energy, rendering them vulnerable to any excess. Not only infants, but even adult cultivators face similar risks. Should someone at the qi refining stage carelessly ingest something with the spiritual intensity of foundation establishment or higher, they too would suffer the same fate. However, observing Jiuwei's current reaction, one would never suspect any harm. Is it possible that she merely consumes too little? Could it be that the spiritual energy in the seven treasures brood soup is insufficient? Perhaps her small mouth leads to a slower consumption, making it difficult to discern any effects initially. The onlookers gradually begin to piece together their thoughts. Ji Qingqing rolls her eyes, acknowledging the difficulty in admitting another's superiority. It is indeed challenging. The truth is evident, yet many persist in their assumptions, unwilling to concede that Jiuwei possesses remarkable fortitude, allowing her to ingest such spiritual energy without harm. If they were to learn that Jiuwei not only consumes the seven treasures brood soup without issue, but has also partaken of the precious Yuling water, one can only imagine their astonished reactions. In the tavern, the steward, upon noticing the absence of any disturbances, initially breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he regarded Jiuwei with a hint of curiosity. This child was indeed remarkable, appearing somewhat different from an ordinary infant. Was it due to her unique constitution? Indeed, her physical attributes were extraordinary, or rather, one could say she possessed an astonishing talent. When Chunlan spoke of this, a sense of inexplicable pride welled up within her. Thus, regardless of what transpired in her presence, it seemed entirely normal. This assertion, however, elicited discontent among some. It's merely a bowl of soup. One would think she could fly on a sword. Indeed, one should be cautious in their claims. How old is she, after all? Who knows what the future holds? The implication in her words suggested she genuinely wished for this little girl to be compared to Gao Xiantong. Such audacity was puzzling. Ji Qingqing slammed her sword onto the table, exclaiming, "Is this conversation ever going to end? If anyone is dissatisfied, let them bring forth their own infant to taste this soup. If they cannot, they should refrain from taking advantage of their words." Liu, with a knowing smile, glanced at the steward. "Your soup is indeed to my junior sister's liking, yet the dining environment makes it quite hard to consider a second visit." The steward, displaying an apologetic demeanor, took on the role of mediator, and finally, no one raised any further objections. Someone inquired about their sect. "Might I ask the name of your esteemed sect?" To receive a child of such caliber as a disciple must surely indicate remarkable distinction. Please do share. Perhaps it will inadvertently promote our sect and entice prospective disciples to join us at Xianlai Zone. Jiuwei was quite busy, savoring the soup, while also being mindful of her surroundings. The soup was exquisitely prepared, melting in the mouth, with warm spiritual energy flowing smoothly down her throat, providing immense comfort. "We are disciples of Xianlai Zone from Zai City. Should anyone be interested in our sect, they are warmly welcomed to seek a master." Chunlan replied with a smile. "Xianlai Zone? I don't recall hearing of it," came the response. "Zai City's Xianlai Zone sounds familiar, yet I can't quite place it. Could it be the same Xianlai Zone that has fallen into ruin? Wasn't it said their sect was nearly extinct?" Chunlan hastily clarified. "That is a misunderstanding. Look, we have even acquired a genius infant of such talent, which clearly demonstrates our immense potential. One should not trust the rumors circulating outside." While the listeners remained skeptical, they chose not to pursue the matter further. Jiuwei finished her small bowl of soup, her belly round and full, before succumbing to a deep slumber. She required time to digest the spiritual energy, akin to how she absorbed Yuling water. Only by refining the energy Could it truly reside within her body? The patrons of the tavern quietly observed their actions, and upon confirming that Mo Jiuwei had consumed the soup without any adverse effects, they began to whisper amongst themselves, astonished by the outcome. Truly, she appears to be exceptional. Xianlai Zong should investigate this sect further. Our Fong should be selecting a sect next year, so perhaps we can consider Xianlai Zong then. If this child truly rivals Gao Xiantong, Xianlai Zong is destined to make a name for itself across the continent. Within the discussion hall of Xianlai Zong, Du Yu placed the painting she had acquired from Meng Zhu upon the table, where a circle of individuals had gathered, scrutinizing the artwork intently. Mo Jiuwei was not present. Still engaged in the process of digesting the spiritual energy from the soup, soundly asleep in her room. Did Jiuwei truly claim this painting is a treasure? Lu Feng inquired. Indeed, judging by her tone, it must be of great value. Otherwise, my junior sister Wu Ti have deemed it worthy of attention. Du Yu responded. That soup was costly, but upon learning its price, my junior sister did not display shock or anxiety. Rather, she consumed it with poise. Yet, upon encountering this painting, her excitement was palpable, indicating its exceptional worth. From an external perspective, the painting appeared unremarkable. If Jiuwei valued it, it could only imply that it concealed profound secrets. Lu Feng placed his hand on it, rubbing it thoughtfully for a moment, his voice resolute. Profound secrets? Could it be that the canvas is unique? Or perhaps it contains hidden messages? Might it be a work of a renowned artist? Could this be a magical artifact? Speculations ran rampant. Just then, Lu Feng, struck by an idea, summoned a surge of spiritual energy at his fingertips, directing a beam of light towards the canvas. With a resonating hum, the painting appeared to awaken from a deep slumber, trembling slightly as the artwork began to dissipate. What is this? Hu Jiu exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he witnessed the transformation. The canvas remained, yet the once vivid imagery faded silently into the ether. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. He pricked his fingertip to draw a drop of blood, allowing it to fall upon the blank canvas. The drop of pale crimson began to spread, and, simultaneously, the canvas transformed from thin to thick, gradually altering its shape and hue, becoming increasingly resplendent. Ultimately, the canvas morphed into a miniature luxurious estate of pale gold. Chapter 31. Qian Kuan Xian Fu. This is Qian Kuan Xian Fu. Lu Feng gazed in astonishment at the estate before him, his voice trembling with excitement. What? Is this truly the legendary Qian Kuan Xian Fu? Ah, it is the singular kind of space that allows cultivators to enter? Qian Kuan Xian Fu is astonishing, Hu Jiu exclaimed, leaning forward to gently caress it, confirming that the sensation beneath his fingertips was indeed real, not a figment of his imagination. It was authentic. The forms of Qian Kuan spaces can take many shapes, such as Qian Kuan bags, rings, necklaces, or belts. However, these spaces only permit inanimate objects. While items may be placed inside, living beings cannot enter. Yet, Qian Kuan Xian Fu is different. It is the sole type of space that allows the entry of living creatures, although the duration of their stay is limited. As they will automatically reappear after a set time, it serves as an invaluable escape tool. For instance, if one is being pursued, they could hide within. And once the pursuer leaves after a fruitless search, they may exit safely. Unless confronted by a significantly more powerful being, ordinary individuals are unlikely to detect the presence of the Xian Fu. Locating it would only be possible upon its natural emergence when the time is due. During the time spent inside, one can consume pills to heal injuries and restore spiritual energy, returning to battle afterward. If memory serves, the last appearance of Qian Kuan Xian Fu was over a century ago, a relic from Master Weakwater. Sold for a staggering price of several tens of thousands of high-grade crystal stones, Meng Ling remarked, her eyes widening. Crystal stones are categorized into high-grade and low-grade, with common transactions occurring in low-grade stones, while only exceedingly rare and valuable items are traded for high-grade crystals. One high-grade crystal stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade stones. Despite this conversion, high-grade crystals typically originate from superior crystal mines, accessible solely to esteemed families. Common folk would struggle to acquire such wealth. In essence, that Qian Kuan Xian Fu from Master Weakwater fetched a price in the millions of crystal stones. Yet now, before them lay one this scene was utterly surreal, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. How could the Meng Zhu family possess Qian Kuan Xian Fu? Liu pondered, her astonishment quickly turning to confusion. Such a valuable item could not possibly belong to Meng Zhu, nor could it be held by his partner. The owner of Qian Kuan Xian Fu must be an extraordinary being or a figure of great renown across the continent, perhaps a sect leader or a family head, or their heir. They surely would not be unaware of the existence of this Xian Fu. Otherwise, they would not allow it to be taken so easily. Qianlan pondered for a moment before articulating, I suspect that this item does not belong to them. Rather, it seems to have been acquired by chance, or perhaps seized from another. Not stopping there, Yixingyan added, let's not disregard the fact that how could this celestial abode transform into a mere painting? Such a wondrous formation, capable of compressing distance, is certainly beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. It appears as though someone has deliberately disguised it to avoid detection. This leads to the unsettling implication that a formidable presence, fearing that others might claim this celestial abode, has intentionally shrouded it in secrecy. Subsequently, by mere coincidence, it fell into Meng Zhu's hands, who, unaware of its true nature, merely regarded it as an ordinary painting to hang in her dwelling. Lu Feng remarked, indeed, if it were not for Mo Jiuwei, this treasure would likely never have reached us. Her discerning eye is truly remarkable. Without her intervention, they would not have recognized its value and would not have sought to claim it. This raises a critical question. Did this item genuinely arrive in Meng Zhu's possession by mere chance, or was it deliberately concealed there? Lu Feng inquired further. Qianlan felt a tightening in her chest and asked, Master, do you mean to suggest that someone might come looking for it? Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. There is certainly a possibility. If the individual who set the formation is no longer present, it may have become a truly ownerless object, its origins unknown. However, if that person remains, they would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on the movements of this celestial abode. Regardless, this invaluable treasure must not be relinquished, Hu Jiu declared. Moreover, we must not divulge this information to any outsiders. Otherwise, our entire sect could face dire consequences. Such a treasure, akin to harboring a crime, could lead to the annihilation of the Xianlai sect should its existence become known. Millions of crystal stones could easily tempt the most avaricious souls to their demise. We should first investigate, Lu Feng stated, waving his sleeve, causing all the disciples of Xianlai sect present to vanish without a trace. The celestial abode shimmered momentarily before abruptly disappearing, as if it had never existed. Only those who had been observing closely could discern a minuscule grain, resembling sand, gently descending from the air, ultimately resting upon the table. Yet, it was so inconspicuous that it possessed no presence at all, akin to genuine floating dust, and its location was undetectable by spiritual awareness. Moments later, that grain of sand transformed back into the celestial abode, re-emerging in its original position, while Lu Feng and the others materialized from within. Their faces shone with astonishment, as if dazzled by the treasures contained within. Truly marvelous. Exquisite craftsmanship. I cannot believe I have witnessed the Qian Kuan Xian Fu in person, and even ventured inside. What an accomplishment, one exclaimed. I feel as though I could boast about this for a lifetime. Little junior sister is indeed our sect's lucky star. Indeed, they all remarked, their gazes toward Lu Shishu shifting significantly. Lu Feng noticed their expressions and smiled. What is with that look? This was originally Jiuwei's. Would I dare to seize it merely because of its value? Meng Ling queried. Master, this is a treasure worth millions of crystal stones. Are you truly unaffected? Who would not be moved? He replied. However, I have experienced both wealth and poverty, and in the end, I have grown indifferent to such matters. What is mine? I shall claim. What is not mine? I cannot bring myself to steal. Besides, no object, no matter how precious, could possibly compare to Jiuwei. Could it not? Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, nothing surpasses the importance of junior sister Jiuwei. Without her, we will have long since perished. Even 10 celestial abodes would not equal her worth. Chapter 32. Accumulation indeed, no matter how significant an object may be, it pales in comparison to a person. To forsake Jiuwei for immediate gain would be a grave miscalculation. Liu chuckled. Moreover, all my skills were imparted by Jiuwei. This is an endless source of treasure. How could I repay her kindness with betrayal? They all recognized Mo Jiuwei's capabilities and dismissed any notion that this celestial abode could rival her prowess. Having endured hardships together, They supported one another through thick and thin. Those with ulterior motives and a sole focus on profit had long since departed, leaving behind only hearts filled with sincerity and trust. The assistance they received from Mo Jiuwei was forever etched in their memories. How could they forget? You speak wisely, Lu Feng responded, surveying everyone before nodding in satisfaction once he discerned their earnestness and absence of wicked intent. He nullified the ownership of the treasure and had Mo Jiuwei brought to him. While she remained in a deep slumber, he pricked her hand to acknowledge her as the rightful owner. The moment the blood was drawn, he swiftly sealed the small wound with spiritual energy, ensuring it healed seamlessly as if she had never been injured. Mo Jiuwei furrowed her brow slightly in her dreams due to the pain, but the sensation quickly dissipated, allowing her to resume her peaceful slumber. With Yuling water preceding and Ling Gong following, the spiritual energy within Mo Jiuwei was steadily accumulating. This energy did not immediately convert into her power, but gradually gathered in her dantian, and in an unseen realm, her spiritual root was also steadily strengthening. After nearly a day of slumber, Mo Jiuwei opened her eyes and instinctively sensed something. Oh, what is this? It seems something has recognized its master. Is it that celestial abode? Mo Jiuwei paused, blinking her eyes as she turned to look at her sister, Ji Qingqing, who was holding her. Ji Qingqing recounted the events to Mo Jiuwei. Master Liu said that this treasure is exceedingly precious and that everything our Xianlai sect has acquired has occurred since you arrived, proving that you are indeed a lucky star. Thus, he facilitated your connection with the celestial abode. Well, that reasoning seems quite plausible, Ji Qingqing mused. How could they possibly bestow such a treasure upon a mere child? Their audacity is astounding. Yet, being called a lucky star, I shall graciously accept that title. No worries. What is mine is everyone else's. Let's use it together. After Mo Jiuwei concluded her thoughts, she noticed Ji Qingqing gazing at her with tears of gratitude in her eyes. Oh my, junior sister Jiuwei, you are simply irresistible, unable to contain herself. Ji Qingqing planted a kiss on Mo Jiuwei's cheek. Mo Jiuwei was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter, prompting Ji Qingqing to join her in merriment. In the following days, Mo Jiuwei continued her role as a teacher, extending her guidance beyond just to Jiuwei and the others. Ji Qingqing suddenly realized that Mo Jiuwei could not only impart skills, but also provide insights into cultivation. On one particular day, while meditating in her room, Ji Qingqing found herself perplexed. Her efficiency in cultivation was unusually low that day, having sat for most of the day without any discernible progress. Frustrated, she propped her chin on her hand, wearing a troubled expression when she heard Mo Jiuwei's voice. The heart of the Tao is impure, and the spiritual abode remains unclarified. How can one cultivate effectively under such conditions? Furthermore, is cultivation merely about achieving a state of emptiness? Ji Qingqing was momentarily bewildered. She could grasp the first statement, acknowledging that her myriad distractions indeed hindered her clarity and thus affected her cultivation. However, the latter seemed perplexing. What does it mean to achieve emptiness? What does it mean to grasp something precisely? As she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Jiuwei utter a cultivation mantra. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and followed the instructions. On her first attempt, she did not attain the state described in the mantra. However, on the second attempt, she experienced a sudden clarity, as if her consciousness had momentarily detached from her body, her thoughts flowing freely, and her mind achieving a state of ethereal tranquility. Yet, out of trust in Mo Jiuwei, she restrained herself from actively detaching from this state, choosing instead to continue relaxing and sinking deeper into it. Soon enough, she realized she had gained newfound clarity. At this moment, although her eyes were closed, she felt as though they were open, allowing her to perceive ethereal entities floating and drawing near. It was the essence of spiritual energy. Ji Qingqing was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that these entities were none other than luminous points of spiritual energy. The energy swirled around her body like floating dust, gently oscillating as if it were a playful child, rising and falling, darting left and right, reveling in its joy. Ji Qingqing felt urgency, for these were manifestations of spiritual energy. Do not sway. Enter my body swiftly. In her mind, she yearned for this, and suddenly, everything transformed. It was as if she had acquired an invisible pair of hands that reached out to grasp each glowing point she gazed upon. The captured points of spiritual energy flowed into her body, one after another. Whatever she grasped would instantly enter. In that moment, Ji Qingqing felt she had grasped the essence of precision in her actions. Having discovered the technique, she was elated and immersed herself in the endeavor, focusing intently on capturing the points of light, losing herself entirely in the process, oblivious to the passage of time. Montag Jiuwei suddenly blinked. How did she suddenly become enlightened? Is this a moment of realization? Quite impressive. It seems she is indeed teachable, even though I haven't had the chance to instruct her yet. Ji Shiji has truly embarked on genuine cultivation now. It will take her quite some time to regain her senses. It seemed that there was nothing more for her to do. Mo Jiuwei yawned and simply fell back asleep. When Mo Jiuwei awoke, she was astonished to find that the entire Xianlai sect appeared to have adopted her method of cultivation. This approach was not unique to her. It was prevalent in the world of immortals she had originally belonged to, but the speed at which individuals entered that state of tranquility varied based on their innate qualities. However, the incantation was her own creation. With the incantation, regardless of one's innate talent, entering the tranquil state became swifter and more efficient. Mo Jiuwei was unaware that the members of Xianlai sect were able to comprehend this technique because of her incantation. She merely thought they had all gained enlightenment. Regardless, this was a fortunate development, and she was too lazy to ponder the reasons behind it. Chapter 33. Fleeing in disarray unbeknownst to Mo Jiuwei. While she was absent, the members of Xianlai sect had gathered to discuss among themselves. That incantation is truly remarkable. Indeed, my previous practice involved autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. I never imagined it could be collected in such a manner. Yes, grasp one, and another follows. It is far too entertaining. I must say, my previous cultivation felt dull and monotonous, but now it has become immensely enjoyable. Had I known of this method sooner, my cultivation would have surely surpassed merely the qi refinement stage. This novel approach to cultivation was unheard of among them. It was absent not only from their surroundings, but also from the jade slips. Ji Qingqing was the first to succeed, and she immediately informed everyone of her findings, though they were initially skeptical, as her description shattered their previous understanding. Cultivating by grasping spiritual energy, the amount one captures equates to the amount absorbed? How could that be possible? However, after trying it, each one of them was left astounded. Junior sister Jiuwei knows far too much. One wonders what kind of great being she could possibly be reincarnated from. Jiu clicked his tongue. You have no idea when I saw her today. I almost wanted to kneel and bow to her. I had such thoughts too, but I restrained myself. Kneeling is no issue, but explaining it afterward would be troublesome. Dee remarked while touching her nose. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Lu Feng, nodded in agreement. If it were an ordinary great being, even if reincarnated, they might not possess such abilities. I suspect Jiuwei may likely be the reincarnation of a true immortal who failed to ascend. Lu Feng speculated. A true immortal does not refer to a genuine deity. A genuine deity is a god, while a true immortal refers to one who has reached the threshold of ascension but tragically perished before achieving it. Although they did not succeed in ascending, their strength is merely a step away, far surpassing that of an ordinary great being. If that is the case, it would be a disservice to her to remain in Xianlai sect. Shenlan felt a sense of unease. Such a gifted child could easily gain admission to the foremost sect, Penglai Island, where she would acquire the world's most precious resources, be it esteemed mentors, magical artifacts, or arrays of spiritual energy. She would receive only the best. Consequently, her cultivation speed would reach unprecedented heights with no day wasted, and her breakthroughs in various realms would shatter the records set by past cultivators. However, Xianlai sect has limited resources. Not only does their current wealth fall short, but even if they were sufficiently wealthy, their sect's status pales in comparison to those of illustrious families. Truly exceptional treasures remain elusive. Take the Qiankun Immortal Mansion as an example. Even if Xianlai sect possessed the same wealth as Penglai Island, should a mansion be presented before them, its owner would undoubtedly sell it to Penglai Island without hesitation, rather than to Xianlai sect. In this light, it is evident that Jiuwei is underappreciated at Xianlai sect. That said, we cannot possibly send her to another sect. Lu Feng frowned. Jiuwei is still too young and lacks the means to protect herself. If she were to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could spell danger. Indeed, those powerful sects are not necessarily benevolent. Internal strife for power is rampant, and unity is lacking, placing Jiuwei at risk should she fall into their grasp. Even aside from Jiuwei's unique qualities, simply considering our bond, I would be reluctant to part with her. Exactly. We have developed such a good relationship. How could we suddenly send her away? Agreed, unless her biological parents appear. No one is taking her away. Even if her parents do show up, they cannot take her. If they were trustworthy, how could Jiuwei have nearly frozen to death on the streets? Hearing the sentiments of the group, Lu Feng nodded. Jiuwei possesses her own autonomy. None of us have the right to decide for her. While she remains with us, we shall provide her with ample care, prioritizing all sect resources for her use. And when she decides to leave in the future, we shall not obstruct her. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement. Indeed, Jiuwei is not a naive child unaware of the world. Whether she chooses to stay or leave, she is perfectly capable of making her own decisions. All we can do is support her wholeheartedly when she makes that decision. On this day, two families suddenly arrived at Xianlai Sect, having heard of its reputation and wishing to seek apprenticeship for their children. However, upon witnessing the sparse number of disciples and the dilapidated mountain gate, they recoiled as if they had encountered a fraud, turning on their heels and departing in fright. After they left, the remaining members of Xianlai Sect stood in a daze, caught in the wind. These two families must have heard about Xianlai Sect's reputation while we were at the restaurant enjoying spiritual soup. Shenlong remarked with a wry smile. It is unfortunate we could not retain them. One was a 3-element root, and the other a 4-element root. Neither qualifies as exceptional. Yet they look down upon us, Hu Jiu lamented. With their talents, they would find no prospects in any superior sect, destined to remain among the mediocre. They would fare better staying in Xianlai Sect. While the former Xianlai Sect may not have been worthwhile, the current Xianlai Sect has accumulated some wealth, and with Mo Jiuwei, this hidden powerhouse, our potential for earning and guiding cultivation is undeniable. Yet, regrettably, we cannot disclose Jiuwei's situation to them, and moreover, these two families did not even afford us the opportunity to persuade them. They fled faster than rabbits. Alas, they do not value us. And we do not value them in turn. If they do not come, so be it. Man Liu scoffed. Do they expect us to beg them for apprenticeship? If they do not come, so be it. We can always accept them later once we have developed. Lu Feng waved his hand, by the way. The Sani Hua Min is approaching. How prepared are you all? Hu Jiu, do you, and Meng Ling exchanged glances, feeling somewhat anxious. I am uncertain. But surely we cannot be regarded as the least among our peers, Hu Yu murmured softly. Indeed, our learning period has been rather brief, and during this time, we have not engaged in any exchanges with fellow practitioners, making comparison seemingly impossible. Hu Jiu scratched his head. Perhaps we are still adequate? I feel that my crafting skills have improved significantly since my initial attempts. Meng Ling chimed in. Yet I remain uncertain, as my junior sister Jiuwei still expresses dissatisfaction with my craftsmanship. Her discontent manifests in her complaints about my slow pace, my lack of finesse in technique, and my excessive nervousness, among other things. It seems that no refining session has ever been flawless. Upon hearing this, Du Yu and Hu Jiu nodded in agreement, recognizing that our current performance likely fails to meet Jiuwei's standards. This realization left us feeling rather disheartened. Chapter 34. A hidden treasure. Lu Feng chuckled upon hearing their concerns. Fear not, Jiuwei possesses discerning taste. It is natural for her to be selective and critical. Just do your utmost. As long as you do not find yourselves at the bottom, it will reflect favorably on our Xianlai Sect. Understood, they replied. We shall do our best. With several days remaining before the competition, we resolved to practice diligently. The San Yi Hua Min competition is a grand event among sects, with larger sects sending more participants. Smaller sects, such as Xianlai Sect, typically send only one representative for each skill. Approximately 100 sects participate across 3 disciplines, and those eliminated first are deemed the least competent. Following the competition, a ranking will be established, recognizing the top 3 and the bottom 10 sections. Lu Feng's warning against finishing in the last 10 implies that we should strive to avoid such a fate. The top 3 positions are usually dominated by a select few prestigious sects, leaving little room for surprise, yet the competition for the last 10 spots is notably fierce. Initially, Sect leader Su had no intention of entering the competition, fully aware of Man Liu's Sect's capabilities, and contemplated withdrawing altogether. Though this may seem cowardly, it is certainly preferable to facing humiliation. However, circumstances shifted, and they were involuntarily registered by the Lucian sect, leaving them no choice but to participate. At this juncture, there is little left to discuss, save for doing our utmost. Xingyun, how is your preparation progressing? Lu Feng inquired, directing his gaze towards Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun nodded, indicating he was ready. Very well, I shall provide you with protection and assist you in establishing your foundation. Yi Xingyun felt a surge of nervousness and instinctively glanced at Mo Jiuwei. He had prepared thoroughly. His cultivation had reached a critical point, and the foundational pill was ready, yet he required the final push. In such moments, he longed for the presence of his junior sister, as her company would offer him immense reassurance. Qianlan, join us, Lu Feng remarked, noticing Yi Xingyun's thoughts, directing his attention to Qianlan, who was currently holding Mo Jiuwei. Qianlan nodded and naturally embraced Mo Jiuwei as they proceeded together. Upon entering the cave dwelling, they closed the door and set up the necessary barriers. Yi Xingyun then sat cross-legged on the ground, with the solitary bottle of foundational pill positioned before him. Do not be anxious. Everything will proceed smoothly, Qianlan reassured him. Yi Xingyun nodded, straining to listen for what his junior sister might say. However, Montak yu vai mirili yaunet. I'm sleepy again. Hurry up and break through. There's no need to be so nervous about something so simple. Just break through to the foundational stage so I can sleep peacefully. With her words, Yi Xingyun felt a surge of confidence, his posture becoming more upright. He settled into meditation, gathering the spiritual energy within him, preparing to breach the barrier. As the energy consolidated from its scattered state, he bit down on the foundational pill nestled beneath his tongue, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his being. His face flushed crimson, and his body trembled slightly, as if in pain. Fool, what are you doing? Quickly grasp your spiritual energy points and draw them into your body to aid your breakthrough. Aren't you capable of capturing the energy points? Why have you forgotten now? Mo Jiuwei, initially unperturbed, watched with a detached demeanor, occasionally yawning. Yet, the breakthrough process, which should have been straightforward, did not unfold as anticipated. Despite consuming the foundational pill, Yi Xingyun struggled, seemingly at a loss for what to do. If he failed to transition successfully, not only would a precious foundational pill be wasted, but he could also sustain damage to his meridians, potentially hindering his progress for a lifetime, resulting in stagnation at the qi refinement stage. Yi Xingyun, already trembling in pain, was momentarily startled by Mo Jiuwei's voice. Instinctively following her guidance, he entered a state of tranquility akin to meditation, successfully perceiving the spiritual energy points. Then, adhering to Mo Jiuwei's instructions, he began to draw the energy points into his body. The influx of new spiritual energy provided an unexpected surge of power, merging with the existing energy and the potency of the foundational pill, all working harmoniously to break through. With a resounding explosion within him, a path suddenly opened up, and an overwhelming force flooded through his body, dispelling the earlier agony and fatigue. Yi Xingyun's eyes flew wide open, his excitement overwhelming as he exclaimed, I did it! I succeeded! Lu Feng exhaled in relief, nodding with a smile. Congratulations, Yi Xingyun. Congratulations, junior brother, Qianlan added with a grin. Thank you, uncle master and sister. The trio exchanged words while casting astonished glances at Mo Jiuwei, wondering how she had facilitated such a breakthrough. Historically, all cultivators encounter significant obstacles at this foundational stage. Even with a foundational pill, fewer than half manage to break through successfully. This process, akin to expanding a stream into a river, is excruciating and perilous, with many unable to endure it. Thus, it has long been believed that success in this endeavor is largely a matter of fate. Yet, to their surprise, Mo Jiuwei's method of cultivation appeared applicable to breakthroughs, significantly reducing the associated risks. Not to mention her precise approach to capturing energy points, combined with the tranquil meditation technique, holds immense value. For Man Liu's sect, this was akin to discovering a hidden treasure. The news of Yi Xingyun's successful breakthrough soon spread throughout the sect, eliciting collective relief and genuine joy among the members. Having shared in the trials of hardship, They had become as close as family, naturally delighted by such positive news. Additionally, given the already sparse population of Xianlai Sect, any individual's advancement in cultivation equated to an overall enhancement of the sect's strength, undeniably a cause for celebration. Days passed swiftly, and the time for the San Yihuan Min competition was rapidly approaching. Over the course of 2 months, Jiuwei's current physical form, though the exact date of birth remained unclear, was estimated to be around 3 months old. In her early days, she often felt overwhelming fatigue, alternating between hunger and drowsiness, frequently losing consciousness and lacking control over her corporeal instincts. Now, having grown slightly, although still unable to exert control, her alertness had improved, and her periods of wakefulness had lengthened. Take me with you. Take me with you. I want to watch the competition too. When the members of Xianlai Sect prepared to depart, Jiuwei could no longer remain still, beginning to whine. According to tradition, each sect must appoint a senior member to lead the competing disciples to the competition site. Lu Miaolin. Chapter 35. Lu Miaolin. The identity of this senior member varies by circumstance. It could be the sect leader, a peak master, or a managing elder. Xianlai Sect should have ideally been represented by Sui Han, the sect leader, as the other member statuses were somewhat inadequate, though his position was not particularly esteemed either. However, following his leg injury, Sui Han had become averse to receiving visitors and was reluctant to leave his quarters, making participation in such a public event virtually impossible. It was only natural that the matter was entrusted to Lu Feng. This time, in addition to bringing 3 participants, Lu Feng would also take Ji Qingqing and Yixingyun along. Chen Lan, possessing the highest cultivation among the remaining individuals, was instructed to remain at the sect to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Jiuwei, fearing she might miss out on such a significant event, fervently waved her arms and legs, insisting that she must go. You absolutely have to take me. I should be making myself quite clear, right? They should understand my intentions. Lu Feng suppressed a smile as he looked at Jiuwei. What about taking Jiuwei along to broaden her horizons? Ji Qingqing suggested aptly. However, Hu Jiu was somewhat concerned, questioning whether it would be convenient to take such a young girl on a long journey. Unlike previous outings, there were fewer people traveling this time, and the area of LV Miaolin was populated with disciples from various sects, making it crowded and chaotic. Was it truly safe to bring such a small child like Jiuwei? It will be convenient. I assure you, I will be fine, and I can even assist you. Wah, please make sure to take me. I don't want to stay at the sect staring blankly at my senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng decided not to hesitate any longer. Fine, let us take her along. If it becomes unsuitable for her, you can take her away first. Thus, the arrangement was finalized. Lu Feng set out with 6 individuals, including Jiuwei, this time not using the teleportation array, but rather embarking on their journey via flying boat. Given the distance to LV Miaolin and the number of people, using the teleportation array would have wasted too many crystal stones. The flying boat had been recently acquired. It was a common model, offering excellent value for money and capable of accommodating all the disciples of Xianlai Zone, facilitating a collective departure. LV Miaolin was situated in the northern central region of the continent, where the climate was pleasant year-round and the scenery picturesque, abundant with fine spirit fruits. The area was divided into forest and mountainous regions, with the forest being relatively flat and much safer, while the mountainous areas were more suitable for trials, being rife with demonic beasts and poisonous creatures. The competition was, of course, arranged in the safer forest area, where the Lingbo Sect and Danin Sect had previously sent disciples to clear the surroundings, chopping down obstructive trees and eliminating nearby demonic beasts and a few poisonous creatures to ensure the safety of the contest. These 2 sects were chosen because they were positioned on either side of LV Miaolin, thus responsible for not only clearing the environment, but also managing all arrangements for the participating personnel over the coming days. The competitions would take place during the day in LV Miaolin, while accommodations for rest at night would be provided within the 2 sections. By the time Lu Feng and his group arrived, it was already quite late, and upon registering at the entrance, they noticed that at least 80% of the participating sects had already arrived. Lu Xianzong. Lu Feng, with keen eyes, quickly spotted the name of Lu Xianzong, which was merely a few spots ahead of Xianlai Zone. This indicated that the other party had indeed arrived recently, and a confrontation between the 2 sides was very likely. If it weren't for them, Wei Wunti have even signed up. Ji Qingqing gritted her teeth in resentment. The enmity between Xian Laizong and Lu Xianzong had already been deeply rooted, irreconcilable. Even if the disciples of Xian Laizong wished to ignore it, the other side would incessantly seek them out. How vexing! They will undoubtedly utter some disparaging remarks to deliberately dampen our morale. Just ignore them and do your best during the competition, Lu Feng instructed. Yes, rest assured, Master Uncle. As they conversed, Lu Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and he cast an unfriendly gaze toward a certain direction. The others sensed something amiss and followed his gaze, only to confront Du Wangquan and his disciple Zhou Yi. Recognizing the disciples of Xian Laizong, Du Wangquan raised an eyebrow and approached them. You actually came to participate, he remarked with a smile, his gaze shifting to Mo Jiuwei, clearly taken aback. Ha, Master, look at them. They truly are playing games. Bringing a baby to such an important competition. Zhou Yi could not contain his laughter. Mo Jiuwei was indeed conspicuous. Amidst the many disciples, young and old, male and female, she was the only infant present. Anyone passing by would glance at her more than twice. Is there truly no one left in Xian Laizong? How would you bring child here? Du Wangquan found the situation absurd. Who knows, they might even need to breastfeed her right in the middle of the competition. Zhou Yi grinned, narrowing his eyes, his gaze lingering particularly on a female disciple of Xian Laizong. Qianlan was the first to lose her temper, her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword at her waist. What are you looking at? Do you believe I 1T blind you? TCH, what do you think I'm looking at? Zhou Yi, unfazed, deliberately winked, confident that Qianlan would not dare to voice her thoughts. This detestable person is truly disgusting. The moment he appears, the air around me seems to turn foul. Senior brothers and sisters, you must rally your spirits and ensure that all members of Lu Xianzong are sent packing on the first day of the competition. Mo Jiuwei also rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lu Feng, maintaining his composure, stepped in front of Mo Jiuwei and swiftly slapped Zhou Yi across the face. Smack! Now the cultivator of the Golden Core stage, if he wished, this strike could have claimed Zhou Yi's life. However, he did not want to cause trouble in such a setting, fearing it would tarnish the reputation of Xian Laizong or affect the competition of the three children. So he held back to some extent. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi was still knocked to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and ears, barely managing to let out a wail before falling silent for a while. You insolent fool! This is my disciple. Who are you to lay a hand on him? Du Wangquan was momentarily stunned, then enraged, reaching out to strike Lu Feng. Yet Lu Feng swiftly swatted his hand away, the force causing Du Wangquan's wrist to tingle painfully. Just as he was about to explode in fury, he suddenly found Lu Feng's face somewhat familiar. You are. This is our master Uncle Lu Feng. Hu Jiu sneered. Du Wangquan, how long has it been since you left Xian Laizong that you can no longer recognize him? Lu Feng? Impossible. How could he be Lu Feng? Du Wangquan's expression changed dramatically, instinctively shaking his head in denial. However, this resistance quickly morphed into shock and doubt. This could not be Lu Feng. Lu Feng was clearly an old man nearing his end, younger in age than himself. How could he appear so youthful now? At his advanced age, he had long missed the best time for preserving his youth. Even if he consumed a rejuvenation pill now, it would be impossible for him to regain his youth. Moreover, even his voice had become younger. Yet if one were to claim otherwise, the more he looked at Lu Feng's face, the more it resembled Lu Feng from his youth. Du Wangquan was left bewildered, momentarily forgetting even his miserable-looking disciple. Du Wangquan, did you ever expect this day would come? Lu Feng smiled, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Du Wangquan's cultivation level was also at the foundation establishment stage, comparable to Lu Feng's former self. Under normal circumstances, individuals of their age would have long abandoned hope of reaching the Golden Core stage unless they encountered significant opportunities or possessed precious treasures. This was precisely why Du Wangquan was eager to abandon Xian Laizong and join Lu Xianzong. Perhaps by switching to a better sect, he might have the chance to advance and become a Golden Core cultivator, thereby not only strengthening his cultivation but also extending his lifespan. The master of Lu Xianzong had painted numerous enticing prospects for them when they left, one of which was the promise of abundant resources, thus igniting his uncontrollable desire. However, Lu Feng knew that this was a mere impossibility. Not only was Lu Xianzong not a particularly remarkable sect, but also lacked substantial wealth. Even if they did possess some, those resources would not be allocated to an old man. Therefore, even without discussing his own matters regarding Xian Sui, simply considering his current cultivation level was already beyond what Du Wangquan could ever hope to achieve in his lifetime. What has happened? What treasures have you acquired that you have transformed in this way? Du Wangquan was filled with urgency and jealousy, tightly gripping Lu Feng's sleeve. Lu Feng forcefully waved him away, revealing a look of disdain, urging him to keep his distance. This old fellow is up to no good, he thought. Mo Jiuwei immediately sensed the impending trouble, for the calculating glint in Du Wangquan's squinting eyes was unmistakable. Lu Feng felt a heaviness in his heart. After a brief pause, he feigned a smug demeanor and spoke. What is the matter? Are you feeling envious? Huh, you might as well give up. You'll never obtain the Yi Rong Dan in your lifetime. Yi Rong Dan? Du Wangquan was momentarily taken aback. The Yi Rong Dan was a miraculous elixir capable of altering one's body at will, allowing the user to transform in accordance with their desires. Not only could one regain youth, but they could also change height and weight, transforming into whatever they envisioned. The changes extended to voice, hair, and more. However, the Yi Rong Dan was exceedingly rare, far scarcer than the Jiyan Dan, making it a rather obscure and costly potion. Its existence was somewhat of a double-edged sword. Aside from a handful of dissatisfied cultivators, most would prefer to invest in more practical elixirs or artifacts rather than squander resources on such an extravagant item. You say you have consumed the Yi Rong Dan? Are you out of your mind? If you had such a potion, wouldn't you trade it for crystals instead? Moreover, if you wish for a new face, surely you could choose a more attractive one? Why would you revert to your youthful appearance? Du Wangquan, baffled by Lu Feng's choices. The confidence to select one's own visage for transformation was perplexing. Yet, inexplicably, Du Wangquan's anger and discontent began to wane, as the Yi Rong Dan had no purpose beyond altering appearances. Lu Feng's actions appeared utterly foolish, a waste of such a precious resource. If he had it in his possession, Du Wangquan would certainly find a worthy buyer and sell it for an exorbitant price, using the crystals to acquire treasures that could extend his lifespan or aid in breakthroughs. Lu Feng, so foolish. You think I care? I'm merely informing you of your envy. Lu Feng abruptly halted mid-sentence, sneering disdainfully. It dawned on Du Wangquan that Lu Feng could not sell the elixir. He could only consume it himself. With this realization, he calmed down, recognizing that even with the elixir, it could not change the fact that Lu Feng's lifespan was limited. What was there to envy? Stop pretending. I know you're just putting on a brave face. Lu Feng taunted him. Du Wangquan rolled his eyes, then suddenly remembered his disciple was still on the ground and quickly helped him up. Jiuwei, how are you? Is it serious? Cough, cough. Master, I'm fine. Jiuwei replied softly, covering his face. The blow from Lu Feng had been excruciating, leaving him with the sensation that his head had been deformed. He was nearly in psychological turmoil, afraid to meet Lu Feng's gaze. Why hadn't he realized before how fierce Lu Shishu could be? Your disciple is truly worthless. If he dares to harass our female disciples again, I will slap him each time I see him. Lu Feng shot Jiuwei a cold glance, remarking on how many times his face could withstand such treatment. Ha! Well done, Lu Shishu. Such scoundrels deserve a lesson. Next time, just take action. This is my disciple. You have no right to discipline him. Du Wangquan retorted, displeased. Do you think I can be ignored? If you won't manage him, then I must step in. Lu Feng replied calmly. Duo Shishu. A disciple from the Lucian sect called out from a distance, waving his hand with an anxious demeanor. Du Wangquan responded with a grunt. I won't say much more today. Just wait and see at the upcoming competition. Likewise, I am eager to see how your Lucian sect fares this time. As the two departed, Chunlan and the others expressed their gratitude to Lu Feng. Thank you, Lu Shishu. We are fortunate to have you here. Jiuwei was truly excessive. Without you, we would have never stood a chance against Du Wangquan. Of course. How could I stand by while he bullied you? Lu Feng waved a dismissive hand. Lu Shishu, Du Wangquan doesn't know about your recent breakthrough, does he? Chunlan asked quietly. No, I didn't reveal my strength. He should be unaware. Lu Feng nodded, deciding to keep this matter under wraps to prevent any ill intentions from arising once they discovered his newfound power. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement, choosing to maintain secrecy. Chapter 37. Initial screening. It was impossible to conceal matters of cultivation forever. The current discretion was merely to prevent Du Wangquan from linking Lu Feng's rejuvenation with his rise in power. It was evident that becoming younger and enhancing one's abilities simultaneously would attract envy and scrutiny. Thus, while sharing this information was permissible, it needed to be done at an opportune moment, ideally under a plausible pretext. The upcoming San Ihua Min was co-hosted by the Lingbo Sect and the Danin Sect, characterized by a predominance of male disciples from the former and female disciples from the latter. This unique feature, coupled with their proximity, had fostered numerous romantic partnerships. The event was managed by the young and attractive disciples from both sects, some of whom were couples, creating an aesthetically pleasing atmosphere. As the start time approached, the respective sect leaders delivered eloquent speeches to encourage the participating disciples, emphasizing the rewards for this competition. This year's prizes appeared more abundant than ever, stirring excitement among the attendees. Indeed, they seemed nearly double that of the previous year. Rumors circulated about the imminent opening of the floating cloud tower. Could this be the reason for the increased rewards? Who could tell? Such matters were best understood by the senior sect leaders. As the time arrived, the initial screening was set to commence. All disciples, please proceed to your designated areas for a brief preparation before the simultaneous initial screening of the three arts takes place. Everyone's spirits lifted. The moment had arrived. Given the overwhelming number of participants, accommodating them for the competition and lodging posed significant challenges. To mitigate expenses and hasten the pace of the competition, the first day would feature an initial screening. Only those who passed this stage would qualify to remain for the next day. The difficulty of the initial screening was not excessively high. Only those with shaky foundations would be eliminated at this stage. However, the three participants from the Xianlai sect could hardly be deemed foundational. They had barely 2 months of training before this competition, while others had trained for over a decade. How could they compete? How can this be? I feel so anxious, Di said, clutching her chest as if struggling to breathe. Hu Jiuwei remained silent, appearing unperturbed, though his unusual reticence betrayed his true feelings. Just perform normally and don't be nervous. Lu Feng reassured them. Regardless of the outcome, we have sent participants, and you can consider this an opportunity to broaden your horizons without undue pressure. When they arrived, he had merely jested about not finishing last, but in truth, it was merely a light-hearted comment. Regardless of their performance, it mattered not. All right, the time is nearly up. Off you go. Yes, senior brothers and sisters, take it easy. You are already exceptional. Jianlan and Gao. While Mo Jiuwei in her arms waved her arms as if to cheer them on. For reasons unknown, despite Lu Shishu's numerous reassurances, they remained tense. Yet Mo Jiuwei's simple words somehow eased their minds. They felt truly exceptional, believing it impossible to finish last. The three released a collective sigh of relief, exchanging encouraging glances before proceeding to their respective positions corresponding to their skills for the competition. Dan, Qi, and Fu are the three arts, and during the initial screening, the first test is the written examination, which involves answering questions. It is impractical to begin with alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting right away, as it is too time-consuming and wasteful of crystal stones. While silently answering questions, Du Yu and her companions gradually calmed down. Their heart rates slowed, and their anxiety dissipated. Surprisingly, once they were on stage, they felt at ease, likely because they were confident in their ability to answer the questions. The questions included foundational knowledge related to various skills and some techniques involved in the creation process, with numerous pitfalls that were easily overlooked. As Du Yu swiftly wrote down her answers, she silently praised her junior sister, Xiao Shimi, for her brilliance. Many of the pitfalls were precisely the errors Xiao Shimi had pointed out while observing her alchemy practice, which Du Yu had remembered vividly. By the time she had completed most of the exam, Du Yu found herself uncertain about only one question, confident that she had answered the rest correctly. Could it be that this initial screening was particularly simple? As she cautiously lifted her head to glance around, she noticed that half of the disciples wore troubled expressions, and one particularly young disciple was even on the verge of tears. This realization gave her a sense of assurance. It turned out that the questions were not too easy, but rather that her junior sister's guidance had been exceptionally thorough. Similar sentiments were echoed by Hu Jiuwei and Meng Ling, who initially doubted their abilities, yet as they wrote, they began to feel more secure. At the very least, they were confident they would pass this round. Lu Feng, unable to see the situation on stage, stood there anxiously, worrying for them. Uncle Sure, please don't fret. I believe their performance should be commendable. Chun-Lan reassured him. Indeed, I share your belief that they will not disappoint. To produce a finished product in just 2 months is a testament to their innate talent, Yi Xingyun added. Although they had not practiced any skills themselves, they had heard enough about the challenges associated with learning them over the years. They had often heard that mastering a skill took at least a decade, and results were seldom visible until then. However, the 3 from Man Sect had managed to achieve results in just 2 months. While they may not be the absolute best, they certainly were not the worst. I'm not worried about our Man Sect's lack of achievements. Rather, I fear for their ability to maintain their composure, Lu Feng sighed. They were novices, unaware of their own capabilities, and should they discover that they were far inferior to others during the competition, it would inevitably lead to disappointment and a negative impact on their morale. Once confidence is shaken, they might even choose to give up entirely. That won't happen. Jiuwei interjected confidently. I've watched them improve gradually. Although they were a bit inexperienced at first, their progress has been rapid, certainly surpassing that of an ordinary person. While the later rounds remain uncertain, I am confident they will pass this initial screening. Just then, the 3, deeply focused on their writing, almost made a mistake as they were startled by her voice. They looked up in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Could it be possible? Even from such a distance, they could hear Xiao Shimi's voice? Chapter 38. Yenshiman, what is going on? Could it be that Xiao Shimi's voice was not carried through the air, but resonated directly within their minds, thus unaffected by distance? Jiuwei remained curious, her gaze flitting around, captivated by the handsome and beautiful figures. The competition for the 3 Arts Flower Gate had an age requirement. Those over 40 were ineligible to participate. At 40 years old, one is still considered young in the realm of cultivation. Even the most novice practitioner in the Qi refinement stage boasts a lifespan of 200 years. Thus, nearly all present were youthful cultivators, many of whom had made a special effort to present themselves well, appearing vibrant and refreshed. Growing weary, Jiuwei decided to take a brief nap. After all, she could rest wherever she was, without needing to choose an opportune time or place. Upon awakening after the competition concluded, she yawned and quickly stretched her neck, eager to locate Hu Jio and the others. Have they finished? What was the outcome? Where are they? It feels like there are fewer people around. Chun-Lan chuckled. Ah, has junior sister Jiuwei awakened? Your senior brother Hu and his companions have successfully passed the first round of screening and are now participating in the second round. If they also pass this round, they will qualify for tomorrow's official competition. Today's event was merely a preliminary selection. Only those who make it to tomorrow will count. Those who failed the first round left in shame, many of them in tears. Ah, they're still too young. Montag Juwei realist. She shook her head and soon spotted Du Yu, who was deeply engrossed in writing. Both rounds of the initial screening consisted of answering questions, though the subjects differed. The second round had fewer questions, yet the difficulty was markedly greater. As Du Yu concentrated on her writing, she suddenly heard her junior sister's voice. That person is actually copying senior sister Du's answers. How shameless. Someone is copying me. Du Yue Froned. Instinctively turning her head to confront the startled face of the culprit. Caught off guard, the individual had been engrossed in copying and hadn't anticipated being discovered so quickly. He froze momentarily, his face turning crimson, and quickly lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Finally caught you, Jiuwei exclaimed, her nose twitching in curiosity. What is that scent? It seems somewhat familiar. Oh well, it's too faint. I can't recall. Jiuwei earnestly pondered, but ultimately gave up, perhaps tiring from her thoughts, and tilted her head to sleep once more. Chun-Lan found it amusing and gently adjusted her head back into place, affectionately brushing her nose. Uncle Sure, do you smell something? Yi Xingyun inquired quietly. Lu Feng had already been sniffing since he heard Jiuwei's voice, but had not discerned anything significant. I'm unsure what scent she refers to. I have not detected anything distinctive. It could be the mingled aromas of so many people, Yi Xingyun speculated. After another quarter of an hour, the second round of the initial screening concluded. The results were announced almost immediately. A mere glance at their written answers allowed the elders to swiftly determine who should be eliminated and who should remain. Excellent. All 3 of us have passed. Yi Xingyun exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the results. The eliminated disciples left dejectedly, heads hung low, while those who remained wore expressions of delight, including the trio from Man Liu Sect. Very well indeed. Lu Feng chuckled, realizing their purpose had been achieved. They would not be at the bottom. How could we possibly be last? With so many eliminated in the first round, we at least made it to the second. Yi Xingyun laughed, affirming that they were indeed exceptional. Just as Xiao Shimi had suggested. Having taken a stroll around to inquire about the participating disciples, Yi Xingyun learned that most of them had trained for 1 to 2 decades, with the shortest training time being 8 years. In contrast, the 3 from their sect had only studied for 2 months. Was this not a mark of excellence? Hu Jiu and the others approached, smiling. Uncle Sure, we have not disappointed. Lu Feng beamed with pride. Well done. You have all performed admirably. Now let us head to Danin's sect, and you should rest as well. After passing the screening, they could remain for the night, assigned to a cave dwelling within Danin's sect. Following a night of rest, they were greeted by the second day's competition. Mo Jiuwei was brought to observe from the sidelines, but just as she arrived, she noticed the scent again. Today the aroma seems a bit more pronounced. What could it possibly be? I cannot recall. Chunlan cast a questioning glance at Lu Feng. After taking a deep sniff, shook his head in uncertainty. They were unable to discern the scent. Or perhaps they had sensed it, but could not identify it among the myriad of aromas. Lu Feng glanced at Mo Jiuwei, suddenly overwhelmed with an impulse to inquire about the nature of the fragrance. He felt instinctively that the scent, which had captured Mo Jiuwei's attention for 2 consecutive days, could not be something ordinary. However, after some reflection, he refrained from asking further. Man Liu, is that truly you? A voice suddenly pierced through the air, and 2 female cultivators emerged from the crowd. They appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, yet they were adorned in exquisite garments, sporting Qian Kuan bracelets or rings, and wielding swords of a yellow-gray caliber. The price of such prestigious magical artifacts far exceeded that of mundane ones, indicating their remarkable lineage. At this moment, the 2 were gazing at Man Liu with evident astonishment, especially as she turned to face them. Man Liu felt a weight in her heart, her brows knitting in concern. Man Liu, how have you come to be here? One of the girls remarked, her eyes flitting between Man Liu and Lu Feng. What sect do you belong to? And who are you? Yi Xingyun, noticing Man Liu's expression, quickly deduced that her demeanor was not one of joyful reunion, leading him to speculate on the identities of the 2 women. Surely, they belonged to Yun Tianmen, if one were to rank the major sects across the continent. Yun Tianmen would undoubtedly place within the top 5. To enter Yun Tianmen and emerge as an elite disciple speaks volumes of their exceptional talents. Chapter 39. Exclusive prescription. Undoubtedly, these 2 were prodigies, most likely possessing at the very least a remarkably pure dual spiritual root, with a strong possibility of a single or even an exotic spiritual root. They bore the unmistakable signature of genius, pride. Indeed, how could you be here if your spiritual root is compromised? Xiao Wenchue's expression shifted. A problem with one's spiritual root implied a halt at the qi refinement stage, rendering any further advancement impossible. In such a stagnant state, no sect or power would wish to recruit her. And even a talent with a lightning spiritual root would be deemed less useful than an ordinary 5 spiritual root cultivator. After all, the latter still had the potential to reach the foundation establishment stage, whereas Man Liu did not. I am now a disciple of Xianlai's sect, Man Liu replied coolly, her voice betraying little emotion, though her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her garment. Xianlai's sect? I have not heard of it, Xiao Wenxue remarked, a hint of amusement barely contained on her lips. If it were a well-known sect, they would surely not accept you. Though Xianlai's sect may not be a grand sect, its future is boundless, Man Liu asserted earnestly. She genuinely believed this, despite its current inconspicuousness. With barely a dozen disciples, the unity and determination among its members were palpable, even during arduous times when no one chose to give up. Together, they could achieve great things. Moreover, Lu Feng, her Shu, possessed celestial marrow, and if his cultivation proceeded smoothly, he might very well ascend. Not to mention the guidance and support from her junior sister, Mo Jiuwei. Xiao Wenxue could no longer contain her laughter, her shoulders shaking as she turned red from stifled mirth. Junior sister Meng, your words are quite amusing. Lucio also chuckled. All right, junior sister. We understand that you are merely saving face, but there is no need to inflate your situation. We are aware of your circumstances. There is no need to put on a brave front. Indeed, It is better to come to terms with reality sooner rather than later. Otherwise, how will you endure the endless passage of time? While they appeared to offer solace, their words pierced Man Liu's wounds with malicious intent. Enough. We are all at the Qi refinement stage. What is there to boast about? Wait until you reach the foundation establishment stage before mocking us. Chunlan interjected sternly, unable to bear it any longer. Junior Sister Meng's spiritual root is compromised, and you, as former comrades, should not display such schadenfreude. Is her suffering connected to you? Her words were impulsive, a retort against the two, but to her surprise, their expressions shifted dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not speak recklessly. Chunlan was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. Oh dear, they are flustered. Indeed, when one's secrets are exposed, it is only natural to panic. Had it not been for Junior Sister Meng being favored by her original master, who intended to grant her a place at the sacred pool on the back mountain, she would not have incurred their enmity and been conspired against. Meng Ling's eyes widened in shock, and in that moment, she nearly forgot to breathe. The injury to her spiritual root was, in fact, orchestrated by them. She had never considered it to be a deliberate act, always assuming it was a mere accident due to her own negligence, leading her to drown in guilt and regret during countless sleepless nights. But now she realized that it was no accident. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her gaze hardened, a surge of anger rising within her, causing her hands to clench into fists. Meng Ling bit her lip. She had never suspected them before, but now doubts crept in. They had ample motive to act as they did. The others were incensed upon hearing this revelation. This is utterly despicable. Not only did they harm you, but they also mock you after your misfortune. Is this how a direct disciple from a major sect behaves? It is truly revolting, Hu Jiuwei stated, his face a mask of disdain. Junior sister, we will surely find an opportunity to avenge you. Diu reassured her, patting her shoulder. Meng Ling forced a smile. Thank you all, but there is no need to worry about me. The upcoming competition is what truly matters. Yes, let us focus on the competition first. There will be ample opportunities for revenge in the future. Jiuwei attempted to comfort her, though words failed her, leaving her to gesture with her hands in a show of support. Meng Ling felt a pang in her heart. Revenge? How easy it sounded. Though they were currently at the Qi refinement stage, it was merely due to their youth. Given time, they would undoubtedly reach the foundation establishment stage. And when that gap widened, how could she possibly seek vengeance? Frustration simmered within her, yet she felt powerless to unleash it. Though your spiritual root has encountered difficulties, it is not insurmountable. By simultaneously consuming Jiuwei Yuan Dan and Shi Sui Dan, you can restore it, Jiuwei mused to herself. Hee, this is an exclusive prescription. Aside from me, no one else knows. However, I'll need to wait a few months. Once I am able to speak again, I will share this method with you. Meng Ling's eyes brightened at this revelation, her gaze fixed on her with unwavering focus. The prospect of healing her spiritual root through the combination of Jiuwei Yuan Dan and Shi Sui Dan was nothing short of miraculous. Both of these elixirs were not inexpensive, considered relatively precious. Yet, it was fortunate that they were not so rare as to be unattainable, meaning that with sufficient funds, they could be procured. Lu Feng shifted slightly, then placed a reassuring hand on Meng Ling's shoulder. Do not overthink it. The competition is paramount. Focus on that, and everything else will follow. His words were laden with implication, and save for Jiuwei, everyone else understood the underlying message. Tears brimmed in Meng Ling's eyes. Yes, thank you, Shu. Lu Feng nodded with a smile. Hurry along now. And you all, Hu Jiuwei, do you stay focused? Yes, Shu. The three moved to their respective positions for the competition. The trials of today and tomorrow would see the simultaneous testing of 3 disciplines, with the aim of identifying the top 50 in each skill. On the final day, the disciplines would be tested individually, one by one, until the top 3 in each category were determined. Chapter 40, by Jiuwei, however. The ultimate contest on the final day was evidently unrelated to the disciples of Xian Liuzong. Neither Lu Feng nor Jiuwei, along with the 3 participating disciples, believed they could endure until the last day. It was utterly fanciful to assume that one could secure a position in the top 50 after merely 2 months of training. Such notions disregarded the efforts of the other disciples. Surprisingly, it was rather unexpected that, whether due to the simplicity of the trials or the alignment of the assessment with their strengths, all 3 of them managed to pass. The astonished expressions on the faces of Jiuwei and others were simply hilarious. Oomph. The disciples of Liu Xianzong certainly did not anticipate that we not only passed the preliminary screening, but also succeeded in the first day's trials. They had no inkling that their own dispatched disciples suffered significant losses, faring worse than us. Liu Xianzong had aimed to witness the misfortunes of Xian Liuzong. Yet unexpectedly, they became the subject of ridicule instead. At that moment, Du Wangquan, Jiuwei, and other disciples of Liu Xianzong wore expressions of disbelief. It was utterly amusing. Perhaps the results were so unexpected that they left in haste without uttering a single harsh word, prompting the disciples of Xian Liuzong to laugh heartily, providing a small yet satisfying rebuttal. However, the trials for Xian Liuzong concluded there. In the first contest on the following day, Hu Jiu and the others faced defeat and were eliminated. Yet, as they departed, they exhibited little discontent or shame. On the contrary, each of them accepted the outcome with calmness and tranquility. It was indeed a valuable experience to engage and exchange ideas with so many outstanding individuals during their early learning phase. Hu Jiu chuckled. Man Liu, too, was filled with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "I saw someone wielding dual swords, and I am enamored. I must forge one for myself in the future." Throughout their days of study, they had practiced diligently, with only Mo Jiuwei offering guidance, leaving them without demonstrations to observe, relying solely on their own insights. However, the recent days had exposed them to numerous individuals, including many exceptional talents, providing them with an abundance of knowledge and broadening their horizons. For the three of them, this journey was truly worthwhile, without a doubt. As long as they gained something, they felt grateful to Liu Xianzong. Lu Feng also smiled. While conversing, they noticed Mo Jiuwei was twitching her little nose. "Jiuwei, what are you sensing?" Yixingyan inquired, leaning closer. "The scent has intensified compared to yesterday. Have you not noticed?" "It feels increasingly familiar, almost on the tip of my tongue," responded Lu Feng and the others, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. They genuinely could not discern the aroma. What was the little junior sister referring to? "I've figured it out. It is indeed Bai Wugua. Within 100 miles, there must be Bai Wugua, and with such a strong scent, it will surely ripen within 5 hours. What should I do? How can I lead them to find it?" It was indeed Bai Wugua. Upon hearing this name, everyone, including Lu Feng, gasped in astonishment. No wonder Mo Jiuwei mentioned scent. It was clear why so many others could not perceive it apart from her. Bai Wugua, often whimsically referred to as the fruit of destiny by cultivators, matures silently, only emitting a fragrance as it nears ripeness, which intensifies over time. However, this aroma can only be detected by one individual, the destined person. In truth, very few can perceive the scent of Bai Wugua and successfully locate it. The aroma is exceedingly peculiar, difficult to describe. Those who have never encountered it would not recognize it upon first whiff. Not knowing what it is makes it impossible to seek. Moreover, as the fragrance grows stronger, the time until ripeness draws near, and any delay could result in missing the opportunity, rendering Bai Wugua a mysterious fruit that few have seen. Yet, Mo Jiuwei claimed she could smell it. "Since we are to depart, why not pay a visit to LV Miaoshan?" Lu Feng suddenly proposed, considering it a form of experience. This area within 100 miles must undoubtedly encompass LV Miaolin and LV Miaoshan. The likelihood of LV Miaolin was slim. Yet LV Miaoshan seemed highly probable. Thus, even without Mo Jiuwei specifying the location, Lu Feng deduced it himself. Yes, let us head to LV Miaoshan. Bai Wugua is surely there. It's most likely in the southern part of LV Miaoshan. Let us hurry and search. Mo Jiuwei suddenly expressed her excitement. "All right, let us go." Man Liu was the first to agree. "Sure, let be an experience," Yixingyan nodded. "Shall we head to the southern part of LV Miaoshan? I've heard there is an abundance of resources there. We should have plenty of gains," Diu suggested. The group exchanged knowing glances, revealing a shared smile. Once they reached a consensus, they wasted no time and immediately set off towards LV Miaoshan. Throughout the journey, Mo Jiuwei unconsciously guided them along the path, while Lu Feng and the others hurried, anxious not to miss the ripening of Bai Wugua. To obtain Bai Wugua, one must remain vigilant nearby, ready to pluck it the moment it ripens and consume it within 15 minutes. Otherwise, it becomes ineffective and swiftly withers. Ahead. Wow, the scent is becoming stronger. It's making my nose uncomfortable. Time is short. It will definitely ripen within half an hour. Along the way, Lu Feng and his companions encountered numerous demon beasts, but fortunately, they were not particularly formidable, and they swiftly dealt with them before continuing on their way. They also spotted other cultivators, but everyone merely exchanged wary glances from a distance, then went their separate ways. Initially, they expected the remainder of the journey to proceed smoothly, but soon they discovered that the path ahead was blocked. A man and woman, seemingly a couple, stood before them, both injured and bearing wounds. Opposite them, a fierce beast, a Liao Shi, confronted them, one of its horns broken and bleeding, glaring at the two with anger breaths. What should we do? Can we circumvent them? Hu Jiuwei exclaimed in a panic upon seeing the blockage. The mountain path was already narrow, and now it was obstructed. This could delay them and cause them to miss the opportunity to gather by Wugua. Chapter 41. Assistance. There are alternative routes, but they are lengthy, and we may not make it in time, Lu Feng remarked. The group furrowed their brows. Their commotion caught the attention of the couple, who were overjoyed and hurriedly sought their assistance, pleading for help. Help? Yixingyun whispered to Du Feng. Cultivators often remain indifferent in such situations, rarely intervening. Compared to demon beasts, unfamiliar cultivators can pose even greater danger. Thus, in such scenarios, one typically either avoids the confrontation or seizes the opportunity to eliminate the demon beast first, and then rob the two of their storage bags. The disciples of Xianlai Zong naturally did not harbor thoughts of murder and theft. They merely wished to hasten their journey to procure by Wugua. However, the Liao Shi blocked their path. Being a third-tier demon beast, it equated to a cultivator in the golden core stage, and among those present, only Lu Feng possessed the strength to assist. Yet, the couple were also of golden core cultivation. Such strength posed a significant threat to them. If they harbored ill intentions, it could indeed lead to peril. Help! Quickly save us! This woman possesses remarkable fortune. She will undoubtedly become a formidable being in the future, and her demeanor is upright, indicating a noble character. As for the man, though his fortune is slightly inferior to the woman's, it is still commendable. This man seems to have a rather distinguished fate. Oh, so he is the master of Qi Ding, impressive and affluent. Mo Jiuwei observed the two individuals, and with each glance, her understanding deepened. She realized that her knowledge was directly proportional to her curiosity. If one is disinterested, they remain blissfully ignorant. This final reincarnation is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the crowd's concerns and doubts vanished. What fortune! Not only are they powerful, but they are also the masters. This is no fallen comrade, but a veritable harbinger of wealth. Rescue is assured. Moreover, their identities are of little consequence. As long as these two possess righteous hearts and are not malevolent, salvation is within reach. Lu Feng made a decisive choice. Seizing the moment while the beast was distracted, he nimbly sprang forth, wielding a short sword. The couple rejoiced at this development, yet there was no time for congratulations as they understood the urgency of the situation. Ignoring their wounds and fatigue, they launched another assault to buy Lu Feng some time. However, they were indeed exhausted, even at their best. They were no match for the beast, which soon knocked them to the ground. Just as the beast prepared to crush them underfoot, Lu Feng struck. It was a surprise attack, delivered with full force, and the already injured beast let out a mournful cry before collapsing. The couple sighed in relief, finally able to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator, they expressed gratefully. Your kindness is something we shall never forget. They rose with each other as support. The female cultivator was more severely injured and coughed up blood as she spoke. The male cultivator, visibly anxious, hastily retrieved a medicinal pill, trembling as he offered it to her. Yelling, "Quickly, eat this." The female cultivator nodded and swiftly consumed the pill, regaining some color in her face. I am fine. Ly, we must express our gratitude to our benefactor. All right, we have some crystal tokens, a few bottles of medicinal pills, and a small stack of talismans. As the male cultivator gathered these items, the female cultivator observed Lu Feng and his companions with a hint of caution. These items held some value, sufficient to serve as gratitude for 8J N cultivator, yet they were not all they possessed. However, she worried that should these individuals exploit their numbers in good condition, they might force them to relinquish their entire fortune. Yet, contrary to her expectations, The group appeared surprised and somewhat pleased, but not greedy or malicious, which eased her tension. I am Ly, and this is my partner SHNYLing. These are our modest tokens of appreciation. Please accept them, the male cultivator stated. In that case, I shall not be polite, Lu Feng replied, his eyes brightening as he smiled and accepted the offerings with a wave of his sleeve. This action elicited smiles from the couple, as it was indeed preferable for them to accept the gifts rather than refuse, which could imply either dissatisfaction or ulterior motives. Their interaction had been pleasantly smooth, and Lu Feng introduced himself, mentioning their affiliation with Shi N Lizing. We just participated in the SNYUMN and decided to take a detour for some training in the mountains. I see. Shi N Lizing? My apologies, Ly replied, maintaining his smile. I am a disciple of Zh Oshu Ziying, and I too am here for training. We inadvertently fell victim to poison and, having just detoxified, encountered that ferocious beast. We are exceedingly grateful for your assistance. SHNY explained. No need for formalities. It is fate that brought us together, Lu Feng replied, opting not to prolong the conversation. Since you are well now, we shall take our leave. Perhaps we shall meet again. Ly and his partner, having sensed Lu Feng's urgency, did not impede their departure. After bidding farewell with a bow, they watched Lu Feng and his group depart. Once they were gone, the couple visibly relaxed, revealing their exhaustion. Thank goodness there were others nearby. Otherwise, we might have perished here, SHNYLing remarked with a wry smile. Not necessarily. I still had talismans to rely on, which could have provided a slim chance of survival, Ly said, touching his ring. However, having assistance was indeed fortuitous. Saving me a talisman. I have never heard of Shi N Lizing. Could it be a minor sect? SHNYLing. It seems to be a small sect, Ly speculated. They participated in the SNYUMN, but since the competition has not concluded today, they must have been eliminated early, which speaks volumes about their individual and sect strengths. Indeed, although a minor sect, their integrity and uprightness surpass many larger ones. SHNYLing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. If we encounter them again, it would be wise to forge a friendship. Well then, we must hasten our journey. Meanwhile, the Shi N Lizing group finally located the position of the BIW. The BIW is a nearly transparent fruit, and one can only find it by following its scent. Otherwise, it appears to be mere grass, leading to missed opportunities. Chapter 42. A blood prophet Lu Feng and his companions, despite being right in front of the fruit, somehow walked past it. Jiuwei, growing impatient, exclaimed that they had missed it, prompting them to feel around and discover its presence. Fortunately, they arrived just as the fruit ripened. Lu Feng feigned nonchalance, tapping it with the hilt of his sword, causing it to roll and emit a sound. Did you hear that? It sounded like something fell, Lu Feng inquired, pretending to be oblivious. I heard it too. It sounded like a fruit. Yxing reached out to investigate, picking up a fruit. In his hand, it remained transparent. If not for its tangible texture, one might think he held nothing at all. Yxing leaned closer to smell it, astonished to discover it bore no scent. Wow, it smells enticing, quite alluring. What incredible luck. To encounter the BIW during training and fortuitously knock it down just as it ripened. What extraordinary fortune. Indeed, it would have been a shame to waste such a fruit. This fruit is transparent, colorless, and tasteless. Its transparency makes it nearly invisible at this size. It reminded me of a certain spiritual fruit. What? Be-Eve-Gu. What? Oh, quite impressive. They even guessed the name of the BIW. Quite remarkable. Since they have guessed it, they must know they should consume it quickly. I felt reassured. The BIW, aptly named, greatly enhances comprehension when consumed. For those already gifted, it might be wasted, as its effects would not be fully realized. Conversely, those of lesser understanding but good character would substantially benefit, promising a bright future. According to Jiuwei's knowledge among the crowd, one person was particularly suited to consume this spiritual fruit. JSHZ. This BIW should be consumed by you, Lu Feng declared. Looking at JQNGQing, she was taken aback, pointing at herself. Me? Precisely, JSHG. You are the most suitable candidate. Lu Feng's thoughts aligned perfectly with Jiuwei's. Others were either too weak and lacked the means to purchase foundational pills or were distracted by personal issues. But JQ NGQing struggled due to her comprehension. Despite her innate challenges, she remained diligent and did not succumb to despair. As she tended to Mo Jiuwei, she was aware of her obedient nature, thus balancing her cultivation while keeping a watchful eye on her, never allowing the passage of time to be wasted. This Bai Wu Guo was truly deserving of her. Indeed, it is you I believe it is most fitting for you to utilize it. Does not the Ji family possess sword techniques, which you have struggled to fully comprehend? Perhaps upon consuming it, you will succeed, Lu Feng remarked. Uncle Master, this. Ji Qingqing's eyes instantly reddened, yet she shook her head with her hands clasped behind her back, saying, I am unworthy. I am merely a 3-spirit root. How could I possibly deserve such a treasure? It is better suited for my senior brothers and sisters. Junior sister, you should take it. No one is more suitable than you, Chenlong insisted. Indeed, Ji senior sister, do you not wish for the Ji family sword techniques to achieve new heights? You are capable of it, Meng Ling encouraged. Everyone else looked on with smiles, and no one exhibited any dissatisfaction. Yes, go ahead and eat. Be sure to seize the moment. Should you squander this opportunity, it may be too late to even weep. Ji Qingqing bit her lip, wiped away a tear, and finally made the resolve to accept it. Thank you, Uncle Master. Thank you, senior brothers, sisters, and junior sisters. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Eat quickly. Yixingyun handed her the fruit, stating, consume it here, refine it first, and we shall protect you. All right, thank you. Ji Qingqing, fearing to waste time, immediately sat down on the ground and placed the small fruit into her mouth. As she bit through the skin of the fruit, the flesh transformed into sweet juice flowing into her mouth, leaving her with a delightful taste. Without wasting a moment, she began to refine its spiritual power. The others formed a protective circle around her to guard against any ambush or intrusion by demonic beasts. The refining process proceeded smoothly, and when Ji Qingqing opened her eyes, she sensed a subtle difference, yet everything seemed the same. What is it? Lu Feng inquired. Uncle Master, I have successfully refined it, but it seems there is no significant change, Ji Qingqing replied timidly. Am I too foolish that even this Bai Wu Guo has no effect? Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter. How could that be? You are merely overthinking it. Ji Qingqing felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing her impatience. With Mo Jiuwei present, none of the treasures nearby can escape her keen observation. She perceives where the spiritual herbs are, where valuable yet not overly dangerous demonic beasts dwell, all under her vigilant gaze. Most remarkably, as they descended the mountain, they discovered a stream. Initially intending to pass swiftly, it was Mo Jiuwei who spotted the presence of Ling Yinyu within. Ling Yinyu, tender in flesh and rich in spiritual energy, possesses restorative properties. Though each fish is scarcely wider than a finger, it could be worth 100 crystal stones. Thus, the group plunged into the water, eagerly capturing several Ling Yinyu, ultimately counting a staggering 36. This translated to a lucrative gain of 3,600 crystal stones. Their outing was a remarkable success. The members of Xianlai Zone were elated. They all desired to express their gratitude to Mo Jiuwei, but found themselves at a loss for words, which left them quite distressed. Mo Jiuwei remained oblivious, relishing the comfort of being held, indulging in food and sleep, enjoying life to the fullest. Chapter 43. Repairing the spiritual roots. Fortunately, I'm not too tired. Haha. After all, wherever she went, there was always a soft bed waiting for her, so she had not exerted herself at all. So Meng's senior sister went to fetch me food. She is truly kind. Alas, I regret not being able to personally advise her on how to restore her spiritual roots. The earliest it could happen would be in a year and a half. The crowd's expressions shifted, seemingly suppressing laughter. Where did Meng Ling go? Naturally, she was off to procure Gui Yuan Dan and Shi Sui Dan. In truth, Meng Ling had long intended to buy them. It was merely that there had been no opportune moment along the way. Mo Jiuwei quickly noticed that Meng Ling appeared unusually tense and excited. What is the matter? Meng's senior sister? Have you encountered something? It does not seem to be bad news. Did you hear what I just learned? Meng Ling's expression shifted as she spoke. The apothecary mentioned that Shi Sui Dan might benefit the spiritual roots, and so does Gei Yuan Dan. Thus, I purchased both. Do you think if I consume them, my spiritual roots could improve? Mo Jiuwei was momentarily taken aback. What? This apothecary possesses such knowledge. Jiuwei Yuan Dan and Shi Sui Dan can restore spiritual roots? I thought it was my exclusive formula. I never imagined a mere apothecary would know this. Mo Jiuwei seemed somewhat disheartened, her small face reflecting disappointment. This prompted Meng Ling to feel a pang of guilt, questioning whether her reasoning was inadequate. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as Meng Senior's sister can return to her former self, this is but a minor issue. Meng Senior's sister must surely trust that person's words. I wonder if the senior brothers and sisters will voice any objections. There is such a notion? You blinked, and while it sounded somewhat implausible, since there was hope, it was worth a try. Perhaps it could truly work. Indeed, since we have already purchased them, let's give it a shot. Why not take them together? It might yield extraordinary results. Quite right. Mo Jiuwei was momentarily stunned again. Had it not been for the fact that this method was her exclusive knowledge, she would have known it was guaranteed to work. And hearing that these two medicines could be taken together, especially since they were not directly related to spiritual roots, would have led her to dismiss it as nonsense. I had initially worried they would not believe it, but it appears to be proceeding exceptionally smoothly. That is well. It seems Meng's senior sister is indeed favored by the heavens. The sooner she restores her spiritual roots, the sooner she can cultivate. At just 14 years of age, Meng Ling's potential at this age, with such spiritual roots, held infinite possibilities. Restoring her spiritual roots, now, was far preferable to waiting until she could speak to inform her. All right, then I shall try it and let you know how it goes. Meng Ling clutched the pill bottle tightly, her cheeks flushed with nervous anticipation. She had used her crystal stones to purchase both types of pills. Regardless of their efficacy, this care and kindness from her seniors would forever be etched in her memory. I will guard you, Lu Feng declared. I shall join as well, Chunlan added while holding Jiuwei. Meng Ling nodded gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Master and Senior Sister. And you too, Junior Sister. Once back in her room, Meng Ling first meditated to calm her racing heart. Once she felt less tense, she opened her eyes and uncorked the pill bottle. At that moment, she heard her junior sister Jiuwei's voice. After consuming it, the transformation of the medicinal effects may be painful. Senior sister must endure. As long as you persevere, you will succeed. She silently nodded, taking note of the advice. Once mentally prepared, she simultaneously consumed both pills. The liquid slid down her throat, bringing a refreshing coolness. And soon the warmth of the medicinal power settled in her lower abdomen, providing a comforting sensation. Strange, it does not hurt? Just as she pondered this, an involuntary groan of pain escaped her lips. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though her lower abdomen was covered in wounds, and, suddenly, boiling salt water was splashed upon them. The agony nearly compelled her to open her eyes and stop. Yet recalling Mo Jiuwei's words, Meng Ling bit her lip and endured. Do not stop. Continue refining the medicinal power. Where it hurts, refine there. You must not halt. If the repair is successful, you may even gain unexpected benefits. And your dantian could become healthier and more robust than that of an ordinary person. Though using robust to describe the dantian seemed peculiar, it was quite vivid. Lu Feng and Chunlan, having heard Mo Jiuwei's words, anxiously turned their gazes toward Meng Ling, fearing she would succumb to the pain and interrupt the process. However, Meng Ling proved to be even stronger than they had anticipated. As time gradually passed, even though her face was pale with pain, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead like a gentle stream, dampening her garments, she remained undeterred. At last, her complexion began to brighten, and the perspiration slowly subsided. When Meng Ling finally opened her eyes, a mere flutter of her lashes was enough to bring forth tears. My dantian is healed, truly healed. Her voice trembled. It was imbued with joy. Is it true? Splendid news. Congratulations, junior sister. Chunlan exhaled with relief. Those who had been awaiting outside, upon hearing the commotion, dared to enter, showering her with a series of congratulations. Indeed, congratulations to you, junior sister. This experience has fortified your resolve beyond that of ordinary individuals. And your future will surely be smooth sailing, Yi Xingyun remarked with admiration. A path of ease for a genius may not always be a blessing. However, a talented individual like Meng Ling, who has endured trials and tempered her spirit, is destined to journey further. In the grand scheme of things, this will surely benefit her. Meng Ling expressed her gratitude to all, stating, Without the care of my Shu, Shi Xiang, and Shiji, I would not have reached this day. She dabbed her tears away, adding, and junior sister Jiuwei, you're truly a blessing to our Xian Lai zone. Yet, the true reasons could not be articulated, rendering her gratitude somewhat indirect. Chapter 44. A barbecue gathering. Even my life has been preserved by all of you. Mo Jiuwei was still like an infant, often hungry and frequently asleep, with physiological needs she could hardly suppress. Infants have soft bones, making it necessary to address their needs directly, unlike older children who can be trained for such matters. However, regardless of age or gender, all were smiling and cheerful while attending to her, with no one expressing disdain. Not to mention, her very existence was owed to their nurturing. Otherwise, she would have perished in the winter before awakening to consciousness. Though her initial days at Xian Lai Zone were somewhat harsh, even her garments pieced together from various sources, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy and contentment. Brother Hu Jiu, fond of alcohol, would change into clean clothes each time to avoid the smell of liquor, rinsing his mouth repeatedly and employing cleansing spells one after another. Uncle Lu's gaze towards her resembled that of a doting grandfather, filled with affection, as he inquired about her well-being countless times each day, even counting his few crystal stones to ensure the Shiji could procure food for her. Other Shi Xiang and Shiji were equally caring, cradling her gently, caressing her small face, and patiently feeding her milk. Since the Xian Lai Zong's expedition to Qingfeng Ridge yielded some wealth, it was even more delightful, as everyone loved to visit the shops to buy beautiful garments. Though she was merely a few months old, her collection of new clothes already surpassed that of everyone combined. Love and care are reciprocal. Mo Jiuwei could feel their kindness and would never hesitate to reciprocate if the opportunity arose. In that moment, they exchanged glances, and eyes glistened with tears. It was a blend of emotion, joy, and the warmth of the moment. Tonight, let us feast well. As a celebration for both Meng Ling and Qing Qing, Lu Feng said with a smile, also celebrating the flourishing of Xian Lai Zone. Can I buy some wine then? Hu Jiu's eyes sparkled. Certainly, you haven't had a proper drink in quite some time, Lu Feng replied, patting his shoulder, but keep your distance from Jiuwei while drinking. Laughter erupted among them. Wonderful. The Baojiu Ju has released a new fruit wine, which I've been eager to try, Hu Jiu exclaimed with delight. Previously fond of strong spirits, his preferences quietly shifted since Mo Jiuwei's arrival, now favoring lighter fruit wines. Just right. We have hunted many demon beasts in LV Miao Mountain, saving the better quality meat for a barbecue. Ji Qing added with a smile. Then I shall purchase some snacks, Diu chimed in. Once they agreed, everyone dispersed to their tasks. Some began cleaning and cutting the beast meat. Others went shopping, while some prepared seasonings and built a fire pit in the courtyard. When everything was ready, Lu Feng wheeled Su Yihan out. This marked Su Yihan's first appearance outside his mountaintop cabin in a long while, a truly rare occasion. However, he appeared in good spirits today, devoid of the previous gloom, and even wore a hint of a smile. Zhangmen. Greetings, Zhangmen. Everyone quickly bowed. No need for formalities. Su Yihan raised his hand, a flicker of amusement on his face. I heard from Lu Feng, Meng Ling, Ji Qing. Congratulations to you both. With flushed faces, Meng Ling and Ji Qing responded. Thank you, Zhangmen. The meat is already partially grilled. Zhangmen, please come and have a taste. Lu Feng offered a piece to Su Yihan. Su Yihan accepted it and encouraged everyone, please, sit down. Everyone can eat. We are all family here. No need for formality. Only then did they settle down, chatting and enjoying their food. Recently, Xian Lai Zong had received an abundance of good news, not to mention the San Yihua Min, which was indeed a positive development. In previous competitions, Xian Lai Zong had often been unable to participate, and even when they did, they were eliminated in the first round. However, this time, they not only passed the preliminary screening, but also endured a full day of the official competition, surpassing many smaller sections. While the results may not be remarkable, it represented a promising start for Xian Lai Zong, filled with hope for the future. The disciples either broke through their cultivation levels, learned new skills, or experienced improvements in their comprehension or recovery of their spiritual roots. This prompted Su Yihan to momentarily shed his usual cold demeanor, though still not very talkative. His tone softened, occasionally graced with a smile. I never expected to see this day for Xian Lai Zong. When Du Wangquan and the others departed, who would have thought? Had they known, Perhaps I would have pleaded with them to stay. Humph. Let them cry themselves into a stupor. We would not agree to it. Diu began normally, but as they drank, she started to weep. Liars, men are liars, deceiving me for my crystal stones and my heart. Truly disgusting. Chunlan comforted her. Do not cry. He is not worth it. Indeed, he is not worth it. Yet I regret, had I known he was unworthy, I would not have pursued him from the start, but focused on my alchemy studies instead. How much better it would have been. Chunlan suddenly laughed. Man Liu, initially unaffected, was soon swept up in Diyu's emotions and began to weep as well. Why do they treat me so cruelly? What offense have I committed to warrant such actions that would ruin my spiritual roots? They are leaving me with no path to survive. She despised her inability to discern people. Had it not been for Mo Jiuwei, she might still be oblivious to the true nature of her enemies. All being fellow disciples, why must they be so ruthless, simply out of jealousy? Junior sister Meng, do not be disheartened. You will surpass them, and then they will be the ones in tears. Ji Qing consoled. That's the spirit. Look, you have now mastered the method of capturing spiritual points. Your spiritual roots have been restored, and your cultivation speed will surely far exceed theirs. Only then did Man Liu chuckle softly. The method of capturing spiritual points was the very technique that Mo Jiuwei had imparted to them. Previously, due to her damaged spiritual roots, Man Liu had been unable to appreciate the uniqueness of this method while others practiced it. It was only today, with her spiritual roots restored, that she found the opportunity to experiment with the techniques, discovering their exceptional merits. Mastering this method would undoubtedly accelerate her cultivation speed even further. One must understand that she was already an extraordinary spiritual root, possessing the fastest cultivation speed among all practitioners. Now, with an improved cultivation approach, she was truly in a league of her own, unmatched by any competitor. Surpassing Qiao Wenxue and Lu Xiao would be as effortless as a breeze. Chapter 45. Detoxification. Alcohol does not intoxicate people. Rather, it is the people who become intoxicated. Over the years, the members of Xianlai Zong have persevered through hardships, their spirits buoyed solely by fervent passion and unwavering belief. Though they harbored their own sorrows, they bore them in silence. Now, as they witness the days improving bit by bit, their suppressed emotions have begun to surface, fueled by the effects of alcohol. Mo Jiuwei observed as senior sister Man Liu returned to her normal self, feeling a momentary sense of relief. Yet, she soon noticed another individual silently biting his lip. His fist clenched, eyes filled with sorrow. Su Yihan sat in a wheelchair, rhythmically pounding his thigh with a clenched fist while continuously pouring and drinking wine with the other hand. A hazy look clouded his gaze as he turned to the distant mountains shrouded in starlight, their jagged peaks only outlined in the night. It seemed he was staring at something there, yet was lost in thought, with an increasing depth of melancholy in his eyes. Lu Feng, intending to toast Su Yihan, abruptly sensed the unusual atmosphere and paused, silently sighing within. While Man Liu's regrets had been resolved, how would the regrets of the sect leader be addressed? In terms of talent, Su Yihan was in no way inferior to Man Liu. He was a prodigy of the ice spirit root. As the son of the previous sect leader, Su Yihan had always been regarded as the hope of Xianlai Zong. He excelled in every aspect, displaying not only remarkable aptitude, but also a keen understanding, coupled with diligent cultivation. However, his cold temperament led him to shun social interactions. If he continued his training, he would surely make a name for himself on the continent and compete with the talented disciples from other sections. At that time, how could Xianlai Zong not thrive? Yet, his legs had been injured, leaving him unable to stand ever since. Moreover, the injury had obstructed the flow of spiritual energy within him, leading to further complications. Since then, Su Yihan had suffered a tremendous blow, falling into despair and growing increasingly aloof. Leader, it will get better. You are still young, Lu Feng said softly. Su Yihan's eyelashes fluttered as he glanced down at his legs, a bitter smile escaping his lips. He had sought every possible remedy, but without the miraculous Shengji Wan, there was no solution. The Shengji Wan could regenerate even severed limbs, yet this elixir had been lost to time millennia ago, leaving no recipe for revival. This had extinguished his only hope. Others began to notice the commotion, glancing over, although they could not hear the details of the conversation. The expressions on their faces hinted at their understanding. The previously joyful atmosphere dulled, replaced with concern and worry. Who says only Jiuwei can cure him? Mo Jiuwei thought. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her. Mo Jiuwei was lost in contemplation. Leader Su's leg injury is the result of both poison and a severed meridian. The poison is known as Man Liu, and the assailant was quite ruthless. Man Liu entangles and deepens with every twist, penetrating further. For these years, Leader Su has not only endured the sorrow of being unable to stand, but has also suffered the torment of poison. Truly remarkable perseverance. Everyone was taken aback. Looking at Su Yihan, they knew only that the leader's leg was injured and that he could not walk, affecting his cultivation. Little did they realize he had been enduring the gnawing effects of poison all this time. How had he survived these years? Su Yihan's eyes widened, his hands trembling on his legs, staring incredulously at Mo Jiuwei. Everything she said was true. He had been poisoned, and his leg had been shattered by someone using spiritual force. Before he could treat the injury, the poison had brought him to the brink of death. In desperation, he forced all the poison into his leg, barely clinging to life. Yet, this only exacerbated his condition. Even after taking elixirs meant to mend the meridians, they ceased to be effective due to the compounded toxicity. This was the first time Su Yihan learned the name of the poison. Man Liu. It was indeed an apt name. However, although it is severe, it is not beyond treatment. First, the poison must be resolved. Then, the Su Jin Dan can be administered. At that moment, Su Yihan's heart raced heavily, as if it might leap from his chest. A warmth surged within him, perhaps due to the overwhelming eagerness in his heart. As he gazed intently at Mo Jiuwei, hoping she would continue. But Mo Jiuwei, having smacked her lips, had fallen asleep. Jiuwei? Chunlan exclaimed, both amused and exasperated, softly calling her name. How could she choose to sleep at such a moment, with so many eyes fixed upon her? How could she possibly drift off so quickly under such scrutiny? Do not awaken her. Let her rest, Su Yihan gently interjected, his voice trembling with emotion. Leader, regarding your legs, we should inquire of her. This could expedite your healing, Lu Feng suggested. If there is a solution, she will eventually divulge it. There is no need to rush. Su Yihan shook his head, feeling the need to calm himself. He placed a hand over his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart, a smile forming on his lips. He had no doubt that Mo Jiuwei would have a solution. If she could accurately identify his poison, she must also possess the antidote, just as she had assisted Man Liu. This alone was enough for Su Yihan. It was monumental news, signifying a fresh start. Everything was not as dire as it seemed. Leader, once Jiuwei awakens, I will ask her, Chunlan said. There must be a way. After all, Jiuwei is capable of anything. Yet, they did not anticipate that Mo Jiuwei's slumber would be both prolonged and profound. As the night deepened, everyone had sobered up, their eyes wide open, waiting for her to awaken. But she remained blissfully asleep, even mumbling in her dreams, utterly adorable. Su Yihan was the first to break into laughter. Lu Feng nodded and suggested, let us disperse. We should attend to our own matters and not rush. With that, they began to disperse. With the unparalleled talents of Su Yihan and Man Liu, their chances of success undoubtedly increased. This was indeed exhilarating news. Chapter 46. Self-blame. I too hope for that, Su Yihan sighed. You cannot fathom how many days and nights I have spent lamenting my past self for not dedicating myself wholeheartedly to cultivation during my injury. Had I not squandered my time, I would not have suffered such a fate. Before the incident, he believed himself to be diligent enough. However, once he was truly incapacitated and unable to cultivate, watching others progress while he remained stagnant, he recognized how much time he had wasted. He could have exerted himself more. Had he not been so lazy, perhaps he would have attained a higher level of cultivation, and that extra level might have spared him from injury. As a result, Su Yihan frequently fell into a cycle of regret and self-reproach, tormented by the lack of opportunities for redemption. Yet today, he had heard that there was a way to save his leg, and that the poison could be resolved. This ignited boundless hope within him. Though he did not yet know the method, he inexplicably felt a rekindling of passion for life, no longer wallowing in despair. Leader, it is not your fault, someone said. There is no need to comfort me. I am fine, Su Yihan replied, shaking his head. Do you know? I have just realized that I have squandered not only the days I could have cultivated, but also the time I have wasted being unable to walk. What have I accomplished during these days? As the leader, I have succumbed to despondency, shirking my responsibilities and leaving everything to Lu Feng and the others. I have immersed myself in my own sorrow, neglecting the entire sect. What kind of leader is that? The more he thought about it, the greater his shame became. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes glistened with tears. He gazed at Su Yihan with immense gratitude, finally revealing a smile. Master, you have finally come to terms with it. Everyone was deeply concerned for him. Yet no matter how they tried to persuade or comfort him, Su Yihan could not emerge from his despair. Unexpectedly, today brought about a change. I have been wrong, far too wrong. Su Yihan inhaled deeply. I have made my decision. Regardless of the outcome regarding Jiuwei, I must restart my life. I can no longer rely on you all to take care of me. Mo Jiuwei had just awoken from a deep slumber, only to find herself ravenous. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I want milk. Jiuwei is awake. Come on, eat up. It's already warm for you, Yixingyun said, holding a small bowl and feeding her mouthful by mouthful. Mo Jiuwei sensed a certain urgency in Yixingyun's gaze today, as if he were anxious about something. However, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the necessity of a meal. Even though cultivators could consume by Gu Dan to prolong life, and those in the golden core stage could survive without food or drink, she was but an infant who needed nourishment to grow. Once she finished eating, Yixingyun carried Mo Jiuwei outside. Let us go. Senior brother, he will take you to find Uncle Liu and the others. What are we going to find them for? Aren't you all cultivating? Mo Jiuwei found it slightly odd, but thought little of it, merely letting out a satisfied burp. Ah, how blissful it is to live as a little baby. Upon reaching the front hall, Mo Jiuwei spotted Ji Qingqing practicing sword techniques. She wielded the family sword with grace and strength, her wrist twisting as the sword danced beautifully, a sight to behold. Her swordsmanship was remarkably proficient, flowing like a stream, harmonious in every way. Once she finished her practice, she joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful! I have finally mastered the fourth form. I never expected the Bai Wu Gua to be so effective." Ji Qingqing was so elated she nearly cried. Initially, she had felt no change after consuming the fruit, remaining skeptical that the effects might have been exaggerated. However, upon practicing the fourth form she had struggled with that very morning, she experienced a sudden clarity. This was indeed the miraculous effect of the Bai Wu Gua. Congratulations, this is truly a splendid beginning, Du Yu remarked. Indeed, from now on, junior sister Ji must diligently study the sword. Your family's sword techniques rely on you to flourish. Ji Qingqing blushed with excitement. I will certainly strive to do my best. Has the junior sister awakened? Meng Ling suddenly looked toward the door, exclaiming with excitement. This remark immediately captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned toward the entrance, where they met the gaze of Mo Jiuwei nestled in Yixingyun's embrace. Mo Jiuwei felt puzzled. What is going on? Why do they seem to be waiting for me? Could something have happened? Oh, Master is also here. How rare. Su Yihan, who is seldom seen, even once a month, was today seated with everyone, sipping tea, his usual cold demeanor softened, emanating warmth. He too looked toward Mo Jiuwei, his eyes betraying a hint of tension. Ahem, thankfully. We were worried that junior sister was ill. Otherwise, how could she have slept for so long? Do you explain with a dry chuckle? Yes. It appears she is still quite healthy, Hu Jio added with a smile. Oh, I see now. How could I be ill? My health is splendid, exceptionally robust. Master, didn't you say your leg hurt all night yesterday? Lu Feng suddenly interjected. The shift in topic was abrupt, and at that moment, Su Yihan was slowly sipping tea, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, he seemed to choke slightly, hastily placing the teacup down. Cough, yes, indeed. He wiped the tea stains from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, reaching down to touch his leg. It indeed hurt quite badly yesterday. Ever since I was poisoned, this pain has become quite common. I should be accustomed to it by now. What can be done? Master, you are an ice spirit root. If not for your leg, your cultivation could be even higher. Indeed, it is a pity we have consulted many alchemists, yet none have been able to heal you. Must a master live this way for a lifetime, confined to a wheelchair? The conversation shifted from light banter to a somber tone in mere moments. Mo Jiuwei blinked, sensing the sudden change in atmosphere. However, she remained captivated by their discussion. Is it painful again at night? That is normal. The poison indeed flares up intermittently, often causing more intense pain. It is quite torturous. If only the poison could be resolved quickly, then the master could stand again. He is an ice spirit root. It seems that Xianlai's sect is not lacking, with 2 cultivators possessing extraordinary roots, which should be rare in other sections. This demonstrates a certain depth of heritage. As Mo Jiuwei pondered leisurely, little did she realize others were nearly exasperated with impatience. My junior sister, you are indeed hitting the nail on the head. We have all been waiting here. Everyone looked at her eagerly, including Su Yihan, but Mo Jiuwei lay there, gazing at the beams overhead, completely oblivious to the change in their expressions. After a prolonged silence, Su Yihan sighed deeply, lamenting, "My leg, it seems it will remain this way for a lifetime. There is no one in this world who can cure me." Master, you must not think like that. There are greater powers beyond the heavens. Perhaps a high being will be able to heal you. Yes, if we wait a few more years, perhaps a prodigious alchemist will emerge, capable of allowing you to walk freely. They all played the role of supporters, speaking while stealing glances at Mo Jiuwei. Finally, she did not disappoint their expectations and spoke up. Perhaps I am that prodigious alchemist. But if that is the case, it seems Master Su will have to wait a while longer. Resolving poison is truly quite simple. Are these alchemists merely idling about, having no solutions at all? Mo Jiuwei regarded them with disdain. Everyone perked up their ears in anticipation. Su Yihan felt increasingly anxious, having grown impatient. Yet Mo Jiuwei remained nestled in Yi Xingyun's embrace, occasionally waving her arm, her large, glistening eyes scanning their faces with curiosity. What do you think? If we first resolve the poison and then use the Shujin Dan, will Master S leg improve? Du could no longer contain her impatience and had to guide the conversation. Are we not saying anything? Then I will lead you to say it. Oh, perhaps it could work. Yes, it can. Senior Sister Du is truly remarkable. Your thought process is entirely correct. Do you continue to wait? Yet Mo Jiuwei abruptly halted her response, leaving everyone exchanging glances, some attempting to stifle smiles. Su Yihan twitched his lips, feeling a desire to facepalm. It seemed that the more one craved something, the less likely it was to materialize. Previously, he had found Mo Jiuwei quick to respond, yet now, in his eagerness, she remained silent. However, my skills are lacking, and I do not know which elixir could resolve the poison for the master, Du lamented. Mo Jiuwei remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. How about the Duo Xiao Dan? No response. What about the Baijia Dan? No response. Or perhaps the Baixing Dan? Slurp. That lingun from last time was truly delicious. I would love to have another serving. However, it was a bit pricey, and given the sect's current circumstances, asking them to buy it from me would be quite burdensome. Alas, I suppose I will have to endure. The expressions of the crowd turned rather entertaining. In that moment, Mo Jiuwei seemed to suddenly react. She retracted her gaze and directed her attention toward them. What were they just discussing? What is Bai Jia Dan and Bai Sheng Dan? Who has been poisoned? Oh, it seems they're discussing the sect leader. But these medicines cannot cure the sect leader's poison. To detoxify, one requires Shuri Shao. Finally, useful information has emerged, and everyone appears somewhat excited. However, to their dismay, Mo Jiuwei stops speaking at this point. No matter how much they try to coax her, she remains unyielding and refuses to elaborate on Shuri Shao. This leaves everyone in a state of anxiety. Jiuwei, lie down here for a while. I will find you something to eat. Yi Xingyun said as he placed Mo Jiuwei in the room and then stepped out. This was the first time they had left her unattended while she was in a conscious state. Yi Xingyun then rushed to the front hall to discuss matters with the others. What is Shuri Shao? I have never heard of it, he inquired. Everyone shook their heads, expressing they had never heard of it either. It must be some obscure elixir, rarely used. How about we search for alchemical texts together? They promptly set to work. Everyone was deeply concerned about Su Yihan's condition, and finding even a hint of a clue invigorated them. However, after flipping through books all day, they had exhausted all avenues, yet there was still no mention of Shuri Shao. This doesn't make sense. If this item truly exists, we should have found something by now. I have not even seen its name once, Du frowned. Although the Xianlai sect was in decline, its collection of texts was quite substantial, preserved over the years by the sect's ancestors. The Xianlai sect had a long history, but it faced developmental issues later on, leading to its gradual decline. There should not be any texts that are impossible to find. There is only one explanation. This elixir may only be known to our junior sister, or perhaps she created the formula herself, Chun Lan said solemnly. Created her own formula? She is an alchemist? Hu Jiuwei expressed surprise. Otherwise, how could she guide to you? Chunlan continued. I even believe she is well-versed in various skills, not merely superficially knowledgeable. Otherwise, she could not have guided Hu Jiuwei, do you, and Meng Ling onto the right path and helped them advance quickly, only to be eliminated after 2 days in the San Yihuamen. Upon realizing this, everyone gasped. So our junior sister is indeed a reincarnated great being. But it is strange. Why have we never heard of such an all-encompassing figure before? Could it be that the time is too far back for her to be recorded and passed down through the ages? Wait, if this is true, then it poses a problem. Ji Qingqing pondered. If the formula is her creation, then aside from our junior sister, no one else knows it. How will we obtain the elixir? For instance, Meng Ling only needs to buy the 2 types of elixirs Mo Jiuwei mentioned. However, the sect leader's elixir is a self-created formula, and there is no way to purchase it. There is only one solution. We must have our junior sister disclose the formula herself. Yi Xingyan frowned. Everyone's expressions mirrored his concern. If the formula is fully developed, it will specify the materials required, their quantities, and the order of preparation. Even if an alchemist has never concocted this particular elixir, possessing a valid formula would allow them to create it. However, since the elixir is Mo Jiuwei's original creation, even if they extracted the formula from her, it would be challenging for other alchemists to replicate it, unless they delve into the details, clarifying the materials, quantities, and order. That would be rather troublesome. I believe it is not entirely unfeasible. Diu interjected, having come up with an idea. Everyone turned to her. Have you forgotten how our junior sister taught me to concoct elixirs? Diu countered. By the same principle, she can guide me to create Shao. Initially, she knew nothing about alchemy, but thanks to Mo Jiuwei's patient instruction, she gradually learned. Diu felt confident that Shao could be achieved in the same way. Are you suggesting that instead of hiring an alchemist, we have you concoct Shao with Jiuwei guiding you? Meng Ling grasped the concept. If so, that would indeed be a fitting arrangement. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and moreover, not seeking an alchemist would mitigate the risk of the formula leaking. If they brought in another alchemist to concoct Shao, the formula would surely be exposed. However, do you have the ability to create that elixir? Hu Jiuwei asked with some concern. An elixir that can detoxify the sect leader's poison is likely not simple to concoct. Given Diyu's current level, can she manage? Let's take it step by step. First, we need to ascertain the formula and assess the difficulty based on the herbs, Lu Feng suggested. There are no other options now. If it is not Diyu who concocts it, we will have to wait until Jiuwei grows up before we can attempt it. Waiting for Jiuwei to grow up would take at least 10 years. Upon reflection, it seemed relying on Diyu might be quicker. Sui Han chuckled softly. Everyone turned to him, their expressions filled with concern, but he waved his hand dismissively. All right, since we have a plan, I can rest easy. Whether it takes a year or 10 years, I will wait. You need not fret for my sake. Sect leader, I will diligently practice and strive to concoct Shao for you as soon as possible, Diyu declared resolutely. Sui Han looked at her with appreciation. Thank you, but do not rush for results. Haste makes waste. Yes, master, I understand. I will act within my means. Sui Han nodded, then recalled something. There is one matter I need to inform you of. In 3 months, the Bai Pai Luan Shui event will take place. This time, the sect we will be studying is Qing Yu Min, and we have 2 slots. I suggest we allocate them based on cultivation level. Lu Feng and Chun Lan. How's that sound? What is Bai Pai Luan Shui? The youngest, Meng Ling, had never heard of this. Bai Pai Luan Shui is a form of mutual support among sections. The smaller sects provide funding, while the larger sects offer personnel and resources for the smaller sects to learn and exchange knowledge, thereby broadening their horizons and enhancing their strength, Lu Feng explained. The smaller sects provide funding? Does that mean we need to submit crystal stones and send 2 people to Qing Yu Min for a period of study? Meng Ling asked. Yes, that is the official understanding, but in recent years, it has become rather distorted, Chun Lan scoffed. Those larger sects look down upon the smaller ones. Even if the smaller sects attend, they will be treated differently and learn nothing of real value. They will only be ridiculed. If they do not wish to teach, why not simply cancel the event instead of going through the hassle? Meng Ling frowned, confused. After all, it is a rare opportunity. For the smaller sects, being able to visit a larger sect and meet some talented individuals is inherently valuable. If they can truly learn something, that would be even more of a gain. Lu Feng replied. For the larger sects, they can collect fees and scout for potential talents among other sections. If they discover someone promising, they will recruit them, and they often do not refuse. How absurd. They claim it is for learning, yet when they see talent, they simply abduct them. Can we avoid going? Shunlan furrowed her brow. We are lacking in funds ourselves. Why should we deliver ourselves to them? We cannot refuse to go. If we do, it would be akin to tearing our face and would distance us from other sects, Su Ihan sighed. Furthermore, who can guarantee that we will not need assistance in the future? If we ever require help from other sects, doing so would leave us vulnerable to ridicule. Although there are distinctions among sects, on the surface, they all maintain a semblance of dignity, claiming to be branches of the same tree, mutually supportive. While smaller sects may not assist much, if there were an emergency, such as a beast invasion, other sects would undoubtedly come to their aid. However, if they refuse to participate in such activities, when trouble arises in the future, others may well use that as an excuse to decline assistance. Once Su Ihan finished speaking, the group fell into a contemplative silence. The mutual assistance within our Xianlai sect is nearing its end. We can scarcely afford a meal. During such dire times, where are those prominent sects to lend a helping hand? Jiuwei scoffed coldly, expressing disbelief that they could be so oblivious to our plight despite their extensive networks. In essence, whether they choose to assist or not hinges solely upon their whims. The power of explanation rests entirely with them. Alas, our weakness is our own burden, and we cannot fault others for it. Su Ihan lamented, ultimately attributing the sect's misfortunes to his inadequacy as the leader. Master, it is not as you say, someone interjected. There is no need for such self-reproach. Su Ihan dismissed the consolation, acknowledging his failure to fulfill the responsibilities of his position, and expressed his remorse. He shook his head resolutely, declaring that everything would remain in the past. From this day forth, he would no longer lead as he had before. Perceiving the somber atmosphere, Shunlan deftly shifted the topic. If that is the case, then Lu Shu and I shall participate. How long must we stay, and what is the required fee? 1 month, Su Ihan replied, and 3,000 crystal stones. A sharp intake of breath followed. To spend a mere month there required such an exorbitant fee. It was quite outrageous. Even a month at the finest inns would hardly accrue such costs. This was indeed a fortuitous moment, just as we had acquired some funds. They began their cycle of learning among the sections. Meng Ling nearly laughed in frustration. Had it been a few months earlier, we would not have been able to muster even 300. When we reach the point of mere survival, we shall have to offend other sects. But we have not yet arrived at that juncture. Lu Feng reassured them, insisting there was no need to fret over crystal stones. In the future, our wealth would only increase. As everyone prospered, Xianlai sect would not squander its resources. We could still earn more. Otherwise, the more we ponder, the more disheartened we shall become. Chapter 50. The market, since the cycle of learning was unavoidable, we must grit our teeth and accept it. Presently, Xianlai sect could indeed produce 3,000 crystal stones, yet this was no trifling sum. The thought of handing it over without gaining anything substantial ignited a fire within everyone's hearts. This fervor propelled all into diligent cultivation. And Jiuwei began her days of accompanying others. Today, she would assist Lu Shu in his training. Tomorrow, she would accompany Hu Xiaon in talisman crafting. And the day after, she would join Ji Shiji in sword practice. Among them, perhaps the least industrious in cultivation was Chunlan. Her struggles stemmed not from a lack of will, but from her own poor condition, which hindered her efficiency to less than half that of others. Jiuwei found herself at a loss. The impact of Chunlan's daughter's issues weighed heavily on her, and it was a burden only Chunlan could ultimately resolve. Chunlan, take these items to the market and strive for a good price, Lu Feng instructed, gesturing towards the pile on the table. These were the fruits of labor produced by Hu Jio and his companions over recent days. As novices, their creations were quite basic, and since no one could utilize such quantities, it would be a waste to keep them. Better to sell them for crystal stones. No problem, leave it to me, Chunlan replied with a smile. If they sell, splendid. If not, we can package them for the shop. Handle it as you see fit. Lu Feng had complete faith in her abilities, trusting her to manage the task well. All right, don't forget about me. Take me along. Montag Jiuwei exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of venturing out again. Lu Feng, hearing her enthusiasm, discreetly glanced at Chunlan, seeking her approval. Let Jiuwei join us. She should experience the bustling world outside, Chunlan said, affectionately tapping Jiuwei's nose. Jiuwei was no ordinary child. She would not cause trouble, but would quietly observe, possessing a multitude of skills. It was evident that everyone was eager to include her, and no one would begrudge her presence. I shall accompany you all as well. Ji Qingqing added, I've trained my sword so diligently that my eyes are a bit weary. I wish to take a short break. Thus the three set forth. The market contained two types of shops, fixed establishments with storefronts and transient roadside stalls. For larger, long-term ventures, renting a storefront was ideal, while for their modest endeavor, a small stall sufficed. Such stalls could be rented by the day, half-month, or month. Given their uncertainty, they opted for a one-day rental. Here, number 39 in East 4 Alley. This shall be your stall. From now until this time tomorrow, exceeding even a minute will incur an additional day's charge. The market attendant guided them to their location, explaining the terms before departing. However, before he left, he cast a few curious glances at Jiuwei, seemingly astonished that someone would set up a stall with such a young child in tow. Oh, is this child your daughter? A nearby tea vendor, an elderly man with completely white hair, inquired. His business was lackluster, leaving him idle and observant, and he engaged them in idle chatter upon their arrival. No, she is my junior sister, Chunlan clarified. Her expression was not poor due to the old man's words, but rather because of other matters. She glanced toward a shop diagonally ahead, her eyes dark with unease. Not just her. Ji Qingqing wore a grim expression, her teeth gritted as she too regarded the establishment. The old man, sensing their demeanor, refrained from further conversation and settled into a half-sleep. What has befallen you two, sisters? Is something amiss with that shop? Montag Jiuwei inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she noticed their discontent. The shop to their right remained vacant, yet no one had approached to inquire, let alone make a purchase. Sisters, is it possible that we won't secure a single transaction? Ji Qingqing initially held hope, but after a time, her spirits waned. It is quite normal not to make a sale. Our wares are not particularly unique. People can acquire them anywhere, lamented the old man. Unless you offer them at a significantly lower price. That cannot be, Ji Qingqing retorted. Our goods are hard-won and must not be sold at a loss. To do so would squander the efforts of our three senior brothers and sisters. Moreover, these items represent an investment. Purchasing materials involves costs. Even if they do not sell immediately, we must not incur a loss. The old man chuckled lightly, unconcerned. Everyone begins somewhere. You must have been running your stall for quite some time, Chunlan remarked, turning to the elder. Indeed, on and off for about 10 years, he replied, lifting his cup to sip his tea. So long? Have you managed to earn any money? Not much, but it is quite entertaining, far more so than staying at home. The elder smiled. Chunlan surveyed the tea on his stall. It was not the finest quality, but rather the most ordinary type, perhaps palatable, yet not essential for cultivators. And its price was reasonable. Chunlan's expression turned peculiar. Can such tea truly sell? The old man ceased conversing with them, and instead turned to engage with a nearby lady selling hairpins. Moments later, a young male cultivator hurried past and paused to inquire. 10 crystal stones each, Chunlan stated. This price was slightly below the usual market rate, though not the cheapest, as they had noted another vendor selling them for 9 crystal stones. However, the quality of that vendor's pills was inferior, appearing to be crafted by a novice. It was evident that Diu possessed a commendable talent for alchemy. Even as a beginner, her products outshone the rest. Upon hearing the price, the young cultivator pursed his lips. I would like 5. Can you do 45 crystal stones? 45 is not feasible. I can do 47, Chunlan replied succinctly. The young cultivator hesitated momentarily, but ultimately paid, swiftly collecting his pills and departing. The old man observed this exchange with intrigue, noting, well done. You opened your stall quite successfully. It was merely good fortune, Chunlan replied modestly. Chunlan remarked that he appeared to be preparing for a long journey, and he must acquire this elixir. The old man nodded and then resumed his conversation with the elderly woman. Chapter 51. Jingrong grocery store. At that moment, Ji Qingqing noticed something, her gaze fixated on a shop diagonally ahead. It was that very shop. Jiuwei followed her line of sight and discovered that it was a grocery store named Jingrong. At that moment, 2 individuals were conversing at the entrance. One was a woman in her 30s, seemingly the shopkeeper, while the other was a customer holding a parcel who departed after their exchange. Once the customer left, the female shopkeeper did not immediately enter, but leaned against the door frame, leisurely chatting with someone from a nearby shop, occasionally bursting into laughter. Senior sister, how can someone like Wei Jiao live so comfortably? Ji Qingqing voiced, her tone laced with resentment. Heaven does not always have its eyes open, Qianlan remarked. Oh dear, what on earth has happened? Please tell me, Jiuwei said, scratching her head in impatience. If she truly desired to know, there would be nothing in this world she could not uncover. However, many matters were unnecessary for her, and she could hardly be bothered to ponder them. Yet, the affairs of the disciples of Xianlai sect were not among the trivialities. Rather, because they were akin to family, Jiuwei preferred to hear about them from others. She relished the experience of listening to stories recounted by others. Fortunately, this time, senior sister Chun finally seemed to share a connection with her, and shortly thereafter, during a conversation with Ji Qingqing, she brought up the matter of that shop. Only then did Jiuwei learn that Jingrong grocery store had originally been the property of Xianlai sect. All sects tended to establish shops in markets or towns, serving as a source of crystal stones. Xianlai sect had once owned numerous shops, but as the sect declined, only Jingrong remained. The shopkeeper was one of Xianlai sect's disciples. Huayan. This shop had been operating longer than any other owned by Xianlai sect, recognized by the local practitioners, with a substantial number of loyal customers. It could be said that as long as it existed, even if it were not profitable, it could not deprive the community of sustenance. Huayan's ability to manage the shop stemmed from her father's influence. He had been a diligent and honest shopkeeper throughout his life. Thus, when he applied to have his daughter continue managing the business, the sect, trusting in him, agreed. However, it was precisely because of Huayan that this shop betrayed them during Xianlai sect's most trying times. Behind the sect's back, she manipulated the accounts, resulting in a loss of over 100,000 crystal stones, and eventually, the shop was sold off at a loss to a male cultivator from the Liu family. Unbeknownst to many, this male cultivator was Huayan's love interest, and the entire affair was a conspiracy between the two. Upon discovering the truth, Xianlai's sect naturally sought to hold someone accountable. Unfortunately, it coincided with internal strife within the sect, specifically when Zhongyu and Du Wangquan betrayed the sect, leaving them with no resources to address the situation. As Xianlai sect's circumstances grew increasingly dire, Huayan and her partner thrived, often appearing before the disciples of Xianlai sect to provoke them. Furthermore, when the disciples of Xianlai sect struggled to sustain themselves and were forced to sell their possessions, Huayan and her in-laws, the Liu family, colluded with some shops in the market to artificially lower prices, exacerbating the plight of Xianlai sect. Given this history, both Qianlan and Ji Qingqing regarded Huayan with disdain. Jiuwei felt a surge of indignation on their behalf. How infuriating! How can such a person exist? Isn't this taking advantage of others' misfortunes? Truly despicable. This is our Xianlai sect shop. How can we allow her to take it away? Perhaps their gazes were too intense. For Huayan, engaged in conversation, seemed to sense their scrutiny and glanced in their direction. Their eyes met, and for a moment, something flickered in her gaze. She abandoned her conversation and sauntered over to them, her approach exuding an air of arrogance. How unfortunate. What foul entity has suddenly approached us? Ji Qingqing exclaimed, waving her hand to fan away the unpleasantness. Huayan paused but appeared unfazed, her smile widening. What is it to you? Tianlan ziplit gonli. I merely feel pity for you. Huayan sneered, her tone dripping with condescension. You must be quite tired peddling your wares outside. If you need a break, I can invite you to my shop for a rest. She emphasized my shop, hinting at something more. Young and impulsive, Ji Qingqing's face flushed with anger at her blatant provocation. How shameless. Who would want to go there? I can imagine it would stink, just like the odor emanating from you. Her voice rose, attracting the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances at Huayan, seemingly questioning the validity of Ji Qingqing's claim. The smile that had adorned Huayan's face faltered at this remark. Ji Shimi, be cautious with your words. Bah, who do you think you are? Trying to act as my senior sister? You think you deserve that title? Ji Qingqing retorted, hands on her hips. What audacity to show your face before us. You take pride in deceiving us out of shop? Just wait. Your retribution will come. Though Xianlai sect might currently be unable to deal with her, Ji Qingqing firmly believed that, in due time, justice would be served. She had faith in this. Ji Qingqing, my showing you courtesy is merely out of politeness. Do not mistake it for significance. Huayan laughed coldly. Xianlai's sect, despite its bravado, cannot alter the fact that you are on the verge of collapse. I await the day you become a lost dog, starving on the mountains. Huayan, you should be the one waiting, Chunlan interjected, rising with Mo Jiuwei. Her expression icy. What you have taken will eventually return to its rightful owner. Do not beg us for mercy when that day arrives. Huayan merely raised an eyebrow. Unperturbed. What of it? What offense have we committed by selling our wares? At that moment, an elderly man nearby interjected, his expression dark. He was visibly displeased. What is wrong with selling goods? While others may do it for profit, I do it at a loss and yet find joy in it. I spend my money, set up my stall, and enjoy myself. Why should I be met with disdain from you? He wondered whom he had offended. Huayan hesitated, glancing between the disciples of Xianlai's sect and the elderly man. Who are you? I wasn't speaking to you. I am your elder. The old man rolled up his sleeves, ready to speak his mind. From the look of you, I can tell you're not a decent woman. Turns out your shop was obtained through deceit, swindling Xianlai's sect. Bah, you are indeed no good. Indeed, how shameless to flaunt your misdeeds when others have not come to confront you. The elderly woman beside him cast a disdainful glance at Huayan, rolling her eyes. Are we not conducting our business properly? What harm do we cause you? We are simply earnest merchants. Does owning a shop elevate you above us? Another stall owner scoffed. Why are you blocking our path if you look down on us? Are you deliberately trying to ruin our business? Exactly. Either buy something or leave. Had it been any other shopkeeper, no one would have dared to respond, preferring to avoid conflict. But Huayan's words were directed at these mobile stalls, where many came and went, and thus they had no fear of her. The vendors at the market united in their disdain, directing their scorn towards Huayan. Since taking over this stall, her life had been exceedingly comfortable. Guilt was an emotion she had entirely shed, and she reveled in her own cleverness. With her newfound status as a shopkeeper, others spoke to her with a veneer of politeness, and even if there were grievances, they remained unvoiced. This was the first time she had been openly reprimanded, and it was by a multitude. How splendidly they chastise her. Look at her. She appears nearly faint with anger. How delightful. If it were not for her inability to restrain herself, Mo Jiuwei would have applauded. I shall not stoop to your level. Huayan glared fiercely at Chunlan and the others, vowing to await the day when the Xianlai sect would find themselves desperate and come to seek her aid. With that, she hurriedly retreated into the Jing Rong general store, evoking the sense of a hasty escape. Seek her out? What audacity! Ji Qingqing found herself laughing at the absurdity. There is no need to pay her any mind, Chunlan remarked before expressing her gratitude to the nearby vendors for their support. No need for thanks. We cannot let her trample on us, an elder waved dismissively. And you are from the Xianlai sect. She is clearly in the wrong. Chunlan and Ji Qingqing exchanged surprised glances. The Xianlai sect had been established in Ziyi City for countless years, and their consistent manner of conduct had not gone unnoticed. The elder's wife interjected. You are righteous individuals. We are all aware that those who stray from your path are not to be trusted. Indeed, I have heard that during your most trying times, there were those who sought to purchase poison from you, yet you refused to sell. It is remarkable to see such integrity. A young male vendor nodded in agreement. Just months ago, during the coldest season, you faced hunger and hardship, yet you took in an abandoned infant and sought milk for her. Many have heard of this. A woman observed them with admiration, her gaze drifting towards Mo Jiuwei, sighing, had it been me, I could not have done such a thing. Chunlan tightened her embrace around Mo Jiuwei, while Ji Qingqing felt a pang of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Their words were indeed true. The conduct of a sect is best understood by those who dwell in its vicinity. However, when it was mentioned that the offered poison was too detrimental to one's moral standing, all had resolutely declined to partake in such dealings. The rejected individual had likely left in anger, complaining about the Xianlai sect's rigidity, claiming their fate was self-inflicted. While some may mock their stubbornness, many, in fact, were left with a greater admiration for their principles. This exemplifies steadfastness in adversity, an unwavering aspiration towards greatness. Aha! Urikal, Yikwing suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the elder's wife, once, when I went out to purchase deer milk, you graciously gave me some bird eggs and a few fruits. The elder's wife laughed. Just a small gesture, You possess kindness, so how could I not reciprocate? A robust man across the street waved. And I too. I once left a piece of velvet cloth at your sect, sent by my wife. Ji Ching covered her mouth, nodding vigorously, unable to suppress her sobs. She recognized the cloth. It had mysteriously appeared at their door, used by them to fashion a soft cap for Mo Jiuwei. Though it was not of precious material, its comfort made it suitable for an infant. Chun Lan's eyes glistened as she expressed her gratitude to everyone. Mo Jiuwei listened, filled with emotion, touched by their kindness. The Xianlai sect has weathered the most challenging times, and we have received the silent support of many kind-hearted individuals. We are grateful for your goodwill and shall remain steadfast in our principles, Chun Lan promised. You may always place your trust in the Xianlai sect. Their words reassured her that their arduous journey had not been in vain. Chapter 52. Zi Xiangua. Everyone chuckled at her words. Indeed, we believe in you. You shall surely flourish. Is this child the one you found? She looks so spirited. It is hard to fathom the cruelty of her parents. Indeed, others long to conceive. Yet this child was abandoned after birth. How heartless! Due to the prolonged lifespans of cultivators and the challenges of transcending mortality, they often faced difficulties in procreation, with higher levels of cultivation making it even more challenging. This seemed to be a form of cosmic imposition. While common folk might have 2 or 3 children, cultivators typically had only 1 or 2, and having more was exceedingly rare. Such instances of abandonment are indeed uncommon. Initially, Chun Lan and Ji Qing smiled as they listened, but their expressions shifted to concern. They quickly glanced at Mo Jiuwei. Discussions about her parents have been deliberately avoided among the Xianlai sect members these days. After all, Mo Jiuwei was not an ignorant child. She understood their words, and to speak of such matters in her presence was akin to stabbing her heart. They wished to spare her feelings, and thus intentionally sidestepped the topic. Regardless, even if her biological parents did not want her, the Xianlai sect would cherish her like a precious gem, ensuring she received no less affection than any other child. Yet, parents are irreplaceable, and if Mo Jiuwei were to feel affected, it would be a different matter. However, as they observed, her expression did not reveal any apparent distress. She seemed entirely unaffected by their words. Nevertheless, Chun Lan and the others hastily shifted the conversation, avoiding further discussion on the matter, just as another customer approached to inquire about prices. Perhaps due to reasonable pricing and quality, they concluded a sale. When Chun Lan and Ji Qing looked back at Mo Jiuwei, they found she had fallen asleep again. The two exchanged amused glances, feeling relieved. Time passed swiftly at the market, and they had sold approximately 30% of their goods before darkness descended. Nightfall did not signify the end of business. Rather, the market thrived with activity in the evening, with even the previously empty stalls now rented out. This phenomenon was known as the night market. The existence of night markets was due to certain items being dubious in origin, unsuitable for daylight display, and better suited for nocturnal transactions. Some goods were stolen, others were acquired through violence, and some, like controversial poisons, were often sold at attractive prices to encourage quick sales, drawing many cultivators eager to seize a bargain. The unspoken rule of the night market was that once a transaction was completed, the seller bore no responsibility for the items sold. Any issues arising afterward would not be recognized, and sellers would often deny having sold the items at all. Chun Lan glanced to her right, where a stall that had been empty during the day was now occupied by a thin, shifty-looking middle-aged man. Upon his arrival, he surveyed the surroundings before setting out his wares. Upon seeing the items he offered, Chun Lan and Ji Qing fell silent. The assortment was haphazard, clearly lacking legitimate provenance. During their time at Qing Feng Ling, 4 foundational cultivators had attempted to rob the disciples of the Xianlai sect, but had failed, losing not only their lives, but also their storage bags, which fell into the hands of the sect's disciples. Upon inspection, the contents were just as disorganized and clearly belonged to various owners. Yet what the tainted origins? Such occurrences are commonplace in the realm of cultivation, where no one pays heed, just as they have slain those 4 foundational cultivators and seized their storage bags without a second thought. Yet, if their strength were insufficient and they were vanquished by those 4, losing their possessions in the process, it would also be deemed entirely reasonable. It can merely be said that they were outmatched. Just as the disinterested ones turned away, they heard Mo Jiuwei's excited exclamation. Ah, what a treasure! Guowa, quickly seize it! Seize it! Chunlan was taken aback, glancing at Mo Jiuwei, who was fixated on a particular spot at the booth of a male cultivator, her limbs animated with excitement. Guowa? Could it refer to a spirit fruit? Is that spirit fruit at this stall? However, there were too many and too varied items, and for a moment, Chunlan could not discern which one Mo Jiuwei was referencing. Her senior sister, Ji Qingqing, cast a gentle glance at Chunlan, silently inquiring if they should investigate further. After contemplating, Chunlan shook her head, signaling with her lips to wait. This person seemed astute, and there was no hurry to approach. It would be prudent to observe a while longer. Just then, a passerby halted upon noticing the new stall. All good items, feel free to look, absolutely good prices, the male stall owner proclaimed with a smile. The customer crouched down, rummaging through the items, and soon his attention was drawn to a hairpin. Is this made of heavy gold? What's the price? Chunlan's gaze followed his hand, and, with keen eyes, she spotted a small, light purple fruit rolling out as he rummaged. Turning to Mo Jiuwei, she saw her eyes glued to the fruit, nearly drooling with anticipation. It became clear to Chunlan that this must be the fruit in question. Yet, confusion soon set in, as she did not recognize what spirit fruit it was. A glance toward Ji Qingqing revealed her confusion as well. Ah, it's truly a Zishuan Gua. Wonderful. It can be used to cultivate Guogua. But how can we persuade our senior sisters to buy it? Mo Jiuwei became ensnared in a dilemma, her brows furrowing in concentration. It was then that Chunlan realized what it was. The Zishuan Gua, to be precise, was the seed of the Zishuan Gua. Though small in appearance, it was brimming with spiritual energy, consuming it was akin to cultivating oneself. Moreover, its flavor was exquisite, so delightful that even without its benefits, its taste alone was enough to captivate many. The Zishuangua was exceedingly rare, primarily due to its irresistible sweetness, which attracted nearby beasts and cultivators long before it ripened. They would devour it without hesitation. It was even said that the tree's trunk contained sweet sap rich in subtle spiritual energy, which could be directly consumed by the beasts. This led to both the fruit and even the tree being uprooted prematurely. To find a Zishuangua seed here was indeed unexpected. Chapter 53. A battle of wits and courage. As for the hairpin, the stall owner discreetly gestured a number, feigning pain as he spoke. I'll offer you a loss. I wouldn't sell this cheaply to anyone else. The customer was taken aback by the price, deeming it somewhat exorbitant. Yet the stall owner's silver tongue bewildered him into paying. Chunlan exchanged peculiar expressions with Ji Qingqing, a foreboding sense settling in. This stall owner was rather unscrupulous. His quoted price was approximately triple its actual value, and though the customer haggled, he ultimately purchased it for double. This was not entirely his fault, as a transaction could only occur at a mutually agreed price. The male cultivator, lacking discernment, could only accept his fate. If such a small hairpin was priced thus, how exorbitantly would the stall owner quote the Zishuan Gua they coveted? As they pondered, the stall owner suddenly turned to them, grinning widely. Dear friends, do you have anything you desire? We're all on the same side here. I can offer you a discount. Such words were only for the gullible. We think you've had a much smoother opening than we have, Chunlan remarked with a smile, pointing to her stall. We've even set up all day and sold barely a few items. The stall owner chuckled. It's merely luck. Selling one item isn't significant. Selling many is what counts. Senior sister, could you help me check that blue bracelet? Ji Qingqing chimed, pointing to a striking bracelet at the stall. The stall owner's eyes lit up. Ah, a fine eye. This bracelet contains blue jade sand, and its color is quite vibrant. It suits your outfit splendidly. Chunlan understood and shot her a teasing glare. When will you overcome this habit of impulsive buying? Let us agree first. If it's expensive, I want to buy it for you. Let us just take a look for now. Chunlan then approached the stall with Mo Jiuwei in tow, picking up the blue bracelet. What do you think? Ji Qingqing leaned closer. No, this one seems a bit worn, Chunlan replied, shaking her head. Look, there are signs of wear on the edges. The stall owner, prepared to persuade, fell silent as Chunlan accurately pointed out the flaws. Just as he thought this transaction would fail, Chunlan's gaze fell upon a piece of material. Is this a Furong crystal from Balin? Selling for a few dozen crystal stones? The stall owner's mouth twitched. The stone Chunlan held was a delicate pink, appearing to shimmer as if water swayed within, vibrant and lively. This is indeed a Furong crystal. Qianlan not only recognized it, but also accurately named its origin, which significantly influenced its price. Especially with her last inquiry about it selling for a few dozen crystal stones, it effectively rendered his words moot. Ahem. Well, since you seem knowledgeable, I'll 1T inflate the price. 120 crystals, the stall owner replied with a smile. The kind you mentioned is different from mine. Look at the quality of this Furong crystal. It's not comparable to ordinary goods. I see no difference, Qianlan retorted with a smile. The stall owner faltered. Qianlan set the item aside, continuing to peruse the stall. By sheer coincidence, she nudged the Zishuan Guisi to the left. Mo Jiuwei had been watching it intently, and, seizing the moment as Qianlan bent down, swiftly grasped the fruit, bursting into laughter. He got it. Now, Chen's sister will definitely know I like this and will surely buy it for me, right? Qianlan exclaimed, her voice coinciding with the stall owner's. This little one, how did she manage to grab something? The stall owner hurriedly interjected, don't let her put it in her mouth. Take it out quickly. Qianlan reached for the fruit in Mo Jiuwei's hand, but Mo Jiuwei clutched it tightly. Senior sister, I want it. Please help me buy it. It seemed that my junior sister had taken a particular liking to this. What exactly is it? Qianlan asked the stall owner, somewhat embarrassed. That is a seed of a spiritual herb, the stall owner replied, his eyes flickering. It contains a dense amount of spiritual energy, which is why children are drawn to it. If you like it, then what's spiritual energy? If she truly desired spiritual energy, she ought to be drawn to this instead. Qianlan pointed to a spirit fruit on the stall, which appeared to be the most captivating and likely the most expensive item. As she spoke, Qianlan was keenly aware that the stall owner was utterly unfamiliar with the Zishuangua seed. Indeed, seeds differ from spirit fruits. They are exceedingly difficult to identify and may not even be viable, merely a dry seed incapable of yielding anything. Unless the origins are clear and the type can be firmly established, unknown seeds fetch little value. The vendor was utterly deceitful, attempting to swindle every customer that came his way, uttering not a single word of truth. In fact, numerous vendors at the night market engaged in such dubious practices, seizing every opportunity to deceive, and if they failed, they could always sell at a lower price, ensuring a profit regardless. At that moment, the vendor chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his nose, refraining from mentioning the price of the seeds, instead inquiring of Qianlan and Fu Rongjing if they wish to purchase. If you buy both, I shall sell them to you for 130. 130? Qianlan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this claim. Fu Rongjing costs you 100. Consider this one at 30. Fu Rongjing is worth, at most 70. If it weren't for my junior sister's interest, I wouldn't even glance at it. It hardly justifies 30. I reckon 5 crystals at most, totaling 75. 100. 75. 90. 75. The vendor was incensed, but recognized that Qianlan was knowledgeable. Deceiving her as he did with the previous customer would be a challenge. Yet, he felt a twinge of loss at the thought of parting with the unknown seed for merely 5 crystals. Thus, he stubbornly refused to lower his price any further. He was shrewd enough to understand that if he set the price too high, Qianlan would not purchase the seed, leaving him at a loss for time until another customer might show interest. Hence, it was imperative to sell, and the price of 90 crystals represented the highest limit he believed she would accept. Chapter 54. The Back Mountain Wow, what a steal. Sister, you're truly impressive. 90 crystals is hardly a fraction of the cost of a Z Xiangua. Looks like the vendor misjudged. Qianlan exhaled, suppressing her joy, feigning a conflicted expression as she pondered before reluctantly paying. Upon returning to their stall, she noticed Ji Qingqing's smile was barely contained, forcing herself to suppress a laugh. She shot Ji Qingqing a glare, prompting Ji Qingqing to feign complaint, saying, "Oh dear, what kind of seeds are sold at such an exorbitant price? Sister, have we been taken for fools?" Hearing this, the vendor hurriedly interjected, "How could that be? No one conducts business more fairly than I do. You would never find such a price elsewhere." Qianlan and Ji Qingqing exchanged knowing glances, stifling laughter. Indeed, such a price would certainly be unattainable for Z Xiangua seeds elsewhere. They played their parts well, though Mo Jiuwei remained oblivious, genuinely believing her sisters were lamenting the seed's cost. But it's a Z Xiangua seed. We didn't overpay at all, truly. Once we grow the Z Xiangua, you'll realize what a treasure this is. If anyone's the fool here, it should be this vendor, he. Perhaps so, Qianlan nodded. However, whether it was expensive or not, she had already purchased it. As long as her junior sister, Mo Jiuwei, was pleased, it was worth it. With that, she playfully poked Mo Jiuwei's little nose. Mo Jiuwei's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, Sister Chun, you're so wonderful. I love it. It wouldn't do for only Chun to receive affection. Ji Qingqing was determined not to be left out, quickly chiming in, exactly. Junior sister's happiness is paramount. If she likes this seed, then no matter the cost, it is worth it. Sister Ji, you're wonderful too. I love you. Ji Qingqing finally smiled. The vendor exclaimed, wait, why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known you held such an attitude, I wouldn't have foolishly lowered the price. Chunlan and Ji Qingqing paid him no mind. The transaction was concluded, and they could care less about his feelings. During their market stint, they managed to sell everything except for a couple of bottles of elixirs. Initially, they sold about 70% of their stock at standard prices, while the remaining 30% was sold at a discount, albeit not significantly, still yielding a profit. The elixirs and basic magical tools were primarily crafted by novice cultivators like Jiuwei, and as their skills improved, so too would the quality of their creations. Thus, there was no need to hold onto these items. Selling them for crystals was far more secure. What's going on? Yi Qingqing inquired, puzzled. The spot has vanished. Yi Xingyin scratched his head, having not seen it since last night. It had not appeared all day. The spot? Could it have wandered out of the sect? Ji Qingqing was taken aback. The spot, the speckled dog that had followed them from Qingfeng Ridge, appeared to have endured hardships, displaying remarkable intelligence, and had been exceedingly well-behaved since arriving at Xianlai's sect. It ate whatever was offered, showed no picky habits, barked at strangers, and was generally gentle. It had never caused any trouble, always remaining close to the people around. It shouldn't be. It has no interest in leaving the sect, Lu Feng remarked. Is the spot at the back mountain? Mo Jiuwei pondered, nibbling on her fingers. The back mountain? The back mountain of Xianlai's sect was somewhat desolate in its earlier days. It had housed various spirit beasts and cultivated medicinal fields. However, neglect over time had led it to become overgrown with wild grass. Could it be there? Chunlan asked. The back mountain? That's concerning. It could be dangerous, right? Ji Qingqing expressed her worries, recalling the presence of demon beasts. The back mountain was a legitimate mountain range, home to various creatures, but none were particularly fierce, meaning they posed little threat to the disciples of Xianlai sect. However, it could be hazardous for the spot. Let's search for it. Chunlan frowned, stating they should rescue it if possible. The spot was quite sensible. After all, it was a life, and they could not ignore its perilous situation. Everyone agreed, without objection. The back mountain was vast. To search for a dog, everyone was called to join, except for the ailing sect leader Sui Han. However, once they began their search, they soon realized their concerns were unfounded. Thanks to Mo Jiuwei's guidance, they quickly found the spot, covered in dirt, halfway up the mountain. Recent rains had left the ground slightly damp, and the dog was caked in mud, nearly obscuring its spots. To everyone's surprise, the spot bore no injuries. On the contrary, it appeared to have grown in size. Oh my, has it grown larger? Ji Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Am I seeing things? It's not your imagination. It has indeed grown larger and stronger, Lu Feng noted, observing the spot, which now appeared bulkier than before, as if it had matured. Even its muscular contours were visible at its hind legs, showcasing its newfound strength. Wang Wang, the spot, upon seeing them, began wagging its tail excitedly, barking animatedly. You still have the audacity to bark. Who told you to wander off and get yourself all dirty? Meng Ling scolded, then performed a spell, swiftly cleansing its coat. Now that it was clean, the changes were even more apparent. Wait, it seems like it wants to lead us somewhere, Lu Feng remarked, noticing something unusual. Let us follow it. The group trailed after it as the spot sniffed around, soon stopping beneath a tree and began vigorously digging at the soil with its paws. Now, they understood why it had gotten so dirty. What are you digging for? Is there something good buried in the dirt? Dui laughed, confirming the spot was unharmed. Everyone felt relieved, allowing for light-hearted banter. However, before she could finish her sentence, Duyu's eyes widened in shock. The spot had indeed unearthed something. It was a dark object, deeper in color than the soil, making it difficult to discern its shape. But it was round. Chapter 55. Tnexi Nexi NGM. Upon excavating this peculiar entity, the creature known as being D-N exhibited a remarkable excitement, prodding it with its paws and letting out a call. The group observed this curious mass with intrigue as Du approached to grasp it, clearing away the clinging earth and leaves. Is this perhaps a type of mushroom? She pondered uncertainly. Hg, fanning the air with his hand, inhaled deeply. What unique scent! A gentle breeze brought forth a distinct aroma. At first, it resembled medicinal herbs, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed a rich, lingering fragrance that was intoxicating. Surely this is edible? Judging by B&D's demeanor, it seems quite fond of it. YX remarked. Wait, could it be that it consumed this, which is why it has grown so robust? At this, all eyes turned to B&D, who was wagging its tail excitedly, fixated on the object in Du's hands. A trickle of suspicious liquid dribbled from the corner of its mouth and plopped onto the ground. Clearly, since the previous night, it had been indulging in this very find. What could possibly transform a dog so dramatically in just a day? Du inhaled the item in her grasp, hesitatingly stating, "It is highly likely that this is T. nexi ngm. T. nexi ngm, an extraordinarily precious mushroom, possesses stringent requirements for its growth environment. Even a slight change in soil location could hinder its development. Concealed deep within the earth, it bears no outward distinction from other terrains, nor can its scent be detected until unearthed, when its fragrance finally wafts into the air. Although it grows rapidly, it also perishes swiftly. If not harvested within a day of maturity, it decays into the soil, vanishing without a trace. Rich in spiritual essence. Its most significant attribute is its unique ability to stabilize one's realm and solidify one's Tao heart. It is said that consuming T. nexi ngm can eliminate bottlenecks for cultivators, ensuring a smooth journey on their path of cultivation, free from inner demons. However, such claims are often dismissed as mere folklore, for acquiring even a single specimen is a rare stroke of fortune, let alone the means to indulge further. Whether due to lack of funds or the absence of mushrooms, often both circumstances prevail. I observed the dark, lustrous mushroom, its unique fragrance emanating from the pointed tips. It truly was T. nexi ngm. Liu gasped in astonishment and eagerly seized it for a closer examination, excitement overtaking him. It was identical to the legendary T. nexi ngm. What extraordinary luck! Good heavens, our sect's rear mountain harbors T. nexi ngm. MNGL exclaimed with elation. However, shouldn't our focus be on how B&D discovered the T. nexi ngm? Du interjected, noting that only certain underground insects could typically sense it, often attracted by its fragrance after it had matured for an hour. And only a specific treasure-hunting mouse could detect it. Vit B&D. The rarity of T. nexi ngm lies in the fact that cultivators cannot seek it out. To truly locate it, one must resort to a crude method of pinpointing its growth area and digging extensively. This difficulty is what makes its acquisition reliant solely on luck. Yet now, B&D had found not just one, but seemingly several, having already indulged voraciously, absorbing its spiritual essence, resulting in its present robust form. Can a dog truly detect T. nexi ngm? I've never heard of such a thing. Liu inquired, bending down with a smile. B&D, can you help us find another one? B&D glanced at him as if comprehending, and barked once before turning to ascend the mountain. Let us follow. The group trailed after B&D, who sniffed around and soon paused to dig again. They formed a circle around it, eagerly watching as, predictably, another familiar dark lump emerged. In that moment, a fervent thought surged in their minds. Their sect, Shi and Liz, was on the verge of prosperity. While others struggled to acquire even one T. nexi ngm, they had uncovered so many in their rear mountain, which signified what? It implied that their mountain was a veritable paradise, an environment perfectly suited for the growth of T. nexi ngm. Treasure, B&D, you are truly a gem, Du exclaimed, scooping B&D into her embrace and planting a kiss on its forehead, her joy rendering her somewhat giddy. Yet, B&D seemed indifferent to the affection. Instead, it was intent on gazing longingly at the freshly unearthed T. nexi ngm, overcome by a desire to consume it. For the remainder of the day, they allowed B&D to excavate more T. nexi ngm, only ceasing as night fell. Is there a trulu tinzinzig? Come, show me. He inquired eagerly. Ever since receiving word from Liu F-ing about the treasure unearthed in the rear mountain, XYHN had been restless. Had he not been incapacitated, he would have dragged himself over just to witness it. He understood all too well the implications of this discovery. If true, it would provide Shi and Liz-ing with ample resources unmatched by any other sect. Look, these are all freshly dug. Du excitedly displayed the T-Nexi NGM on the table. In just half a day, they had amassed an astonishing 23. 23. How many crystal stones would this yield? HG exclaimed, thrilled as he reached for his wine gourd, eager to celebrate. However, upon noticing MGTWI, he reconsidered and restrained himself. Upon seeing such a bounty of T-Nexi NGM, XYHN appeared momentarily dazed. He had only anticipated a handful, perhaps 3 or 4, yet never imagined they would uncover so many. His immediate thought was, Shi and Liz-ing was secure. One mushroom could fetch 20,000 crystal stones, comparable to a fine magical artifact. And they possessed 23, no, an entire mountain of them. How many crystal stones might that be? Chapter 56. The change of spiritual essence. The members of Shi and Liz-ing could not calculate the total. Yet they understood they would no longer have to worry about basic necessities. The group swallowed hard, feeling a tightness in their throats. Liu F-ing posed an inquiry. How long does T-Nexi NGM take to mature? Once harvested, how long until the next batch grows? MNGLing, intrigue, asked. Master X, did you not say that no one knows the time frame? How did you deduce it? The sect leader appeared to possess extensive knowledge. Upon her question, Liu F-ing chuckled. Ah, you are unaware. Among the people I know, apart from those ancient beings who have lived for millennia, none surpass Master X in knowledge. Wow, that impressive? MNGLing gazed at him, starry-eyed. XYHN replied nonchalantly, I merely read a bit more. It is of little consequence. MNGLing sensed a vague realization. Could it be that the sect leader, hindered by his leg injury and unable to cultivate, had resorted to reading to pass the time, thereby acquiring such vast knowledge? With this thought, she refrained from further inquiries, wary of treading upon the leader's sorrows. The growth of T-Nexi NGM relies on spiritual essence, often found in mountainous regions. Does that not imply it should thrive in areas rich with spiritual energy? Why, then, does it flourish within our Shi and Liz-ing? YXing questioned, perplexed. In its prime, Shi and Liz-ing thrived with protective formations and gathering arrays, ensuring a continuous cycle of spiritual essence, far denser than in other locations. Yet, the Great Formation has been in disrepair for a millennium, and in recent centuries, our decline has only deepened. How can it possibly resemble a place brimming with spiritual energy? The presence of T-Nexi NGM here hinted at the grandeur of ancient beings visiting humble abodes, leaving many baffled. I share this confusion. Su Yihan furrowed her brow in contemplation. I can assert with certainty that Xianlai sect has never discovered Tianyin Xiang mushroom. Our sect had once disturbed the earth at the back mountain, where the ancestral hall was constructed, yet after extensive digging, not a single one was found. Even during the rainiest summer. The summer is characterized by abundant rainfall and warm temperatures, conditions that are exceptionally conducive to mushroom growth. It is illogical that a plethora would emerge now in spring while none were present in the preceding summer. This can only suggest that Tianyin mushroom has only recently come into existence, having not appeared before. But what could have instigated such a transformation? If this is the case, then it must mean that the spiritual energy of our sect has recently intensified. Liu Feng felt a stir in his heart, reflecting that his cultivation had indeed become remarkably smoother in recent days. Initially attributing it to his possession of Xiansui, he now considered that there might be another underlying cause. I've noticed it too, Meng Ling exclaimed hastily. I thought it was due to the cultivation method of capturing spiritual points. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their own observations of this phenomenon. How peculiar. Has the sudden intensification of spiritual energy occurred solely within our Xianlai sect? Or is it a phenomenon affecting the entirety of Zai City and perhaps even farther afield? I shall inquire further, Chenlong declared as she stepped outside. Zhang Tuhu specializes in selling beast meat and resides in close proximity to Xianlai sect, yet he reported no anomalies. This indicates that only the spiritual energy within the gates of our Xianlai sect has intensified. As Su Yihan spoke, her gaze fell upon Mo Jiuwei. Mo Jiuwei had long since fallen asleep at the back mountain and remained soundly slumbering, her small mouth occasionally moving, perhaps dreaming of delectable treats. Could it be related to Jiuwei? A thought struck Lu Feng. It is highly likely. Ever since her arrival, everything around us has begun to improve. Perhaps there is no logical explanation, yet it is undeniably happening, Su Yihan mused. I too believe it is related to our junior sister. She is indeed a great blessing for our Xianlai sect. Ji Qingqing remarked with a gentle smile, tenderly covering Mo Jiwei to shield her from the chill. Just as she made this gesture, Mo Jiwei let out a soft murmur, her petite frame stirring as she awakened. Still disoriented, she glanced around with bleary eyes before yawning widely. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Has something significant occurred? It smells so fragrant. All right, it's because mushrooms have been discovered. Mo Jiwei gradually came to her senses. Lu Feng's eyes gleamed with intrigue. What do you all think we should do with the Tianyin Xiang mushrooms from the back mountain? We could dig them up and sell them, someone suggested. No, that wouldn't he do. There are too many, and selling them could pose a risk. Ji Qingqing began to voice her thoughts, but quickly realized the inconsistency in her reasoning. The yield of Tianyin Xiang mushrooms from the back mountain is substantial. Today, a casual dig produced over 20. If we were to harvest the entire quantity, it would surely exceed 100. Selling just 1 or 2 would pose no issue, but with a larger amount, complications could arise. Holding a treasure could bring trouble, especially given that our Xianlai sect consists of only a handful of members, with no formidable experts among us to ensure our safety. Should someone discover such a significant treasure, it would be difficult for anyone to remain composed. Even the major sects would undoubtedly feel a pang of greed. Thus, selling them is out of the question. Tianyin Xiang mushrooms have a very short shelf life. Once unearthed, they can only be stored for 3 days, even in a storage pouch, before they begin to rot. Yi Xingyun expressed his frustration, pondering the dilemma. If we don't dig them up, they will decay in the earth. If we do, we have nowhere to store them. Although everyone could consume them, it would be wasteful to devour an entire mountain of Tianyin Xiang mushrooms. Moreover, while they are beneficial, they are only suitable for those with a higher cultivation level. Consuming them in excess when one's cultivation is low would be a waste. This is quite simple. We can create breakthrough pills from them, allowing for indefinite storage. Once transformed into a pill, the aroma of Tianyin Xiang mushrooms will also change, making it indistinguishable even to those who have consumed it, thereby eliminating any thoughts of replication. Thus, this breakthrough pill could become our Xianlai sect's unique secret potion. Who would fear we wouldn't thrive? Mo Jiwei's words invigorated everyone present. Lu Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had merely posed a question, and yet Mo Jiwei had indeed found a solution. She is truly remarkable. If we could refine it into a pill, it might even sustain its efficacy, assisting in breakthroughs or dispelling inner demons. Do you stroke her chin, deep in thought? Alas, I feel so inadequate. If only I could create my own pill formula. Chapter 57. Pill formula. Among the known pill formulas, none seem to utilize Tianyin Xiang mushrooms, leaving no references to draw from, thus requiring original creation. Du Yu's lament was directed at Mo Jiwei, yet it also echoed her genuine feelings. She earnestly wished to create, but with no master above her and no like-minded companions nearby, she could only delve into research alone. Fortunately, she still had Jiwei as her only lifeline. The formula for the breakthrough pill is quite simple. It requires only Ko Su by Mingzi, Luo Huanghua, and Chen Chao. Oh, and we can add a camphor leaf. This will further obscure the scent of Tianyin Xiang mushrooms and enhance the flavor. This pill is easy to concoct, with Du Jia's current skill level. She could certainly succeed. It's a pity I cannot convey this to her. If I can't refine the pill, then it seems the only option is to consume all these Tianyin Xiang mushrooms. Can I at least have some mushroom soup? It sounds delicious. The mere thought made Mo Jiwei's mouth water. The members of Xianlai sect rejoiced. Wonderful. Jiwei has finally revealed the pill formula. Moreover, as she mentioned, the materials involved are quite common, indicating that the refining process should not be overly challenging. Even if Du does not succeed at first with several attempts, she is bound to figure it out. After all, ruining a few Tianyin Xiang mushrooms is inconsequential compared to the vast quantity we possess. How about this? I'll purchase some additional materials over the next few days and give it a try. Perhaps I can stumble upon the formula you proposed. I'll accompany you. Lu Feng added with a smile. It's getting dark. I'll join you as well, Chun Lan chimed in. She felt uneasy about letting Diu take Mo Jiuwei out alone. Diu chuckled. Sister Chun, you care for Jiuwei as if she were your own daughter. Your concern is truly endearing. She paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing her words and casting a nervous glance at Chun Lan. Chun Lan had once had a daughter, but she had passed away. To speak in such a manner surely touched upon her sorrowful memories. However, contrary to Diu's expectations, Chun Lan merely paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. You're right. I find it hard to endure a day without holding her. Diu finally breathed a sigh of relief. While purchasing herbs, Diu intentionally selected around 20 varieties, arranging them in a row for examination. Chun Lan held Mo Jiuwei's small hand and remarked, with so many options, it's quite overwhelming. In my opinion, it would be better to let Jiuwei choose. Her luck has always been exceptional. All right then, let our junior sister Jiuwei make the selection. Diu agreed, turning her gaze toward Mo Jiuwei. Huh? You want me to choose? Haha, you've made the right choice. Once given the opportunity to choose, Mo Jiuwei took full advantage. Without hesitation, she reached out and touched Ko Su, Bai Mingzi, Luo Huanghua, and Xin Xiao. Diu's smile threatened to burst forth uncontrollably. Have you made your selections? Excellent. Let us go with these 4. I'll take 10 of each. We will first procure a few to test. If I can successfully refine them, I shall buy in bulk. Unlike other spiritual fruits, Tianyin Xiang mushrooms cannot be consumed directly. They must be cooked to enhance their flavor and make them palatable. As a significant contributor, Ban Dian naturally had a share, excitedly wagging its tail after tasting a bite, clearly finding the cooked flavor far more enticing than that of raw. Mo Jiuwei also had her portion. She was served a bowl of mushroom soup, which had been simmered for an extensive period. The addition of a fragrant essence had caused the mushrooms to dissolve, infusing all their essence into the broth. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. This is 10 times better than the 7 treasures soup we had at the restaurant last time. With a single sip, Mo Jiuwei joyfully waved her hands, overwhelmed with satisfaction. Chun Lan couldn't help but smile. Naturally, the 7 treasures soup was worth a fortune, while the Tianyin Xiang Mo, in terms of value and flavor, was incomparable. Mo Jiuwei, lost in her soup, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those 2 names, only to realize belatedly that they were also disciples of Xian Laizong. Indeed, there were 3 disciples of Xian Laizong absent from Sect. One had been in solitary confinement at home for a decade, while the other 2, Mu Shuechu and Mu Shuechu, were twins who had ventured out to seek opportunities for profit. They had been urging them to return, claiming they would be back soon. Lu Feng expressed some helplessness about them, noting that these 2 children likely believed that Xian Laizong was similar to how it used to be, hence their desire to earn more to improve everyone's circumstances. Should we inform them about the Tianyin Xiang Mo? Hu Jiu inquired. This matter was of great significance and unsuitable for transmission via sound. Su Yihan shook his head, suggesting it was best for him to persuade them in person. After indulging in a mushroom feast, everyone felt satiated and returned to their cultivation, perfectly timed to refine the spiritual energy within. After finishing her refinement, Diu began alchemy, placing Mo Jiuwei beside her as she started to process the materials, muttering to herself, I wonder what proportions I should use for these materials? Are there enough? That's too much. Just use half. Let's start with half then. Is it all right to use 2 of Bai Mingzi? Yes, use 2. What about Luo Huanghua? Just 1? No, it should also be 2. 1 seems a bit insufficient. 2 it is then. Thus, she experimented, finally discerning the accurate ratios from Mo Jiuwei. Diu breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly struck by an idea to inquire about the recipe for the Shi Shao Dan for the sect leader. Yes. Just like now, she could surely learn the formula for Shi Shao from her junior sister, along with the proportions of each material. With this thought, Diu commenced her alchemy. The first ingredient should be this one, right? Then this one. Wrong. Chun Chao should be the first. It takes the longest to refine. Mo Jiuwei felt anxious listening. Although Sister Du had talent, she was still a novice, limited in her understanding, and had not memorized all the existing formulas, struggling with this homemade recipe. However, while Mo Jiuwei was concerned, she quickly noticed that Du initially made mistakes, but would inexplicably correct herself shortly thereafter. Could this be considered talent? Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as the final outcome was positive, that was sufficient. Thus, Du continued experimenting and refining, but due to her distraction, her first batch inevitably failed. What a pity. But that's normal. It's a new recipe, after all. It's unlikely to succeed on the first try. The process of the last batch was decent. It was just that the Tian Yin Xiang Mo was placed for too long, and its refinement is rapid, requiring swift reactions without delay. I hope Sister Du does not lose heart, learns from her mistakes, and strives for success on the second attempt. The anticipated commentary finally arrived. Upon hearing it, Du Yu's brows lifted. She was not at all disheartened. On the contrary, she was invigorated to start her second batch. She feared failure, but dreaded not knowing where she had faltered. For her, the challenge of creating a homemade recipe evidently surpassed her current capabilities. If she were to ponder it alone, she might toil endlessly without grasping the issue, likely failing numerous times before gaining any insight. This process was a considerable waste of time and resources. Fortunately, with Jiuwei by her side, all the uncertainties were resolved, allowing her to merely focus on the execution. During the second batch, due to her inexperience, she failed again midway. Not bad, much smoother than the last batch, if only I weren't so tense. Also, for this particularly unique and fragrant pill, one cannot solely rely on scent to determine the timing of refinement. One must observe the state within the furnace. Du Yu listened intently, and upon understanding, her face lit up with realization. So that was it. Let's try again. Mo Jiuwei, not feeling drowsy, watched Du diligently refine the pills, witnessing her repeated failures and her unwavering courage to continue. Throughout this, Du Yu neither despaired nor wavered, but fought back with increasing determination. This filled Mo Jiuwei with a sense of pride, as she regarded Du Yu with the eyes of a mentor observing her disciple. After 3 failed attempts, Du Yu finally succeeded on her 4th batch. When a unique fragrance wafted through the alchemy chamber, lingering in the air, she was nearly overwhelmed with joy and tears. I did it. I really did it. She cradled the vial of pills as if it were a precious treasure. Jiuwei, look, I've succeeded. She proudly presented the vial to Mo Jiuwei. Indeed, you did it. Sister Du, you're truly impressive. While I assisted with the recipe, the actual alchemy was accomplished solely by her, which is ample proof of her prowess. If other sects knew she had achieved such skill in just 2 months of alchemy training, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to recruit her. Hearing this, Du Yu couldn't help but blush. It was true that she had completed the alchemy, but not entirely on her own. Thus, she was not as formidable as her junior sister believed, and there was no real threat of other sects attempting to recruit her. Regaining her composure, Du Yu took Mo Jiuwei and ran towards the main hall, sending a message to her senior brothers along the way to share the good news. This was a pivotal moment for the future of Xian Lai Zone. Upon hearing of the successful alchemy, everyone ceased their cultivation and hurried to the main hall, including the sect leader, Su Yihan. Ever since learning that his leg could be saved, Su Yihan seemed like a different person, no longer languid and withdrawn, and he had become more open to connecting with others. Although he had become disabled, he remained the sect leader, responsible for all disciples, and could not succumb to self-pity while entrusting the sect's burdens to his junior disciples. Come quickly, let me see. Upon seeing Du Yu rushing over, he eagerly extended his hand. Everyone craned their necks to look as Du Yu took out the vial, pouring out the pills and distributing one to each person for careful examination. The number of pills produced from each batch varied. The more precious and challenging the pill, the fewer were produced, with some batches yielding only a single pill. For instance, the breakthrough pill yielded 10 per batch, allowing everyone to receive one. This flavor is indeed quite unfamiliar. I never would have guessed it was from Tian Yin Xiang Mo. You've truly excelled, Sister Du. This is wonderful. With the breakthrough pill, we'll have a way to handle the Tian Yin Xiang Mo in the future. Everyone rejoiced. Successfully refining the pills effectively concealed the existence of the Tian Yin Xiang Mo, prolonging its preservation. Su Yihan was equally delighted, inquiring about the time required for the alchemy and the quantity of materials used. Each batch consumes 3 Tian Yin Xiang Mo, and the refining time is approximately 15 minutes. I can refine at least 20 batches a day. Du Yu spoke cautiously, knowing that with further practice, she could increase that number. The reason for mentioning 1 or 2 dozen furnaces is that one must also consider the consumption of spiritual energy, which requires time for recovery and rest. This assumes a natural replenishment of spiritual energy. If one had an endless supply of elixirs to restore it, one could continue the alchemical process indefinitely. Indeed, that would suffice. At present, we remain unaware of the growth status of T Nexi Nexi NGM, so we shall proceed step by step, Lu Feng said with a smile. This is merely the simplest formula. Once Senior Sister Du's proficiency increases, there will be an even more efficient, enhanced version of the breakthrough pill. At that time, a single batch could consume 10 T Nexi Nexi NGM, allowing for swifter production and improved efficacy of the elixirs, Mo Jiuwei pondered. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted further. We are currently not lacking in resources, so let us begin producing the elixirs and store them for future use. Su Yihan suggested that each of you take turns, with one person accompanying Ban Dian to the mountain each day to gather mushrooms, which will then be handed over to Du Yu for alchemical processing. For an alchemist, the act of refining elixirs itself is a form of cultivation, which will also benefit Du Yu. Of course, it is imperative not to overexert oneself, lest one's foundation be compromised. You are disciples of Shi NL, Iziying. But equally, you are the masters of Shi NL, Iziying. With Su Yihan's words, everyone felt a surge of enthusiasm, as if they were imbued with inexhaustible energy. Yes, sect leader, they replied in unison. Chapter 59. Unraveling the Heart's Knot in the ensuing days. Everyone within the sect became engrossed in their tasks. Ban Dian tirelessly scoured the back mountain in search of T Nexi Nexi NGM, running about without fatigue. To show their gratitude, the members of Shi NL, Iziying not only fed it T Nexi Nexi NGM, but also offered a variety of spiritual fruits, making it the best-fed dog imaginable, unmatched by any other. The notion of feeding a dog T Nexi Nexi NGM may seem outrageous, bordering on wasteful. Yet, none could forget that it was Ban Dian who led them to discover the existence of T Nexi Nexi NGM. Otherwise, the back mountain would have remained untouched and devoid of value, rendering any abundance of mushrooms utterly pointless. Moreover, it appeared that T Nexi Nexi NGM was beneficial to Ban Dian as well. Many noticed that after consuming the mushrooms, Ban Dian seemed to exhibit greater intelligence and awareness, thus validating the worth of the mushrooms. Su Yihan also commenced his cultivation, although the injury to his leg hindered the flow of spiritual energy, preventing further progress. He had not practiced for a long while. With hope for his leg's recovery, he felt it prudent to adapt to the sensations of cultivation in advance. The tranquility he experienced while cultivating was quite pleasing. It stripped away the superficial distractions, leaving only clarity and peace. Lu Feng and Yi Xingyun were equally devoted to their cultivation, particularly Lu Feng, who increasingly recognized the uniqueness of his constitution. The pace of his advancement was astonishing, far beyond what he had ever dared to imagine. Who would have thought that at his age, with limited lifespan remaining, he would encounter a fortuitous turn of events, not only extending his lifespan, but also uncovering his latent potential. He now resembled a destitute individual who had suddenly stumbled upon treasure, fearful of its disappearance, and thus compelled to utilize it fervently. Hu Jiu, Du Yu, and Mingling focused primarily on honing their skills, with cultivation serving as a complementary pursuit. The two pursuits enhanced each other significantly. Ji Qingqing experienced the benefits of increased comprehension, evident in all aspects of her life. She felt that during her cultivation, while practicing the sword, and even in her daily activities, she sensed a newfound cleverness. Reflecting on the past, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that when one is foolish, one is often oblivious to their folly. It is only when one transcends that level of understanding that they can perceive their previous ignorance. As for Chunlan, she was the most astonishing of all. She had also begun to cultivate. This was truly remarkable. Upon learning this, Hu Jiu shook his head in disbelief, as if the sun had risen in the west. Chunlan smiled softly. I too have discovered that life seems to have taken on new joys. If I do not strive to improve, I will become the lowest among the sect. She cast a glance at Mo Jiuwei as she spoke. Du Ygu chuckled, understanding that this was largely due to the efforts of her junior sister Jiuwei. Over the past few days, Chunlan had cared for Mo Jiuwei as if she were the most precious gem, unknowingly investing an abundance of energy and affection into her, a devotion that rivaled her feelings for her own daughter. Chunlan smiled at the remark, and turned her gaze to Mo Jiuwei, gently touching her small hand with utmost tenderness. Indeed, how fortunate it is to have Jiuwei. The loss of her daughter had cast a long shadow over her heart, leaving her despondent and devoid of interest in life. It was only her sense of responsibility towards the disciples of the sect that had enabled her to persevere through the hardships. Had she and Ling not been a place of suffering, facing the threats of starvation and freezing, she might have followed her daughter into the void long ago. With Mo Jiuwei's arrival, the void in her heart felt like it had found a barrier, shielding her from the howling winds, leaving only warmth and affection in its wake. Qianlan suddenly realized that she was no longer averse to cultivation. Seeing everyone engaged in their practice inspired her with a desire to try, and upon doing so, she discovered that she had indeed unraveled the knot in her heart. No longer troubled by her daughter's absence. Her daughter was irreplaceable, and no one could take her place, including Mo Jiuwei. Yet, Mo Jiuwei possessed her own unique significance, a meaning that made it impossible for her to let go. Mo Jiuwei was equally delighted, for to a cultivator, abandoning cultivation equated to waiting for death. Only through cultivation can one strive for progress and elevation. Let's cultivate together. Together we shall ascend. When the time comes, our entire sect will ascend. Mo Jiuwei exclaimed, shaking her little arms with a defiant spirit. Laughter erupted among everyone, charmed by her cuteness. However, amidst the merriment, there lingered a hint of expectation. Perhaps, just perhaps, there existed a slight possibility of their ascension. Such hopes flickered like sparks, seemingly insignificant, yet harboring the potential to ignite a great conflagration within their hearts, yearning for the day when they could illuminate the sky. As days passed, Mo Jiuwei visibly grew. While other children her age were still unable to sit up, she had learned to crawl. Aware that others were engaged in cultivation and that time was precious, she consistently displayed remarkable understanding, refraining from any dangerous action such as climbing out of bed or meddling with things. Thus, others could simply place her in a room while they practiced, returning intermittently to feed her and perform a cleansing spell as needed. Mo Jiuwei adorned her delicate wrist with a small pink bracelet, which sparkled beautifully, looking utterly adorable. This was, in fact, a magical artifact with no other purpose. But its circumference adjusted to fit the size of her wrist, ensuring its continued use as she grew. Mo Jiuwei rather liked it. It could be considered her first piece of jewelry in this lifetime. Speaking of the future, the seeds of Jiuwei they had purchased were also planted in the back mountain. The journey from seed to bloom would require a considerable amount of time, but for now, they had taken the first step. As for how to protect the Jiuwei from being devoured by other creatures once it matured, they would devise a plan when the time came. Jiuwei, how did it go? What news from the Talisman Master Association? Others looked on with curiosity. It's settled. I successfully joined the association, Jiuwei exclaimed with a bright smile. I initially thought the assessment would be challenging, but it turned out to be quite simple. Suihan felt that while having Mo Jiuwei by their side was beneficial, it was not sufficient for Jiuwei and the others to rely solely on their own efforts in isolation. Whether in cultivation or skill development, an environment and companionship among peers are essential. Only then can they engage in mutual exchange, broadening their horizons and preventing a narrow understanding of the world. Chapter 60. The guests logically, having entered the sect, it should suffice for them to communicate with the disciples. Yet the issue lies in the fact that the Xianlai Zong sect is exceedingly small, even outnumbered by a modest family. Thus, they were encouraged to apply for the Dan Hui, Fu Hui, and Qi Hui, allowing them to better understand their own capabilities as well as those of others, which would facilitate their advancement upon recognizing their disparities. For the time being, Liu and Man Liu were preoccupied, one engrossed in concocting a breakthrough pill, the other contemplating the design of a new magical tool. Consequently, only Jiuwei ventured forth today, serving as a reconnaissance mission. To his pleasant surprise, he was promptly accepted after passing the guild assessment. Excellent. You should visit every few days to engage with other talisman masters and cultivate some friendships. Lu Feng remarked with a smile. Jiuwei hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Is there an issue? Su Yihan detected the unease. It's not a problem, just... Lu Feng understood. Is it that they harbor some preconceived notions about you? As a disciple of Xianlai Zong, Jiuwei's status was more of a detriment than an advantage. Furthermore, lacking a formal master and being a novice, he had unwittingly stepped on every potential landmine. Most talisman masters within the guild hailed from illustrious families, and even those who did not have been in the profession for many years, far surpassing Hu Jiuwei's few months of learning. One could easily surmise the cold glances and ridicule he would face as a newcomer. Indeed, Hu Jiu acknowledged, yet reassured himself, it is of little consequence. I primarily remain within the sect, visiting occasionally, so my interactions with them will not be extensive. Why fear it? If they look down upon you, let your abilities earn their respect. Mo Jiuwei exclaimed with sudden fervor. If your interactions are limited, what is the point of attending the Fu Hui? You might as well stay at Xianlai Zone. Once you go, make the most of it. Ask questions, engage in discussions, and let them recognize that you are not inferior to them. This way, the mockery and disdain will naturally dissipate. Others might hold a sense of superiority over Hu Jiu, a mere presumption. Mo Jiuwei, having experienced 8 lifetimes, understood human nature all too well. When people first meet, they inevitably assign each other judgments based on family background, appearance, cultivation level, abilities, temperament, and approachability. For most, if one appears to be evidently superior, they tend to adopt a more humble demeanor. Conversely, if one seems lacking in all aspects, they may feel entitled to look down upon the other, leading to inevitable disdain. However, such initial impressions are superficial. True perceptions evolve through genuine interactions. Therefore, within the Talisman Master Guild, as long as Hu Jiu possesses the requisite skills, those who previously underestimated him would surely revise their opinions. Mo Jiuwei was confident of Hu Jiu's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiu straightened his posture, a newfound determination igniting within him. I will strive to showcase my capabilities. They must recognize that I am indeed skilled and not inferior, he asserted. Mo Jiuwei felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Exactly. That's the spirit. You all have progressed under my watch. I am well aware of your levels, she encouraged. Just charge forward without hesitation. Meng Ling and Du Yu pondered this, for they too harbored trepidation regarding joining the guild. Having only associated with their sect for so many years, with little interaction with outsiders. In the past, during Xianlai Zone's hardships, many in Zai City had been aware of their plight, and upon learning they were disciples of Xianlai Zone, their immediate reactions were often pity or derision. They were averse to being subjected to such scrutiny. However, Mo Jiuwei's words resonated with them, revealing a kernel of truth. Regardless of sympathy or mockery, as long as they thrived and demonstrated their prowess, it could very well be a case of who would pity whom in the end. Thus they both spoke in unison. Then we shall go tomorrow. Su Yihan smiled in agreement, suddenly recalling something. Indeed, Mo Jiuwei, indulging in a life of eating and sleeping. Su noticed her appetite had significantly increased. In recent days, she consumed far more than usual. Otherwise, hunger would keep her awake at night. On this day, feeling the pangs of hunger once more, she was mentally lamenting her craving for food when Chunlan approached and scooped her up. Guests have arrived at the sect. Come, let me introduce you, Chunlan said with a smile. Mo Jiuwei, curious, inquired, guests? What sort of guests? It has been ages since we had visitors. Are they male or female, young or old? Chunlan chuckled at her enthusiasm, but refrained from elaborating. Before long, Mo Jiuwei set her eyes upon the guests. They were a young couple accompanied by a 2-year-old son, currently exploring the Grand Hall. Ji Qingqing and Yi Xingyun were attending to them, pouring tea and engaging in conversation. Upon noticing Chunlan and Mo Jiuwei approaching, they paused their discussion and turned to greet them. Ru Ning, Jiangfang, Chunlan called out, this is Jiuwei. Cool, me. Let me have a look. Ru Ning, a slender-faced female cultivator with a radiant smile, rose to join Chunlan. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Mo Jiuwei. Upon meeting Mo Jiuwei's exquisitely delicate face, she exclaimed, what a beautiful girl. Is your name Jiuwei? Chunlan, hearing this, felt a sweet warmth envelop her heart. Indeed, she is as adorable as her Xiener, she replied. Ru Ning covered her mouth in delight, beckoning her son, Xiener, come see this lovely sister. Xuan'e, Englosit and Snecking, had a pastry in each hand and his cheeks stuffed, waddled over after hearing his mother-esque call, swallowing hastily and nearly choking in his eagerness. Chunlan adjusted her hold on Mo Jiuwei, lowering her slightly to facilitate Xiener's view. Oh, what a chubby girl, he exclaimed, grinning widely. As he spoke, remnants of his food flew from his mouth, inadvertently landing on Mo Jiuwei. Ah, How dirty, she exclaimed, her distaste evident. And who are you calling a chubby girl? I'm not fat, she retorted, almost in tears from indignation. Fortunately, Chunlan reacted swiftly, casting a cleansing spell that promptly alleviated Jiuwei's distress. However, her instinctive action caused a frown to crease Ru Ning's brow, and her smile faded slightly. Slow down while eating. You might choke, Ru Ning said with concern. Jiang Fong. The boy's father quickly offered a cup of tea. Drink some, don't get choked. Strangely, neither of them acknowledged Jiuwei nor offered an apology for their son's indiscretion, as if the incident had never occurred. Chapter 61. The sentiment Chunlan cradled Jiuwei in her arms, gently pressing her cheek against the girl's, soothingly saying, Don't be upset, Jiuwei. You are not fat at all. You are the most adorable. Your brother was merely jesting. I'm not joking. Her face is that big. Shinner countered, stretching his neck to argue, even gesturing with his hands to illustrate a bull-sized face, bursting into laughter afterward. His mother, Ru Ning, shot him a warning glance, but laughed, You naughty child. Her tone held no reproach, only the affectionate indulgence of a playful parent. However, Chunlan's demeanor had darkened. Was Jiuwei fat? Certainly not. She was still an infant, her cheeks slightly plump, giving her a cherubic appearance that was utterly charming. All infants possess such features, hence the term baby fat. Jiuwei was only round-faced. Her body was quite proportionate, fair-skinned, and clean, entirely devoid of any association with the term fat. Xuania, being a mere child, could be forgiven for his lack of understanding. Yet, his mother, fully aware of the situation, made no effort to intervene and merely watched him misbehave with an affectionate gaze, which caused Chunlan's attitude towards her to cool significantly. Zhang Runing is the daughter of Chunlan's aunt, making her Chunlan's cousin. When they were young, they shared a close bond, but as they grew older, their families drifted apart due to differing paths in life. Nevertheless, they remained relatives, the last of their kin, and when Runing visited Chunlan with enthusiasm, she was taken aback by Shinner's impolite remarks. What an ill-mannered family. I shall not stoop to their level, she thought, pondering how Chunlan could have befriended such individuals. Jiuwei was not genuinely upset. She simply did not appreciate that family. Of course not. Our Jiuwei is the most beautiful and charming girl in the world. She is not overweight. Ji Qingqing silently rolled her eyes, choosing her words carefully due to Chunlan's presence. Indeed, Jiuwei is our Sect's treasure. Everyone adores her, Yi Xingyun concurred. Haha, Shinner meant no harm. He was merely joking with the little sister, Zhang Runing said with a smile, dismissing the incident, noting that the child was still young and could not grasp the meaning behind his words. Who says Jiuwei doesn't understand? She knows everything. She has been clever since childhood. Ji Qingqing interjected. Yes, she certainly appears quite intelligent, Zhang Runing remarked, exchanging glances with Jiuwei, who had large, grape-like eyes that made her feel somewhat intimidated. Runing, it is a rare occasion to see you. Is there something specific that brings you here? Chunlan asked directly. We have been preoccupied with family matters and heard about the difficulties faced by your Xianlai sect. We thought it best to come and check on you, Zhang Runing replied. Her partner, Jiang Fong, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are all family. It is only natural to visit after such a long time. They had brought a box containing pastries, meat pies, jerky, and 2 bottles of elixirs. These items, if delivered 6 months earlier, would have been timely assistance for Xianlai sect. But now they merely served to embellish a difficult situation. Nonetheless, it was a heartfelt gesture from relatives who had made the effort to visit. As Chunlan gazed at these offerings, memories of her deceased parents and the once close bond with her aunt flooded her mind, stirring feelings of nostalgia and warmth. Her demeanor softened, and she smiled genuinely. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness. Of course, we are family. We cannot be compared to mere acquaintances, Zhang Runing beamed. Chunlan decided to overlook Shinner's previous rudeness in light of their generous gifts, and she invited them. Why not stay for a meal with us? The Xianlai sect will also be dining, and we can prepare a feast with some additional dishes. Zhang Runing and her companions exchanged glances before readily agreeing. That would be delightful, though it may trouble you. Chunlan shook her head with sincerity. Not at all. There is no need to be polite. We are all one family. Ji Qingqing and Yi Xingyu nodded in agreement. Their earlier irritation dissipated upon seeing the box of goodies. It was not that they were materialistic, but genuine kindness had been scarce during the sect's hardships, making every gesture of goodwill precious. However, Jiuwei harbored a different sentiment. Umph. Those shifty-eyed individuals undoubtedly have ulterior motives. Shifty-eyed? Qianlan questioned, scrutinizing her cousin and her cousin's husband, although they bore a shrewd expression. It hardly warranted the description Jiuwei had given. Amused, Qianlan speculated that Jiuwei might still be upset over Xian'er's prior outburst. She would need to take time later to soothe her. As preparations for lunch commenced, Qianlan tasked Ji Qingqing with purchasing additional ingredients from the market and asked Yi Xingyun to inform Uncle Liu and the others of their guests. She then led Jiuwei and Zhang Runing to the kitchen, with Xian'er following closely behind. Jiuwei thoroughly enjoyed the kitchen, reveling in the opportunity to feast her eyes on the ingredients and occasionally snatch a bite. Thus, the others would often bring her along, offering her treats when they discovered her preferences. I will have Qingqing buy fish. We shall prepare a dish for lunch, Qianlan told Zhang Runing. Does Xian'er have a favorite snack? I can make it for you, dear aunt. No need to trouble yourself. Let the guest decide, Zhang Runing replied with a smile. However, Xian'er chimed in, I want to eat green union pastry. I saw you have green union leaves here. Green union pastry, made from the tender leaves, requires careful preparation and brings a refreshing aroma, making it a delightful treat, though somewhat time-consuming. Zhang Runing had made it for Xian'er a few times at home, but the effort had limited its frequency. Child, you are quite demanding, Zhang Runing chided her son with a playful glare, then turned back to Qianlan with an apologetic smile. Please disregard him. He is simply greedy. Since Xian'er had voiced his desires, it would seem inconsiderate not to oblige him. Qianlan smiled and agreed. Since you have come all this way, I shall prepare it for Xian'er. Please wait here while I go pick some green union leaves. Let us go together, Zhang Runing suggested, taking her son's hand as the four of them headed towards the wall where the green union leaves grew. As Qianlan bent down to pick them, she realized that holding Jiuwei made it difficult to use her hands. Let me hold her, Zhang Runing offered, extending her arms. This child is so charming. I would love to bond with her. Qianlan frowned slightly, reluctant to let go, but ultimately decided to call for help instead. There's no need to trouble anyone. I can manage, Zhang Runing insisted, taking Jiuwei into her arms effortlessly, demonstrating her skill from having been a mother herself. Observing her adeptness, Qianlan refrained from further protest. Having already taken the child, it would be inappropriate to reclaim her, especially since no one else could harvest the leaves. Zhang Runing was the only one capable of doing so, and it would be impolite to insist otherwise. Be good, Jiuwei. Your sister will hold you again shortly. Qianlan reassured the little girl as she bent down to gather the leaves. All right, Jiuwei responded, displaying her understanding and consideration for Qianlan's situation. How have things been with your sect lately? Is it still stagnant as before? Zhang Runing inquired, engaging Qianlan in light conversation as she worked. Things have improved a bit. The disciples are working hard, and everyone desires a better life, Qianlan replied. Really? That is splendid news. I'm genuinely happy for you. Mother, look, a butterfly, Xian'er exclaimed excitedly. Where? Over there, the purple one. Do you see it? He tugged at his mother's sleeve, prompting Zhang Runing to follow closely to ensure he did not fall. Qianlan took a moment to glance up, noting that they had merely wandered to the corner behind her, a mere 20 steps away. She looked back at Jiuwei and saw that Zhang Runing was holding her securely, reassuring her enough to relax. Nonetheless, she still cautioned, Runing, please take good care of Jiuwei. The act of plucking the green union leaves is quite laborious, as their tender shoots are minuscule. Only by harvesting this specific portion can one savor their delicate flavor and fragrance. However, should one inadvertently gather an extra leaf or two from below, a slight bitterness may taint the taste. While the term yun su implies flakiness, in truth, it melts effortlessly in the mouth, and the ingredients employed are of commendable quality, allowing even Jiuwei to indulge in a taste. Hence, Qianlan contemplated crafting a more refined and abundant dish for Jiuwei to sample. With meticulous care, she only selected the tender leaves, avoiding any unnecessary plucking. As time passed, Qianlan immersed herself in her work, knowing that to create a larger quantity, she needed to gather more leaves. Otherwise, the juice would prove insufficient. Jiuwei, cradled in someone's arms, felt a sense of disdain. Although she refrained from voicing her objections for the sake of harmony, she harbored no affection for this mother-son duo. Particularly irksome was Xian'er, a boy with an annoyingly sharp and loud voice that grated on her nerves. She had no choice but to endure silently. assuring herself that one should not hold grudges against a boisterous child, as he was still young. Even Chunlan, fearing the noise, urged Xian'er to lower his volume. Yet he persisted in his loudness, seemingly oblivious to her request. Ah, indeed, a troublesome child, she mused. I doubt there exists another child as well-behaved as I. Yet, one cannot expect everyone to be as I am. Chunlan chuckled softly, thinking how endearing Jiuwei truly was. She was right. There was no other child as delightful as her. Well, perhaps her own daughter could be considered one as well. Chunlan smiled, but the thought of her daughter brought a pang to her heart, a pain that was soothed by the presence of Jiuwei, filling her soul with warmth. Mother, I want that fruit. Pick it for me. Xian'er suddenly shouted, pointing at the verdant fruit dangling from the corner of the wall, two of which were ripe and glimmering with a pinkish-green hue, though they were slightly out of reach. It's a bit high, but let me try, Zhang Runing said, holding Jiuwei in one arm while stretching her other hand up on tiptoes to reach for it. Yet still, she fell short. Xian'er, growing impatient, insisted, no, I want it. You must pick it for me quickly. In his urgency, he tugged at Zhang Runing's clothing, and in an unexpected move, his hand reached for Jiuwei. Dressed in children's attire and wrapped in a thin blanket, he inadvertently yanked the blanket, catching a bit of Jiuwei's skin in the process. The child's grip was unrefined, and Jiuwei instinctively cried out in pain, a sound entirely different from her usual cheerful exclamations, one that none from Xianlai Zong had ever heard before. Tianlan Sutdo. Swiftly turning her head to witness the sight of Jiuwei, half of her blanket torn away, wailing in distress. Oh, you wretched child, that hurts. Senior sister, save me. Jiuwei, stop this at once. Chunlan dropped the leave she had been holding and rushed forward, forcefully pushing Xian'er aside before scooping up Jiuwei from Zhang Runing's embrace. In her haste, she did not hold back, and despite not using her full strength, it was more than a child could withstand. Xian'er fell to the ground with a thud, momentarily stunned before bursting into tears. What? She pushed me. Bad woman, a truly bad woman. Mother, strike her, punish her. He lay on the ground, rolling and wailing, throwing a tantrum. Oh, my precious, get up. Did you hurt yourself? Where does it hurt? Tell mother. Zhang Runing's expression shifted as she crouched down to inspect her son's head. Wow, mother, Xian'er is in so much pain. She is a wicked person. You must punish her. Xian'er sobbed, pointing at Chunlan while complaining to Zhang Runing. Sister Lan, what do you mean by this? Xian'er is merely a 2-year-old child. Zhang Runing's heart ached, nearly shattering, though she could not see any visible injury on her son. Was Xian'er not a child, while Jiuwei was not? Chunlan held Jiuwei protectively, her gaze sharp and cold. What was he doing just now? Runing, did you not see it? What is the matter? He merely wanted the fruit and was a bit too eager, that is all, Chunlan replied, her dissatisfaction evident as she crouched down to gently pat her son's back in an attempt to soothe him, though he continued to wail. Her heart ached further, guilt gnawing at her as she repeatedly apologized to Jiang Xian. Chunlan did not engage in argument. Instead, she lifted Jiuwei's clothing, revealing her slightly swollen and reddened skin. An infant's skin is inherently delicate, and since entering Xianlai Zong, Jiuwei had been cared for and pampered by all the disciples, rendering her skin exquisitely tender. How could it withstand the rough handling of an energetic 2-year-old boy? Thus, the faint marks appeared all the more glaring. Was it merely a tug on her clothing? Chunlan's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Zhang Runing, who was now looking away. Earlier, Jiuwei had been cradled and covered by a thin blanket, concealing her condition from view. Now that Chunlan had unveiled the blanket and rolled up her pants. Not only did the red marks become apparent, but her frail legs were also exposed. Zhang Runing stared in disbelief, her face flashing with disdain and mockery. So, this is a cripple? Huh, cousin, is it truly worth your affection for a child who cannot cultivate? You must be out of your mind. A child disabled since birth, unable even to stand, inherently had no path to cultivation. Her future was bleak. Chunlan's anger flared. Silence. Jiuwei is not a cripple. Watch your words. She may be unable to walk, but she can sit and crawl just like other children, albeit not as gracefully. And so what? Even if she cannot walk, Jiuwei is still the most cherished little sister among us, and no one in our sect would ever disdain her. Moreover, we all believe in Jiuwei, convinced that there may yet be a way to heal her. If she can find solutions to others' challenges, she will surely find a way for herself. Even if no solution exists, it does not diminish the love and care we all have for her. As Qianlan spoke, she turned to Jiuwei, cupping her face in her hands and gently stroking her back. Be good, Jiuwei. Do not heed her words. You are the best. Qianlan, I understand you are desperate to find a substitute for your deceased daughter, but you should choose a whole child, not this, whatever her name is, who is a cripple. What is there to hope for? You would be better off devoting your time and energy to caring for Xianer, your true nephew. How can you not distinguish between kinship? Zhang Runing said with venom. She cared little for others' children, only knowing her precious darling had cried and been pushed down. Ridiculously, Qianlan was prioritizing a found cripple over her own child. Zhang Runing felt compelled to awaken her from this madness. However, as she finished speaking, she shivered, for she caught sight of the cold, merciless gaze Qianlan directed her way, one filled with boundless hostility and even murderous intent. This woman has truly lost her mind. Mo Jiuwei thought, her heart racing. She felt pain and discontent, but was deeply moved by Qianlan's protective stance. Yet, she was taken aback that Zhang Runing would invoke the memory of Chen's deceased daughter, striking at her heart with malicious intent. Such impromptu words often reveal one's true sentiments, far beyond mere slips of the tongue. Be silent. Do not speak ill of senior sister Chen or junior sister Jiuwei. Yi Xingyun and Ji Qingqing arrived just in time, having completed the tasks Qianlan assigned. They were taken aback to hear such words, and Yi Xingyun immediately raised his voice in admonition. Be quiet. Jiuwei is not disabled. And who do you think you are to meddle so much? Ji Qingqing tightened her grip on the sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Sword cultivators are known for their fiery tempers. While Ji Qingqing is gentle and amiable towards her fellow disciples, she is far less accommodating to outsiders. Initially, she had softened upon realizing that Zhang Renang was a relative of senior sister Chen, but upon hearing Zhang Renang's words, she understood the true nature of the situation, and there was no need to consider any flimsy familial ties. I am Qianlan's cousin by blood, Zhang Renang retorted defiantly, holding her son tightly. My son is her nephew. We are family, while you are merely outsiders. Both Ji Qingqing and Yi Xingyun wore stir expressions, deeply angered but still refraining from saying anything out of respect for senior sister Chen. Enough. I have no desire to engage with you physically. Simply leave, and take your precious son with you, Qianlan said coldly. Zhang Renang was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? I should leave? I am well aware of your intentions. You wish to take advantage of the fact that Xianlai sect has weathered its difficulties to benefit from our familial connection. Qianlan observed with a hint of mockery in her gaze. If you wish to continue this charade, our relationship can be maintained. But you have now exposed your true self. She was not a fool. She recognized that Zhang Renang had been subtly probing into the affairs of Xianlai sect since her arrival. Additionally, Qianlan had a vague recollection of this cousin, who was notoriously petty, unwilling to offer assistance during her own hard times, yet now she appeared uninvited, clearly driven by ulterior motives. Qianlan could tolerate many things, but when it came to Mo Jiuwei, her patience wore thin. Take your things and leave, please. With a forceful motion, she threw the gifts Zhang Renang had brought onto the floor, cradling Mo Jiuwei and pointing towards the door. Slowly leave. No need for us to see you off. You need not return again. Zhang Renang's face flushed with anger, both infuriated and humiliated by Qianlan's public exposure of her intentions. Qianlan, do you even realize what you are doing? You are willing to sever ties with me over such a disabled girl? Do you think you are worthy to compare yourself with Jiuwei? Qianlan let out a light laugh. Zhang Renang's fury surged, but Ji Qingqing and Yi Xingyun refused to listen to another word she uttered. Please, do you expect us to escort you out? Chapter 64. You should leave. Naturally, she collected the box of gifts without any hint of politeness. Mom, I want to eat some snacks. Jiang Xian whined, his voice echoing even from a distance. Eat. Always thinking about eating, Zhang Renang scolded. Once they had departed, Qianlan turned to Mo Jiuwei with a look of deep concern. I am so sorry, junior sister. I should have taken better care of you. Does it still hurt? She gently blew on the injured area, her heart aching for her. Mo Jiuwei beamed, rubbing her face against Qianlan's. It doesn't hurt much anymore. Senior sister cares for me. I know that. It's not your fault. Qianlan embraced her, guilt weighing heavily on her heart. It was entirely her fault for entrusting her junior sister to a cousin of questionable character, thinking that merely picking a leaf would not lead to trouble. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury and not something worse. Otherwise, Chunlan would never forgive herself. Jiuwei, are you alright? Oh no, it's all red. That woman is truly hateful. Qingqing leaned closer. Yixingyan looked on with deep concern. Why is it swollen? Was it that little boy? Yes, it's my fault, Chunlan admitted. Senior sister, do not say that. It was an accident. Of course, it needs to be addressed. Chunlan shook her head. Since they had already plucked the leaves, they might as well gather them all for Jiuwei. It was a laborious task, and having one less person to share the burden was more than welcome. However, there was something peculiar in their expressions. Jiang Fong sat tilted in his chair, nearly leaning against Du Yu. Du Yu awkwardly leaned back, trying to escape, but the space was limited, and he kept encroaching, leaving her in a difficult position. Unaware of the situation, Du Yu had only realized that senior sister's guest had arrived after finishing her weapon refinement. She had been polite and answered Jiang Fong's inquiries about Xianlai's sect and herself. But as the conversation progressed, and no one else arrived, his true nature became increasingly evident. Knowing he was a relative of senior sister Chun, made Du Yu feel conflicted, unsure of how to handle the situation. Now that she saw them arriving, she sighed in relief and stood up, making her way towards them. You have arrived. Chunlan's expression turned icy. Why are you still here? Jiang Fong, somewhat awkward, was sipping tea to mask his discomfort. He paused, taken aback by her words. What do you mean? Zhang Renang has left. You should follow her. Jiang Fong was dumbfounded. Du Yu was equally astonished. What? If you don't leave, are you waiting for me to draw my sword and stab you? Qingqing angrily unsheathed her sword, placing herself protectively behind Du Yu. What a peculiar family. The son bullies Jiuwei, the wife comes to take advantage, and the man dares to take advantage of Sister Du. You are truly impudent. I'm a guest. Jiang Fong protested, standing up defiantly, searching for Zhang Renang's figure outside. Zhang Renang had left in such a hurry that she had completely forgotten about him. He was still posturing as a guest, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. What a ridiculous notion of a guest. You think a little courtesy makes you important. Qingqing scoffed. From this day forth, Zhang Renang is no longer a relative of senior sister Chun, and you are nothing more than a nuisance. Leave quickly, or I shall show you no mercy. Perfect timing. As her recent sword practice had yielded results, it would be fitting for him to be her first sparring partner. However, Jiang Fong was a coward. Upon seeing Qingqing draw her sword, he trembled in fear, hastily dropping the teacup and fleeing, nearly tripping over the threshold. Once he was far away, Chunlan exhaled, relieved that this troublesome relative would no longer be a part of her life. She was utterly disgusted. Thank goodness I have no relatives like that, Du Yu admitted shaken. You all take care of Jiuwei and apply some medicine. I will go prepare some pastries, Chunlan instructed. Jiuwei's injury was minor, not even breaking the skin, and a bit of medicine would make it disappear quickly, causing no pain or itchiness. Jiuwei felt somewhat frustrated. She had been living so joyfully in Xianlai's sect, rarely encountering the peculiarities of the outside world, and this unexpected encounter had truly dampened her spirits. However, any lingering discontent vanished upon tasting the delicious liansu, which boasted a unique fragrance, was incredibly refreshing, and had a subtle sweetness. During mealtime, the group learned about Zhang Renang's incident and became quite upset, each expressing their concern for Jiuwei. Oh, I'm fine now. Wow, liansu is truly delicious. A hint of a smile appeared in Chunlan's eyes as she reached out to wipe the pastry crumbs from Jiuwei's mouth. Reflecting on something, she casually remarked, Alas, Jiuwei, this leg of yours will inevitably affect your life moving forward. Should we seek someone to examine it? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood her implication. Can congenital disabilities be treated? To their knowledge, they could not, at least not with the resources they currently possessed, and even if they had access to rare herbs, those would be unattainable. However, just because they were powerless did not mean Jiuwei felt the same. Throughout this time, she seemed unfazed by her leg, never mentioning the matter. Yet, as she approached the age to learn to walk, it couldn't continue like this, and they needed to inquire if she had any ideas for treatment. Indeed, we can care for her for a lifetime, but her mobility will inevitably be hindered, and I believe she would be concerned about it too. Perhaps we should consult a Dan Sure. There may be a possibility of a remedy. If there exists a miraculous elixir or a rare herb that could restore her health, I would dig 3 feet into the ground to find it for Jiuwei. Just as Jiu finished speaking, they heard 2 barks. It was Ban Dian calling out. It seemed as if the creature understood their conversation, barking while mimicking the action of digging with its paws, as if to say, "Digging? I can do that." Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. My leg? A mere trifle. A month of medicinal baths will suffice. Combine an equal amount of Qingzhu with Mo Wujian, add Chun Liao Chao. Brew it into a medicinal liquid, and dilute it with water, soaking for an hour each day. However, there's no rush. Being carried is rather comfortable. And not being able to walk isn't so bad. I can wait until I turn 1 year old to inform them. I can lie down for a few more months. Once I tire of it, I can seek treatment then. Chapter 65. A fairy tale, how wonderful. A medicinal bath can indeed save her. Everyone felt a surge of joy, and the weight that had been hanging over their hearts finally lifted. In truth, they were all quite worried about Mo Jiuwei's health, but they feared mentioning it in her presence might hurt her feelings, which is why they had been so cautious. I will go seek someone out today. Perhaps there truly exists a remedy, Lu Feng declared. Meng Ling, still young and unable to conceal her thoughts, lowered her head and subtly pressed her lips together. Seeking someone out was merely a pretext. Everyone understood the outcome was predetermined. Great news. The Danshur I found indeed has a remedy, stating that a medicinal bath can cure Jiuwei's condition. I have already procured the herbs. Do you? Please prepare them for Jiuwei. Lu Feng handed the paper and the herbs to Du. All right, I will attend to it immediately. Du glanced at the items haphazardly, then turned to prepare the medicinal bath. Mo Jiuwei looked somewhat dumbfounded. Huh? Really? There's actually a remedy? Is it reliable? Could they have been deceived? Where do they find this Danshur? Is it trustworthy? What if something goes wrong after my medicinal bath? Mo Jiuwei began to feel anxious. She indeed had a method, but it was certainly not common knowledge, and only a handful of people were aware of it. It was unlikely that Lu Feng could simply step outside and find someone who had the answer. She felt that the chances of being deceived were quite high. Oh well, everyone is simply too concerned about me. As long as the prescription isn't toxic, I suppose I can endure it, so that they can let go of their hopes. Mo Jiuwei mused, unaware that the gazes of those around her bore a subtle nuance. After a little while, Do you prepare the medicinal bath in a small wooden basin lined with cloth to prevent any bumps? When Mo Jiuwei was brought over, she wrinkled her little nose, inhaling the scent of the medicinal liquid. This smells like Mo Wujian, and there's also Qingzhu and Chun Liao Chao. No way. They actually got it right? Mo Jiuwei was taken aback. She never expected this to be the correct remedy, knowing that if she persisted with daily soaks, her legs would return to normal within a month. But the question remained, where did this prescription come from? How extraordinary. Someone else has deduced this prescription, just like I did? Fate, indeed. It seems the heavens wish for me to recover swiftly. Very well, if that is the case. Then let us proceed with the bath. Mo Jiuwei obediently allowed Chun Lan to gently place her into the wooden tub, fully immersing her body, and then closed her eyes, thoroughly enjoying the soak, not moving or struggling at all. She understood the medicinal properties of this concoction. Initially gentle, it would later bring discomfort as it repaired the damaged meridians and reshaped the bones and flesh. She resolved to relish the experience while it was still painless. Now a Danshur was well aware of the properties of this medicine and knew that prolonged soaking would lead to pain. She intended to soothe Mo Jiuwei and inform her about the potential discomfort ahead, but upon seeing her eyes shut in enjoyment, she opted for silence. Well, she would know soon enough, and when the pain set in, she could comfort her then. After a pleasant soak of 15 minutes, the sensation of tingling pain began to spread through Mo Jiuwei's body. She let out a soft hum, not opening her eyes, but her brows furrowed. Is the pain beginning? Be good, senior sister Du will hold you. Du opened her arms, enveloping her, allowing Mo Jiuwei's head to rest comfortably against her bosom. Chun Lan's heart ached, gently stroking her head. It might hurt a bit. If it does, just cry out. Mo Jiuwei had no mind for anything else, focusing solely on enduring the pain coursing through her body. It began as a tingling sensation, later morphing into sharp, stabbing pain. She felt alternating waves of cold and heat, compounded by the pain in her legs, causing her to break into a sweat. While the sweat was not visible on her body, it was evident on her forehead. which Shenlong carefully wiped away, subsequently beginning to softly narrate a story to distract her attention. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was born with a poor aptitude. Her father remarried, and neither her father nor stepmother cared for her, causing her to endure much hardship from a young age. Mo Jiuwei recognized her intent and tried to focus on the story. The tale was simple and cliché, revolving around a protagonist who faced a hellish beginning yet remained cheerful, optimistic, and diligent, refusing to give up despite her poor aptitude. Eventually, she encountered a white-bearded old man who gifted her a spiritual fruit and taught her superior cultivation techniques. After the old man's departure, her progress soared, surpassing her family and catching the attention of the foremost sect, where she was chosen as a direct disciple. Not only that, but she also caught the eye of an exceptionally talented senior disciple, culminating in a beautiful union, and they bore children, with her ultimately becoming the new leader of that sect. This story, one might say, is a fairy tale for many children in the realm of cultivation, differing only in that girls hear tales featuring female protagonists while boys hear those of male protagonists. However, for Mo Jiuwei, who has experienced multiple lifetimes, such tales bear a different significance now. Just because one is exceptional, why must they have a partner, and why must they have children? I do not desire marriage or children. Does that not equate to fulfillment? Moreover, being part of a large sect does not necessarily equate to goodness. Both large sects and prominent families are rife with corruption. I believe our Xianlai zone is far superior. Instead of striving to join a large sect for their approval, it would be more fulfilling to cultivate the sect I cherish into a grand one. That would yield a greater sense of accomplishment. Shenlong was taken aback, and Du Yu, who had been holding Mo Jiuwei's arm, stiffened, almost causing her to slip. They exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting shock. The thoughts Mo Jiuwei articulated were ones they had never considered before. It seemed to be a universally accepted notion that diligent cultivation, elevating one's realm, entering a prestigious sect, finding an outstanding partner, and raising children constituted a fulfilled life. Even they had adhered to this conventional belief without question, unconsciously perpetuating this mindset from the collective consciousness. Furthermore, while Xianlai zone may not be powerful, and at times had even become a burden, the thought had crossed their minds that if they had joined a more formidable sect from the start, perhaps their current circumstances would be different. Yet Mo Jiuwei suggested that rather than entering a large sect, one should transform their own sect into a grand one. Her tone and conviction left them momentarily dazed, making it seem not entirely impossible. Chapter 66. The prescription for the Dan. It must be said that the method of diverting attention proved successful. With this story to divert her attention, Mo Jiuwei was on the verge of forgetting the pain coursing through her body. Fortunately, the discomfort was fleeting, ebbing away like the tide after a short while. With a slight groan of exhaustion, she stretched out her arms, exclaiming, "Finally over. Come and hold me out. I'm so tired, and I'm also quite hungry and sleepy. I need a rest for a bit." Barely had these thoughts crossed her mind when her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. At such a tender age, she truly bore a heavy burden. Jianlang, feeling a pang of sympathy, utilized the technique to dry her body, gently dressing her while quietly speaking to Du Yu. Indeed, enduring such pain without shedding a single tear is admirable, Du Yu remarked, her respect evident. "Let us place her on the bed so she can sleep soundly." Agreed. After Shenlong stepped out, she found others waiting expectantly. What was the outcome? Did the medicinal bath prove effective? Incroyable. Will Jiuwei be able to withstand the pain? How is Jiuwei? Is she all right? Shenlong responded affirmatively. She is well. She remained strong throughout and did not cry. Now, she is exhausted and asleep. We cannot yet ascertain the results, but I believe there will be no issues. Such a wonderful child, enduring so much suffering, Su Yihan sighed. Shenlong nodded and relayed Mo Jiuwei's earlier words. The others were visibly moved, particularly Su Yihan, who fell into a contemplative silence. Once their discussions concluded and everyone departed to cultivate, Su Yihan turned to Lu Feng with a faint smile. "In terms of temperament, I find myself lacking compared to Jiuwei. Had I possessed her insight earlier, I would not have squandered these years, nor would you have had to suffer alongside me. Jiuwei is no ordinary person. How many can achieve what she has?" Lu Feng comforted him with a smile. "Moreover, as she is a reborn powerful being, her current disposition is the result of her past life experiences. It is only natural that we do not measure up to her. Su Yihan finally relaxed his brow. Both Diu and Meng Ling adeptly passed the assessments for the Dan and Qi associations, just as Hu Jiu did, without any hint of difficulty. Du Yu's experiences mirrored those of Hu Jiu. Upon learning that her sect still allowed her to study, others regarded her with knowing glances. However, Du Yu had anticipated this and remained unfazed, focusing solely on her own tasks, and her poise and openness won her newfound respect. In contrast, Meng Ling's situation was different. Being younger and possessing a single spiritual root, even though she claimed to be a novice in artifact crafting and a member of the Xianlai sect, it did not diminish others' high regard for her. Some alchemists even covertly sought to entice her to join their sections. I have no intention of leaving. When my spiritual root was damaged, no one wanted me, except for the Xianlai sect, which took me in and never abandoned me, even in my hardest times. Such a sect is irreplaceable, Meng Ling declared. Once a prodigy, she had faced flattery and adulation, but after falling from grace and witnessing many faces, she understood the true value of the Xianlai sect. There are few who offer assistance in times of need. Thus, regardless of the temptations others presented, she remained indifferent, uninterested in their overtures. Lu Feng and Su Yihan felt a sense of comfort upon hearing her words. Additionally, Ji Qingqing had also joined the Jiantang, or Sword Hall, which is essentially the guild for sword cultivators. However, these cultivators, known for their distinct personalities, preferred the term Jiantang over guild. With new circles to navigate, the four of them became noticeably busier, yet more fulfilled. Mo Jiuwei continued her daily medicinal baths. The routine remained the same, comfort followed by pain. However, after a few sessions, she had grown accustomed to the discomfort, no longer finding it as distressing as her initial experiences. It seemed her legs had straightened slightly. On this particular day, before the medicinal bath commenced, Du Yu examined Mo Jiuwei and was pleasantly surprised to find that her legs appeared to have improved. Previously, Mo Jiuwei's legs were twisted, primarily from the knees down, but after days of restructuring her meridians, the visible improvement was undeniable. With a few more days of persistence, she should recover. Yes, it's getting better. The level of pain decreases daily, Mo Jiuwei replied, biting her hand as she awaited her senior sister to carry her in. While soaking in the medicinal bath, Du had a sudden thought and intentionally mentioned the sect leader, Su Yihan's legs. If the sect leader were to undergo this medicinal bath treatment, could it be effective? Perhaps we should give it a try? Chen suggested, glancing at Mo Jiuwei. Mo Jiuwei, eyes closed in bliss, felt as if she were luxuriating in a bath, her fair skin submerged in the dark brown medicinal liquid, exuding an oddly pure aura. Her eyelashes fluttered, yet she did not open her eyes, though her voice emerged. The sect leader? That could work. However, he must first use the 10-day detox, and only after the poison is resolved can he use the medicinal bath. His poison has lingered for quite some time, so the medicinal bath duration will need to be extended, perhaps a month and a half, she continued. Du Yu and Chen exchanged glances, both displaying joy. I have recently been contemplating a remedy for the sect leader's poison. I devised a prescription, though I am uncertain of its viability, combining Han Bai Qing with Sheng Chu Ji and several other spirit herbs. Mo Jiuwei refrained from disclosing the formula for the 10-day detox. That knowledge was hers to uncover, based on her observations of Mo Jiuwei over time. Du Yu felt confident that this approach would elicit useful information from her. Indeed correct. To concoct the 10-day detox, Han Bai Qing is indeed the main ingredient. However, Sheng Chu Ji is unsuitable. We need Hu Tuo, Jiazi, by Ingua, Yuluo Tang, and Man Si. After forming the pills, they must be taken consecutively for 10 days to completely eliminate the poison. Yet, the complexity of this pill is no less than that of the breakthrough pill. Currently, Sister Du is not capable of crafting it. She must improve further before she can achieve that. Mo Jiuwei, with her eyes still closed, sensed a slight tremor in Du Yu's hands encircling her body, as if they were slipping. She opened her eyes in surprise to see Du Yu's face flushed, brimming with excitement. Sister Du, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Upon glancing at Chen, she noticed that she too was blushing. Oh, Sister Chen, why are you blushing as well? It seemed today water was unusually warm. Chen gaze flickered as she fanned herself, feigning nonchalance. Indeed, I've noticed it's a bit warm. Warm? I don't feel it all. It must be that I've grown accustomed to the soak Jiuwei mused, reassured that nothing was amiss, and closed her eyes once more. At that moment, Du and Chunlan exchanged a glance, both overflowing with excitement. Wonderful! We finally obtained the formula. There is hope for the sect leader's legs. Chapter 67. Pearls as fish eyes. The good news was promptly conveyed to Suihan, who remained speechless for a long while after hearing it. Although he had not verbally expressed it, appearing indifferent to the 10-day detox, he had merely sought to alleviate pressure from others and avoid disappointment. Despite having resolved to face life positively, regardless of whether his legs could be healed, and to shoulder the burdens of leadership responsibly, the actual news of progress stirred his emotions deeply. Rest assured, sect leader, I have already procured the necessary materials. Once my skills are adequate, I will commence the alchemical process, you promised. I will strive harder to advance swiftly. She understood well that this intricate prescription was beyond her current capabilities. Attempting it prematurely would only lead to material waste. Since Jiuwei had indicated she still had some distance to cover, she resolved to wait, confident that the day of progress was not far off. Very well. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time, Su Ihan replied with a gentle smile, though his voice trembled slightly. After Du left, Su Ihan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concealed the turmoil within. In recent days, Hu Jiu and the others had concocted several items, many of which were redundant and needed to be sold. In truth, the act of selling items is not as pressing as it may seem. However, Jiuwei has been feeling quite stifled within the sect, and having endured considerable hardship during her medicinal baths over the past few days. Shenlong decided to take her out for some leisure and enjoyment. One particular herb in medicinal bath not only serves to heal ailments, but also possesses remarkable skin-enhancing properties. After soaking for several days, Jiuwei's skin has become exquisitely fair and tender, resembling a lustrous white pearl, which is truly delightful. Inyist, do you remark that the junior sister is already cultivating her beauty at such a tender age, far surpassing all female cultivators? And one can only imagine how stunning she will be when she matures. As Ji Qingqing set up her stall, Chenlong strolled through the market while holding Jiuwei. Whenever she spotted delectable spiritual fruits or other items suitable for infants, she would purchase them without hesitation, regardless of the price. As they wandered into a shop, they suddenly heard an enraged shout from a male cultivator inside, causing Jiuwei's ears to perk up instantly. What is happening? Oh, there's a commotion. Let's go see. Shenlong chuckled as she drew closer to the shop. The establishment, named Xinhuiju, primarily sold items that assist in cultivation. At that moment, a fierce-looking male cultivator slammed a box onto the counter, leaving the shopkeeper flustered. Our items are non-refundable. Moreover, this pearl is evidently intact. What does this mean? Are you refusing to give me a refund? Come, everyone look. This shop not only sells subpar goods, but also refuses to take responsibility once sold. Do not purchase anything from here, the male cultivator shouted. The shopkeeper grew increasingly anxious and whispered to another staff member, Where's the manager? What are we to do now? Let us just try to placate him for the time being, said the other. Both staff members understood that this situation was likely to be troublesome. Nevertheless, they had to muster the courage to face it. Esteemed cultivator, you purchased this item the day before yesterday. I recall you deliberated for quite some time before deciding to buy it. If that is the case, why wish to return it now? This calm mind pearl appears to be completely intact, with no damage whatsoever. It may be intact, but you told me that wearing it would help cultivators maintain focus and enhance their cultivation efficiency, preventing distractions. Yet, after using it, I've experienced no effect at all. I spent nearly 1,000 crystal stones on this. The male cultivator grew increasingly agitated, slamming his hand on the table. This item was purchased from your shop, and you remember I bought it 2 days ago. I'm not lying. Since its effects do not align with your claims, I demand a refund. But how can this be? You doubt its efficacy? If you do not believe it, then let others try it out among the crowd, so they can see for themselves whether it truly lacks effect. The male cultivator pointed outside, and even cultivators have a penchant for watching a spectacle. In no time, a crowd gathered at the shop entrance, all craning their necks to see inside, nearly blocking out the daylight. Do you want to try it? I can give it a go, someone said with a grin. Indeed. If there's a problem with the item, accountability must be taken. Do you think once sold you can simply wash your hands of it? This shop must be newly opened. If the quality of their items is this poor, I won't dare to shop here again, others chimed in. Qianlan felt the crowd was becoming too dense and feared for Jiuwei's safety, wishing to leave. It appeared that the situation would not escalate further. Alas, mistaking a pearl for fish eyes. This is hardly a calm mind pearl. This is clearly a gathering spirit pearl, and a rare premium one at that. Qianlan halted mid-turn, her eyes widening slightly. She glanced at Jiuwei, who was straining to peek through the gaps in the crowd, eager to witness the unfolding drama. A calm mind pearl costs several hundred crystal stones, yet a premium gathering spirit pearl starts at tens of thousands, and they are not easily obtainable, she noted. What is the manager of this shop thinking, misidentifying such a treasure? Jiuwei pondered, her keen senses allowing her to recognize the pearl's true nature from a distance. Despite the slight resemblance, while the appearance may be somewhat similar, it was indeed not a calm mind pearl, but unmistakably a gathering spirit pearl. The former aids in meditation, while the latter is intended for gathering spiritual energy, explaining why the male cultivator found it ineffective. Having acquired such a magnificent treasure for merely a few hundred crystal stones, the male cultivator should have felt fortunate. However, lacking discernment, he failed to recognize its true value and purpose, believing himself deceived, which prompted his return to the shop. Upon understanding the entire situation, Qianlan felt her heart race with excitement. She decided not to leave. Rather, she carefully edged forward. As she had arrived early, she now found herself at the very front of the crowd. At that moment, the staff, left with no choice, relented. Very well, since the item is indeed undamaged. We shall process your return. There is no alternative. Could they truly allow him to attempt a public demonstration? Given the male cultivator's unwavering certainty, the item could indeed be ineffective. If it were to be tested by passers-by and proven useless, the shop's reputation would plummet. As a new establishment, they could not afford to tarnish their name. Though returning the item is not an ideal scenario, it is certainly preferable to losing face. The sect leader had also stated that returns should be avoided if possible, but the current circumstances left them no option. Reluctantly, they agreed to the return. The male cultivator, having received his money, scoffed, declaring, "Now that's more like it," before turning to leave. As the onlookers realized the main event was over, they too began to disperse. As the staff prepared to pack the pearl back into its box, they were interrupted by a female cultivator's voice. "Would you sell me that pearl at a discounted price?" The two staff members were taken aback, lifting their heads to see an impressive female cultivator cradling an infant. The baby was remarkably fair and tender, with eyes sparkling like stars, gazing at them curiously. The child was undeniably charming, exuding an air of cleverness and sweetness. "You wish to purchase the calm mind pearl?" one of the staff members asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes. I want to buy it." Chun Shiji is truly formidable. She must have discerned the pearl's true identity and is here to seize the opportunity. Jiuwei exclaimed, her initial surprise morphing into delight. Indeed, Qianlan nodded. "This pearl has issues, and I wish for my junior sister, who is a craftsman, to refine it anew. This way, it will be more cost-effective than purchasing a new one, and she can hone her skills in the process. However, I wonder if you might consider selling it to me at a lower price." This rationale was entirely reasonable. The two staff members exchanged glances, both recognizing the delight on each other's faces. Having returned the item would lead to reprimands. Yet if it were sold again, those reproaches would surely dissipate. "Not a problem," one of the staff members replied eagerly. "We can offer you a discount. Originally priced at 910 crystal stones, we can let it go for 800. Upon hearing this, Qianlan's expression darkened as she turned to leave. "Wait, let us discuss this properly. Don't go." The staff member rushed forward, grabbing her sleeve in an attempt to retain her. "If you're not genuinely interested in selling and wish to price me as a fool, then there is no need for further discussion," Qianlan retorted with a cold smile. "You might as well keep it. Perhaps one day you can sell it at its original price." Selling it at the original price was out of the question. The commotion had been substantial, and once word spread, it would be difficult for them to sell even one more calm mind pearl. One of the staff members clenched his teeth and proposed a number. Shortly thereafter, Qianlan exited the shop, thoroughly satisfied. Remarkable to have acquired a premium gathering spirit pearl for only 300 crystal stones. That is bound to leave others astounded. This is an extraordinary find. Chun Shiji is truly impressive. Qianlan pressed her lips together, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. She lacked the discernment to recognize the true value of the bead. Had it not been for her junior sister's revelation, she would have remained oblivious to its worth. However, with no means to elucidate the situation, she could only acquiesce to it. This arrangement was perfectly satisfactory for both parties involved. As for the substantial losses incurred by the shop, that was of no concern to Qianlan. She had neither stolen nor cheated. She was conducting business legitimately, and with mutual agreement, it constituted a fair transaction. Any further issues were the shop's own affair. Upon returning to her stall, Qianlan confided in Ji Qingqing about the incident. Ji Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Upon seeing Qianlan nod, she excitedly covered her mouth to stifle a gasp, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of newfound wealth. It's akin to picking up money while walking. Our Sect is truly experiencing a turn of fortune. She felt a spontaneous urge to jump for joy. Qianlan shook her head, explaining that this was the most sensible course of action. If I had purchased it at its original price, it would have drawn too much attention. Moreover, considering we were aware of the bead's rarity, imagine if it had turned out to be a worthless calm heart bead. My expenditure of 300 would have rendered me a fool, she concluded sincerely. Ji Qingqing understood now, realizing that Qianlan's approach was indeed more astute than her own. Had she accompanied Jiuwei, she would likely have rushed to buy it, perhaps haggling for a couple hundred crystal stones. However, such behavior would undoubtedly raise suspicions, given the irrationality of purchasing a seemingly worthless item when one could acquire a pristine calm heart bead for the same price. Qianlan requested Ji Qingqing to take Mo Jiuwei to her room for a nap while she went to the main hall to inform everyone about the day's events. An exceptional gathering spirit bead. The crowd gazed with fervent interest at the somewhat translucent orb, which appeared rather unremarkable, had they not been forewarned. None would have recognized its true value. I have only seen inferior gathering spirit beads, and I have merely heard of middle-grade ones, let alone this superior variety. Indeed, very few can afford such a bead, another added. It was not that they could not afford it, but rather that the materials were exceedingly rare, resulting in their scarcity. Wealthy individuals often favored gathering spirit arrays instead of beads. A gathering spirit array is a one-time setup that requires crystal stones and materials, gathering spiritual energy within the formation to aid in cultivation. Once the materials are depleted, the array dissipates. In contrast, a gathering spirit bead serves as a vessel that passively absorbs nearby spiritual energy until it is filled. For cultivators, possessing such a bead is akin to having an exceptional gathering spirit array at their side, with a bead able to replenish its energy repeatedly. Both gathering spirit arrays and gathering spirit beads can be utilized by individuals or groups without restrictions on numbers. However, the more individuals present, the quicker the energy depletes. The distinctions between superior, middle grade, and inferior gathering spirit beads lie in two aspects: the vast capacity for spiritual energy they can hold and the rapidity with which they absorb nearby energy, far exceeding that of inferior beads. With this, we can cultivate together and increase our speed manifold, Lu Feng remarked. However, we first need to allow it to absorb some energy. Our Sect possesses ample spiritual energy. Otherwise, we would not have witnessed the anomalies in the back mountain. With mushrooms sprouting everywhere, Hu Jiu interjected. Su Ihan nodded, then shook his head, stating, I have specifically compared the current spiritual energy to prior levels. It has indeed improved significantly, yet it still pales in comparison to those top-tier sects or sacred lands. What a pity we cannot enter such places, otherwise. We could fill this bead and reap great rewards, he lamented. The vast capacity of the exceptional gathering spirit bead, if filled in a spiritually dense location, could sustain their cultivation for over a year. Though tinged with regret, the group did not dwell on it, for the possession of such a treasure was indeed a stroke of immense fortune, and they could not afford to be overly greedy. Suddenly, Hu Jiu recalled something. I recently discovered an ancient rune, the Jiuwei symbol. This symbol is remarkable. It can establish a concealed formation that not only obscures its form, but also masks its scent. Anyone or beast that inadvertently approaches the formation will instinctively avoid it without even realizing it. Upon hearing this, Meng Ling was momentarily bewildered, while it sounded impressive. She questioned its utility. The Zixian fruit, Hu Jiu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If we can produce this Jiuwei symbol, we can plant the Zixian fruit without fear of it being eaten. The group erupted in joy. How could we have forgotten about this? They exclaimed. Indeed, the Zixian fruit has already sprouted, indicating its successful planting. If we truly have this formation, we need not worry about it being consumed. The exquisite flavor of the Zixian fruit easily attracted beasts, which was a source of concern. However, since the seeds had merely sprouted and had a long way to grow before they matured, their worries felt somewhat unnecessary, and they refrained from overthinking solutions. Is this symbol difficult to draw? Can you produce it? Ji Qingqing inquired eagerly. Hu Jiu's smile faded slightly as he awkwardly replied, Unfortunately, I cannot, as I only have half of the symbol. What? The others were taken aback. Upon Hu Jiu's explanation, they learned that while there was a detailed written description of the Zhetian symbol, the actual runes had been lost, leaving only half intact. The book containing it was a unique copy that had deteriorated due to improper preservation, resulting in only half being legible, while the other half was rendered unusable. Not all runes are symmetrical. For complex runes, missing even a fraction can render them incomprehensible and exceedingly difficult to reconstruct. Can you complete it? Mengling asked again. Hu Jiu scratched his head and admitted, To be honest, I cannot even comprehend it, let alone reconstruct it. I am completely at a loss. The group sighed in resignation. Well, there is no need to rush these matters. For now, focus on learning. Perhaps in the future, we will find a solution, Su Yihan reassured them. As for the Zixian fruit, there is no urgency. It will not emit any scent to attract beasts until it bears fruit. Once the Zixian fruit bears, regardless of its maturity, it will release a strong aroma. Therefore, if they could devise a plan before that time, it would not be too late. Hu Jiu nodded and glanced at Du Yu, realizing she needed to diligently study and practice, for the responsibility of protecting the Zixian fruit rested upon her. He, too, felt the weight of the task ahead, as safeguarding the Zixian fruit now lay on his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to approach his cultivation with renewed urgency. Meanwhile, Jiuwei had begun to grow her first teeth. They were her lower incisors, emerging rapidly. After consuming liquid foods for so long, she was eager to munch on solid fruits and other delicacies. Now that she had teeth, the itchiness prompted her to seek something to gnaw on. Chunlan found a suitable fruit that was just right for her to nibble on, with the perfect hardness that wouldn't harm her. Thus, Jiuwei embraced the fruit each day, taking small bites. The medicinal bath had finally concluded, and her little legs were finally well. Yes, once Jiuwei grows a bit more, she will be able to walk like the other children. On this day, after completing the last medicinal bath, the group gathered to celebrate Jiuwei's small triumph. As long as someone supported her upper body, she could take steps, her legs strong and sturdy, no longer resembling her former state of disability. During today's medicinal bath, Jiuwei barely felt any pain. There was merely a slight tingling sensation, indicating that her treatment would soon conclude. How wonderful! I'll be able to walk soon, she exclaimed. Yet, I still cherish the feeling of being held. I hope that in the future, being carried will remain the primary mode of transport, with walking as a delightful supplement, she chuckled. Oh dear, once my legs are fully healed, I'll one day be able to remain nestled in Chun Shiji's embrace. That truly is disheartening. If her legs continue to be weak, she could legitimately rely on being carried, avoiding the necessity of walking altogether. However, now that she was improving, even if she didn't need to walk at the moment, she would eventually have to rely on herself in a year or two. Contemplating this, Jiuwei felt a twinge of melancholy. Chunlan suppressed a smile and reached out to pat her head. Jiuwei is still a child. I haven't had my fill of holding her. I truly wish she would take her time learning to walk so I could continue to embrace her. Even when Jiuwei learns to walk, we can still carry her, Mengling added, causing Jiuwei's eyes to sparkle with joy. Yes, that is exactly it, she affirmed. Sister Meng and Sister Chun are so kind. Your words resonate deeply with me. The two exchanged a suppressed chuckle and quickly turned serious as the day of the Baipai Linshu approached. Lu Feng and Chunlan, the most skilled practitioners, prepared to represent Xianlai Sect at Jiuwei Min for a month of study. Jiuwei Min ranked among the top 10 sects across the continent. Undeniably a major faction, Xianlai Sect as disciples would be joining them, accompanied by 20 other sect members. Each sect would send a varying number of disciples, from a minimum of 2 to a maximum of 10. Others were assigned to different sects, all of which were also prominent. Lu Feng pressed his hand to his chest, gritting his teeth. The thought of parting with 3,000 crystal stones pains my heart. Chapter 70. Separation. Chunlan shared his sentiment regarding the loss of money, but felt a deeper sorrow about being separated from Mo Jiuwei for a month. Since Jiuwei joined the sect, we have never spent a day apart. Now I must leave for an entire month. Chunlan, who usually exuded the confidence of a senior sister, now had reddened eyes and a choked voice as she embraced Mo Jiuwei, filled with reluctance. How will I be able to sleep or cultivate during this time? Mo Jiuwei felt a similar sorrow. I will miss you too, Sister Chun, but a month will pass quickly. You must cultivate diligently, aiming for an early reunion. It would be even better if you could make a breakthrough by then. Chunlan pressed her face against Mo Jiuwei's, feeling the soft, moist texture akin to that of fresh tofu. Yes, I will. Chunlan repeatedly reminded the others to take good care of Jiuwei, as she was picky with food and tended to kick off her blankets while sleeping, insisting they must ensure she doesn't catch a cold. Everyone listened patiently. Though they all adored Jiuwei, it was evident that Chunlan was the most devoted among them. Initially, her kindness stemmed from a maternal projection, but it had evolved into genuine affection, a sentiment everyone could understand. Once Chunlan and Lu Feng had finished their instructions, Su Yihan began to impart his counsel. Chunlan and Lu Feng listened intently to the sect leader's words, nodding occasionally, visibly moved. Although 3,000 crystal stones were no longer considered an immense fortune to them, having endured difficult times, they could not overlook or waste a single stone, and this sum was still substantial. If they were to leave Jiuwei out of spite, it would be a waste of 3,000 crystal stones and could sour relations with other sections. Su Yihan spoke these words not merely as empty platitudes. They understood that if such a situation were to occur, he would still uphold his stance. Regarding Jiuwei, we discussed it yesterday, and you should all be informed. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to send a message, and we will inquire further, Hu Jie remarked. To attend Jiuwei, it was essential to gather some understanding of its geography and the internal dynamics of the sect. Mo Jiuwei perked up at the mention. What? I was aware of this. Yesterday? I was involved, she replied. They must have talked while I was sleeping. However, there is not much to say about Jiuwei. The internal competition is severe, with the inner disciples notoriously discordant. The sect leader's son indulges in a harem-like lifestyle, amassing beautiful women, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Oh, the punishment hall there is quite strict. One must be cautious not to break any rules, or else they will suffer the consequences. In their holy site, the Foglight Pool is a wonderful place. It would be splendid to visit. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Mo Jiuwei instinctively recalled this information. However, after contemplating, she felt disheartened. Why should I concern myself with such matters? Even if I think of them, what can I do to allure my sisters? Lu Feng and Chunlan silently noted her words, assuring her, Jiuwei, we have heard you. After saying their goodbyes, the two set off, opting to use the teleportation array for safety due to the distance, expecting to arrive shortly. With Lu Feng and Chunlan gone, Mo Jiuwei resumed her routine of accompanying her peers in their cultivation. Today, she observed Hu Jie crafting talismans, identifying a myriad of minor flaws. To her surprise, she discovered he had only made those errors once, subsequently correcting all of them. The following day, while accompanying Du Yu in alchemy, she noticed a mistake in one of the materials, yet as she thought this, she saw her swiftly rectify it. The day after, while practicing swordplay with Ji Qingqing, she inadvertently discovered a minor flaw in her family's sword manual, realizing that a slight adjustment in technique would enhance fluidity and conceal vulnerabilities. Ji Qingqing herself soon recognized the error and promptly made the changes. The same applied to Man Liu's artifact crafting. Impressive. Each of them is exceptional, quickly identifying and rectifying their issues, bringing everything to perfection, she mused. At this rate, their future achievements will surely astound the continent. How strange that Xianlai sect, with such a wealth of talent, almost faced decline. Mo Jiuwei found this perplexing. Based on her observations, although Xianlai sect had few disciples, each one was undeniably gifted, albeit with minor flaws at the outset. For instance, Lu Feng possessed divine roots without realizing it, while the Yu and others were unaware of their innate talents in specific crafts. Man Liu's spiritual root was unique. However, these were merely temporary issues, quickly recognized and amended through various means, creating an air of mystery about it all. If they had such fortune beforehand, how could Xianlai's sect have languished? As she pondered this, she failed to notice the awkward expressions of those around her. Nevertheless, Jiuwei only contemplated briefly, not truly fixating on the matter, and soon went off to sleep. Thus, 20 days passed. Jiuwei lived a comfortable life, enjoying good food, fine clothing, and restful sleep. Although Chunlan had departed, her other senior brothers and sisters took excellent care of her, so she felt no discomfort. However, one day, from early morning, her countenance appeared troubled. Her delicate brows knitted together, and her expression lacked its usual brightness. I have an unsettling premonition. It seems something will happen today. Oh no, my sister is in trouble. Jiuwei suddenly sensed this and began to cry and whine incessantly. She rarely cried. The last time, when a child had hurt her, she hadn't reacted this way. So her sudden outburst startled Ji Qingqing nearby. Ji Qingqing, practicing her swordplay, trembled upon hearing the cries, nearly swinging the blade towards herself, but fortunately halted in time. Jiuwei, what is wrong? Don't cry. What happened? Chapter 71. Jiuwei, it was better not to ask. However, upon Ji Qingqing's inquiry, Jiuwei burst into tears. She found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. It was not a matter of willingness, but rather of capability. Her body, still in the form of a few-month-old infant, rendered her speechless despite her inherent ability to speak. In her desperation, all she could do was cry. Why must I remain a child? If only I were half a year older, I could voice my concerns. Senior Sister Chun is in distress. We must hasten to Jiuwei, and I need to convey this to Ji's sister and the others. With a determined embrace, Ji Qingqing held Jiuwei tightly and swiftly sought out the sect leader. At the leader's command, all disciples within the sect soon gathered. Jiuwei's distress was alarming. Her physical condition was sound, yet she seemed to be in a state of panic. Ji Qingqing remarked, could it be related to the disciples within the sect? Suzihan inquit tentative. Jiuwei's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she nodded vigorously while emitting a sound akin to mm. Is it truly connected to the disciples? Among those Jiuwei recognized, everyone was present except Lu Feng and Shenlan. Could it be that they were in peril? Hu Jiu questioned. Jiuwei nodded once more. Heavens, they truly understand me. Is this how we can communicate? Incredible. Jiuwei was astonished that, despite her inability to speak or gesture, they could interpret her emotions so accurately. It was truly remarkable. A heavy silence fell over the group. What should they do? Were their comrades truly in danger? Jiuwei was in a state of frantic urgency. Indeed, given the urgency of the situation, no time was wasted in idle chatter. They set forth promptly. A significant advantage of being cultivators is the ability to depart at any moment without the need for extensive preparations. Jiu, Yi Xanjian, Du Yue, Ji Qingqing, and Meng Ling, accompanied by Jiuwei, utilized the teleportation array and journeyed to Lingfeng City, the nearest location to Jiuwei. During their travels, anxiety permeated the air as they attempted to send messages to the two, but their attempts fell into silence, met with no response. How could this occur? They had gone for academic purposes, and they had paid for it. This was Jiuwei, not a perilous region. How could they find themselves in trouble? Indeed, the inability to reach them was exasperating. It must be that those from various sects could not bear to see Senior Sister shine. Thus they conspired against her. Uncle Liu has sensed something amiss and is currently searching for Senior Sister Chun. We need to act swiftly. There is still time. Throughout the journey, Jiuwei kept her eyes wide open, striving to remain alert and prevent herself from succumbing to sleep. She had been restless all day, unable to find rest, and now her body was beginning to tire, yet she persisted. Until she ensured Senior Sister Chen's safety, Jiuwei would not allow herself to slumber. Upon exiting the city, they boarded a flying vessel and made their way directly to Jiuwei. The grandeur of Jiuwei was incomparable to that of Xianlai's sect. It was perched atop a mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist, and entering or exiting the mountain gate necessitated the use of flying objects. Disciples from the outer sect seeking entry must be accompanied by inner sect disciples to be granted permission. A wave of joy washed over them, and Jiu looked at Meng Ling in surprise. Senior brother? Meng Ling had not previously belonged to Jiuwei. From where did this senior brother come? Jiu was aware that since Meng Ling's spiritual root had been damaged, she had rarely maintained contact with her former companions. The The reasons for this were well understood by all. The change in her status made it difficult for others to treat her as they once did. Reactions ranged from schadenfreude to pity. Knowing this all too well, she had chosen to avoid contact to spare everyone discomfort. Yes, he is a senior brother I met during my time in the sect. I informed him that my spiritual root has recovered. Man Liu replied, nodding expressionlessly. If she had not spoken, the individual might not have been inclined to meet her, let alone escort her into the mountain gate. Not unexpectedly, he readily agreed to meet her. Jiuwei felt a pang in her heart and placed her hand over Man Liu's. She discerned that this person likely shared a common bond with Man Liu. If not for the situation with senior sister Chun, Man Liu would not have sought contact with him again. As the flying vessel came to a halt at the mountain gate, Man Liu led the way and stopped before a young man in white robes, senior brother Jiuwei. Once a proud figure, Man Liu now inclined her head in greeting, a rare smile gracing her features. He scrutinized Man Liu, attempting to ascertain whether her cultivation had undergone any changes. Indeed, Man Liu extended her right hand, crackling with pure lightning energy. This was her lightning spiritual root, and it was intact. The young man's eyes brightened, and his demeanor grew more amiable. Congratulations, junior sister. Thank you, senior brother Jiuwei. I wish to find our senior sister immediately. May I ask for your guidance? Man Liu, uninterested in further pleasantries, got straight to the point. The young man hesitated, finally taking notice of the considerable number of individuals accompanying her. So many. And a baby? What was this? Were they there to seek someone or merely to sightsee? He was bewildered. Are you all here to find someone? Indeed. The young man's expression turned troubled. It's not that I am unwilling to assist, but at this moment, with the various sects gathered for scholarly exchange, the situation inside is quite chaotic. I am unable to take all of you in. I can only bring 2 people, including yourself. Man Liu regarded him intently, causing the young man to avert his gaze nervously. He was not truly unable to bring them in. His acquaintance with Man Liu suggested he possessed considerable talent and a certain standing within the sect. He merely preferred to limit the number of individuals he would be responsible for should anything go awry. Realizing this, Man Liu opted not to press the issue. Very well, then, I shall carry her. She nodded, cradling Jiuwei in her arms. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. You wish to bring her? He glanced at Man Liu, realizing she was not jesting. Observing the others beside her, they all appeared to agree with her decision, and no one voiced dissent. The young man was perplexed. Were they not eager to see senior sister? Why had they chosen to allocate their entry to such a young infant? Is there a problem? Man Liu inquired. After several exchanges, the smile on her face had vanished, and she now regarded the young man with a stony expression. There is no issue. However, if you take her, you may only bring 1 additional person. As do you prepare to volunteer? Jiuwei interjected. Take Jiuwei. I will go. Jiuwei stepped forward, addressing Jiuwei and the others. You all should find a tea house or inn and await our news. Jiuwei and the others nodded in agreement. All right. Man Liu turned to the young man. Senior brother Jiuwei, shall we proceed? Yes, let us go. As senior brother Jiuwei led Man Liu and her companions away, Jiuwei and the others showed no intention of departing. Once they descended the mountain, they could seek lodging and rest at the marketplace below, enjoying some food while they waited. However, with concerns for Chanlan's safety weighing heavily upon them, they had no desire to eat or relax. Thus, they stood outside the mountain gate, anxiously awaiting news. The location of the scholarly exchange was Chindu Garden, where lectures and dwellings were situated, providing both sustenance and accommodation for cultivation. As Zheng Yin walked, he shared information about the situation and offered a brief introduction to his sect, his tone imbued with pride. Additionally, he discreetly observed Jiuwei's demeanor. When Man Liu had used a communication talisman to contact him, she mentioned her recent affiliation with a different sect and that her current mission was to locate a senior sister by the surname Chun. The tale of Man Liu's shattered spiritual root and her subsequent affiliation with a small sect has swiftly circulated within the community, with many taking delight in her misfortune while feigning sympathy, lamenting her unfortunate fate. Zheng Yin, naturally, has also heard the whispers. Thus, those who have gathered today are disciples of that humble sect. In Zheng Yan's mind, he envisioned these minor sectarians as rather destitute, lacking exposure to the grander world. He imagined them to be like simpletons, making a cacophony upon seeing their mountain gate, which was quite embarrassing. Such scenarios are not unheard of, for instance. Many disciples from lesser sects made quite a spectacle upon their arrival at Jiuwei Gate during the recent Bai Pai Lun Shui. Zheng Yin had often overheard his fellow brothers mocking them, and he assumed that Meng Ling's senior brothers and sisters would be similarly inept. However, it appears that these individuals possess a degree of decorum. Despite their modest attire and lack of impressive artifacts or garments, they are not as naive as he had expected. Hu Jiu, unaware of being perceived as a simpleton, had never visited Jiuwei Gate but believed all major sects to be alike, hypocritical and pretentious, thinking that their own Xianlai sect was far superior. Upon arriving, he did not bother to observe his surroundings, merely following Zheng Yin, disregarding everything else. This behavior surprised Zheng Yin somewhat, though it was a mere flicker of surprise. In his view, simpletons would always remain simpletons, and those lesser sects could never compare to Jiuwei Gate. This is Tiandu Garden. This is Xiaofang. Should you require anything, feel free to approach him. Zheng Yin introduced a young disciple, offering an apologetic smile. I must attend to my studies, otherwise, Master will scold me again. I cannot accompany you any longer. Thank you, Senior Brother Zheng. You may go about your business. Meng Ling nodded, noting this favor. Although Zheng Yan's assistance was somewhat insincere, merely a gesture of camaraderie among talented individuals to maintain face, Meng Ling remained grateful as he was the one who had brought them here. Zheng Yan, upon hearing her words, revealed a satisfied smile, clasped his hands, and took his leave. Do you know where Sister Chenlan of Xianlai sect is? Meng Ling inquired of Xiaofang after Zheng Yan departed. Xiaofang, a round-faced youth with a Na'vi gaze, shook his head. I don't know. It is not the time for morning lessons. The disciples should be cultivating on their own. If you wish to find someone, you might as well send her a communication talisman. Furrowing her brow, Meng Ling contemplated whether to first check at her sister's cave abode. Sister has been taken to a formation in the mountains, seemingly inside a cave. Hurry, let him lead the way. Mo Jiuwei sensed something and urgently pointed in a direction. To the west, to the west. What could possibly ensnare someone in that location? Meng Ling suddenly directed her finger toward the west, questioning Xiaofang. Xiaofang blinked in confusion. Ensnare someone? We thought our description was quite accurate. We merely need to guide you. But Xiaofang still appeared perplexed, shaking his head. That's not possible. They came to learn. They must be resting at this hour. Why would they be ensnared? You two are overthinking it, he added, offering a friendly smile. Both Hu Jiu and Meng Ling felt a tightness in their chests, and their fists itched with frustration. Meng Ling, unwilling to waste more words, cradled Mo Jiuwei and strode toward the west, saying, Jiuwei, you are closest to Sister Chen. You can surely sense her location, correct? I will walk. You guide me, all right? Yay! Mo Jiuwei exclaimed with joy, thrilled that Meng Ling understood her abilities. Hey, where are you two going? You can't just wander around here. Xiaofang, taken aback, hurried after them, calling out to stop them. Silly, we are 3 friends. Mo Jiuwei corrected him amidst the commotion. Daoist Fang, we can sense Sister's location. Please accompany us to find her. Meng Ling halted, gazing earnestly at Xiaofang. We have paid to attend this round of learning. Jiuwei Gate has a responsibility to ensure her safety. If anything were to happen to her, I will certainly hold your sect accountable. Xiaofang was taken aback by her words, stammering. How could anything happen? It's not possible. He still believed that the disciples attending the round of learning could not possibly encounter trouble. After all, they were here to learn. What could possibly go wrong? Jiuwei Gate is a legitimate major sect, known for its strict regulations. Before he could finish, he witnessed Meng Ling turning away, her steps rapid and purposeful. For some inexplicable reason, Xiaofang perceived a sense of determination, even an aura of danger, emanating from her delicate figure. This made him uneasy, prompting him to hastily follow. Meng Ling continued to follow Mo Jiuwei's directions. Up ahead, take a turn. Yes, enter the woods, and there's a small path. This place is too remote. Those people are truly excessive to lead Sister here. Keep going, do you see? There's a half-exposed cave behind that tree. Meng Ling widened her eyes, searching diligently for the spot Mo Jiuwei indicated, straining to locate the cave entrance. The entrance was situated on a rocky hill, shielded by a large tree and some underbrush. Had it not been for Mo Jiuwei's guidance, she would have spent at least half an hour searching for it on her own. Why is there a cave here? Xiaofang was dumbfounded. Wait, are we disciples of Jiuwei Gate? Or are they? Why do they seem more familiar with Jiuwei Gate than I do? Ignoring Xiao Fang's complicated feelings, Meng Ling brushed aside the underbrush, and the three of them, including Mo Jiuwei, entered the cave. Xiao Fang scratched his head, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. After all, senior brother Zheng had instructed him to keep an eye on them, ensuring they wouldn't cause trouble. However, as soon as they took a step inside, Hu Jiu immediately pulled Meng Ling back. There are traces of a formation here, Hu Jiu asserted. If we take 2 more steps forward, we will trigger the formation, and those inside will be alerted. Meng Ling was taken aback, then filled with rage. They even set up an alert formation? What do they intend to do to Sister? It was evident that the formation was designed to alert those inside, allowing them to respond promptly to any disturbances. I will break this formation, Hu Jiu stated, already beginning to act. He shifted 2 stones on the ground, inserted a formation flag in one spot, and affixed a talisman. Soon, the flag flickered, and a dull crystal stone rolled out of the void, having lost its spiritual energy. Done, he declared. Meng Ling sighed in relief. Thank goodness you came. No wonder Sister specifically mentioned Hu Jiu's name. It seems he was prepared for this. Without wasting any time, they proceeded deeper into the cave, which had only one main path without any forks. After walking for a considerable distance, they could hear faint voices ahead. We're looking for her. It's quite chaotic. What should we do? We should capture her together. First, let's deal with this. Wake her up. The voices were disjointed and muffled, but judging by their tone, there were at least 4 or 5 individuals. These voices sounded youthful, suggesting they were likely disciples from other sects attending the round of learning. No, not all of them are from other sects. They are capable of accurately locating such a hidden place and daring to commit such acts. At least one of them must be a disciple of Jiuwei Man, or, at the very least, someone associated with its disciples. Meng Ling and Hu Jiu exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes, as well as the restrained fury simmering beneath the surface. How could this be? Xiao Fang murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, he felt utterly despondent, for what Meng Ling and the others had claimed was astonishingly true. The insights they had grasped, Xiao Fang could now comprehend as well. He realized that there must indeed be a disciple of Jiuwei Man involved. Otherwise, how could they possibly have discovered such a location? He had not even been aware of the existence of a cave here. Xiao Fang silently closed his mouth and nodded. He had been proven wrong and could no longer argue, appearing quite docile. Noting his lack of resistance, Meng Ling then took out a stone known as the Luiying Shi. By infusing it with spiritual energy, it would record everything before it, capturing not only images but also sound. However, the recording duration was brief, and once this spiritual energy was depleted, it would abruptly cease. Meng Ling held the Luiying Shi tightly and quickened her pace alongside Hu Jiu, mindful to make not a single sound so as not to alert the others. At that moment, Chun Lan and 2 other young disciples were bound hand and foot, their chinkuan bags rummaged through and tossed into a corner. The other 2, one male and one female, bore injuries that were insidious and nearly imperceptible. Both were on the brink of collapse, struggling even to keep their eyes open, while only Chun Lan persevered. Jiuwei was still waiting for her. Quite resilient, indeed. Since you can endure pain so well, let us increase the intensity. Facing her were 6 cultivators, 2 women and 4 men, who were leisurely chatting among themselves. Some had their arms crossed, others leaned against the stone wall, while one held an exceptionally fine golden needle. The needle was thinner than a strand of hair, stained with specks of blood, evidence of a recent execution. One dark-complexioned male cultivator blew gently at the needle, causing it to sway as if it were a leaf in the wind. Merely a disciple of a small, insignificant sect. I hear that their sect is on the brink of closure. How could someone of her background possibly be valued by Master One? Does she even deserve it? Remarked the female cultivator in pink. Indeed, I suspect it has something to do with the technique she relies upon, replied the female cultivator in white. You may be unaware, but your fellow disciples are searching for you everywhere. It has even escalated to the punishment hall. Ha ha ha. Does he not realize that our senior brother is the beloved son of the Grand Elder of the punishment hall? Chuckled a short, stout male cultivator, casting an obsequious glance at the male cultivator in purple. The male cultivator, named Yu Cheng, was an inner disciple of Jiuwei Man, having been personally taught by the master of Haomiao Courtyard, and he was also the sole son of the Grand Elder of the Punishment Hall. Chapter 74. The wood stands out in the forest as one of the top 10 sects. Jiuwei consistently receives disciples during the 100 Schools exchange. However, these external disciples often find themselves paying for a subpar experience and, in many cases, becoming targets of bullying. Among the various sects, there exists a hierarchy. Disciples from mid-sized to large sects fare somewhat better, while those from smaller sects suffer greatly, being regarded as unsophisticated and frequently mocked. Chunlan and her companions hailed from a lesser sect, yet displayed exceptional performance during this exchange, learning quickly and catching the attention of several elders from Jiuwei. Chunlan, in particular, had received Jiuwei's cultivation methods, consumed many mushrooms from the back mountain, and taken Yuling water, all of which contributed to her notable talents. She had even garnered the admiration of Master Ruan, who had publicly praised her on multiple occasions and contemplated the possibility of recruiting her into Jiuwei. This action incited the ire of Master Ruan's two female disciples, Shen Ruo and Man Liu, who were present at that moment. They could not accept that an outsider could surpass them, and were especially indignant at the thought of their master taking Chunlan as a disciple. For such a development would render them the laughingstock of the sect. Thus, they sought out Yicheng. Historically, Yicheng had exploited the exchange to profit, privately demanding tributes from the visiting disciples, claiming it was a form of respect owed to an inner disciple like himself. As long as they complied and paid, he would refrain from causing trouble, allowing them to stay peacefully for a month within Jiuwei. He charged a considerable sum, 500 crystal stones per person, and the visiting disciples, fearing repercussions, typically acquiesced. Even the more rebellious ones would ultimately yield upon revealing their identities. However, this time was different. Chunlan and Lu Feng outright rejected him, refusing to part with even 5 crystal stones. Not only did they refuse, but they also led the charge in defiance, causing other disciples from smaller sects to follow suit, significantly embarrassing Yicheng. Lu Feng was somewhat insulated due to his superior cultivation and youthful appearance, making him a target of potential favor, while Chunlan, despite being slightly weaker, became the focus of ire. Thus, Yicheng, Shen Ruo, and Man Liu conspired together, intending to teach Chunlan and the other two who had rejected their offers a lesson for their exceptional performance during the exchange. Should he fail to subdue them, Yicheng's reputation within the sect would undoubtedly suffer. Among the 6 present, Yicheng, Shen Ruo, and Man Liu were inner disciples of Jiuwei, while the other 3 were external disciples participating in the exchange. These 3 had eagerly positioned themselves as Yicheng's followers since the first day, volunteering to partake in this scheme. "What have you done to Lu Feng?" Chunlan gasped, her body drenched in cold sweat from the torment she had endured, her clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. The tight fabric exacerbated the pain from her small wounds. However, she had been forced to ingest a drug that obstructed her spiritual energy, rendering her incapable of using any ability, even to dry her clothes. Disturbing the punishment hall and violating the rules will naturally lead to 20 lashes with the soul-piercing whip, Yicheng replied, raising an eyebrow. Chunlan's heart sank. The very name of the soul-piercing whip sent chills down her spine. "Master Liu, feeling guilty?" Yicheng taunted with a smile. "What will it be? Will you obediently submit? If you bow to me in apology, reveal your cultivation method, and present the tribute, perhaps I will show you mercy and allow you and Lu Feng to remain until the end of the exchange." Chunlan moved her lips, stating, "I possess only talent. I have no method to share with you." While she could compromise on many matters for her master, divulging her cultivation method was out of the question. The method was crucial for grasping spiritual points and mastering the incantations for rapid cultivation. It was the very foundation for disciples of Xianlai's sect, and since it belonged to Jiuwei, it could never fall into the hands of someone so unscrupulous. Still defiant, are we? In that case, I shall truly become enraged. Yicheng sneered, his expression darkening completely as he signaled to the dark-complexioned male cultivator to proceed. The male cultivator, who had been ready with the needle, chuckled ominously upon receiving the command and approached Chunlan with a needle in hand. Chunlan shut her eyes, her eyelashes quivering slightly. The male cultivator crouched before her and suddenly thrust the needle into her. After withdrawing it, he deliberately held it before her eyes, taunting her with the blood upon it. Unfortunately, Chunlan did not open her eyes. The male cultivator furrowed his brow momentarily before breaking into a menacing smile. This time, he plunged the needle deeper, not merely pricking the skin, but embedding the entire needle within his body. Despite its considerable length, it vanished completely, coursing through his veins. The pain was excruciating. Cold sweat trickled down Chun Wan's forehead as she bit her lip to endure it. Damn it, is this really bone rot? These people truly deserve their fate. Mo Jiuwei was already beside herself with rage. Chun Wan was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was she on the brink of death, conjuring illusions? If not, how could she hear Jiuwei's voice? At this time, Jiuwei should be at Xianlai Zone, which was over 1,000 miles away from her. Sister Ming is already using the recording stone. Sister Chun, you must endure. With evidence, we will make these people pay. Chun Wan's body trembled, not from pain, but from excitement. She caught a glimpse of a swaying garment around the corner of the cave. Someone was there. It was not an illusion. It was truly Jiuwei. Alongside Jiuwei was Man Liu. They had come to her aid. In that moment, Chun Wan felt tears welling up, a mix of sorrow and joy. Now you understand pain. Do you? The male cultivator assumed her anguish was overwhelming, chuckling as he retrieved another needle. Do you prefer the needle piercing your flesh or swimming in your blood? Whichever you prefer, I shall oblige. If you cannot endure, you might as well submit to Yu Xiong. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a state of despair, unable to die, yet suffering immensely. Chun Wan initially fell silent, but then her face contorted with fury. You are recording? In that case, I must put on a grand performance. She shouted, Yu Chung, you truly have immense audacity. Yu Chung was taken aback, unsure of Chun Wan's sudden fervor. Previously, she had been cold and resistant, disdainful of him, barely uttering a word. What was she trying to convey now? Am I audacious? What do you mean by that? His interest was piqued. Upon hearing this, Yu Chung raised an eyebrow, smiling smugly. Is that so? It seems my reputation precedes me. Yet, he thought, what does it matter? In terms of appearance and character, Huaiwei Gongzi surpasses you by leaps and bounds. Chun Wan scoffed. Instantly, Yu Cheng's expression darkened. Huaiwei Gongzi was a name bestowed upon him. He was merely Lu Fengyang, the son of the head of Jiuwei Sect. Lu Fengyang was also known as the foremost young master of Jiuwei Sect, renowned for his exceptional looks and charming demeanor. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed an ice element mutated spirit root. More remarkably, he was generous and kind-hearted, earning the gratitude of many, both within and outside the sect. With such a prestigious background and talent, coupled with his handsome visage, it was only natural that he attracted numerous admirers. If there were to be a flaw attributed to Huaiwei Gongzi, it would be his penchant for romantic entanglements, accepting affection from any beautiful woman that approached him. Surrounding him were indeed countless beauties, primarily his fellow disciples within the sect. It was said he had over 100 admirers, and with a mountain peak serving as his residence, he could accommodate them all. For Yu Chung, Lu Fengyang was his lifelong rival. Harboring a sentiment akin to why should there be both Yu and Liang, he firmly believed that if Lu Fengyang were not so ostentatious, he would have garnered all those admirers himself. Now, Chun Wan praising Lu Fengyang before him infuriated him even more than direct insults would. Wow, what Huaiwei Gongzi? He only relies on his father's position as sect leader, just a decorative pillow. His body will eventually be depleted by those shameless women. Let's see how he cultivates then. Yu Chung sneered, his words laced with bitterness. You don't mean to say you have taken a liking to him, do you? Are you aware that he secretly procured secret elixirs years ago to charm countless women? Chun Wan gasped in astonishment. Oh, can it be that such gossip exists? Alas, how sensational. Does this recording stone capture everything? How thrilling. I wonder if there's even more scandalous news. TSK, the more you share, the better. It would be splendid to offend the higher-ups of Jiuwei Sect, making it easier to deal with them. I have heard there is a remarkable male cultivator from Haiqin Yuan. Chun Wan said, her eyes darting. She could not recall whether he was truly from Haiqin Yuan, merely recalling whispers from other disciples about a remarkable disciple of the courtyard master, greatly admired by many female disciples. It mattered not, as she only needed to provoke Yu Chung into making a selection. Are you referring to Hu Yu? Ha! He has a murky relationship with the courtyard master. By day they are master and disciple. By night they are husband and wife, unbeknownst to others. Yu Chung coldly chuckled. Wow, how impressive. Do share more. Your sect truly knows how to entertain. Upon finishing, Yu Qing noticed Chun Luan gazing at him with a look of astonishment, which only fueled his pride. Such secrets of the sect were typically beyond his courage to disclose, as he did not wish to invite danger. Words once spoken could render one a target of enmity, leading to unforeseen demise. However, those present were either allies or disciples of other sects, unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. Even if the information were to spread, without evidence, who would believe it? There is also a certain elder's son-in-law that Chun Luan mentioned. It seems he is quite exceptional and has caught the eye of an elder who is arranging a marriage with his daughter. It was said that the daughter is quite unattractive, and upon hearing the news, many female disciples wept into their pillows, lamenting the fate of this young man. Who was the elder's son-in-law? She regretted not paying closer attention during discussions of sect gossip days prior. Otherwise, she would not be at a loss now. You mean Yi Qian? He is a confirmed homosexual. If Yu Yueying marries him, she will likely spend her nights alone. Yu Qing's disdain grew. Chun Luan, truly remarkable. My goodness, how thrilling. Just missing some melon seeds. It seemed Yu Cheng had become engrossed in gossip, momentarily forgetting his original intention to make Chun Luan relent, rather than divulging the private matters of others. However, once the floodgates had opened, he continued to share without waiting for Chun Luan to inquire further. He mentioned how a certain Home Master-S partner had strayed, leading to infidelity. He spoke of a certain uncle who had engaged in a relationship with a close friend of his daughter, a fact known to many, while the wife and daughter remained blissfully unaware. As he spoke, he noticed an encouraging expression on Chun Luan's face. The animosity that had once been there had vanished, prompting him to speak even more fervently. Wait, the recording stone's time is running out. That's enough. This is already quite antagonistic. He will surely face dire consequences. Quickly save Sister Chun. Mo Jiuwei was enjoying the gossip immensely. In truth, it was not just her. Even Meng Ling and Hu Jiu, who were eager to save, had perked up their ears. Their sect, Xianlai Zong, had fewer members, and their relationships were warm yet simple, lacking the abundance of gossip to indulge in. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Indeed, large sects were rife with chaos, far from the beauty and sanctity imagined by outsiders. Even in the pursuit of immortality, they remained human, driven by greed and delusions. Some individuals, regardless of their ethereal appearance, remained fundamentally corrupt and foul. Not only they, but Xiaofang also listened with rapt attention, occasionally revealing a look of shock. He, too, was a disciple of Qingyue's sect, albeit belonging to the lower echelons, and had limited access to upper-level gossip. Typically, he could only catch snippets of vague information, but nothing compared to the thrilling revelations Yu Qing shared. It is a rare occasion to hear so much. Had the timing been more opportune, he would have applauded heartily and even offered a reward. Chapter 76. Not our concern. Nevertheless, it matters not. Everything that needed to be recorded has been captured. From their initial assault on Chanlan to the subsequent dialogue, all is clear and sufficient to elucidate the sequence of events. Meng Ling promptly stowed away the recording stone, placing it into Hu Jiu's embrace, alongside Mo Jiuwei. She then opened her mouth but uttered no sound, instead mouthing the words, "You all go, seek the sect leader for justice, and rescue our Shu." Hu Jiu understood her intent, nodded in acknowledgement, and quietly departed with Mo Jiuwei in his arms. Xiaofang observed the departing Hu Jiu and then turned his gaze to Meng Ling. Now that they had separated, whom was he to accompany? He contemplated voicing his thoughts, but ultimately decided against it. It was a grave matter, far beyond the scope of a mere junior disciple to intervene. It was best to refrain from meddling. He assumed Brother Zheng would not hold him accountable afterward. Once he confirmed that Hu Jiu had taken Mo Jiuwei away, Meng Ling finally exhaled with relief. With the recording stone in hand, Hu Jiu would surely locate the sect leader to seek resolution. With Mo Jiuwei present, even if unforeseen complications arose, there should be a method to address them. Most importantly, her own situation was somewhat perilous. If Yu Cheng were to act with malice even at the brink of death, their numbers were few, and a confrontation would inevitably endanger her junior sister. It was wiser to allow them to depart. As long as they left the secluded stone cave and entered the open, they would be safe. Having come to this conclusion, Meng Ling took a deep breath and cried out, "Release my Shiji at once." Her voice was so powerful that it startled not only Yu Cheng and the others, but even caused Xiaofang to shudder. What is the meaning of this? Yu Cheng exclaimed, visibly taken aback. The dark-faced male cultivator was equally shocked, for it was he who had set the array at the cave's entrance. How could it be that someone approached without triggering a response? Had the formation been breached? I am Man Liu, a disciple of Xian Lizong. Brother Zheng Yin has been informed of our people's disappearance, and he sent Taoist Xiao Fang to accompany me in handling this matter. Man Liu raised her chin slightly, her voice steady. There was no bitterness or animosity in her gaze. A wise person does not suffer losses in front of them. Seeking to gain the upper hand through insults would be utterly futile. At this moment, her objective was to lower their guard, convincing them that she had no intention of pursuing the matter further, thus facilitating the release of her Shiji. Mentioning Zheng Yin was a strategic move. His identity could be leveraged. With his presence, it was likely that Yu Cheng would hesitate to act ruthlessly. He had brought her here to covertly torment her, aiming to obscure the truth. However, now that Zheng Yin was aware, he would have to act swiftly to release her, thereby avoiding leaving incriminating evidence. Otherwise, if Zheng Yin arrived with his men, it would be a case of capturing both the criminal and the evidence. Zheng Yin? Yu Cheng looked her way, bewildered and suspicious. What is your connection to him? When I was still a direct disciple of Yin Tianmin, Zheng Yin came to present congratulatory gifts. Thus we became acquainted. Man Liu replied, we are good friends. In truth, they were merely friends, not particularly close. However, both her status as a direct disciple of Yin Tianmin and her friendship with Zheng Yin served as leverage to compel Yu Cheng to release her. A disciple of Yin Tianmin? You were once affiliated with them. So why have you come to Xian Lizong? Yu Cheng was indeed astonished. Yin Tianmin was one of the top 10 sects, while Xian Lizong was a small and declining sect. The disparity was immense. To have been a direct disciple of Yin Tianmin, one must possess at least a single spiritual root or be exceptionally gifted among those with dual roots. From any perspective, it seemed implausible that she would have fallen to Xian Lizong. I did so to repay a favor, Man Liu said, casually brushing her hair aside, her expression nonchalant. But I must inquire, what have you done to my Shiji? Yu Cheng's eyes flickered. This matter had become rather complicated. He had assumed it was merely a small, unguarded sect, yet now he was faced with both Zheng Yin and Yin Tianmin. If this were true, then Man Liu maintained her composure while feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, as she had surmised, Yu Cheng still hesitated to act with brutality. This was advantageous. She would let him off the hook for now, intending to rescue Chen Shiji first, and at that point, he would see his comeuppance. How is it? Shiji, are you well? Man Liu hurried forward to support her. Chen Lan feigned weakness, then suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Chen Shiji, Shiji. Man Liu cried out in alarm. What has happened to her? Is she injured or poisoned? Is her life in danger? Yes. The three men replied hastily. No need. I can handle it myself. Man Liu would not allow them to touch Chen Lan. She firmly refused. Fortunately, Xiao Fang had some perceptiveness and stepped forward to assist her in lifting Chen Lan. Just as Man Liu was about to leave, she noticed Yu Cheng darting forward, blocking her path. Hold on. Man Liu's heart sank as she feigned confusion and looked up at him. What is the meaning of this? Your Shiji situation is of no concern to me. Yu Cheng replied cheerfully, an expression of innocence on his face, gesturing towards the three men and two women. They can all attest to that. They nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it is none of our business. We have merely come to rescue someone. You ought to be grateful to us. Her current state has nothing to do with us. That is only fitting, Man Liu said with a smile. I express my gratitude to all of you, esteemed brothers and sisters. I am a person of propriety and would never repay kindness with enmity. Yu Cheng was finally satisfied and willingly stepped aside, allowing her passage. Man Liu nodded at him with a smile before departing the cave with Xiao Fang and Chen Lan. Upon successfully exiting the cave and witnessing the daylight outside, Man Liu released a breath of relief and called out, Shiji? Chen Lan opened her eyes, asking, Where is Jiuwei? She has gone to find the sect leader, bringing the recording stone with her. Man Liu replied, We must first rescue our Shi Shu. What has happened to him? Chen Lan's expression turned anxious and self-reproachful. It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, he would not have fallen into the hands of the punishment hall. Not yet. Do not blame yourself. Hu Jie will rescue him. Man Liu reassured her as they walked outside. And how are you? Is your wound severe? Fortunately, there is no danger to my life. Chen Lan shook her head, then asked, How did you all suddenly appear here? We heard that you were in trouble, so we rushed to your aid. Everyone except the sect leader has come, but they are waiting outside the mountain gate and could not enter. Meng Ling emphasized the word outsider when mentioning Xiaofang. Chapter 77. Where is the justice? Qianlan was taken aback by her words. Mo Jiuwei seemed to possess knowledge of worldly affairs, which she was aware of. However, Qianlan did not expect that even from such a distance, Mo Jiuwei would accurately sense her peril. Yet after the initial shock, it transformed into a warm embrace of comfort, filling her with gratitude and relief, causing her eyes to well up. She longed to find Jiuwei at that moment, to embrace her tightly, and then soar through the skies on her sword, bringing her joy. Now, I understand. We should hasten to find the sect leader, Qianlan said, regaining her composure. Meanwhile, 15 minutes prior, Hu Jiu carried Mo Jiuwei out of the woods and into the expansive clearing before the mountain gate of Qingyumen, directly opposite the main hall where the sect leader resided. In Hu Jiu's mind, they should have stormed directly into the main hall to find the sect leader. But Mo Jiuwei evidently held a different opinion. Should we approach quietly? Then the matter would be resolved without anyone knowing, and that simply cannot be. The contents of the recording stone must not be revealed, but we have suffered grievances. Is it not only right to voice our complaints? If we wish for a proper resolution, we must make a scene. Everyone needs to know that our Xianlai zone is not to be trifled with. How can we silently endure a hidden grievance? We must be the victims and seek someone to take charge. The louder we are, the harder it will be to settle. Not only will Qingyumen dare not act against us, but they will also have to compensate us handsomely. A glimmer of understanding crossed Hu Jiu's eyes, and an idea formed in his mind. He took a deep breath and then howled. Where is the sect leader of Qingyumen? I implore you to show yourself. We must seek justice for our Xianlai sect. The disciples of the Xianlai sect have been secretly abducted and imprisoned by the son of the Grand Elder of the Punishment Hall, Yu Cheng, who employs barbaric methods to extort them. Is there truly no law to uphold? Currently, the fate of senior sister Chun remains unknown, and Uncle Liu is ensnared within the Punishment Hall. Where's the justice in this? Hu Jiu's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated like a thunderous bell, startling the unprepared disciples in the vicinity, some trembling in fear. The onlookers gaped at him, their eyes widening in astonishment. What is happening here? Facing the crowd, Hu Jiu cried out, wiping non-existent tears as he questioned the whereabouts of the sect leader and those who could take charge. Jiuwei sect tramples on human lives. If this matter remains unaddressed, I shall lodge a complaint with the Baihui Alliance. The Baihui Alliance, composed of the leaders of 50 sects, serves as an oversight body for grievances among various sections. While minor issues may be overlooked, matters involving the path of heaven and wicked cultivation, as well as inter-sect oppression, will certainly be addressed. Should evidence be presented to validate the claims, the Baihui Alliance will conduct a vote, imposing penalties on the offending sect, and those responsible will face punishment. Even major sects are not exempt. Due to their abundant resources, any fines imposed could be even more severe, adversely affecting their reputation. Hu Jiu repeated his claims, drawing a crowd of curious disciples, all straining to hear him. What's going on? Is he speaking the truth? Disciples of the... This is hardly surprising. Yu Cheng is known for his eloquence, and it is evident he has heard the whispers surrounding him, though he only dared to speak half the truth, silencing the rest. What audacity he possesses to shout in such a place. How dare the insignificant Xianlai sect challenge us? The Jiuwei sect? It served him right. Yu Cheng has committed countless wrongs and should face retribution. Yet, whether he possesses evidence remains uncertain. If not, he may be in jeopardy. Whispers filled the air as disciples discreetly activated their communication talismans to inform their seniors, urging them to witness the unfolding drama at the mountain gate. Hu Jiu's eyes sparkled with realization. The time had come. After having made a scene for a while, he anticipated that the sect leader would soon send someone to seek him out. Delaying any further would leave him with no time. Thus, he produced a recording stone, declaring, I dare to say this because I possess evidence. Esteemed guests, please observe. He infused the stone with spiritual energy, and with a wave of his sleeve, an ethereal image materialized in the air, resembling a moving painting. In the image, within a dim cave illuminated by a luminous stone, 2 women and 1 man were bound, their breath shallow and their bodies stained with blood. Surrounding them stood 4 men and 2 women, their opulent attire starkly contrasting the disheveled appearance of the captives. their expressions revealing their malicious intent. Such resilience? Since you can endure pain, let us increase the intensity. A dark-featured male cultivator produced a needle, blowing on it before approaching one of the injured female cultivators. A disciple in the crowd exclaimed his name, Su Jun. Others recognized the needle, with some knowledgeable individuals gasping in horror, realizing it was a bone-penetrating needle. Those 3 individuals must be from the... Indeed, Yu Cheng is among them. This is outrageous. In an instant, the gathered crowd understood that Hu Jiu spoke the truth, for the image conveyed far too much. Meanwhile, the scene continued to unfold. A conversation ensued, with Yu Cheng mocking, "You seem unaware that your fellow disciples are searching for you. It has already escalated to the punishment hall. Ha! Does he not realize that my senior brother is the Grand Elder's own son? What have you done to Lu Feng?" Qianlan gasped for breath, inquiring. "Ha! To disrupt the punishment hall and break the rules. Naturally, you will be greeted with 20 strikes of the soul-piercing whip," Yu Cheng retorted. Following this, the image displayed the gruesome act of needle torture. Although the victim was Qianlan, many disciples trembled at the sight, instinctively rubbing their arms. This is excruciating to watch. Yu Cheng truly has no qualms. Yu Cheng has always acted with impunity, relying on his father's position as the Grand Elder of the Punishment Hall to bully ordinary disciples, instilling fear while silencing their outrage. Unlike the sect leader's son, Lu Fengyang, who, although flamboyant, is at least honorable and does not exploit his status to oppress the weak. Rather, he is generous and righteous. Thus, in terms of popularity, Lu Fengyang far surpasses Yu Cheng. Chapter 78. Why wasn't it shown in full? Witnessing Yu Cheng's actions firsthand ignited a wave of anger among the crowd, who swiftly rallied behind the Xianlai sect. After the needle was plunged, Qianlan suddenly erupted with emotion. "Yu Cheng, you have such audacity. Am I bold? What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, some disciples who were previously unaware of the underlying issues widened their eyes in shock. What? Is there such a matter? Yu Cheng actually extorts money from the disciples? This is absurd. How could this tarnish the reputation of our Jiuwei sect? Truly a parasite within the sect. The crowd was enraged. Given the implications for the Jiuwei sect's reputation, they could not stand idly by while Yu Cheng brought shame upon them. Moreover, Yu Cheng has reaped benefits. Each time he convenes with hundreds of disciples. If he continues this way, who knows how much he has profited over the years. Many were disgusted by his actions, but more so, they felt a subtle jealousy witnessing another's prosperity. Within the image, Yu Cheng appeared somewhat smug, saying, "Is that so? It seems my reputation is quite substantial. But so what? In terms of appearance and character, the esteemed Gongzi Huaiwei surpasses you." Bah, what esteemed Gongzi Huaiwei? He is merely relying on his father, the sect leader, just a decorative pillow. As soon as he uttered the words decorative pillow, the image abruptly vanished. What? Where did the image go? Why did it disappear? What were his subsequent words? Show us the rest. Indeed, why was it not shown in full? What does he mean by decorative pillow? What was he trying to convey? The audience, caught up in the moment, felt a heightened sensitivity to gossip, and nearly everyone sensed that Yu Cheng was about to reveal some scandal. Yet, before they could hear the conclusion, the image vanished. Gone. This left everyone feeling unsettled, a sensation that is hard to describe. Aha, well done, just as it should be. The preceding parts can be shown to substantiate our claims. However, the latter parts must remain unheard. The latter comments pertain to the sordid affairs of the Jiuwei sect's higher-ups, and if fully revealed, it would certainly stir up a hornet's nest. While Yu Cheng would offend these powerful figures, so too would the Xianlai sect. As a smaller sect, they must recognize the gravity of such matters. Otherwise, should the Jiuwei sect become enraged, they would lose even the time to recuperate and grow silently. It would be wiser to withhold the information, granting a favor to those influential individuals and avoiding dire consequences. In this way, they could negotiate compensation more effectively. Jiuwei believed Hu Jiu's handling of the situation was commendable. One less word would be a loss, but one more could cross the line. This is the evidence. Hu Jiu disregarded the anxious gazes of the crowd, stating that the remaining footage must be shown to the sect leader. Fellow cultivator. In the distance, 2 young disciples waved at Hu Jiu, struggling to push through the throng, their faces flushed, announcing, "The sect leader requests your presence. Please follow us." Finally, they have arrived. Hu Jiu sighed in relief, adjusting his hold on Jiuwei, and asked for some space, as he needed to meet the sect leader. I possess ample evidence that I firmly believe the leader of your esteemed sect will provide a satisfactory explanation to our Xianlai sect. His words were imbued with righteous fervor, ensuring that all could hear. The two youthful disciples, under the command of their respective leaders, exchanged glances, feeling somewhat incredulous at the grandiloquence. Nevertheless, the matter at hand, along with the recent events, necessitated prompt communication to the leader. They had indeed arrived earlier, but, like others, were transfixed by the unfolding scene until the image was interrupted, prompting them to approach Hu Jiu. As they guided Hu Jiu to meet the leader, one disciple could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "My friend, what words did Yu Cheng speak?" Just as he asked, the other disciple eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, what did he say? It felt as if he had only spoken half of his thoughts. Hu Jiu chuckled softly. The remaining words were not suitable for public ears. They were simply too scandalous. With a dismissive hiss, Hu Jiu shook his head. Too scandalous? The two disciples exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yet, Hu Jiu chose to remain silent. Upon entering the grand hall, they beheld the leader and two elder gentlemen seated at the elevated positions. One of the young disciples stepped forward and whispered something into the leader's ear, causing the leader to frown and cast a scrutinizing gaze towards Hu Jiu. After listening, the leader waved his hand, prompting the disciple to step aside respectfully. You are a disciple of Xianlai sect. What is your name? The leader inquired. I am Hu Jiu. The two disciples accompanying me are Master Lu Feng and Senior Sister Chen Lan, Hu Jiu responded. Unable to bow due to cradling Mo Jiuwei, he merely inclined his head as a sign of respect. The leader of Jiuwei sect was a formidable being at the tribulation stage, a power Hu Jiu encountered for the first time. Although the leader did not intentionally exert pressure, the subtle aura was enough to instill fear and reverence in lower-ranking disciples. The leader nodded. We are already aware of this matter. Do you not possess a recording stone? Please present it, and once we understand the complete circumstances, we shall provide a response to your Xianlai sect. Certainly, but my master and senior sister are still unaccounted for. I kindly asked the leader to locate Yu Cheng and his father first, to ensure their release, Hu Jiu replied. The leader regarded him thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. He turned to the tall, slender disciple beside him and instructed, Go, summon Yu Meng and Yu Cheng, and bring along the two disciples from Xianlai sect. Yes, the tall disciple was about to depart when Hu Jiu interjected, I would also request the presence of all the courtyard masters and elders. The leader raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is the reason for this? He suspected Hu Jiu feared that he might not be able to make a fair decision alone. This thought left him somewhat displeased, and he said sternly, Rest assured, if the matter is as serious as you claim, I will not protect anyone and will deal with it strictly. Hu Jiu quickly waved his hands. No, that is not my intent. The recording stone contains some of their dialogue, and I believe it would be more appropriate for them to be present while we review it. Chapter 79. Craving spiritual fruits, what a peculiar request. Why would the recording stone suddenly involve other courtyard masters and elders? What relevance do they have to this matter? The leader's confusion deepened. Was there truly such a thing? Very well, then let us extend the invitation to them as well, he concluded, instructing his disciple to summon them to the grand hall. While they awaited their arrival, leader Lu Wuhuan invited Hu Jiu to take a seat and posed a question that weighed on his mind. May I inquire about this infant? He gazed curiously at Mo Jiuwei nestled in Hu Jiu's arms. Why have you brought a child with you? It seems quite unusual. Oh, this is my junior sister. Ever since senior sister Chan encountered her misfortune, she has been inconsolable, and out of necessity, I brought her along, Hu Jiu explained, casting a fond glance at Mo Jiuwei. You see, senior sister Chan raised her, and they share a profound bond. Since the incident, she has been crying incessantly. Perhaps it is a form of instinctive connection. Such a notion is quite absurd. How could a child of this age comprehend anything, let alone sense the troubles of Chunlan? Leader Lu Wuhuan expressed skepticism, poised to voice his thoughts when the infant's clear voice rang out. Indeed, I can sense it. The leader was momentarily taken aback. Then, he observed Hu Jiu smiling down at the child. Jiuwei, do you worry about senior sister Chen? Of course. And do you care for her? Hu Jiu casually gestured towards a disciple within the hall. Mo Jiuwei promptly turned her head away, declaring, who cares about her? Lu Wuhuan's eyes lit up. This child was indeed remarkably perceptive. Naturally, Hu Jiu replied, his heart swelling with pride for his junior sister. If it were not for such deep concern, we would not have dispatched our entire sect to seek your esteemed sect's intervention. Your entire sect? Lu Wuhuan nearly choked. Indeed, our members are awaiting outside Jiuwei Sect. Prepare to depart together upon receiving an explanation. Should we not receive one, they would not hesitate to approach the Baihui Alliance. The leader's heart sank, and he quickly sought to reassure him, do not worry. Once everyone has arrived and we have reviewed the recording stone, we will handle the matter accordingly. He continued, it is not ideal for your disciples to wait outside. Let's invite them in, so they may witness our resolution firsthand. Lu Wuhuan understood the stakes. If the recording stone contained the truth, as described by his two disciples, then the matter involving Yu Cheng would surely not end well. With so many disciples present at the mountain gate, failing to impose strict consequences would lead to discontent. Thus, he would be able to provide a satisfactory explanation to the Xianlai sect, and he had no fear in doing so. Moreover, bringing them in would prevent them from seeking the Baihui Alliance. Hu Jiu grasped his intent, but nodded in agreement. Very well. They must be anxious waiting outside. It would be best to invite them in. Hence, the leader summoned his disciples once more. I'm so hungry, I want to eat fruit. I wonder if Jiuwei Sect has any delicious treats. If I cry for it, surely they will give it to me? Since this is a rare visit, I should take advantage of it. Mo Jiuwei's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she suddenly burst into tears. Lu Wuhuan, having just taken a sip of tea, was startled and nearly dropped his cup. Although he was the leader, it had been a century since he had been in such close proximity to an infant, and the sudden wailing was quite jarring. Why is she crying? Lu Wuhuan inquired, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that her senior sister had encountered another mishap? To his surprise, Hu Jiu merely chuckled helplessly. We hurried here for senior sister, and she hasn't eaten in quite a while. I fear she is simply famished. Then you must feed her quickly, urged an elder beside him, covering his ears. At my age, I cannot tolerate such noise. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, he would have gladly muted his hearing. Hu Jiu offered a sheepish smile. You must understand. My junior sister is quite picky. She only desires spiritual fruits and refuses anything subpar. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhuan's expression soured. What do you mean? What makes Jiuwei Sect inferior to Xianlai Sect? How absurd. Mo Jiuwei seemed to comprehend the conversation, and her wails grew louder, further aggravating Lu Wuhuan, who thought, what are a few spiritual fruits? I happen to have some freshly picked Weiyuan fruits from this morning. But is she truly able to eat them at such a young age? I have little experience with children. Do not deceive me. My junior sister is exceptionally gifted. She is indeed capable of enjoying them, Hu Jiu replied with a smile. Since you have spiritual fruits available, I shall attempt to see if she fancies them. Lu Wuhuan twitched his lips, too indifferent to argue with him. He retrieved a spirit fruit from his Chinkoan ring and had a disciple bring it over. The Weiyuan fruit was not particularly precious, yet Lu Wuhuan deemed it quite commendable for a small sect like his. However, Mo Jiuwei merely ate one and turned her head away as if in disdain, then burst into tears. Hu Jiu feigned difficulty, observing that his junior sister did not seem to enjoy this fruit at all. Ahem, I have some honeyed peaches. Perhaps you would prefer to try those? An elder, unable to bear the sight any longer, thought it unacceptable that these two were disparaging their Jiuwei sect. Coincidentally, he recalled having fruits of his own and took them out. These honeyed peaches were superior to the Weiyuan fruit, imbued with richer spiritual energy and an exceptionally sweet flavor. Mo Jiuwei was quite satisfied with this. Yet the fruits were too small. Even the 5 offered by the elder were insufficient to fill her tiny mouth. Is this all? Too little for such a large sect. How stingy. Mo Jiuwei smacked her lips, clearly unsatisfied. Hu Jiu remained silent, merely wiping her mouth. The sect leader and the elders, however, found it increasingly intolerable. They, as powerful figures of the Jiuwei sect, possessed countless treasures. Surely, they could satisfy even a tiny child's appetite. Lu Wuhuan cast a glance at the 3rd elder, feeling somewhat indignant. Was it merely honeyed peaches? They were only marginally better than his Weiyuan fruit. He had even better fruits at his disposal. Chapter 80. Patience is a virtue. Go fetch some spirit fruits from Shuntang. She adores these and must have plenty, Lu Wuhuan instructed his disciple, adding to bring over some suitable snacks for a child. Remember, only the best. Understood, the disciple replied with a peculiar expression before departing. The 2nd and 3rd elders, unwilling to lag behind, also sent messages to their own disciples, instructing them to prepare some fine treats. Just wait a moment. They will be here shortly, they assured. Hee hee. This is more like it. It should be like this. Let's roll. If they aren't tea to my liking, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiuwei's eager yet obedient demeanor intrigued the three of them, and they all found themselves drawn to her. This child was remarkably clever, and her ability to consume spirit fruits without harm suggested a special constitution. Might they hold her close for a closer inspection? Lu Wuhuan proposed. The two elders shared a similar curiosity. However, Hu Jiu tightly held onto Jiuwei, a look of vigilance on his face. That won't be necessary. My junior sister is shy. The three of them exchanged glances, bemused by his protectiveness, as if fearing they might snatch her away. While they were indeed somewhat tempted to recruit such a promising talent into their sect, they ultimately dismissed the thought. Jiuwei was still too young, and they had no early entry disciples to guide her. Besides, it felt premature to make such considerations. They would wait and see as she grew. Soon, an array of spirit fruits was delivered, piling up beside Jiuwei. Wow, this is wonderful. I can eat fruits for free. How delightful. I'll temporarily forgive the Jiuwei sect. She joyfully indulged, savoring the fruits, her little mouth glistening with juice. This sight made the sect leader and the others inexplicably thirsty, a sudden craving for spirit fruits creeping into their minds. Yet, they had no time to contemplate their desires, as the gathering soon filled with people. Among them were the assailants Yu Cheng, his father Yu Meng, and the accomplices who had appeared in the cave. The members of Xianlai's sect looked towards Chen Lan and Lu Feng, who appeared somewhat weary, evidently having endured hardships, but fortunately, they seemed to have sustained no serious injuries. After consuming some medicinal pills and taking time to recuperate, they would be just fine. With everyone present, Lu Wuhuan declared, "Now, we can unveil your recording stone." When addressing matters of importance, he adopted a serious demeanor, exuding authority. Hu Jiu acknowledged this, glancing around as he had previously requested the dismissal of unrelated individuals. Lu Wuhuan furrowed his brow, thinking the man was rather demanding, but considering it a trivial matter, he casually waved away the disciples and servants in attendance. The scene then reappeared in the grand hall. As the image materialized, the assailants and Yu Cheng all staggered, their faces turning ashen. Yu Cheng's gaze shot daggers at Meng Ling, his teeth clenched, his eyes bloodshot. This woman had deceived him. She had clearly stated that this matter was settled and would not be pursued. Yet, she had gone back on her word, secretly using the recording stone and presenting it to the sect leader, and there were others involved. As he recalled the gossip he had shared in the cave, Yu Cheng wished he could dig a hole to bury himself, overwhelmed with regret and unable to face anyone else. It was over, he thought to himself. The three male accomplices had not anticipated that their desire to cling to power would result in such a predicament being brought before the sect leader, the garden master, and the elders. With Yu Cheng's father Yu Meng present, they were certainly in a precarious position, but what about them? They were the first to suffer the consequences. Defeated, they shrank into the corners, their faces devoid of color, while the female cultivators, Shun Rao and Meng Yu, also paled, biting their lips and standing there, too fearful to look at their master, Wan Ning. Only Yu Meng remained calm and composed, even upon hearing his son confess to profiting from the wheel learning incident. He merely raised an eyebrow, revealing no sign of panic. He had prepared for this moment, anticipating the worst. After all, it was merely a matter of financial gain, not a secret within the sect. Although this incident was initiated by his son, who had acted under his guidance, could the others truly be entirely unaware? The punishment hall rarely had much to do, as few disciples frequently troubled them with offenses, so the matter of wheel learning had always been handled by their hall. Was it not reasonable for them to seize an opportunity to gain some benefits? Had he not received rewards for his own advantages in the past, gifting presents to other garden masters and elders? Though unspoken, everyone understood. Now that the matter had surfaced, those present would likely brush it off for the sake of appearances, offering only a semblance of sternness while being lenient in reality. As for his son's private dealings, it was hardly a grave issue. Those three were merely disciples of a minor sect, and their injuries were not fatal. Even if their sect learned of this, they would not dare retaliate against Jiuwei's sect. As long as some benefits were offered and threats made, they would likely drop the matter. Therefore, today, as long as he and his son sincerely admitted their faults and offered some medicinal pills and spirit stones to appease, The sect leader would impose a seemingly severe, yet ultimately lenient punishment, allowing the matter to be laid to rest. Thus, Yu Meng remained unperturbed, casting a reassuring look at his son that conveyed a sense of calm and control. However, he was puzzled as to why his son appeared so frightened, trembling uncontrollably. Was it the sheer number of people present that intimidated him? TSK, still inexperienced, one should not be so easily frightened by such trifles. Consider this an opportunity for growth. Yet, Yu Meng found it curious that all the garden masters and elders had gathered today. He mused that the situation did not seem dire enough to warrant this level of attention. Was the presence of only the sect leader insufficient? But he did not dwell on this thought. Merely raising his gaze to the void where the scene of Chun Lan receiving acupuncture was unfolding. Upon realizing that this was a case of deep-seated festering, the sect leader and other high-ranking officials could not help but furrow their brows, casting disapproving glances at Yicheng. Yu Meng, upon noticing this, felt somewhat reassured, albeit concerned that the compensation they would have to pay might increase. Subsequently, Chun Lan remarked on Yu Cheng's boldness, drawing attention to the sect leader's son. Chapter 81, the issue had escalated significantly. Wow, what is this young master Huayu? Is he not merely relying on his father, the sect leader? Just a decorative pillow, destined to be drained by those vile women. When that time comes, let us see what he will use to cultivate. Yu Cheng mocked. Yu Meng suddenly turned to his son, nearly gasping for breath. This fool, speaking such blatant truths. Why on earth is he digging up Lu Fingyang's past? At this moment, Yu Cheng was secretly observing his father, and upon meeting his father's gaze, he instinctively recoiled like a quail. Yu Meng, infuriated, wanted to slap him, but at that moment, he could not afford to focus on his son. He hastily turned to the sect leader. Indeed, the sect leader's face had turned ashen, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. Observing the other high-ranking officials, some stifled laughter, some lowered their heads, and others pretended to sip tea, all desperately attempting to mask their amusement. Yu Meng took a deep breath. It was somewhat troublesome, but not insurmountable. He resolved to soften his stance with the sect leader afterward and reprimand his rebellious son in front of him, allowing the sect leader to vent his frustrations. At this moment, Yu Meng felt a touch of relief. Fortunately, the disciples of Xian Liuzong were not audacious enough to publicly reveal the contents of the recording stone, opting instead to display it only within the Grand Hall. This meant that outsiders could not see it, and only a select few were privy to the information. Regardless of what they thought, at least they could maintain confidentiality and not trample Lu Fengyang's dignity. It was a narrow escape from utterly offending the sect leader. Unbeknownst to Yu Meng, his son was not relaxing, but rather becoming increasingly tense, perspiring profusely. Otherwise, he would have realized that the situation was far from his expectations and would not be so easily resolved. The scene continued. I have also heard that there is a remarkable male cultivator at Haiqing Yuan, Chun Lan added. You must be referring to Hu Yu? Huh. He and the master of Cheng Yuan are entangled. By day they are master and disciple, and by night they are husband and wife, as if others are unaware. Yu Qing scoffed. Yu Meng. He clutched his chest, his old face turning a shade of green. This revelation posed a significant problem. The master of Cheng Yuan, who had previously been smirking at Lu Fingyang's predicament, could no longer maintain his composure, his face darkening with murderous intent directed at Yu Cheng. The ire of the sect leader, who had been simmering, seemed to ease at the sight of the master of Cheng Yuan. Yu Cheng did not dare to lift his head, yet he could still feel the burning gaze upon him, causing him to shiver and suppress the urge to relieve himself. The scene continued. There is also a certain elder son-in-law, Chun Lan mentioned. Yu Meng gazed into the void, silently praying, Oh, my son, please do not speak recklessly. If you stop now, it might still be somewhat controllable. However, you speak of Qian? He is merely a broken sleeve. If Jiuwei married him, she would be alone every night. Yu Cheng derided. With a sharp crack, the second elder crushed his teacup, the tea spilling onto his robe. Yet he remained fixated on Yu Cheng. Yu Meng's face turned ashen, his eyes closed, unwilling to witness further. Subsequently, Yu Cheng went on to ridicule other masters and elders, exposing one for being cuckolded, another for entangling with his daughter as close friend, and yet another who claimed to create his own alchemical formulas, while in reality, he merely purchased them to save face. Yu Meng kept his eyes shut, but the words seeped into his ears, and he felt utterly numb. Let be destruction. I am weary. Whatever will be, at worst. I can strive to father another. Yu Cheng, crouched in the corner, felt the glares directed at him intensifying to the point where he felt besieged. If gazes could inflict harm, he would have been riddled with wounds by now. Perhaps we need not continue with the recording stone. Let us put away. We have done our part. The lone survivor among the high-ranking officials, the master of Chang Yuan, hastily interjected. He wiped the sweat from his brow, eager to conclude the ordeal. Yet at that moment, a chorus of voices rose in unison. No. The master of Chang Yuan, the sect leader, the elders, and the other masters exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned. Ha! You have heard our family's shame, and now you wish to escape unscathed? Dream on. Hu Jiu, observing the opposition, remained silent, allowing the scene to play out. Ultimately, the master of Chang Yuan could not evade the consequences, as his mother had stirred up trouble outside. And the matter of her flirting with young male cultivators was indeed disclosed by Yu Cheng. The master of Chang Yuan appeared despondent, casting a lingering glance at Yu Cheng. When the scene concluded, the grand hall fell into a profound silence, as if all present had lost their voices at that moment. How to describe this sensation? It was akin to running naked in the streets, with all one's flaws laid bare for all to see. My son is ignorant. It was the provocation by Chunlan that caused him to lose his composure and speak foolishly. Yu Meng knelt, bowing his head. This is my son's fault. How it is dealt with is entirely at the sect leader's discretion. He did not plead for mercy, but instead relinquished the decision to the sect leader. Yu Cheng was taken aback, shouting, Father, how could you say this? If his father did not defend him, would he not be subjected to the same punishment as those two disciples in Echo Valley? Yu Meng understood well that pleading for his son was futile. Those present loathed him, and any words he spoke would be in vain. Yu Cheng, though not entirely foolish, recognized his father's expression and also knelt down. It was my folly that led to my reckless words. I humbly ask the elders for forgiveness. He bowed his head, his voice trembling with fear. Chapter 82, Punishment. At this moment, face-saving became irrelevant. Survival was the utmost priority. Finally, the sect leader, Lu Wuhuan, spoke. Yu Meng, you are an elder of the punishment hall. I ask you, Yu Cheng has privately amassed wealth and disrupted the harmony within the sect, violating the sect's rules. According to the regulations, how shall he be dealt with? 30 strikes of a Jinling whip would leave him alive, but he would surely suffer lasting injuries, affecting his cultivation in the future. To be expelled from the sect would mean losing his status as an inner disciple and finding no refuge elsewhere. Upon hearing of such a severe punishment, Yu Cheng panicked. I was wrong. Sect leader, father, grant me another chance. Yu Meng also choked out. Sect leader, esteemed masters and elders. Chenger has committed a grave offense. It is all his doing, but as his father, I too bear the responsibility for not guiding him properly. I am willing to share half of the punishment of the Jinling whip and to surrender all my recent earnings as a form of atonement. As he spoke, he pressed his hands to the ground, his forehead touching the floor. The master of Cheng Yuan let out a cold laugh, questioning Elder Yu. As the elder of the punishment hall, you colluded with your son to amass wealth, bringing shame to our Qingyue sect. Do you not bear any responsibility? This master of Cheng Yuan was the head of Haiqin Yuan, the very one Yu Cheng had exposed as being entangled with a disciple by night. Naturally, she harbored resentment towards Yu Cheng, extending her ire to his father, Yu Meng. Yu Meng paused momentarily and replied, Indeed, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I will accept whatever punishment the sect leader deems appropriate. He spoke calmly, resigned to his fate. However, he was well aware that he would not suffer greatly, nor would his son endure the 30 lashes. The sect leader, Lu Wuan, displayed a flicker of emotion. Among those skilled in amassing wealth within the sect, Yu Meng was undoubtedly one of them. His gains were not limited to the sect. Even outside, he amassed considerable wealth, though the exact sum remained unknown. It was certainly substantial. His declaration of surrendering all recent gains had successfully stirred Lu Wuan's interest. He understood that this was Yu Meng's way of willing to spend money to buy their lives, promising generous rewards to ensure the safety of himself and his son. On one side were the disciples of 3 small sects, and on the other was a capable subordinate accustomed to power, which held greater weight. In light of your years of service in the punishment hall, where you have endured hardships even without notable achievements, I shall spare you the position of elder and demote you to an attendant, while you shall still receive 10 lashes. Lu Wuan made his choice, asking if he was prepared to endure half the punishment for his son. Yes, Yu Meng knelt down, feeling a profound sense of relief. Yu Meng was a Yuan Ing stage cultivator, while his son, Yu Cheng, was merely at the foundation establishment stage. The Zhenling whip could not be resisted by cultivation level. Thus, regardless of one's cultivation, being lashed was an unpleasant experience. However, those of higher cultivation often possess stronger physiques and greater endurance than their lower-rank counterparts. Therefore, receiving 10 lashes himself and taking on an additional 15 for his son would not fundamentally harm him, though it would necessitate spending more money on spiritual herbs for recovery afterward. This expense, coupled with what he owed the sect leader, would consume a significant portion of his years of hard-earned savings. His heart bled at the thought, yet he realized this was the best possible outcome, a means of spending money to avert disaster, which somewhat eased his anguish. Yu Cheng's heart finally settled. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he revealed a smile of relief. How wonderful, he thought, knowing his father would not abandon him. However, the thought of their family incurring expenses and facing punishment, not to mention his father's demotion from elder to attendant, filled him with resentment. The elder of the punishment hall held the highest authority, followed by the hall master and then the 2 vice masters, known as attendants. Previously, his father had commanded respect even from the hall master, but now the roles were reversed, and he would undoubtedly endure much humiliation. All of this, he thought bitterly, was due to the Xianlai zone. Yu Cheng glared at Chunlan with gritted teeth, his eyes harboring a venomous glare hidden beneath a facade of hatred. "Are you 3 satisfied with our course of action?" The sect leader inquired of Chunlan and her companions. They were to receive a collective punishment of 40 lashes. Yu Cheng would be expelled from the Qingyue sect, and Yu Meng would lose his elder status. Furthermore, our Xianlai zone will provide you with some crystal stones and resources as compensation, as well as treatment for your injuries. Moreover, should you wish to return to Qingyue sect for further studies in the future, all expenses will be waived. What do you think? Lu Wu'en spoke with a warm and amiable tone, resembling a kind elder. What do we think? Even if we held discontent, what could we do? Chunlan's expression was icy, her heart filled with indignation. If it were just herself, she would never forgive them, nor would she spare Yu Cheng. She desired his life. The lashes were merely a trivial physical pain, hardly sufficient to leave a lasting memory. As for being expelled from Qingyue sect, even if he left, as long as his father remained, he would still have provisions and care, enjoying the resources he deserved. And as for Yu Meng, it was even more laughable. His demotion to attendant was merely temporary, a fade to appease them, silencing the murmurs of the sect members. In a few years, when the incident faded from memory, Yu Meng would undoubtedly be reinstated as an elder. He was clearly a trusted confidant of the sect leader, and much of the wealth he had accumulated through his studies had found its way into the leader's pockets. No one here was innocent. Jianlan Gelang said, "What?" There were many present, all angered by Yu Cheng's words captured on the viewing stone. Yet, after the sect leader's remarks, no one voiced dissent. Firstly, they were all members of the Qingyue sect, while she and her companions were insignificant outsiders. Thus, unity was essential in such times. Secondly, they had all benefited from Yu Meng, and were likely to continue doing so they would not wish to eliminate the father and son entirely. At this moment, expressing dissatisfaction would change nothing. The weak have little voice. We find it quite satisfactory. The other 2 injured disciples responded, even expressing feelings of unexpected gratitude. They did not ponder the matter deeply. They merely felt that the Qingyue sect's attitude had been clearly demonstrated. They were merely disciples of a small sect, and with their master and seniors absent, they lacked the confidence to confront them directly. After their responses, all gazes shifted to Chunlan. "Chunlan, what is your opinion?" Lu Wu'en inquired. Chapter 83. Exceptional circumstances. Lu Wu'en continued to wear a smile, though it had slightly diminished, and his gaze upon Chunlan held a faint hint of intimidation. He believed he had handled the situation regarding the father and son adequately, granting them enough face. They ought to accept this gracefully rather than clinging stubbornly to one point, being unreasonable and greedy in making further demands. Let's not forget, he was the leader of Qingyue sect, while they were merely disciples of an inconsequential sect. Even their leader would greet him with a smile, not daring to raise their voice. Chunlan took a deep breath, preparing to speak. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Though everyone knew Lu Wu'en's actions were merely superficial, circumstances dictated her compliance. Persisting would only make her appear ungrateful and further offend Qingyue sect. The compensation in crystal stones was negligible. It would be better to exchange it for the opportunity to cultivate for 3 days in the Jiuwei spring. The thought struck Jiuwei at that moment. She found Liu Wu'in's handling of the situation unsurprising. For a large sect, this was standard procedure. In truth, had it not been for the groundwork laid beforehand, with the viewing stone's images being seen by the outside disciples, forcing Jiuwei's sect to concede, Liu Wu'in would not have dealt with them so readily. Yet this was the limit. Expecting them to do more was unrealistic. In this situation, seeking severe punishment for the Yu family was a futile wish. Rather, it would be more beneficial to transform this grievance into something substantial. This way, her side would be satisfied, and Jiuwei's sect would likely agree for the sake of the greater good. Qianlan was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes brightened. Yes, the gathering spirit pearl. How could she have forgotten this? With this thought, Qianlan's spirits lifted as she bowed and said, "Thank you, sect leader Liu. I naturally find your sect's handling of the situation quite commendable, yet I have one humble request." Liu Wu'in appeared noticeably relaxed upon hearing her initial words. Among the 3 injured disciples, Qianlan was clearly the most resilient, not easily swayed like the other 2. Had she been a hot-headed individual dissatisfied with their resolution, and publicly denouncing Jiuwei's sect, it would have posed a significant problem. If she could come to terms with the situation, that would be ideal. Speak then. I have long heard that Jiuwei's sect is a land of opportunity, rich in spiritual energy. And I have also heard that Jiuwei Spring is a coveted place for cultivation among all disciples. However, having been here for so long, I have yet to experience it, which is quite regrettable. Qianlan smiled and said, I humbly request the sect leader to allow the 3 of us to enter the Jiuwei Quan for a few days of cultivation alongside Master Liu. This would not only demonstrate that we have reconciled, but also showcase the grandeur and magnanimity of your esteemed sect. As for the crystal compensation, I shall forego it. The Jiuwei Quan is the sacred training ground of the Qin Yu men, typically reserved for only the most talented disciples, and access is limited in frequency. It is generally utilized as a reward system, allowing disciples to exchange their contribution points for entry. Outsider disciples are generally prohibited from entering. However, Qianlan's direct appeal struck a chord with sect leader Liu. The incident had escalated significantly. Not only were the disciples within the sect aware, but word was bound to spread outside, drawing considerable attention to the unfolding events. Granting an exception for the 4 to enter for cultivation would signify sincerity and potentially silence some of the gossip. Very well. If you wish to trade compensation for the opportunity to enter the Jiuwei Quan, I shall grant my permission, but it shall be limited to 2 days. Liu Wuhuan agreed, inquiring about the sentiments of the other 2. The 2 from Echo Valley were already dazed by this unexpected windfall. By the time they regained their composure, their voices floated in disbelief. We have no objections. The prospect of receiving crystal compensation had already filled them with joy, and the added surprise of entering the Jiuwei Quan was beyond their expectations. It was a place even the disciples of Qin Yu men could not access at will. Those who entered were often the elite among disciples, capable of boasting about it for a year. Now, these disciples from a lesser sect were afforded such an opportunity, albeit for only 2 days, yet it was a rare and precious chance. Very well, I shall arrange for your healing. And as for the timing of your entry into the Jiuwei Quan, someone will consult with you on that, Liu Wuhuan stated. Qianlan was the first to receive treatment, having endured the agony of a deep-seated infection inflicted by Yuchang. She had been silently bearing the pain for quite some time, earning the admiration of Jiuwei. Sister Chun is truly courageous, enduring such suffering while negotiating with sect leader Liu without betraying any sign of distress. Yuchang is utterly despicable. Such a person would harm others, even when not provoked. Now that he has thoroughly offended her, he surely will not let this go easily. If I am not mistaken, once the month is up and Sister Chun departs from the sect, he is certain to act. I wonder if our masters and sisters are prepared for this. We must not allow them to succeed. Qianlan pressed her lips together, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She was acutely aware that Yuchang would seek revenge, having felt his hostile glares directed at her numerous times. If looks could kill, she would have been torn to shreds already. However, to inflict harm upon her, he would need to possess the capability to do so. This was merely a polite exchange. But the members of Xianlai sect exchanged knowing glances and readily acquiesced. We are somewhat concerned for sister's well-being. If it can be arranged, it would be most beneficial. Though it may trouble your sect, Jiuwei remarked. Do not worry. Just make yourselves comfortable, Lu Wuhuan replied nonchalantly, momentarily taken aback. If you wish to stay, go ahead. It is no great matter, and we have plenty of guest rooms here. Once Chenlan's injuries were treated, the members of Xianlai Sect proceeded to the Tsang Garden, which was designated as their resting place. Although modest, it was suitable for them and quite secluded. Sister Chun, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Du asked with concern once the door was closed, ensuring no outsiders were present. It's all right now. Weren't you all watching while I was treated? Chun chuckled. By the way, Sister Chun, how did you encounter the Yucheng's scheme? Du inquired. Chunlan's smile faded, her expression tinged with mild anger. He bribed a female disciple from the wheel school. I merely glanced at the talisman she had just drawn, and I fell victim to the poison contained within its liquid. Although Chunlan was not well versed in talismans, the type drawn by that female disciple was quite common. The girl insisted that she take a look, and Chunlan, after glancing at it, found nothing amiss at the time. She only felt that the color of the talisman liquid appeared somewhat peculiar and its scent rather pungent. Soon after, she was overwhelmed with weakness and blurred consciousness, only to awaken in that cave. You were betrayed by a disciple? Sister, why did you not mention this? Meng Ling expressed her anger, directed at that female disciple. Chunlan shook her head, understanding that the disciple was also from a lesser sect and likely had no choice but to comply with Yucheng's coercion. I will seek my own revenge. There is no need to inform sect leader Liu. A cold glimmer crossed her eyes. Disciples from the wheel school were also divided by factions, and those of comparable standing often formed better connections. The female disciple, named Lin Yishuang, had dared not approach disciples from other sects, yet grew closer to her due to her ordinary talents. Little did Chunlan know that the one who betrayed her was precisely this individual. Since she did not belong to Qing Yumen, informing Lu Wuhuan would be futile. Chunlan intended to handle the matter herself. Though she could understand the coercion, she did not plan to forgive. The group nodded in agreement. In the coming days, we must be cautious and leave no trace, Lu Feng advised Chunlan. It seems that the Qing Yumen have harbored a great deal of resentment towards us. Resentment? We are the ones who should be aggrieved. Hu Jiu scoffed. Had we arrived even a moment later, who knows what might have befallen Sister Chun? Lu Wuhuan is clearly biased towards his family. In his view, Yucheng's intent was to eliminate Chunlan, using this incident as a warning to the disciples of the wheel school. To them, Xianlai Sect posed no threat. The death of a disciple would not stir the waters. This was their territory, and they were already enjoying a favorable outcome. Lu Feng reclined on the bed, resting his head on his hand, his tone casual. Moreover, having the opportunity to enter the Jiuwei Quan is quite a fortunate chance for us. It could lead to the gathering of Lingzhu. His statement trailed off, yet everyone understood, sharing a knowing smile. What a pity that only the two of us can go. How wonderful it would be if we all could enter. Chunlan expressed a regret. Indeed, nevertheless, having two is already a stroke of luck. Lu Wuhuan is not so generous as to allow all of us entry. Who says we cannot all go? At that moment, Mo Jiuwei, feeling somewhat drowsy yet eager to listen to the conversation, held back her sleepiness. The group paused, some glancing at her, while others strained to listen without making eye contact. Let us not forget, we possess a grand mansion, the Qian Kuan Xian Fu. Almost as if summoned by her thoughts, her celestial abode appeared in the room, gradually enlarging. The eyes of everyone widened in astonishment at the sight of Qian Kuan Xian Fu. The uniqueness of this celestial abode lies in its ability to be transported to nearly any location. It remains undetectable in all but a few places with specific restrictions. Such treasures are exceedingly rare in the world, generally possessed only by the most powerful beings or the leaders of major sects and prominent families. These individuals are all figures of authority, commanding respect and influence. How could they possibly risk their status by using the Qian Kuan Xian Fu for nefarious purposes? Unlike other storage spaces, all of which cannot accommodate living beings, the Qian Kuan Xian Fu stands unparalleled. Although the circumstances surrounding the Jiuwei Quan of Qing Yumen remain shrouded in mystery, it is reasonable to assume that its existence cannot be uncovered there. Hence, it is entirely feasible for Chunlan to lead the way, while others conceal themselves within the Xianfu, quietly mingling amidst the Jiuwei Quan. Indeed, how could we have forgotten about this? Within hand, can we not all enter? Meng Ling exclaimed with delight. Yes, how could we overlook this aspect? I find it quite plausible. This way, everyone can enjoy a visit to the Jiuwei. I have heard that the lung chunyu in the waters of Jiuwei is exceptionally delicious. I wonder if we shall be able to indulge ourselves. Mo Jiuwei was overjoyed to hear their agreement regarding this plan. We can indeed proceed. Yet there remains a concern. If so many of us suddenly arrive at the Jiuwei, will we not be discovered? Lu Feng inquired, clearing his throat. Having endured punishment at the Xing Fa Tang, he was not only tormented, but also administered a certain medicinal concoction that left his insides aflame and his throat uncomfortably tight. Although he had consumed the antidote earlier, a lingering discomfort still plagued his throat. I have heard that the Jiuwei is enveloped in thick mist, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anyone standing nearby, unless one were to accidentally collide with them, Qianlan explained. It is precisely for this reason that, despite the abundant spiritual energy present, the number of disciples permitted entry each day is restricted, with each assigned a different area number to maximize avoidance of one another. This arrangement is indeed convenient. We shall remain within the same designated area, refrain from wandering, and upon departure, we can seamlessly retreat into the Xinfu, ensuring our presence goes unnoticed. Quite right, this is indeed feasible. How wonderful! Chun Shiji and Lu Shishu, you two should stagger your visits to the Jiuwei. For instance, Lu Shishu may go tomorrow, followed by Chun Shiji the day after. When each of you departs, you can conceal the remaining individuals within Xinfu, thereby allowing us each to cultivate for 4 days. Yi Xingyun declared with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. 4 days at the Jiuwei is a privilege reserved for only a select few elite disciples of Qin Yuman, a luxury that the outer disciples hardly dare to dream of. The opportunity to cultivate amidst such concentrated spiritual energy for 4 days is worth the expenditure of 3,000 crystal stones for this journey. The designated time for entering the Jiuwei was confirmed the following day by a designated disciple. Just as they had conspired, Qianlan and Lu Feng staggered their visits, perfectly aligning their schedules for 4 consecutive days. Today marked Lu Feng's day to cultivate at the Jiuwei. Mo Jiuwei relinquished her claim to the Xinfu, making Lu Feng its master for the day. The thought of relinquishing ownership had initially made Mo Jiuwei anxious, fearing she might appear overly audacious and be seen as some sort of monster. Fortunately, the others were merely astonished for a moment before showering her with praise, declaring her a prodigy and affirming that her actions were entirely appropriate. Mo Jiuwei felt a bit embarrassed and could only feign a laugh to mask her awkwardness. Halt! Present your token. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jiuwei, a stern-faced disciple barred Lu Feng's way. The guards here are exceedingly strict, with a full circle of disciples ensuring that no one slips past their watchful eyes. Lu Feng produced a token, emblazoned with the character for spring in gold, and a small 6 in the bottom right corner. The guard inspected it before returning it. You are assigned to the 6th spring area. Enter through the left side path. Each time you step, it signifies passing through a designated area. Upon reaching the 6th step, you are to stop and cultivate there. Be mindful not to wander or switch areas. Each individual is permitted a maximum of 8 hours here each day. After that, you must exit and return the following morning. Understood. Lu Feng took note, stowed the token, and followed the guard's instructions along the left path. As he approached the Jiuwei, the mist thickened, and the air became imbued with a refreshing dampness. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng felt his pores open in response to the intense spiritual energy present even before reaching the spring itself. At that moment, he comprehended why a grand sect is deemed as such. The treasures within the sect far surpass those of lesser establishments. This singular Jiuwei is worth millions, if not tens of millions of crystals. Having reached the center of the spring's perimeter, the humidity intensified, yet the designated cultivation area remained merely damp rather than submerged in the spring itself. This is only natural, as disciples are not permitted to enter the Jiuwei, which is meticulously protected against intrusions. All cultivation zones are delineated around it. As Lu Feng traversed the area, he consciously extended his spiritual awareness but detected no sounds, as though the space were entirely deserted. Yet he understood that this silence was not due to an absence of presence, but rather the mist's inherent restrictions, which obstructed external scrutiny. This fact afforded Lu Feng a greater sense of security. Such barriers are advantageous, ensuring that he could lead the others in cultivation without arousing suspicion. After counting to 6, Lu Feng finally halted and veered left. He settled down, quietly immersing himself in cultivation, attuning to the density of the spiritual energy while also gauging if anyone might approach to investigate. After a brief moment, having confirmed the area was secure, he summoned the Xinfu. The disciples of Xian Lai Zong materialized soundlessly within the sixth area. Though numerous, they remained utterly silent, creating an oddly eerie tranquility. The mist obscured their vision of one another, yet they could grasp hands to maintain distance, and once situated, they settled upon the ground. Jiuwei found herself seated on Chunlan's lap, while the gathering spirit pearl was nestled around her neck, concealed within her garments. Wow, the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. It feels as though breathing has become a pleasure. Compared to here, Xian Lai Zong truly feels like a barren land. Yet what does that matter? This is no justification for a grand sect to belittle a lesser one. It is merely unfortunate that the capacity of the exquisite gathering spirit pearl is so vast that even 4 days here may not suffice to fill it. Nevertheless, whatever can be accumulated is a bonus. There is little to critique about a windfall. Jiuwei mused to herself, but before long, drowsiness began to creep in. Her spiritual roots had yet to be fully formed, preventing her from actively cultivating at this moment, and the overwhelming silence made her irresistibly sleepy. Observing her tranquil demeanor, the disciples of Xian Lai Zong speculated that she had likely fallen asleep, which prompted affectionate smiles among them as they settled into their own cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, their presence had indeed stirred a slight disturbance within the Jiuwei. The cultivation areas of Jiuwei were originally well-balanced, with each area being uniform in size. Typically, each disciple would occupy one section, and even if a more advanced disciple were to enter, the resultant fluctuations in spiritual energy would be minimal, given the singular entry point. However, the sixth area was now directly occupied by 8 individuals, and their simultaneous cultivation caused a ripple of change within the Jiuwei. At this very moment, within the administrative hall of the Jiuwei, Hu Guanshi was in a meditative state. With each interlude of practice, he would habitually glance at the spiritual mirror. The mirror serves as a miniature version of the Jiuwei, providing a clear view of its center, as well as the 32 designated areas surrounding it. The mirror displayed a dense expanse of white mist, obscuring the disciples hidden within, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the fluctuations of spiritual energy concealed within the fog. It swirled like a breeze, stirring the mist as various disciples of differing cultivation levels produced winds of varying intensity. For instance, within the 19th area along the right path, a disciple at the transformation God stage cultivated, generating a noticeably stronger breeze. At this moment, Hu Guanshi emitted a soft exclamation, his gaze fixed upon the 6th area on the left. The mist there was swirling, but it was evidently not a single strand. It appeared to be several. Zhao Shun, what's the situation? Hu Guanshi furrowed his brow, sensing the unusual occurrence, and promptly summoned his assistant. Zhao Shun approached, and at first, he did not discern anything amiss. But upon a closer inspection, his expression changed. How could this be? Investigate which disciple is cultivating here, Hu Guanshi instructed. Understood. It was Luan Shui from Xian Lai Zong. Hu Guanshi understood immediately. The incident that transpired at the mountain gate had been significant. Everyone in Qinyu Men was aware of it, and discussions among the disciples had been rampant these past few days, so he was naturally informed. This Liu disciple was a special quota granted by the sect leader. However, upon learning who was utilizing the 6th area, Hu Guanshi found himself even more perplexed and bewildered. If a highly skilled disciple was responsible for such commotion, though bizarre, it could be comprehended. Could it be that he employed some unorthodox artifact? He was tasked with guarding the Jiuwei Spring, one of the most crucial locations in the entire Qinyu Men, and any mishap was utterly unacceptable. If someone harbored ulterior motives and acted detrimentally towards the Jiuwei Spring, he would ensure their eternal perdition. Yes, Zhao Shun replied. Hu Guanshi then turned to the 2 disciples stationed there. Keep a close watch on the spirit mirror and inform me immediately of any developments. Yes, Guanshi. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the sect leader Lu Wuhan, who was attending to sect affairs, glanced at the sky and suddenly asked the second elder beside him. That disciple from Xian Lai Zong, they will be heading to the Jiuwei Spring today, correct? Indeed, the second elder nodded, then scoffed. How fortunate they are to have access to such a treasure. It truly feels like an affront to this sacred place. Not only should they not be allowed to cultivate within, but even approaching it feels like a desecration. Lu Wuhan remarked disdainfully. The circumstances compel it. Their talents are limited, and even if they entered, it would change nothing. It is even more wasteful. The second elder retorted. The space vacated could be utilized for our disciples' cultivation. Our own disciples have yet to fully utilize their slots, yet they're granted to outsiders. The quota for the Jiuwei spring had long been designated, with each area assigned to specific disciples. However, the sudden incident necessitated an exemption to quell the conflict, thus allowing those four to cut in line. To accommodate them, the original disciples were displaced. Who can blame Yu Cheng for his foolishness? His actions were careless, and his inefficiency has brought shame upon our Qing men. What else could be done? Lu Wuhan sneered. And then there is Yu Ming. I believe they have grown too complacent. When the waters are too clear, there are no fish. If every trivial matter must be scrutinized, I would be overwhelmed as the sect leader. He was aware of the extortion and intimidation conducted by the Yu father and son, but their dealings were relatively clean. Even if occasional whispers surfaced, they were inconsequential, especially since a substantial portion of the money had found its way to him. Hence, he turned a blind eye. Yet, who could have anticipated such a significant uproar this time, with the shadow stone appearing at the mountain gate? This time, the punishment served as a minor warning. Should there be another occurrence, Qing men would not retain them, and they would seek out more obedient and competent individuals. It is likely that they would learn from this experience, the second elder noted. If they do not learn, then there is no need to keep them. Liu Wuhan replied indifferently. The second elder nodded in agreement, seemingly untroubled by the implications of such words. By the way, that girl from Xianlai Zone seems rather extraordinary, the second elder suddenly remarked. Lu Wuhan's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene of the little girl ravenously consuming spirit fruits in their main hall. She had devoured part of them and taken the rest away. Of course, Lu Wuhan was not petty enough to begrudge a few spirit fruits. He was merely astonished by the girl's physique. It was remarkable that such a small body could consume so many spirit fruits without consequence. Indeed, quite extraordinary. No wonder they treasure her so dearly. Carrying her wherever they go, Lu Wuhan nodded. What do you think? Should we consider bringing her to Qing men? After all, she is a prodigy. Why not keep her with us? Considering Xianlai Zone is such a destitute sect, with disciples who cannot even afford proper robes. What kind of adept disciple could they possibly nurture? There's no need to rush. Lu Wuhan chuckled lightly. She is still young, and it is too early to discern her true potential. I have not detected any rare constitution. It would be wise to wait a few more years. With Lu Wuhan's keen insight, he could identify individuals with special constitutions merely by sight, such as those with pure yang or purine bodies. However, after observing the girl for quite some time that day, he found no distinctive traits. In that case, let Xianlai Zone continue to raise her. If, after a few years, she reveals exceptional spiritual roots, we can recruit her into Qing Yumen then. As for whether Xianlai Zone would let her go, being favored by Qing Yumen is a blessing they could scarcely dream of. Surely they would not dare to oppose us. In the 6th area of Jiuwei Spring, the members of Xianlai Zone were immersed in their cultivation, save for Mo Jiuwei, who was asleep. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly rich, making cultivation in such a place a true delight, and everyone was diligently gathering spiritual points, wholly focused on seizing this rare opportunity. Even the gathering spirit pearl was earnestly consuming the spiritual energy. The sect had a grand array as its foundation, capable of accumulating spiritual energy. And Jiuwei Spring was the most abundant source within the sect, inaccessible to ordinary disciples. Additionally, Qing Yumen enforced strict management of this area, with daily limits on the number of individuals allowed, and those present at night were cleared out to allow the energy to replenish, ensuring its purity and clarity. Coupled with the cultivation techniques learned from Mo Jiuwei, the spiritual energy within their bodies surged. Except for Yi Xingyin and Lu Feng, who had just recently broken through, others had noticed a rapid enhancement in their cultivation, with some even sensing the imminent approach of a breakthrough. This was a sign of nearing a significant advancement, and this was merely the first day of their arrival at Jiuwei Spring. Hu Guanshi, how is it here? Is there anything unusual? Hu Guanshi, accompanied by Zhao Shun, approached the guards outside Jiuwei Spring. Has anyone entered the 6th area? It is confirmed that only one individual is present. This left the guards utterly baffled. Is there not only one person allowed in each area? The sixth area is no exception. Why would the Guanxi pose such a peculiar question? Could there be an issue with the sixth area? This thought sent a chill down the spines of the guards, who became anxious. Guanxi, is something amiss there? That remains uncertain. I will investigate. You all prepare and remain on standby. Understood. Hu Guanxi and Zhao Shun stepped into the left area, counting their steps as they moved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Upon reaching the sixth, they halted. Hu Guanxi first sensed the flow of spiritual energy and realized that the commotion was indeed not caused by a single person cultivating. His expression darkening. Just then, his communication talisman stirred, but Hu Guanxi did not check it immediately. Instead, he continued walking leftward. Upon entering, he retrieved a black conical object, infused it with spiritual energy, and then cast it onto the ground. As it touched the earth, the surrounding mist gradually dispersed, revealing the true nature of the area, now unobscured by the fog. This black cone was specifically designed for use in Jiuwei Spring. Due to the influence of the spring mist, the area was perpetually shrouded, obscuring visibility, but with the black cone, the mist could be cleared away. The disciples here often utilize the Jiuwei during their rounds and cleanup. Wherever the Jiuwei is present, the mist dissipates, returning to normal only when it is retracted. Each Jiuwei can disperse mist within a range equivalent to a single area, which serves as the delineation standard for the 32 regions of Jiuwei. However, the materials used to craft the Jiuwei are rather unique, making it challenging to produce the requisite 32. Thus, it can only be employed as needed. Once visibility is restored, Hu Guanxi's gaze fixates ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly as he speaks with palpable irritation. What audacity! Mo Jiuwei, having just awakened, felt invigorated, as if she had just emerged from a refreshing bath, utterly relaxed. Yet, before she could relish this feeling, a sudden chill swept over her. This is bad. Someone is approaching. This individual possesses considerable cultivation. Even at the He Dao stage, it seems they are quite notable within the sect. How could such a person be stirred? Have we inadvertently revealed something? Let me see. The members of Xianlai Zone gradually opened their eyes, displaying expressions of alarm. How could this happen? We should hastily conceal ourselves within the Xinfu. Ah, I see. There is a Ling Jing here capable of constant scrutiny. It must be our collective cultivation activity that has aroused the manager's suspicion. Mo Jiuwei had grasped the general situation at this point. If that is the case, simply hiding in the Xinfu may not suffice. We need a plausible explanation for this situation. Time passed, and as Hu Guanxi entered the sixth region and utilized the Jiuwei to eliminate the surrounding mist, he exclaimed in anger, "What audacity!" At this, Lu Feng hastily rose, somewhat flustered, and stammered, "You, senior. Who are you?" However, Hu Guanxi ignored this inquiry and pointed at several talismans laid out on the ground. "What are you doing?" Lu Feng sheepishly rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "I merely noticed the rich spiritual energy here and thought to store some in my gathering talismans." The gathering talismans were of inferior quality, but were semi-finished products, currently absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Once they had absorbed enough, they would transform into complete versions. Upon arriving, Hu Guanxi was met with the sight of a person sitting cross-legged amidst a plethora of talismans, some seemingly already saturated with spiritual energy, as Lu Feng replaced them with new ones. What a chaotic scene! Hu Guanxi was almost amused by his anger. This person had not only come to Jiuwei, but had also brought these items, attempting to harness the spiritual energy for their own talisman crafting. What audacity! This is a place for cultivation, not for you to produce talismans. Hu Guanxi reprimanded. If everyone were like you, what would become of our Jiuwei? Lu Feng grinned sheepishly. "I truly apologize. I am just from small sect and have never encountered such dense spiritual energy. I thought this opportunity would be fleeting and did not wish to miss it. Of course, if your esteemed sect forbids this, I will cease immediately." Hu Guanxi paused. There was indeed no explicit prohibition against such actions. However, all the disciples permitted to come were undoubtedly elites, and those who made it this far typically had no financial constraints and would not engage in such undignified behavior. Moreover, even if someone wished to utilize the local spiritual energy for talisman enhancement, it would only be one or two individuals, not someone like Lu Feng, who had spread out such a vast array. Nonetheless, Hu Guanxi could not vocalize his reprimand. Lu Feng was not a member of Qingyuan, and his presence was due to compensation offered to their few members. If he were to create trouble over such a trivial matter, it would seem that benevolence would turn into resentment. If it were only for these 2 days, it would be bearable. Besides, there was no explicit prohibition against such behavior. And should this individual cause a scene, it would actually put them at a disadvantage. With this thought, Hu Guanchu's anger diminished considerably. "How many days do you intend to cultivate here?" he inquired. "I am here for today and tomorrow. My disciple will be here for the following 2 days." Lu Feng replied. "So that makes 4 days. Very well, I shall endure this for 4 days." Hu Guanchu's gaze swept over the items on the ground, and he could not help but twitch his lips. "Are you a talisman master? Did you create these unfinished talismans?" "They were made by my junior brother, but remain incomplete. I just happened to carry some with me," Lu Feng admitted, appearing somewhat bashful. "Very well, do as you wish." Hu Guanchu, disinterested in further discussion, flicked his sleeve and turned to depart. Behind him, Zhao Shan promptly retracted the high Jiuwei, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Feng before hastening after Hu Guanchu. Let be said, even he had never encountered someone so audacious. To utilize semi-finished talismans to absorb their Jiuwei men's spiritual energy for completion was an absurdity that would leave anyone incredulous. Is this the style of the smaller sects nowadays? No wonder the disciples within the sect regard smaller sects with disdain. "Hu Guanchu, is there an issue inside?" A guard stationed there inquired upon seeing Hu Guanchu and Zhao Shan emerge. "No matter, continue your watch." Hu Guanchu waved his hand. "Understood." After walking a few paces, Hu Guanchu recalled the earlier disturbance with his transmission talisman and checked it. The message was from one of his disciples. "Hu Guanchu, there is a brief fluctuation in the spiritual energy of the 6th region. It seems the intensity of the energy has weakened somewhat." Chapter 88. A precious item had Hu Guanchu already known? The disciple who sent the message was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the follow-up words he had intended to convey. He had meant to inform Hu Guanchu that, at that very moment, the spiritual energy in the 6th region appeared to fluctuate once more. However, sensing Hu Guanchu's nonchalance, he assumed there was some special circumstance and chose not to delve further. He thought to himself that it should not be a significant issue. Otherwise, the manager would not be so unconcerned. After Hu Guanchu departed, the Xianfu reappeared, and the members of Xianlai's zone emerged, collectively exhaling in relief. That was terrifying. Thankfully, we managed to bluff our way through. Fortunately, I had semi-finished talismans on hand to utilize in an emergency. Otherwise, we might have been in peril, Hu Jiu remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. With Mo Jiuwei's reminder, they understood that merely hiding would not resolve their predicament. Since the Ling Jing could detect multiple sources of spiritual energy absorption, they decided to produce some of those sources. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his semi-finished talismans. However, this course of action brought some uncertainty, for the absorption of spiritual energy by talismans differed from that of humans. If the manager were to catch on to this point and continue questioning, it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, it seemed that the manager had not encountered such a scene before. They were successfully startled and did not inquire further before leaving. It was also fortunate that they were external disciples. Jiuwei men would not want to jeopardize their reputation by troubling them immediately upon their arrival at Jiuwei. Otherwise, the manager likely would not have let them off so easily. What shall we do next? Continue cultivating? Man Liu expressed uncertainty, pondering whether they might return. Rest assured, at least for today, that manager will not return. As long as we keep our activities discreet, he will not interfere during these 4 days. Upon hearing this, the others felt it made sense, thus casting aside their concerns and immersing themselves in cultivation. The spiritual energy was rare, and every moment wasted was a portion of cultivation lost, so they were determined to seize the time. As Mo Jiuwei had anticipated, for 2 consecutive days, aside from the disciples on their routine patrols, the manager did not make another appearance. Amidst the tranquil surroundings, subtle disturbances emerged. Certain disciples in various regions experienced breakthroughs during their cultivation, veiled by the mist, rendering the lower-tier breakthroughs undetectable. However, the ascensions of those at the Golden Core stage and above could not be concealed. Disciples of Xianlai's zone also reaped rewards. As Hu Jiu and Du Yu distinctly achieved breakthroughs to the Foundation establishment stage yesterday afternoon and today at noon. The abundant spiritual energy here, coupled with the mushrooms consumed days prior, enabled everyone to cultivate without encountering any bottlenecks, naturally advancing without the need for foundation establishment pills, the process unfolding seamlessly. Montauk Jiuwei, on the other hand, indulged in eating when hungry and slept when weary, even feeling the spiritual energy nurturing her body during her slumber, a sensation utterly enchanting. Soon, the fourth day at Jiuwei Spring arrived. Over these days, the group would arrive in the morning and depart in the evening, covertly, while only Qianlan and Lu Feng made public appearances. That day, Mo Jiuwei stumbled upon an alarming piece of news. It seemed that sleep no longer served its purpose for her. Had she already absorbed enough energy? Resolving to forego sleep, she noted that her excessive rest had led to difficulties in falling asleep. She contemplated the activities of disciples in other areas, only to discover that many were meditating, which she deemed rather dull, until her attention was caught by someone concocting pills. It was early morning, and as everyone had just emerged from the Xianfu, still not fully immersed in their cultivation, they overheard Mo Jiuwei's words. The crowd, akin to spectators of spectacle, listened intently as she spoke, expressing surprise at the revelation of pill crafting in such a spiritually rich locale. Why waste time on alchemy when one could be cultivating? Ah, it appears to be Fengming Dan. This individual is quite clever, she observed. Fengming Dan consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, causing many to fail in its production due to insufficient energy during the process. However, in a place as rich in spiritual energy as Jiuwei Spring, this issue can be circumvented. It seems this person is destined for success, another remarked. Yet, Mo Jiuwei's curiosity was piqued by the unusual abundance of spiritual energy in that area. The spiritual energy levels were not only consistent, but seemed to fluctuate, momentarily rising before reverting to normal levels. Where could this heightened energy originate from? Upon further investigation, she was astonished to discover the source, the spirit of Jiuwei Spring. Good heavens, is this a stroke of good fortune? Mo Jiuwei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she seized Qianlan's sleeve. Had she not feared drawing attention, she would have cried out in joy to capture Qianlan's notice. It's not just anything. There's a treasure, she insisted, tugging at her garment. Qianlan, puzzled, inquired what she intended to do. What spirit? What good fortune? She was unaware of the cause of Mo Jiuwei's exhilaration, but she recognized that it must be something significant. There's no need to go outside. It's right here. We must dig. Beneath lies a connection to Jiuwei Spring, Mo Jiuwei urged. Qianlan began to grasp the situation, while Lu Feng raised his hand to cast a protective barrier over the area. Once established, the barrier would prevent any disturbance from being detected unless someone of superior cultivation attempted to breach it. Mo Jiuwei, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed particularly interested in the ground. Qianlan pointed at the earth, questioning her fascination. The ground seems perfectly fine. Why the sudden interest? Hu Jiu quipped, humorously suggesting she might want to break a hole in it. A hole? If we dig down, we might just reach Jiuwei Spring, Ji Qing remarked. Mo Jiuwei suddenly exclaimed, yes, yes. We must go down. The spirit of Jiuwei Spring is agitated and seeks to escape. If we can tame it swiftly, the spiritual energy here will belong to us. She continued, it's amusing that within the expansive Qinji no one has discovered the existence of this spirit. If the spirit were to break free, not only would Jiuwei Spring be at risk, but the entire Qinji would face peril. Chapter 89. The spirit of the spring. In places where spiritual energy is overwhelmingly dense, spirits may arise. Spirits possess intelligence akin to humans, exhibiting a spectrum of personalities, some benevolent, others malevolent. A gentle spirit would serve its human counterparts dutifully, causing no harm, while a mischievous or violent spirit could result in catastrophic consequences. Mo Jiuwei had spent 3 days at Jiuwei Spring without noticing the spirit's presence, as her focus was solely on cultivation, longing to escape after completing her training, thus neglecting her surroundings. It wasn't until she noticed the anomaly in the area of the alchemist that her attention was drawn, leading to the discovery of the spring spirit. Clearly, the spring spirit possessed considerable wisdom. It must have emerged recently, yet was skillfully concealing itself from those present. Its desire was intriguing. It yearned for freedom. It did not wish to remain a mere object of exploitation, bound by the confines of Qinji, but rather sought to escape and reclaim its autonomy. However, Mo Jiuwei understood that such aspirations were futile. Qin Jiuwei was far more formidable than Xianlai Zone. The mountain protecting array remained perpetually active, and ordinary disciples were monitored closely. The arrival of the manager on the first day indicated that vigilant eyes were always observing, ready to investigate any disturbances. The escape of a spirit would undoubtedly trigger alarms. The moment it attempted to breach the perimeter, it would be reported, and the protective array would activate, sealing all exits, leaving the spirit with no avenue for escape. Realizing the impossibility of fleeing, the spirit would likely become enraged, potentially wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting disciples. The members of Xianlai Zone felt a profound shock. Were they truly confronting the emergence of a spirit from spiritual spring? If what Mo Jiuwei asserted was indeed true, and it certainly was, then they had stumbled upon something monumental. How should we proceed with the excavation? Hu Jiu inquired, aware that such a venture would create considerable noise and potentially alert the inhabitants of the area. This question, though posed to the group, was aimed at a particular individual, and they were all aware of whom it concerned. Of course, we should not simply dig blindly. Didn't the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators who perish possess several Earth escape talismans? We could use them to directly access Jiuwei Spring. Indeed, the spring likely contains barriers. Thus, we will also need concealment talismans. Perfect. We have both the water avoidance pearl and the concealment talismans. It's a flawless plan. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators were the malevolent figures who had attempted to rob them, but met their demise. Within their Chinkuan bags lay Earth escape talismans of mid-grade quality. Furthermore, they also possessed concealment talismans and water avoidance pearls. With these tools, entering Jiuwei Spring would be effortless and discreet, avoiding any tremors that might draw unwanted attention. We have the Earth escape talismans, Lu Feng declared, producing the talismans along with the water avoidance pearl that Mo Jiuwei had mentioned. I also have concealment talismans. Hu Jiu added. The concealment talismans were quite rare and highly effective, allowing one to bypass barriers and traverse freely, albeit for a limited duration of only 15 minutes. It is precisely due to the rarity of this talisman that Hu Jiu wishes to study it. However, it is regrettable that it is beyond his current capabilities to comprehend. After all this time, he has discerned little. Jiuwei has always been sensitive to exceptional items, and her demeanor suggests the presence of something valuable beneath, which should not be overlooked. Lu Feng proposed, how about I take her down for a look? After much contemplation, it seems there is no better explanation for the sudden desire to enter the spring of 9 hells than to leverage Mo Jiuwei's reputation. After all, aside from Mo Jiuwei, no one else would mind the excuse, and she has always been quite carefree about such matters, never probing too deeply. I will take Jiuwei, Chen stated. She was accustomed to being with Jiuwei. As long as she was present, Mo Jiuwei would not be accompanied by anyone else. Yet, Yixing Yun's words successfully halted her. No, Chun Shiji, you must stay here to prevent that steward from returning. A few days prior, they had borrowed Lu Feng's name, while yesterday and today they were utilizing Chun lands. Thus, while others could be absent, she alone must remain. Otherwise, should that steward come back, the situation could become troublesome. Chun realized this too, furrowing her brow, ultimately choosing silence. Shu, everyone's hearts tightened, unanimously voicing their disapproval. We must act swiftly. We have only this day. Today marks the final day of their venture to the 9 Hell Spring. By evening, they must depart with the others and surrender their tokens. This departure may very well be their last opportunity in this lifetime. This visit is merely a fluke. Jiuwei's sect would undoubtedly not grant them a second chance. There are no objections. Very well, then let us proceed with caution. If anything arises, use the communication talisman. They had enough Dune talismans, but only 2 spirit concealment talismans, allowing just 2 individuals to descend. Among those present, Lu Feng, with the most experience and the highest cultivation, was undoubtedly the most suitable. As they prepared to leave, Chunlan wrapped Mo Jiuwei in her clothing and placed a water avoidance pearl on her. This way, Lu Feng could free his hands and would not have to carry her constantly, thus preventing any hindrance to his movements. We are leaving. You all continue your cultivation without arousing suspicion, Lu Feng instructed before employing the Dune talismans, vanishing silently into the 6th region. The members of Xianlai Sect felt anxious, wishing they could accompany him for protection. Yet, they could do nothing to assist and had to heed his advice. cultivating diligently to ensure the spiritual energy in the sixth region remained undisturbed. Jiuwei felt a sudden shift in her surroundings, followed by a lightness in her body, accompanied by the sound of water. Chapter 90. Domain. The light here was dim, nearly obscuring visibility, allowing only the sensation of flowing water and a unique, crisp aura. Lu Feng felt somewhat disoriented. Where should they go? Naturally, we must head towards the area with the densest spiritual energy. The essence of the spring resides there. We need to locate it and communicate directly. Indeed, Lu Feng internally berated himself for being so flustered upon encountering darkness. Perhaps it stemmed from his excessive nervousness. Anyone in his position, contemplating an incursion into Jiuwei Sect's sacred grounds, would likely feel the same trepidation. A single misstep could cost him his life. In truth, it was Jiuwei who had instigated this venture. Otherwise, Lu Feng would never have dared to accompany anyone into such perilous territory. This was a matter concerning the sacred land, capable of stirring the entire Jiuwei Sect. Should something go awry here, even the ancient beings in seclusion would undoubtedly take notice and endeavor to identify the instigator. Lu Feng floated in the water, supported by the water avoidance pearl, attuning himself to the distribution of spiritual energy in the area, cautiously swimming toward the densest point. Goodness, this truly is a sacred land. The array of restrictions is astonishing. Now, what is wrong with you, Lu Shirshu? Why are you suddenly trembling? How can I not tremble? Lu Feng replied, half amused. He anticipated danger in this venture and suspected many restrictions surrounding the Nine Hell Spring. But hearing Jiuwei's warnings made the threats all too real. She had not exaggerated. Any encounter with a restriction here could result in instant demise or prompt the Guardians to take notice. It was not only those in the Golden Core stage who would tremble. Even those in the nascent soul or transformation stages would likely feel a shiver of fear. We are close, just ahead on the left. Lu Feng's expression tightened as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt as though he was being closely watched, as if some dangerous entity was silently observing him, poised to strike at any moment. Danger! His sixth sense sent a chill down Lu Feng's spine, causing him to hesitate, suddenly contemplating retreat. Was he truly capable of undertaking such a perilous endeavor? Ah, it has discovered us. It is watching us. It appears quite curious. After all, who would swim here? Even the Guardians do not patrol in such a manner. Lu Feng exhaled in relief. He had feared a formidable Guardian was lurking, but thankfully, it was merely the essence of the spring, and it seemed to harbor no immediate hostility. Perhaps it refrained from attacking out of fear that such an action would leave traces, revealing its awakening to Jiuwei Sect. As Lu Feng pondered this, he suddenly felt dizzy, his form swaying before being transported to a peculiar area. This space was dimly lit yet filled with shimmering ripples of light, reminiscent of sunlight glistening on a lake, creating a dreamlike beauty. Yet, Lu Feng could not appreciate its splendor. He was engulfed in panic. Where is this? Who was responsible? Had they been discovered? Never having engaged in any dishonest deeds, Lu Feng felt a profound sense of guilt for transgressing into another's sacred domain. He had never felt so apprehensive. Any slight disturbance filled him with dread. Is this truly a domain? This spring spirit is indeed extraordinary. Had we not discovered it in advance? Allowing it to grow unchecked would pose a genuine threat to Jiuwei Sect. Of course, the fate of Jiuwei Sect is of no concern to me. I seek only great fortune. Ah, how wicked and heartless I am. At this moment, Lu Feng could no longer hear the words behind him. His mind was consumed by a single thought, domain. It was indeed a domain. A domain is a spatial supernatural ability attainable only by highly skilled cultivators and demonic beasts. When one manifests a domain, they temporarily draw another into their exclusive space, allowing for direct communication without interference. Moreover, if the opponent is significantly more powerful, the individual pulled into the domain is often left with little recourse. This was Lu Feng's first experience within a domain. Yet he had not anticipated entering one created by a spirit. Jiuwei was correct. This spring spirit was truly formidable, having developed such abilities shortly after its birth. If given more time to mature, what level of monstrosity might it become? Lu Feng swallowed hard, feeling increasingly anxious. Lu Shirshu, please remain calm. If it approached you, it indicates that it is the desperate one. If I am correct, it has its sights set on you, wishing for you to take it away. This may work to our advantage, allowing us to shift from a passive to an active stance. You must maintain an air of aloofness. Do not let it easily manipulate you. Ah, Lu Shu, do you understand my meaning? You must comprehend. Who are you, and why have you drawn me into this domain? Lu Feng took a deep breath, striving for composure, and then coldly inquired. He yearned to discover the essence of the spring spirit. Yet the spring spirit possesses no tangible form. Perhaps the shimmering lights here are manifestations of its presence. Are you a disciple of Jiuwei Sect? A voice, indistinguishable in gender and age, resonated, sounding both youthful and imbued with an enigmatic depth. There was no hint of malice. Jiuwei is correct. The spring spirit indeed harbors desires. This is quite favorable, Lu Feng acknowledged, nodding. In truth, within the entirety of Jiuwei Spring, he stood as the sole individual unassociated with the sect. However, their chosen moment to enter the spring was not today, thus his words were not deceitful. Indeed, you are not, the voice replied, its tone subtly rising, seemingly pleased with the response. Then why do you find yourself here? Humph. The Jiuwei Sect oppresses disciples of other sections. I stirred the matter, causing Jiuwei Sect to relent and offer recompense, lest their reputation suffer, Lu Feng stated. Apart from the initial turmoil, he now exuded a calm demeanor. As long as he comprehended the spring spirit's intentions, he would know how to negotiate with it. Transitioning from a passive to an active stance, this was the source of his confidence. It seemed that the spring spirit would not easily harm its only external disciple. Chapter 91. A failure. So that is the case. No wonder it is regrettable. Your cultivation is far too low. The spring spirit's voice conveyed unabashed disappointment. Very well. You are too weak, and my matters cannot afford to falter, it stated coldly. Lu Feng's heart sank. Indeed, while the spring spirit yearned to escape, it had but one opportunity. Should it fail, the Jiuwei Sect would undoubtedly tighten their vigilance and impose specific restrictions against it, making future escapes exceedingly difficult. As a Golden Court cultivator, he was evidently incapable of inspiring the spirit to take such a risk. So, this implies failure? Who claims we are weak? Although our cultivation is low, we are more than capable of assisting it. Why must the spring spirit look down upon us? If it cannot seize this singular opportunity, it deserves to remain trapped here. Mo Jiuwei expressed her dissatisfaction. Does one's cultivation define everything? Does she dare assert that aside from their own Xianlai sect, no one, regardless of their cultivation level, could lead out? Lu Feng sighed inwardly, wishing to counsel the spring spirit, yet feeling unable to voice his thoughts. Should he do so, he would expose his awareness of its identity, potentially leading the spring spirit to silence him. Do not speak. Upon exiting, do not reveal that you have seen me. Nor mention our dialogue here, the voice continued. After speaking, it intended to push Lu Feng and Mo Jiuwei out of the domain. It did not wish to kill him, for that would ensure he could never divulge its secret. Yet he could not perish here, as that would provoke an investigation by the Jiuwei Sect. In contrast, allowing them to leave was a safer option. TSK, this spring spirit has quite the discerning eye. Indeed, it should exercise caution. After all, this is its only chance. If only I could speak, perhaps I could persuade it, but now I am powerless. Although this sentiment seemed somewhat presumptuous, not voicing it would result in the loss of opportunity. Their journey had not been easy, and even with minimal hope, he wished to grasp one last chance. What confidence do you possess in claiming you can assist me? The spring spirit found this amusing and casually inquired. Master Uncle, quickly inform it that we possess the Qiankuan Xianfu. Mo Jiuwei grew anxious. They had but a quarter of an hour, and time was already half gone. If they could not convince the spring spirit, they would not only have wasted the trip, but also lost several precious talismans. She did not wish to engage in such a losing venture, neither wanting to expose their knowledge of its identity, nor lacking suitable bait to entice it. Nothing was more appropriate than the Qiankuan Xianfu. I possess the Qiankuan Xianfu, Lu Feng immediately declared. You must be aware, such a precious Qiankuan space is exceedingly rare across the continent. Qiankuan Xianfu? The spring spirit's voice rose, but before Lu Feng and Mo Jiuwei could rejoice, it disinterestedly asked, what is that? Lu Feng and Mo Jiuwei exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Feng almost choked on his words. They had calculated every possibility, yet they had not anticipated that the spring spirit had never heard of the Qiankuan Xianfu. However, upon reflection, this seemed quite reasonable. Given its existence spanned many years, it had indeed heard of common knowledge within the cultivation world, Yet exceedingly rare items, seldom mentioned, would naturally escape its awareness, especially since it could not venture outside. The Qinquan Xianfu belonged to that rare category, so distant from ordinary cultivators that it was seldom discussed. Thus, after all these years, it was the first time it had heard of such a thing. The Qinquan Xianfu is a unique space, the only one capable of accommodating living beings. Lu Feng hastily explained. Moreover, its existence enables one to evade ordinary probing unless someone explicitly knows I possess it and employs specialized tools for detection. Oh, you possess such a space? The spring spirit seemed intrigued. Then show it to me. Lu Feng replied. It is not in my possession at present, but not far away, within the 6th region, above us. Lu Feng pointed upward. The members of Xianlai Sect had entered under Chunlan's name to prevent sudden intrusions into the 6th region. So naturally, the Qinquan Xianfu remained with her and was not brought by Lu Feng. Yet, this very detail rendered Lu Feng's statement sound rather dry and unconvincing. The spring spirit clearly harbored doubts. If it is not in your possession, it indicates you are not its master, since you cannot claim dominion over it. How can you assist me? The spring spirit seemed to scoff. How can I trust your words? Lu Feng found himself at an impasse. With the item absent, what means did he have to provide proof? He genuinely could not demonstrate anything to the spring spirit. After waiting in silence for a moment, the spring spirit discerned his lack of response. Almost deceived by you human beings. Fine, I shall show mercy and spare your life. Now be gone. Lu Feng's heart plummeted. All efforts wasted. Was this journey truly in vain? Montag Jiuwei Zeit Zilentli. Time was running short. There was no longer any opportunity to persuade the spring spirit. It was cautious and suspicious. Any further delay would not only be fruitless, but could also endanger both Lu Feng and herself. Very well, it would be best to leave first. Just as the spring spirit's consciousness was about to envelop the two, it suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How could this little child be? Its movement halted, and its voice turned uncertain. What has it discovered? Lu Feng wondered, as even Mo Jiuwei herself was bewildered. Whose descendant are you? The spring spirit suddenly inquired of Lu Feng. If its tone had previously been somewhat casual, it now carried a weight of seriousness, and Lu Feng sensed an undercurrent of excitement in its words. What was happening? Was there a turning point? There is no time. Do not engage it in a question-and-answer game. We must leave, Mo Jiuwei urged anxiously. There was no time to play games with the spring spirit. Leaving was their priority, or they would be unable to escape. Lu Feng's expression shifted. Time was of the essence. I must depart now. My talisman is about to expire, and the restrictions here will soon activate. I ask you once more, do you truly wish to forego this transaction? Chapter 92. A great treasure appears. The air fell silent for a moment, followed by the spring spirit's voice, laced with gritted teeth. Damn it, I'll take the plunge. My ancestors said to trust in my instincts. I will accompany you. In the next instant, Lu Feng and Mo Jiuwei felt a sudden shift. Their bodies lifted as if propelled by an unseen force. At this moment, a vast amount of spiritual energy enveloped them, dense enough to possess a tangible quality. Akin to fluffy clouds, impossibly solid. Lu Feng inhaled deeply, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy, which had surpassed his capacity for absorption. Realizing the danger, he quickly halted, narrowly avoiding injury from the surging energy. However, the intake left a heavy sensation in his dantian, as if it might burst. Lu Feng groaned in discomfort, but then suddenly felt a flash of white before his feet touched the ground. Who? A low, guarded voice resonated, filled with vigilance. Mo Jiuwei, realizing their location, recognized the voice belonged to Hu Jiu and felt an immense joy. The spiritual essence of the Chu Inel Ing proved true. The underground restrictions were solely aimed at intruders, incapacitating them while leaving me untouched. Hearing his voice amidst the thick fog, everyone finally relaxed. This fog is exceedingly obstructive. It renders people nearly indistinguishable, Yi Xingyun remarked, exasperated. With this fog present, it is nearly impossible to distinguish friend from foe. If genuine adversaries were to wander in, combat would become quite troublesome. He merely intended to voice his frustration, yet unexpectedly, his words prompted a slight dispersal of the fog in their vicinity. While the mist did not entirely vanish, it receded just enough for them to discern each other's faces and ascertain their positions. Everyone paused momentarily, while Lu Feng looked down. Then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He raised his gaze. What happened? Lu Shu, did your journey go smoothly? Chunlan inquired, disregarding the fog. Is Jiuwei all right? Indeed, we were terrified. The quarter hour was nearly upon us. Yet you had yet to appear, Meng Ling added, patting her chest. Did you acquire anything? Du Yu asked cautiously. If not, it's no matter. Our ability to cultivate here for a few days is already a significant gain. Yes, Lu Feng suddenly replied. Everyone turned to him in confusion. There is indeed a gain. Lu Feng swallowed hard. We brought back a great treasure. With that, he revealed an object in his hand. It resembled an icy blossom, yet was even more crystalline and translucent, as if crafted entirely from water. In his grasp, it possessed a fluid quality, akin to cradling a pool of water in his palm. What is this? Everyone stared in astonishment. As a weapon refiner, Meng Ling had never encountered such a material. Her eyes sparkled as she couldn't resist poking it. It felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of water, and was remarkably soft. Haha, this is undoubtedly This little creature transformed itself into an icy blossom to allow Lu Shu to place it within the 11NF. I never expected it to dither for so long, nearly failing, only to make a decisive choice at the last moment. TSK, this must be the wisest decision it has ever made. Mo Jiuwei grinned at the icy blossom. Hu Jiu appeared utterly bewildered. Shu, did you truly manage to bring back the? Others stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to comprehend what they had heard. Is this really the? They sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the object, and upon closer proximity, a chilling essence akin to a spiritual spring. Ji Qingqing covered her mouth, stifling a gasp. My goodness! Although they believed in Jiuwei and Lu Feng, their skepticism lingered regarding the possibility of truly bringing back the. After all, time had been so short, and how could it be easily deceived by a Jindan disciple? Yet unexpectedly, they had indeed succeeded. Deceived? The astonishment did not end there. The icy blossom trembled, and an irate voice emerged. Damn humans, you better have a reasonable explanation. This was clearly directed at Lu Feng. Do not heed it. It requires immense effort to condense into its true form. It no longer has the chance to retract its decision. Having left the Jiuwei, the spiritual energy here will soon diminish, the fog will dissipate, and the Jiuwei sect will promptly notice the anomaly. Mo Jiuwei's timely warning alerted everyone. Upon realizing that Jiuwei sect would soon investigate the anomalies their expressions grew serious, and the curiosity to probe further vanished. Chunlan hastily urged, quick, retreat into the. Understood. In a flurry, they released the entering in succession, after which Chunlan stowed it away and began meditating. The changes had unfolded faster than anticipated. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the fog had thinned considerably. While still present, it had lost its obscuring qualities. Those who had been meditating with closed eyes sensed the substantial depletion of spiritual energy nearby, prompting them to open their eyes in confusion. Cultivators are acutely aware of spiritual energy fluctuations. Transitioning from abundance to scarcity is unmistakable. Chunlan noticed whispers and hurried footsteps around her. She realized that a commotion was imminent or rather, within the Jiuwei sect. Indeed, this was the case. Master Liu, usually calm and smiling, now wore a dark expression en route too, neglecting to acknowledge the disciples who bowed to him. Some disciples, unaware of the situation, secretly feared they had offended the master, while others, having heard whispers from, were even more alarmed. Surely, the Jiuwei sect could not be facing a calamity. Chunlan had witnessed the sect's deep concern for. From the moment the fog began to noticeably dissipate, all disciples present were gathered by the guards, with an elder whose cultivation was indiscernible yet evidently formidable, overseeing them. While you were meditating, did you notice anything unusual? If your information proves useful, you will be rewarded by the sect. The elder's authoritative gaze scanned the group. But he added, however, if you withhold information and we discover it ourselves, do not expect leniency. These disciples, valued within the Jiuwei sect, felt a strong sense of belonging. Learning of the anomalies they grew increasingly anxious. They relied on the opportunity to cultivate there frequently. If issues arose, their access would be compromised. Master Liu, I was meditating and suddenly noticed the surrounding spiritual energy thinning. Upon opening my eyes, I realized the fog had also diminished. I am completely unaware of what occurred. Me too. I was meditating hoping to use the spiritual energy today for a breakthrough, but it dissipated before I could achieve it, someone lamented. We were enveloped in fog, unable to see anything. We have no leads, and even if we did, we wouldn't be able to discern them. Could the formation here have been damaged? Or is there a thief at work? The group began to murmur inquiries. Upon hearing the word thief, a flicker of unease crossed Chunlan's mind. Ah, indeed, there are thieves who have stolen the precious Chu in Eling of others. Are they not rogues? It is truly astonishing, for they have never engaged in such deeds before, yet their inaugural attempt has resulted in a significant heist. Elder Liu listened attentively to their accounts. Yet he found himself bereft of any useful clues, his brow furrowing in concern. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Qingquan Xianfu, a small ice flower, in a frenzy, exclaimed loudly upon entering the celestial abode. What do you mean by this? You knew all along that I am the Chu in Eling, which is why you deliberately breached the barriers and cunningly deceived me into leaving, did you not? Lu Feng winced at the cacophony, relieved that they were within the sanctuary of the Xianfu, for had this ruckus occurred outside, they would have surely been apprehended by the Jiuwei sect. Now, how can you call it deception? Lu Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor. Did I utter any falsehoods to entice you to depart? I think not. You see, I claim to possess a celestial abode, and now you bear witness to its existence. Furthermore, it was you who voluntarily altered your form to accompany me. I never stated that I intended to take you away. Indeed, he had concealed his knowledge of her identity as the Chu in Eling, and his true intent was to lead her away. Yet apart from that, everything else was entirely of this Chu in Eling own volition. He had withheld certain truths, but not a single word was spoken in deceit. The Chu in Eling fell silent for a moment. In truth, upon realizing the existence of the Xianfu, she felt a measure of reassurance, for it indicated that this individual possessed genuine treasures and the means to facilitate her departure. However, the fact that he had initially approached her with ulterior motives, feigning ignorance upon their encounter, left her somewhat irked. She felt as though she had been ensnared by this cunning human with 100 ulterior motives. Though you may not have articulated it, your every word and action has been laced with seduction. You have wished to deceive me into leaving with you from the very beginning. The Chu in Eling retorted with a haughty huff. Lu Feng chuckled softly. Ah, the process is insignificant. It is the outcome that holds true importance. Observe, I have braved mortal peril to breach the barriers and now conceal you within the Xianfu. I must also risk detection and annihilation by the Jiuwei sect as I endeavor to lead you away. There must be no room for error. Of course, if you are unwilling, I could seek an opportunity to release you. To declare unwillingness was not an option. Even if such sentiments existed at this juncture, she could only acquiesce and proceed onward. Should she willingly fall into a trap, her past misdeeds would ensure that she would be closely monitored in the future, forever barred from escape. Thus, the only feasible course of action was to place her trust in them and resign herself to their fate. Do propose conditions quickly. If you delay, the opportunity may vanish. The spirit prides itself on its nobility, looking down upon us lesser cultivators. It would disdain to deceive us. Thus, once it agrees to our terms, it shall not waver. The members of the Xianlai sect, uncertain of what had transpired between Lu Feng and the Chu in Eling, remained silent observers, fearful of provoking her ire through misplaced words. A spirit endowed with intelligence undoubtedly possessed strength beyond that of these minor cultivators. Should she unleash her wrath without regard for consequences, they would all meet their demise. Ah, esteemed master uncle, Hu Jiu interjected, since the venerable Chu in Eling declines our offer, let her depart on her own accord. Thus we shall not bear the risk. Indeed, the Jiuwei sect has always regarded us with disdain. They would undoubtedly seek to exploit our weaknesses. Sister Chun is likely undergoing scrutiny outside. Why should we court danger? Meng Ling added. Precisely. We have risked so much to save her, yet gained naught in return. She harbors resentment toward us. What purpose does that serve? Ji Qingqing murmured, casting furtive glances at the ice flower, wary of an outburst. Indeed, if this is a transaction, we stand to lose everything. What benefit do we derive from assisting her? Yi Yingyun remarked. The Chu in Eling, initially reluctant and feeling manipulated, now perceived the growing unease among the group as they sought to distance themselves from her. What does this mean? You sought to bring me along, yet now you wish to cast me aside? You shall not succeed. I refuse to leave. She adopted a defiant stance. Wait, why are you shifting the blame onto us? Man Liu exclaimed in astonishment. I shall hold my ground. After all, it was you who sought me first. Were she human, one could envision her chin raised high, arms crossed defiantly, emboldened by her newfound leverage. The Jiuwei reveled in her perceived control over the members of the Xianlai sect. The Jiuwei paused, pondering, who spoke of risks. This Xianfu is quite effective. It conceals my aura, rendering me undetectable to others. Indeed, yet our time is limited. If the Jiuwei sect continues to detain Sister Chun, refusing to release those within the Jiuwei spring, we shall inevitably be expelled from the Xianfu, Hu Jiu warned gravely. The Jiuwei was taken aback. How could this be? She had assumed this place functioned like an ordinary Qinquan space, allowing free entry and exit at will. Yet now, they suggested there was a time constraint, and she could not remain indefinitely. If that were the case, was it not trivial to detain a few individuals, as opposed no threat to their lives? Compared to her invaluable Jiuwei, such matters were of little consequence. The more she contemplated, the greater her anxiety grew. The Jiuwei realized the truth of their words. If they surrendered her to safeguard themselves, the Jiuwei sect would likely spare their lives, perhaps even bestow gifts for appearance as sake. However, if the time elapsed, and the Jiuwei sect had not released them, her forced expulsion from the Xianfu would lead to her discovery, plunging her into captivity and dooming them all. Now the dilemma lay in whether they dared to gamble on the possibility of being released by the Jiuwei sect, or if they would choose to hand her over, extinguishing all hope. Having grasped the current situation, the Jiuwei understood that these individuals were in control, not she. I shall not allow you to suffer loss, she declared through gritted teeth. Do not surrender me. Let's take this gamble together. Should we be expelled, I will plead for your lives. If we manage to escape successfully, I shall offer you the essence of the spiritual spring to enhance your cultivation as recompense. The essence of the spiritual spring, the most potent core of her energy, promised rewards beyond measure, far exceeding tenfold in the 6th region. Her proposal stirred the hearts of the group, yet they exchanged glances, refraining from immediate agreement as they awaited a definitive stance from one among them. Indeed, the essence is a rare treasure, yet its very existence is of utmost value. Pursuing trivial gains while sacrificing the core would be the height of folly. Rather than coveting the essence, it would be wiser to secure the Jiuwei within our Xianlai sect, establishing it as our own. There shall never be another place that grants it freedom, unrestrained in its comings and goings. Yet our Xianlai sect can offer such sanctuary. Upon hearing this, their breaths quickened with anticipation. To retain the spiritual spring within the Xianlai sect? Was that truly feasible? What impediment could there be? Their sect was indeed vast, though many areas had languished due to a dwindling number of disciples over the years. Without delving into specifics, the rear mountain alone could serve as a haven. As for the spiritual spring, it comprised two components: the body, which represented the external spring, and the essence, which was its lifeblood and spirit. While the loss of the body would inflict some damage, it would not be grave, allowing for the accumulation of strength to recreate a new body. However, the absence of the essence would result in the disappearance of its spirit, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary spring. Just as a cultivator possesses both a physical body and a spiritual consciousness, should the body perish, the cultivator can utilize their spiritual consciousness to seize another vessel and live anew. However, if the spiritual consciousness is lost, even a living body becomes merely an empty shell. This method of seizing a body is generally regarded as a dark art, condemned by the traditional cultivation community. The Jiuwei spirit longs to depart, as it finds itself ensnared by various restrictions and a protective array. Neither its essence nor its original form can escape, leaving it reliant on external means for liberation. In contrast, the Xianlai sect imposes no such constraints. Being a spirit spring, it must reside in a physical form, and thus, it is proposed that it might as well settle within the Xianlai sect. As for its essence, it is free to wander as it pleases. Although a spirit spring without its essence may exhibit diminished potency, what of it? This is still a spirit spring, and even in its corporeal form, it remains a significant asset. Upon realizing this, Lu Feng and his companions felt a deep respect for Mo Jiuwei. This strategy is indeed remarkable. Lu Feng then organized his thoughts and candidly conveyed their intentions to the spirit. Our sect has no grand formations. You are free to come and go as you please. We will not interfere, nor do we possess the capability to do so. Had the spirit heard this before recognizing the Shi-Li sect's role as a crucial ally, it would have likely reacted with indignation. However, knowing it must rely on them, and that they were genuinely risking their lives to assist it, the spirit naturally found it reasonable to request certain benefits. What if in the future, I grow weary of this body and wish to change my dwelling? It inquired. Will you still permit my departure then? This inquiry was less a plea for consent, and more a test of their resolve. Chapter 95. Jiuwei's constitution. This condition is negotiable, but it must come with a time limit. Certainly a few hundred or even 1,000 years would be appropriate. After all, without it, we remain the Shi-Li sect. While its absence may confine it eternally within the Jiuwei, we hold the moral high ground. Thus this condition is entirely justified. The spirit continued to test the waters, which Mo Jiuwei understood well. Having barely escaped one confinement, it was understandably cautious about trusting others. Otherwise, it could find itself in another prison. To fully extricate itself from the Jiuwei, the spirit would need to relinquish its local ties. A sacrifice that would undoubtedly be detrimental. Should complications arise from its own side, the repercussions would be too great. Very well, but it must be after 2,000 years. Lu Feng contemplated before stating, during the first 100 years, both your essence and your physical form must remain. After 100 years, your essence may depart at will. After 2,000 years, your decisions are yours alone, and we shall not intervene. Fearing an outright rejection from the spirit, he added, did you not say that in gratitude, you would be willing to use your essence to aid us in our cultivation? Let us consider this first 100 years as your token of appreciation, shall we? The members of the Shi-Li sect held their breath, marveling at Lu Feng's audacity in proposing such a lengthy duration. While Mo Jiuwei had suggested a time frame of several hundred to 1,000 years, Lu Feng boldly asserted 2,000. Would the spirit not perceive this as an overreach and turn against them? 2,000 years? The spirit's voice was tinged with surprise. Are you certain? Indeed, Lu Feng replied cautiously. If you find this unacceptable, we can adjust. 2,000 years it is. The spirit, seemingly anxious about any potential retraction, quickly agreed. Jiuwei will honor my word. I shall remain with your sect for 2,000 years. During the first 100 years, I will lend you my essence. And for the subsequent 1,900 years, only my physical form shall remain. Once the 2,000 years have passed, I shall take my leave, regardless of your consent. And you shall not impose any formations or restrictions upon me. Otherwise, it will be deemed a breach of contract, and I shall depart early. Lu Feng was taken aback. Ah, you have agreed just like that? You did not even negotiate? Who would have known that why you would be so agreeable, seemingly unbothered by the duration, even hinting that it was insufficient. Indeed, the time seemed short, it mused. After all, I am a spirit, not a mortal. I possess an endless lifespan. For cultivators, living for several millennia is trivial, let alone for me. Whether it be 2,000 years or 3, in its eyes, it was likely a mere blink, considering it had spent no less than several 100,000 years within the Jiuwei. Mo Jiuwei quickly grasped the reasoning behind this. However, she felt no regret. 2,000 years was ample time, especially since Lu Feng had cleverly secured 100 years of essence assistance. This initial century would suffice for the rapid advancement of the Shi-Li sect. No problem, it is settled, Lu Feng affirmed. Having concluded their main discussion, the spirit's demeanor softened, no longer fixating on past grievances. But soon, it turned its attention to Mo Jiuwei. By the way, who is this child? And what is her lineage? Do you instinctively tighten her hold on Mo Jiuwei, wary of the spirit's interest? Why do you ask? How could this spirit not be intrigued by my little junior sister? It remarked, such a pure constitution is rare among human cultivators. Her exceptional talents could either stem from her own merits or indicate that her parents are extraordinary. She has no parents, nor does she need them. We are her family. Do you retorted through gritted teeth, bitterness apparent in her voice. All her blessings are her own, unrelated to those wretched parents. Bah, what parents are they? Do you fumed, indignant at the spirit for bringing up such a topic? If it weren't for Lu Feng's timely intervention that day, my junior sister would have perished in the cold. They abandoned her due to her imperfections. What sort of parents are they? Du Yu's anger was not just directed at them, but also at the spirit for prying into matters better left unspoken. However, Jiuwei herself was unfazed. Indeed, all of this is a result of my own cultivation over several lifetimes. After enduring several tribulations, am I not entitled to a fortunate rebirth in this life? Jiuwei was indifferent to the notion of parents. If she wished, she could instantly uncover the identities of her birth parents, yet she had no desire to do so. As the Yu had stated, the disciples of the Shi-NL-I sect were her true kin, and she found contentment in that. The spirit, having no further inquiries, confidently proclaimed, "This girl is destined for greatness. With the presence of this spring and her within your sect, you shall surely make a name for yourselves across the continent in these 2,000 years." Upon hearing this, the members of the Shi-NL-I sect stood tall, their spirits buoyed. Yet, Yi Xingyun, ever the latecomer to understanding, asked, "You mentioned just now that junior sister possesses a pure constitution?" Indeed, she is entirely untainted, with a clear and pristine spirit. Her cultivation will progress without hindrance, the spirit expressed with admiration. To illustrate, ordinary cultivators are like rags, initially dirty and muddied, requiring relentless effort to transform into a semi-spiritual, semi-human state. However, a significant portion of the spiritual energy will always be blocked from fully entering your bodies. Even the most exceptional mutated single spiritual root and those possessing celestial marrow cannot escape this fate. Upon hearing this analogy, the crowd's expressions darkened. Who are you calling a rag? You are the rag. Yet soon, their hearts raced at the implications of its words. Mutated single spiritual root referred to Meng Ling, while those possessing celestial marrow indicated Lu Feng. The spirit displayed remarkable discernment, effortlessly identifying the unique qualities of these two individuals. However, this young girl was different. Her body resembled a crystal, inherently translucent. Thus, her cultivation speed would be extraordinarily rapid. One is a rag, and the other is a crystal. The distinction is truly stark. The crowd was astounded, realizing for the first time that I possessed such a unique constitution. Her constitution seemed to differ from any known type in the world, as all recognized types were inherently human. And from the perspective of the Chu and Ling, humans were tainted with impurities, possessing flaws and limitations regardless of their merits. However, I was not of such a nature. Chapter 96. Capturing the traitor I transcended the boundaries of humanity, embodying a pristine and untainted form, unparalleled by any spiritual roots or constitutions. A phenomenon never witnessed in the previous realms of cultivation. Suddenly, Li Feng recalled Li Whn. During the earlier assembly, Li Whn had also taken note of I. And Li Feng had momentarily worried that this old fellow might covet Jiuwei's talents and attempt to claim her. Nevertheless, after observing her, Li Whn ultimately refrained from speaking, seemingly relinquishing his interest. At that time, Li Feng had sighed in relief, while also feeling indignant on Jiuwei's behalf, pondering, is this truly the headmaster? What a lack of discernment. He cannot even recognize our exceptional Jiuwei. Yet now he understood that it was not a matter of Li Whn's lack of perception, but rather an inability to recognize Jiuwei's constitution, leading him to perceive her as merely commendable, not deserving of his esteemed attention. This realization brought a sense of relief to Li Feng. This was indeed fortunate. If no one could discern her true nature, it would minimize the contention from other sects and help avert numerous conflicts. However, simultaneously, their Shi-NL-I must also strive diligently, for if they did not advance, once Jiuwei emerged prominently, there would be no one to safeguard her. Not only Li Feng, but others also gradually came to this understanding. In that moment, everyone made a collective decision. Henceforth, they would exert double the effort, harnessing the power of the Jiuwei to elevate themselves, ensuring her protection from any ill intentions. Jiuwei felt somewhat perplexed, sensing that these individuals had cast glances in its direction, their expressions seemingly imbued with a sense of determination. Meanwhile, at Jiuwei, the headmaster, accompanied by all the elders of QNUMN, meticulously inspected the spiritual springs restrictions in the 32 regions, seeking the source of these anomalies. After their examination, they were left utterly dismayed. The 32 regions exhibited no issues, suffering no damage, nor were there any signs of the restrictions being breached. All disciples have been questioned and reported no unusual occurrences or sounds. Yet, astonishingly, all the restrictions at the core of the spiritual spring had become loosened. A suffocating silence enveloped the hall. This was a genuine high-level assembly, one that QNUMN had not convened in a long time. Typically, daily affairs were managed by the respective heads of the various courtyards, with only significant matters necessitating the headmaster's personal attention, often accompanied by a few elders. To gather everyone, even those currently in seclusion, was unprecedented, even without knowing the specifics. The mere configuration of personnel within the hall indicated that whatever had stirred such high-ranking figures must pertain to a matter of great import, perhaps even one that could influence the standing of QNUMN among the top 10 sects. Indeed, the situation warranted such concern. The sacred site of the sect, Jiuwei, had experienced a significant decline in spiritual energy with no evidence of intrusion, yet all prohibitions had been compromised, a predicament severe enough to alarm these figures. How could this be? I conduct checks daily, and just yesterday, everything was intact. HQNSH's face turned ashen, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. As the steward of Jiuwei, he understood its paramount importance to the sect, having never let his guard down for a single day, always diligently overseeing its safety. Now, with Jiuwei suddenly in turmoil, he was the first to be held accountable. However, he could not fathom how such an issue could arise despite his stringent supervision. Everything had been normal yesterday, yet problems emerged today. Surely it must have occurred today. This could not be human error. No individual could disturb all the restrictions in a single day. Even if it were possible, it would require at least a dozen remarkable cultivators, which was inconceivable. Indeed, if so many experts were to act simultaneously, it would be impossible for anyone to remain oblivious. As the crowd pondered, they fell silent, their expressions gradually shifting to one of perplexity. If it were not human intervention, then what could it be? A shared hypothesis emerged among them, yet no one dared voice it aloud until WHN articulated it. Jiuwei's birthed a spring spirit. His voice was both fervent and frigid. Ah, HY, how do you justify your stewardship? HY's beads of sweat cascaded down as he realized, is it truly a spirit? How could this be? A spring spirit belongs to us at QNUMN. If this is true, we could ascend among the top 3 sects. The Grand Elder's face flushed with excitement, his hands gesticulating animatedly. A momentous occasion indeed. With a spring spirit, the source of power would be theirs. Previously, Jiuwei had concealed this fact, never fully unleashing its potential. Yet even so, it had sustained the entire sect, ensuring QNUMN's position among the top 10 sections. If it were to release its essence and nurture QNUMN, how profound would the spiritual energy within the sect become? The leading 3 sects were not merely defined by the number of disciples or their prowess. Their locations were paradisiacal, rich in spiritual energy, with sanctuaries imbued with essence. In other words, now that the spiritual spring of QNUMN had gained a spirit, they were endowed with the qualifications to compete with the top 3, far surpassing the other 6 sects. Each elevation in rank signified enhanced competitiveness, attracting even more gifted disciples, thus fostering a virtuous cycle. In time, these elders and courtyard heads would rise in stature and status beyond their current standing. Bang! Li WHN slammed his hand upon the armrest, shattering it into splinters, a sound that roused the assembly from their excitement. Do not rejoice too soon, he admonished coldly. To bask in the glory of the spring spirit, we must first locate it. Rest assured, we have promptly secured the protective array of the sect. No one may enter or exit now, and the spring spirit shall not escape. Indeed, it clearly intends to abandon its corporeal form and flee. Suddenly coalescing its essence to depart, it cannot be in peak condition. Even as a spirit, it cannot forcibly leave QNUMN. Fear not. We shall excavate 3 feet into the earth if need be. Where could it possibly hide? Everyone remained optimistic. The spring spirit's existence was GYU's greatest secret, and now that this secret had been unveiled, finding it was merely a matter of time, nothing to fear. Once it was found, Qing would be transformed. With this thought, all gazes ignited with fervor, excitement coursing through them. Let us not be hasty. It is likely powerless to escape on its own. I suspect there may be someone within the sect aiding it in secret. Li Wh suddenly interjected. What? A traitor? Chapter 97. The headmaster's acumen. How could there be a traitor? This seems improbable. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. The spirit would certainly be aware of the affairs within the sect. It must know about our protective array. If it wishes to leave, it cannot soar through the skies or burrow through the earth. What could be easier than having a disciple escorted out? Leave en eserted. All sects have a rule. Entry and exit must be through the main gate, with no flying on swords, and all flying artifacts are forbidden. If anyone were to stealthily enter the sect, regardless of the means, it would trigger the array and be interpreted as an invasion, prompting an immediate lethal response. The strangling mechanism of the formation adjusts its strength based on the opponent's spiritual energy. If the opponent is weak, they can be effortlessly eliminated, but if they are exceedingly powerful, the formation will concentrate all its spiritual energy into a single point to unleash a devastating attack. It can be said that unless the individual is a true immortal or multiple peak great ascension practitioners join forces, they would meet an untimely demise on the spot, offering no resistance whatsoever. Even if Jiuwei is a spring spirit, is no exception. Thus, to leave safely, they must be escorted by disciples through the main entrance. Jiuwei is the treasure of their sect, the foundation that allows them to rank among the top 10 sects. If it were to escape, their status would significantly diminish. Anyone wishing to do so could be deemed a traitor, an enemy of the entire Qing sect. The sect leader, indeed astute, highlighted a layer of insight that we had overlooked, leaving us feeling ashamed, remarked the third elder. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Master Liu here. Otherwise, we might have missed a critical opportunity. If it were me, I would not have considered this. Had it been me, I fear the spring spirit would have already fled, and I would still be pondering the matter. The others began to praise him. It must be said that although Master Liu is neither the strongest in the entire sect, nor the most gifted, nor does he have the most formidable connections, his election as the current sect leader is due to his versatility. He may not excel in any single area, yet his intellect is the most comprehensive. Master Liu modestly nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thank you for the compliments. I merely happened upon this thought. Moreover, we have already sealed the gates, preventing anyone from entering or exiting, so the spring spirit surely has not yet managed to escape. If it had fled so swiftly, there would only be one explanation. There's an insider within the Jiuwei spring area. Only in this way does everything make sense. Lu Wuhuan chuckled coldly and inquired of manager Who you, after the incident, have any disciples left the Jiuwei spring? I have already inquired with the guards. Indeed, 2 individuals have left, Lin Xiaofeng and Zhao Ning, though they did not depart simultaneously. Manager Hu replied, why would they leave the Jiuwei spring in such a manner? One of the garden masters asked, puzzled. He was acquainted with these 2, both renowned prodigies within the sect. It was precisely this familiarity that made it peculiar. All disciples of the Qing sect cherish their opportunity to cultivate in the Jiuwei spring, with nearly everyone arriving early and departing late. Were it not for the regulation mandating that all must vacate at night, they would remain until the last moment. On this occasion, the incident occurred before dusk, and they could have continued their cultivation. Under such circumstances, why would anyone choose to leave early? Could these 2 be connected to the spring spirit? One elder speculated, but immediately shook her head. No, the spring spirit has been lurking for so long, indicating its caution. It would not recruit just 2 individuals, as that would be too risky. Hu, who had guarded the Jiuwei spring for many years, was unaware that it had even become a spring spirit. If accountability were to be sought, he would undoubtedly be the first in line. This was why he maintained a low profile, not out of fear of Lu Wuhuan, but from a sense of guilt towards the sect. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and departed. Each garden is on heightened alert and has begun their investigations, correct? The sect leader inquired of the garden masters. Yes, the deputy garden masters are already conducting searches. They affirmed. Rest assured, all disciples within their respective gardens have been instructed to refrain from wandering. Any suspicious individuals will be apprehended immediately. We have even employed the spirit probe disc. If the spring spirit is present, it will undoubtedly be detected. Indeed, even if it burrows underground, it will be of no use. We shall dig 3 feet deep to uncover it. Although the spring spirit has concealed itself with its essence, regardless of where it hides, a significant amount of spiritual energy will leak. Regardless of the tools used to mask its spiritual energy, as long as the spirit probe disc is employed, it will be revealed without exception. The spirit probe disc may sound small, but it is quite large and heavy, with a high cost. It is typically used in the mining of spiritual ores, primarily for vein detection, and is highly sensitive to the concentration of spiritual energy. The public areas outside each garden have also been divided among personnel to ensure no oversights, and thorough inspections will be conducted. However, compared to other locations, Liu Wuhuan and the others unanimously deemed the 32nd area of the Jiuwei spring to be the most suspicious. Thus, they remained there, gathering all the disciples in the area for a focused investigation. Once they confirmed that all necessary instructions were in place, Liu Wuhuan finally stood up. "Let us proceed and see them." Them referred, of course, to the disciples of the Jiuwei spring. Thus, in the side hall sat 30 individuals. These disciples were unaware of the situation, and with their limited knowledge, could not fathom that the issue lay with the spring spirit. They only sensed that the spiritual energy had suddenly diminished, and now they found themselves confined here, prohibited from leaving, surrounded by over 20 guards monitoring their every move. This left them hesitant to whisper among themselves, sitting anxiously in silence. Upon seeing the arrival of figures, especially those of the sect leader and garden masters, some timid disciples turned pale, their expressions dazed. Though they were prodigies, they had never encountered so many esteemed seniors in such proximity. Chapter 98. The Enigma of Confidence Sect Leader, greetings. Esteemed garden masters, greetings, someone stammered. As one individual broke the ice, others followed suit, rising to pay their respects. Master, a female cultivator, as if seeing a savior, called out. Yu, come forth. The one addressed by Zhang Yu as master was Xiao Yu, the master of the Luoya garden. Do not inquire into other matters for now. Simply tell me if there were any anomalies today. Xiao Yu reassured with a gentle smile. Such questions had already been posed multiple times during their wait, and everything they could think of had been disclosed. Zhang Yu shook her head. No, I had intended to break through to the mid-stage of the golden core. So I was focused on my cultivation until I noticed the spiritual energy diminishing. Zhang Yu, being Xiao Yu's junior disciple, had accumulated 4 days' worth of qualifications to cultivate in the Jiuwei spring, intending to consolidate them all for a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the golden core. Today was merely the 2nd day, and things had been progressing smoothly, yet she never anticipated such an incident. Aside from that, did you hear anything else? Xiao Yu inquired. Sound from the cultivators? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, I believe I heard footsteps of someone leaving about an hour ago. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The reason she recognized the sound of departing footsteps was that an hour prior, it was already afternoon, having passed most of the day. At that hour, it would be unlikely for someone to enter the Jiuwei garden. It could only mean that they left in haste due to some urgent matter. Xiao Yu glanced towards Master Liu. Leaving an hour ago, that individual must be Zhao Ning. However, this was hardly a lead. Liu Wuhuan had not expected to uncover much at this point, as all pertinent questions had been previously asked, and those willing to speak the truth would not wait until now to do so. In other words, those wishing to conceal something would continue to do so, regardless of how many additional inquiries were made. Liu Wuhuan's gaze swept across the disciples present, lingering momentarily on Chunlan. When Chunlan met his gaze, she felt a tightening in her chest, yet she managed to display a suitably fearful expression akin to the others. This was a natural reaction for lower-level disciples in the presence of so many formidable figures, a response that was both reasonable and expected. Liu Wuhuan's eyes held a chilling intensity, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from his inherent nature or was a reaction to the spring spirit's escape. Chunlan felt a chill run down her spine, and she was unaware that her back was already slick with cold sweat. At that moment, she recalled Mo Jiuwei's thoughts before entering the immortal mansion. We have all entered, but only Senior Sister Chan remains to face everything. Senior Sister, do not panic. No matter how the Qingyu sect investigates, they will not suspect you. Just mimic the expressions of others, and you will blend in seamlessly. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Chunlan felt the scrutinizing gaze shift away, landing instead on a fellow disciple beside her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. You are here as well? A certain Yuan master surnamed Qi also recognized Chunlan. having met her during an earlier gathering at the Luing Stone. Have you made any discoveries? She appeared apprehensive, as though fearing a loss. This remark left the higher-ups who were aware of the situation momentarily speechless. What compensation are you expecting? Compensation? The spirit of the spring has fled. Do you expect to be compensated with mere words? Once the source departs and the essence is abandoned within 10 days, all the spiritual energy from the Jiuwei spring will dissipate, and even the spring water will run dry. By then, not only will there be no compensation for half a day, but even if there were, you might not show up. To take a step back, even if the spirit of the spring cannot be found, this matter should not be disclosed at present, lest it incite panic among the disciples, causing unrest and disorder. Even if it must be mentioned, it should be postponed, kept concealed for now. This matter will be discussed later. Master Qi's words served merely to brush off the situation. Qianlan gave him a peculiar glance, seemingly skeptical. Yet she reasoned that Jiuwei Sect would not take advantage of an outer sect disciple and break their promises. By the way, remarked junior sister Jiuwei, we must not be timid. We should assert our rightful claims, as it was agreed upon for 2 days. Why should it suddenly be interrupted now? Upon hearing this, Qianlan, along with her fellow disciples, nearly burst into laughter. This was undoubtedly a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. However, her junior sister was correct. As an outer sect member, she had spent these 2 days under the auspices of Jiuwei Sect, which sought to uphold its reputation as one uninvolved with the spirit's disappearance. Qianlan ought not to feel timid, but should proactively demand compensation. Even if the people of Jiuwei Sect were displeased, they would consider it a reasonable request and must show some acknowledgement. Conversely, if she were to sneak away out of fear, that would certainly raise suspicion. This was only natural, Lu Wuhuan remarked lightly, yet a flicker of irritation crossed his mind. Such a small sect indeed displayed a narrow-mindedness, fixating only on immediate gains without any vision for the greater picture. It was no wonder their sect, Xianlai's sect, was declining. They have no successors, and the disciples are quite disappointing. Upon hearing this, Qianlan realized that compensation was all but certain, allowing her to relax her expression. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and then Hu Guanshi and several others appeared at the door. Master Liu, Lin Zhaofeng has arrived, but Zhao Ning has already left the sect and is not here. Hu Guanshi's face bore an anxious expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhuan and the other Yuan masters instantly changed their expressions. Please wait here for a moment. After addressing the disciples, Lu Wuhuan led the others outside for a discussion. Hu was sweating profusely. She had simply walked through the main entrance. I asked the guarding disciples, and the timing aligns with when we first sensed something amiss. Chapter 99, A Twist of Fate. As long as a person is under supervision, it matters not whether they are examined early or late, but who could have known that she would leave? Her timing was rather fortuitous, coinciding precisely with the moment before the master issued the order. Otherwise, she would not have been able to exit the sect. Why the haste to leave Jiuwei Spring? And why the rush to exit the sect? Everything seems too coincidental. Lu Wuhuan narrowed his eyes, finding Zhao Ning deeply suspicious. Why could it not be her? Yuan Master Su Zheng's expression was complex. I remember Zhao Ning often acting independently. Her solitary nature makes it unsurprising that she would dare to do so. Another Yuan Master acquainted with Zhao Ning scoffed. Zhao Ning is no gentle cultivator. On the contrary, she is the type to draw her sword and challenge anyone at the slightest disagreement. Many within the sect have heard tales of her valor in battle, and her temper is explosive. Hearing this, Lu Wuhuan's expression turned cold. Her reckless behavior might indicate she has long been dissatisfied with Jiuwei Sect, which could lead her to conspire with Jiuwei in secret, intending to set free. The Yuan masters who caught his gaze nodded in agreement and promptly exited. Hu Guanshi, please investigate Zhao Ning's activities in recent days and see if anyone has noticed her unusual behavior. It would be best to ascertain the specific timing of her collusion with the spirit. Lu Wuhuan instructed further. Understood. Hu Guanshi replied hurriedly before departing in haste. Qianlan remained in the room, puzzled. Who are Lin Zhaofeng and Zhao Ning? Unbeknownst to her, the timing of these two disciples leaving Jiuwei Spring was so coincidental that they were mistakenly implicated by Master Liu and others, who now believed that Zhao Ning was the root cause of the issue. Consequently, when Master Liu returned, his thoughts were diverted from them, and he inquired more about Lin Zhaofeng, who had just arrived. However, Lin Xiaofeng appeared to be unaware of the situation, responding to the inquiries with confusion and anxiety, providing no useful clues. Retrieve the spirit probe. Yes. One of the attendants beside him complied and took out a heavy black device from his chinquan bag. It was a substantial wheel, larger and heavier than a stone mill, with numerous segments to display the concentration of spiritual energy. Upon receiving the master's nod, the attendant proceeded to test the spiritual energy of each person present. Today, those in attendance were all disciples, and regardless of their cultivation levels, it was limited. The spiritual energy displayed on the probe was less than half of its capacity. As the spirit probe drew closer to her, Chun Lan's anxiety mounted. This device was quite costly. She had never used it but knew its purpose. If it truly possessed extraordinary capabilities, could it even detect the situation within her celestial abode? What should she do? It should be fine, Jiuwei reassured her. Nothing can detect abnormalities. Stay calm. Chun Lan adjusted her breathing, glanced at the others, and mimicked the curious yet respectful expressions of her fellow disciples. Soon, the spirit probe was in front of Chun Lan. This device required no active cooperation from the cultivators. It merely needed to pause in front of them to ascertain the nearby spiritual energy. The attendant observed the results without raising an eyebrow and moved on to the next person. Chun Lan silenti et salet veliet. Fortunately, it appeared that her celestial abode was indeed an extraordinary existence, capable of housing living spirits without revealing a trace of their presence. Master, no abnormalities detected. The attendant reported the results to Lu Wuhuan after testing everyone. Understood. Only then did the disciples display smiles, bowing to the master before hastily exiting. Chun Lan followed the crowd out, but halfway through, she heard Lu Wuhuan's cold voice. Chun Lan, hold on a moment. This matter is not directed at your Xianlai sect. Once everything is resolved, the hours owed to you will be compensated. Lu Wuhuan stated. So that is the case. How frightening. Jianlan mumut internally. But her face displayed a grateful smile. Yes, disciple understands. Master Lu indeed kept his word, earning her respect. Lu Wuhuan seemed to let out a hum, and seeing the opportunity, Chun Lan hurriedly departed. Upon exiting the side hall and stepping into the main courtyard, it was Chun Lan's first time witnessing the Jiuwei sect in such disarray. Previously, it had been bustling with disciples coming and going, but today, only about 30 of them were present, and the others dispersed in various directions as soon as they exited the hall. Only 3 remained with her on the path. This vast sect appeared alarmingly desolate. Even the grandeur of the mountain gate seemed diminished. This day had truly been exhilarating. Thankfully, they had endured it all. Today, the master had conducted all necessary investigations and inquiries, and it seemed she was not the one most suspected. Conversely, he may not even believe that he is capable of such grand endeavors. Let alone doubting one person, he would probably not even suspect 10 individuals, as that would never cross his mind. This is preferable. It appears that belonging to a smaller sect has its advantages, making it easier to remain inconspicuous. Chun Lan self-deprecatingly remarked. After speaking, she turned around and peered through the door crack to glance outside. Chapter 100. An encounter. The journey thus far had been exceedingly tranquil, with everyone adhering to orders, remaining in their respective quarters. Only the deputy sect leaders conducting inspections in various courtyards were an exception. By the time Chun Lan arrived, they had already reached Dong Si courtyard, and it was only a matter of time before they arrived at her location. Thus, Lu Feng had to act swiftly. Chun Lan placed a restriction on her cave abode and promptly retrieved her Xianfu. Almost simultaneously, Lu Feng leaped out. Lu Feng whispered urgently. A brief moment of spiritual energy has leaked, but it was so fleeting that it did not cause any disturbance within the room. What is it? Jianlan inquit sopti. At this critical juncture, the Xianfu must not be revealed. If discovered, all would be lost. Lu Feng responded, for the time being, unless we leave Qingyuan men, we cannot utilize it again. What about our junior sisters? Chun Lan asked. Rest assured, everyone is well. The Xianfu is stocked with food and drink, and there is no need for concern. Besides, being close to the spring spirit allows for a peaceful cultivation experience, Lu Feng replied with a smile. The ice flowers are the essence. With such rich spiritual energy nearby, it feels as though we are cultivating atop a spiritual spring, immensely comfortable. Moreover, within the Xianfu, external matters do not disturb us, allowing everyone to focus solely on their cultivation. This undistracted state is something many would envy, That's good to hear. I was worried that everyone might be concerned about me and lose their focus on cultivation. Qianlan chuckled. Initially, there were some worries, but the junior sisters have complete faith in you, so everyone has calmed down, Lu Feng noted. By the way, what is the current situation within the sect? Qianlan quickly summarized the circumstances, leaving Lu Feng looking bewildered. Lin Xiaofeng and Zhao Ning? Are you implying that the sect leader has begun to suspect them? In other words, to locate Zhao Ning, Jiuwei Men has dispatched 4 courtyard leaders. That is quite unprecedented. Typically, deploying even one is significant enough, let alone 4 today. She is rather unfortunate. I hope she is unharmed, Lu Feng remarked. To be frank, the general perception of Jiuwei Men and Lu Wuhuan was not particularly favorable. They exhibited the pride and aloofness characteristic of large sects and their seniors, which made them difficult to approach. However, ordinary disciples bore no grudges against them. If Zhao Ning were to face misfortune due to their actions, that will not happen. She has not truly committed any acts detrimental to the sect. Even if there were an investigation, it would only reveal a misunderstanding, Qianlan dismissed. Just like the many disciples who were investigated today, as they did nothing wrong. They felt tense, but not fearful, and after the inquiry, all was well. I believe Zhao Ning is in the same position. Just as she opened the door, she unexpectedly encountered a small group of people. The leader was a steward responsible for overseeing the junior disciples' miscellaneous affairs. Lu Feng, what brings you to Qianlan's quarters? The steward appeared taken aback, his gaze darting between the two of them. Did not the sect leader issue an order for everyone to remain in their own caves? No one is permitted to leave without permission. Oh no, it seemed that I heard the voices from a distance. How did he find his way to the courtyard? The steward thought, since the sect leader has allowed people to come and go, it should be of no concern. After all, I am merely an external member, and I will be leaving in a few days. Moreover, given the previous incident with the recording stone, if something else were to arise, it might provoke the sect leader's displeasure. Yes, thank you, steward. Qianlan looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Huh, are you a master-disciple pair, or perhaps in a romantic relationship? The steward's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Qianlan felt as if struck by lightning, taking a moment to regain her composure. No, that is not. Qianlan retorted, what master-disciple relationship? What romance? Where did this person's thoughts wander? The steward, who usually appeared quite serious, had surprisingly turned his mind to such matters. Qianlan dismissed the thought. After a day of turmoil, she felt mentally fatigued. If not for the impending inspection by the deputy sect leader, she would have insisted on lying down for a nap. Outside Jiuwei Men, in the marketplace of Cane Street, she thought to herself, what terrible timing. Why must it be on the day I go to Jiuwei Spring for cultivation? I only managed to stay for half a day before leaving, wasting precious hours. With a sigh, she turned onto the main street, only to be suddenly confronted by several stern faces. To her shock, all of them were leaders from the sect. Chapter 101. Soul Search. The path ahead was abruptly obstructed by these individuals, leaving Zhao Ning momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of unease. What dreadful luck! How could she encounter so many high-ranking sect officials at once? Zhao Ning had met the seniors before. She hurriedly offered a respectful bow and, after doing so, stepped aside to let them pass. However, after keeping her head down for a while, she noticed that the footsteps before her showed no signs of movement, which made her feel something was amiss. Zhao Ning, please accompany us for a moment, one of the leaders stated. She looked up in astonishment. Moments later, Zhao Ning was taken to the nearest tea house's private chamber. The 4 leaders sat at the table while she remained standing, the pressure emanating from them causing her heart to tremble. Yet, Zhao Ning was no ordinary individual. Aside from initial confusion, she quickly inquired about the reason for their summons. Might I ask what brings you 4 leaders to seek me? Zhao Ning, are you aware of your transgressions? With a loud bang, one of the leaders slammed his palm on the table. He did not even channel spiritual energy, yet the table could not withstand the force and cracked. Zhao Ning clasped her hands, her posture straight. What seems to be the issue, leader? I am quite certain that I have not committed any wrongdoing recently. Even if there were a minor infraction, it would have already been addressed by my master, and it certainly would not warrant the attention of these 4 esteemed leaders. Still stubborn. Quickly hand over the spring spirit. Zhao Ning was taken aback. Spring spirit? What spring spirit? Stop feigning ignorance. If it were not for the purpose of delivering the spring spirit, why would you have hastily departed from Jiuwei Spring? Zhao Ning protested vehemently. I left early because someone came looking for me, and I needed to deliver something to him. What was it? Was it the spring spirit? No, it was not the spring spirit. The mention of the spring spirit began to dawn on Zhao Ning, and her reaction became increasingly agitated. How could I possibly possess the spring spirit? I merely intended to deliver some materials to that individual, requesting him to craft a magical tool for me. The person in question had a significant presence and an eccentric temperament. I pleaded for a long time, but he could not spare the time, only stating he would contact me when available. It was actually during my cultivation today that he suddenly sent me a message, saying he had arrived and urged me to come out quickly. And the spring spirit, Jiuwei spring, has it truly become sentient? Looking at the leader's expressions, it seemed the spring spirit was indeed missing. No, such a grave accusation was too much for her to bear. She needed to clarify matters. What person? What materials? What magical tool? Who can corroborate this? The leaders bombarded her with questions. Zhao Ning opened her mouth, her complexion paling. As this concerns personal matters of the disciples, I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. Zhao Ning clenched her fists, knowing full well that she lacked the courage and means to take the spring spirit away. The materials she had brought forth and the items to be crafted were secrets, not to be revealed. Otherwise, not only would she be in danger, but her entire family would suffer as well. It was precisely for this reason that the only blacksmith she dared to approach was that individual. Though his temperament was foul, at least he would keep secrets and adhere to principles. It is evident that you are well aware of the existence of Quanling. Otherwise, how could you articulate those two words with such familiarity? Zhao Ning's eyes widened in astonishment as she protested, claiming that it was your incessant references to Quanling that prompted her to follow suit. Still attempting to argue her case, the search within Jiuwei Sect had thoroughly scrutinized nearly every nook and cranny, uncovering a few disciples who had concealed their true cultivation levels, masquerading as weaker individuals. However, none of the suspected individuals harboring Quanling had surfaced. Such circumstances alone were insufficient to incite the ire of the sect's higher-ups, as they deemed Zhao Ning the most suspicious candidate, her demeanor aligning perfectly with their suspicions. Despite their attempts at persuasion, the gravity of the situation compelled them to extract the truth from Zhao Ning. Following the suggestion of Yuan Zhuqin Kuan, they ultimately resolved to employ the soul-searching technique. This method is not to be used lightly, as those subjected to it often emerge either lifeless or mentally incapacitated unless deemed guilty of crime. Yet, in the eyes of the Jiuwei Sect's elite, they believed they had no choice but to proceed in order to unearth the traitor within their ranks, especially since Zhao Ning appeared most culpable. Zhao Ning was taken aback by the sect's willingness to utilize such a technique against a direct disciple, her heart sinking as she began to argue her case. However, the sword she wielded was ineffective against several seasoned elders, leaving her with no option but to plead her innocence. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. As the specter of soul searching loomed over her, she felt compelled to divulge the secrets regarding the materials and magical artifacts involved, realizing that facing a soul search would render her secrets exposed regardless. It was revealed that the technique was a unique method of forging inherited from her ancestors, requiring 37 drops of blood from individuals of identical cultivation levels. Only in this manner could the artifact be enhanced in strength. The revelation that human blood was necessary for forging artifacts caused the leaders, including the sect master and the elders, to change their expressions dramatically. Zhao Ning hastily clarified that she had not taken any lives. The blood was prudently drawn during sparring matches. Yet, her assurances did not sway the assembly. How can we be sure you are not fabricating this excuse to evade soul searching? Qin Kuan scoffed, emphasizing the importance of Quanling to the Jiuwei Sect. The sect master nodded in agreement, stating, "We shall ascertain the truth through soul searching." As Qin Kuan stepped forward, extending his hand, Zhao Ning's spirit trembled, and she cried out in despair. "How is it?" inquired the sect master. "It is not her," Qin Kuan remarked, his brows furrowing in surprise. She had indeed ventured forth for that artifact. The remaining members exchanged bewildered glances. Master Liu gazed down at Zhao Ning, who sat in a daze, her eyes wide yet devoid of spirit, resembling nothing more than an empty shell. Though she remained alive, her consciousness had been irrevocably damaged, condemning her to a life of foolishness. Alas, although the matter of Quanling does not pertain to her, Her illicit use of sorcery and forging artifacts constitutes a serious transgression. This is the fate she rightly deserves, Master Liu lamented. Indeed, the blood-forging technique is forbidden. She has reaped what she sowed, another voiced. Qin Kuwen, you were the one to act. Take her away from the sect, someone suggested. Qin Kuwen nodded, indicating he would handle the matter, but questioned whether to eliminate her. No need. She is already a fool, incapable of causing further trouble. Let her retain her life, Master Liu replied, shaking his head. The prior soul search was a necessity dictated by circumstance, but now that it was clear she had no involvement, there was no need to silence her. Qin Kuan acquiesced and led Zhao Ning away. Surrounding Jiuwei Sect, numerous mountain villages housed the destitute who relied on the sect for sustenance. These individuals were of low cultivation and primarily engaged in laborious tasks, lacking the inclination to meddle in sect affairs. Moreover, Zhao Ning was no longer in a position to speak, alleviating concerns that her predicament might implicate Jiuwei Sect. Disposing of Zhao Ning there, it was presumed someone would provide her with sustenance. As for the rest, her fate would depend on her own fortune. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere within Jiuwei Sect grew increasingly tense. Following the fruitless search, the higher-ups remained relentless, conducting daily examinations that left the premises in disarray. Yet, no results emerged, leading the sect master and deputy elders to where expressions of barely contained fury. All disciples, fearful of incurring their wrath, worked with hunched shoulders, their curiosity about the unfolding events leading to furtive discussions. Rumors circulated that a disciple had pilfered a treasure from the sect and fled with it. Some claimed the treasure originated from Jiuwei Spring, resulting in its waning spiritual energy. What? Who dared to commit such an audacious act? Could be those outsiders from Luan Shui? No, they lack the capability to infiltrate Jiuwei Spring. Even if they did, their cultivation levels are insufficient to seize the treasure. I heard it was Zhao Ning. She vanished that day. How unexpected. Chunlan and Lu Feng exchanged glances, both burdened with unspoken worries. In the past few days, 2 locations have been subjected to extensive searches. Jiuwei Spring, suspected as the birthplace of Quanling, and Luan Shui Hall, where the sect believed outsiders were more likely to be involved. However, regardless of the search efforts, nothing of significance was discovered, a fact made evident by the increasingly somber atmosphere within the sect. Logically, Jiuwei Sect should not harbor suspicions toward them, and a lack of findings should be considered fortunate. Yet, neither Chunlan nor Lu Feng felt any relief. Did something truly happen to Zhao Ning? Chunlan asked. It seems likely. On the surface, she appears most suspect, and Jiuwei Sect will undoubtedly scrutinize her, Lu Feng agreed. Yet after such an extensive investigation, they should have recognized her innocence. Zhao Ning was indeed unfortunate, coincidentally departing the sect at the precise moment she emerged from Jiuwei Spring, an occurrence too coincidental to be dismissed. Even Chunlan and the others, if not privy to the truth, would find her actions highly suspect. However, despite the suspicion, could the sect not uncover the whereabouts of a mere junior disciple? The matter should have been resolved swiftly, restoring her name. Moreover, those acquainted with her who attempted to contact her received no responses, leading many to conclude that Zhao Ning was indeed the perpetrator, expressing their anger and disdain whenever her name arose. She wouldn't be implicated by us, would she? Something must have happened. Chunlan fretted, fearing the consequences. They felt no remorse for taking Quanling. Yet if innocent individuals were harmed in the process, it would weigh heavily on their consciences. If only we could consult Jiuwei, Lu Feng mused, furrowing his brow. We must remain cautious. We cannot return to the immortal abode, Chunlan insisted. Meanwhile, within the immortal abode, great progress was being made. At last, the task is complete. Hu Jiu exhaled with relief upon witnessing the newly inscribed rune glow, signifying the successful engraving of the window-opening talisman. He wiped the sweat from his brow, having labored for several days to finish this intricate work. Splendid. The window is finally complete, Mo Jiuwei exclaimed, happily munching on spiritual fruits while swinging her legs. Her joy palpable. Having spent these days within the immortal abode, she could hardly contain her excitement. Others may continue their cultivation, yet she finds herself unable to do so, leading her to feel restless and yearning for the outside world. However, she is acutely aware that the current moment is not propitious for such endeavors, forcing her to stifle her desires. It was not until one fateful day that she conceived the idea of inscribing a rune within the Xianfu, known as the Ichuing. As its name implies, this rune allows one to observe and hear the happenings outside the Xianfu, akin to standing beside Chunlan. Everything Chunlan perceives, they too can witness, with the ability to see in all directions. The sounds they hear are merely slightly muted compared to those that reach Chunlan's ears. However, the reverse is not true. Those outside remain oblivious to the conditions within the Xianfu. While it is theoretically possible to achieve this, it necessitates a more intricate rune, which, for now, remains unattainable. Coincidentally, as MGW, I contemplated the viability of the Ichuing. HG was struck by a similar notion and promptly seized a brush to begin sketching the rune's design. This rune is unprecedented in the contemporary world, requiring original creation. Initially, I harbored doubts about HG's ability to manifest it given his current prowess, feeling a pang of anxiety for him. Yet, to her astonishment, after stumbling through 2 or 3 days of effort, he succeeded. Once the rune was established, HG practiced it and, upon confirming its efficacy, conveyed the momentous news to Chunlan. Chapter 103. Conclusion of the Cycle of Learning. While he intended to inform, it was more of a caution. Chunlan and Lu Feng needed to be aware that their every utterance and action could be perceived within, thus preventing them from inadvertently disclosing the innermost thoughts regarding their junior sister. Once the rune was validated, HG set to work within the Xianfu. At last, it was complete. The joy of finally witnessing the world beyond. After days of confinement, life felt devoid of pleasure. Chunlan and Lu Feng exchanged glances, both reflecting unexpected delight. After opening the window, while they could not overhear the conversations inside, they were able to hear the thoughts of MGWI. Her thoughts resonated in their ears and minds as if she were speaking beside them. This was truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to MGWI, she was entirely absorbed in observing the outside world through this window. She watched Chunlan engage in lessons and training, and gleaned information about Zhao Ning from the casual chatter of disciples. How could Zhao Ning be suspected? This is utterly absurd. She has been missing for so many days. Could she possibly be at fault? Let me investigate. What? She was subjected to soul searching by the sect leader and turned into a fool. How disgraceful of Jiuwei's sect. Upon hearing MGWI's words, all members of Xianlai's sect were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by indignation. They were well aware of Zhao Ning's innocence. Yet, this innocent disciple was subjected to soul searching by the higher-ups of Jiuwei's sect, which was profoundly unjust. Not only was her soul searched, but it was also revealed that she possessed a family heirloom for refining artifacts, leading some to covet this method. This is utterly revolting. MGWI, in her ignorance, found this revelation both laughable and infuriating. The realm of cultivation harbors a strong aversion to heretical practices, as such paths are often too dark, relying on the souls or blood of others, which is inherently malevolent. Although the artifact, Zhao Ning, was refining involved blood, it was not inherently evil. It merely required a single drop from each individual as material for crafting the artifact, causing no harm. However, the involvement of blood, particularly from multiple individuals, ultimately invites scrutiny. Perhaps the Zhao family feared this aspect would be exaggerated, drawing trouble, prompting them to keep it discreet and clandestine. Had it not been for this artifact, Zhao Ning would not have aroused suspicion among the higher-ups, nor would she have faced soul-searching. Is it the artifact's fault? Is it Zhao Ning's fault? No, this is solely the fault of Jiuwei's sect. They failed to regard their disciples as human beings and acted with reckless haste. Had they conducted an investigation first, they could have questioned her afterward, and should that yield no results, only then proceed to soul search. What a farce. This so-called righteous sect is nothing but garbage. These prominent sects engage in their own sordid affairs, and if their misdeeds were to be exposed, their reputations would be shattered. It is truly lamentable for Zhao Ning. Although we at Xianlai's sect harbor no ill intentions toward her, she has indeed suffered because of us. All members of Xianlai's sect were filled with profound guilt, pondering whether they could have avoided causing harm had they not acted hastily at that moment. However, being injured in spirit is not without remedy. Acquiring Anshenmu and keeping it closed for several months can nearly restore one's spirit. Anshenmu? Lu Feng felt a spark of inspiration. While they lacked ascension, they did possess an artifact crafted from it, which had been purchased for the sect leader, Su Ihan, to aid in calming his mind and alleviating his worries over his injured leg. However, it seemed that the ascension would not be needed, as the sect leader had already regained his composure, entirely shedding his previous self-pitying demeanor. Might it be possible to locate Zhao Ning and offer her this ascension? Sect leader. Tomorrow marks the end of the cycle of learning, and the disciples will soon depart, one of the caretakers reported to Lu Zhongmin. Several days have passed since the Jiuwei spring incident, and throughout this time, they have tirelessly sought the spring spirit, investigating all individuals deemed suspicious, yet to no avail. The sect had sealed off for 2 days, and after that, they imposed restrictions on entry and exit, yet such measures cannot persist indefinitely. The disciples, unaware of the truth, remain confined, and discontent has begun to fester among them. Furthermore, tomorrow marks the conclusion of the cycle of learning. What of those dispatched? Lu Zhongmin appeared to have aged a decade over these days, with deepening furrows on his brow, and he seemed irritable, having lost his temper publicly several times. The Jiuwei spirit is gradually drying up, and its complete disappearance is merely days away. Many are already murmuring about it. How shall they explain this when the time comes? The thought of the consequences of exposure left Lu Zhongmin with a throbbing headache and a sense of frustration. Perhaps we should keep them a few more days and continue searching for clues, suggested one elder. Lu Wuan shook his head. It is time. We cannot withhold their release, for the other sects will surely grow restless, and this will only invite further scrutiny. Having closed the sect for so many days without yielding any clues, it is as if the spring spirit has vanished in a thin air, which is indeed perplexing. Given the current situation, further closure would be futile. Thus, the next day, Chunlan and Lu Feng departed Jiuwei sect alongside the other disciples concluding their cycle of learning. Meanwhile, the sect leaders remained reluctant to concede, conducting one final inquiry before their departure, which, of course, yielded no results. Upon stepping beyond the gates of Jiuwei sect, both Lu Feng and Chunlan exhaled deeply in relief. Wow, at last we have escaped this place. I shall soon be free, breathing in fresh air, haha. MGW, I was overjoyed. Chunlan, we're leaving now, farewell. Take care. Chunlan and her companions bid farewell to their friends made during the cycle of learning, not hurrying away like others. Chunlan, what do you think Zhao Ning might be? Lu Feng inquired playfully. Zhao Ning, dear Shu, are you also eager to find her? Indeed, she has suffered because of us. And if we can assist, I wish to lend a hand, Lu Feng nodded. Hearing this, MGW, I was reminded. Right, we cannot neglect Zhao Ning. Let me see where she is. She has ventured to Nyoto Mountain in the east. Why has she left the village on her own? Through her inquiry, MGW, I discovered Zhao Ning's whereabouts. Zhao Ning had been escorted to the mountain village by the people of Jiuwei sect, yet she had ventured out alone at night. Chapter 104. The new disciple Zhao Ning was devoid of consciousness, her mind clouded, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. For instance, when hunger struck, she sought fruit to consume. When thirst overwhelmed her, she leaned down to the river to quench her thirst. After she had gone missing, the villagers showed little inclination to search for her. Now, Zhao Ning had been wandering in the mountains for 2 days, having accidentally injured herself the previous night. If this continued, she would either perish from starvation, fall to her death, or, most likely, succumb to the jaws of a beast. It was only 200 miles from here, yet one could not ascertain whether senior sister Chun or Uncle Lu would be able to find her. They must find her. Otherwise, her survival was at stake. Had she not been injured, her situation might have been more hopeful, but with her wounds untreated, even minor injuries could attract more beasts due to the scent of blood. It was said that several mountain villages resided near Jiuwei, inhabited by those who were under their protection. Perhaps Zhao Ning was among them. It would be prudent to search for her. Let's take a chance, suggested Lu Feng, and they set off in a particular direction. Oh no, that's wrong, it's to the west. Mo Jiuwei exclaimed anxiously. Then let us head west. Lu Feng abruptly changed direction, believing there was greater hope that way. Chunlan nodded in agreement, and they turned directly towards the west. The inhabitants of the celestial abode were on the verge of suppressing their laughter. Uncle, senior sister, could you not take your performance so lightly? It seemed they were aware that Jiuwei would not overthink or harbor suspicion. Hence their performances lacked the seriousness they once had, now filled with casualness. guided by Jiuwei. They soon spotted Zhao Ning's silhouette. Upon seeing her, Chunlan's heart raced, and she hurried forward. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Zhao Ning had already fainted. She wandered aimlessly, sitting down to rest when fatigued and collapsing into sleep when drowsy. Her Qinquan pouch and weapons had all been removed by Qin Kun and cast deep into the mountains to obscure her identity. Last night, while walking, she had struck her head on a rock, only aware of the pain without tending to her wounds. Today was even worse. As she lay down to sleep, she was bitten by some venomous insect, leaving her feeling cold and on the brink of death. Qianlan, noticing her silence, approached and realized something was amiss. "She's been poisoned. Quickly, we have detoxification pills." Lu Feng hurriedly passed one to her. After administering the pill to Zhao Ning, she remained unconscious, still in a deep slumber. "Ah, everyone has come, and they have brought a new disciple." As they approached, a spotted dog joyfully barked and wagged its tail, spinning around them in delight. Little Spot, have you gained weight again?" Lu Feng laughed, bending down to pat the dog's head. Chunlan, holding Zhao Ning, then saw their sect leader smiling as he emerged from a wheelchair. "Thank you for your hard work. Please come inside." "How have you been these past few days?" "Sect leader?" Lu Feng inquired respectfully. "All is well. And you?" "All is well. Let's talk inside." "Very well. There is no place like home." Though Qinghua men may be grand and affluent, it lacked the comfort and warmth that was inherent to their own sect. The coldness there evoked no sense of belonging, whereas stepping into their own abode felt like a release. They first took Zhao Ning to a guest room to rest before Qianlan dared to release the celestial abode. "I have missed this place so much." "Wow, sect leader, how I have longed to see you." The others cheered, everyone brimming with joy. Yet one being, or rather, one spirit was notably displeased. "Cough, Senior Jiuwei, please do not sulk. Indeed, look, this is our sect. Would you like me to show you around?" They tried to console Jiuwei, but remained ungrateful, becoming more agitated the more they coaxed. "Liars, you are all liars. You promised that the celestial abode could not sustain itself for long and would eventually expel me. Yet here I am, days later, still undisturbed. You are all deceivers." Jiuwei had been upset for several days, having realized that it had been misled. It had acquiesced in the first place due to the potential risk of exposure should the celestial energy deplete, thus agreeing to the conditions set by them. However, it turned out that the celestial abode was abundant with energy. Not only had it endured for a few hours, but it could last for days without exhaustion. Senior Jiuwei, we never intended to deceive you. We simply did not know ourselves." Jiuwei expressed with a look of grievance. "Exactly. We have only had the celestial abode for a few days. How could we have known it would differ from our expectations?" Yixingyan added. Jiuwei huffed disdainfully, unconvinced. "Surely it is due to your prowess, senior. Your formidable presence has fulfilled the energy requirements of the celestial abode, allowing it to persist." Meng Ling offered flattery with a smile. At this, Jiuwei hesitated, its tone wavering slightly. "Really? Indeed, such treasures as the celestial abode are rare and must be sought. We have never utilized it with a spirit as powerful as you. Hence we could not anticipate this outcome. We owe you our gratitude, senior, for expanding our horizons." With such fervent praise, Jiuwei's displeasure finally subsided, letting out a soft huff before falling silent. The nature of this huff was markedly different from the earlier, anger-laden sound. Over the past few days, all matters concerning Jiuwei had been disclosed to Su Yihan, who, despite remaining at the sect, was well aware of their experiences. Thus, once the excitement had settled, he inquired about the arrangements. "Where does Senior Jiuwei wish to establish the spring?" "This is no concern of yours. I shall explore and settle wherever I fancy, as long as it is within your sect," Jiuwei replied. Su Yihan nodded with a smile. "Very well. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to ask." What could this shabby place offer? Jiuwei clearly held disdain for the sect. It was not a matter of arrogance, but rather an acknowledgement of the sect's inadequacies. With few disciples, many areas lay neglected, and even the living quarters appeared meager. Anyone with worldly experience would deem this place unworthy of Jiuwei's spring. Chapter 105. Returned since Jiuwei's arrival at Xianlai Zone. Everything it encountered left it speechless. Had it possessed a human form, it would have been frowning throughout. Having been born in a place like Qinghua men, it believed all sects should resemble that, and even if they were inferior, they would not be too far off. Though our mountains may not be grand, they are indeed blessed with spiritual energy, Su Yihan smiled. You will surely find joy here. Jiuwei remained silent, but the icy flowers it had conjured vanished, indicating it had ventured off to explore the sect. Will it not secretly escape? Su Yihan asked the others. Not likely. Jiuwei is proud and will not go back on his word, Diyu replied. The others nodded in agreement. Besides, it is somewhat stubborn yet soft-hearted. Man Liu chuckled to herself. It knows we misled it about the celestial abode. It did not hold it against us. Otherwise, it could have easily denied it. If there were individuals within the celestial abode, it indeed could not last long. Eventually, it would expel them, which was the abode's only flaw. However, if the abode was filled with rich spiritual energy, that would be a different matter altogether. It was precisely because of Jiuwei's presence that sufficient energy sustained the celestial abode state. It could last not merely for days, but even for years. However, promises had been made, and after several days of interaction, they recognized that the disciples of Xianlai's zone were not malevolent, especially after witnessing their willingness to venture out to rescue Zhao Ning, which further solidified their trust in them. Despite its outward disdain, it has no intention of leaving. This is for the best, Lu Feng remarked. As a member of the Quanling, if its intentions were not pure, we could not afford to keep it. Everyone nodded in agreement. By the way, what shall we do about Zhao Ning? Man Liu inquired. Let us keep her here to heal. We have Shenyu available. Once she has recovered, we can let her go. However, if the Quanling is here, will she inform Qinji Weeman? Yixing Yun asked with concern. Given that Qinji Weeman has harmed her so greatly, how could she possibly betray us? Moreover, there are many types of spiritual springs. How could she possibly identify the Jiuwei spring? Hu Jiu's expression changed abruptly mid-sentence. Other springs might be unrecognizable, but the Jiuwei spring is unmistakable. It is characterized by its mist. The group exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Jiuwei spring's mist is a distinct feature, and it is not a secret across the continent. Thus, not only Zhao Ning, but if anyone discovers this, the Jiuwei spring risks exposure. At that point, Xianlai's sect would attract a host of predators. Everyone was troubled about how to handle this, as the mist posed a challenging problem. Even Qinji Weeman relied on that black cone to disperse it, and they lacked sufficient numbers. What should Xianlai's sect do? At that moment, Mo Jiuwei suddenly spoke. Are you worried about the mist? There is no need for concern. The mist from Jiuwei will not appear for at least a year, and only after that will there be a faint mist. The dense mist of Qinji Weeman is a result of years of accumulation from Jiuwei. As for dealing with it after a year, it's simple. We can plant a circle of huiling trees around the spiritual spring, which will absorb the mist completely. It's surprising that none from Qinji Weeman knew this method. Otherwise, why would they invest heavily in that black contraption? Mo Jiuwei's tone carried a hint of disdain. The members of Xianlai's sect were overjoyed. A problem as daunting as the mist could be resolved with merely some huiling trees. Although planting trees takes time, it is far simpler than producing that device. Jiuwei is truly remarkable, knowing even such methods. Mo Jiuwei, yawning, was oblivious to the admiring gazes directed at her. Huh? Is there something happening outside? Suddenly, Hu Jiu frowned, looking toward the mountain gate. Su Yihan smacked his thigh, exclaiming, look at me, how could I forget this? Master, what is happening? 3 disciples of Xianlai's sect had yet to return. Qi Heng was in close seclusion, making contact impossible. The other 2 were the Mu brothers, who had been out earning money, almost shouldering all the expenses of Xianlai's sect over the years, suffering countless injuries in the process. They were indeed great contributors. Oh, are the 2 senior brothers about to appear? I wonder what they are like, if they will get along with me, and if they will like me. I joined later, and since coming to Xianlai's sect, I have been living off others. I wonder if the Mu brothers will have any objections to taking care of an extra person. Mo Jiuwei nibbled her finger, feeling a bit anxious. The others immediately frowned. What nonsense is this, Jiuwei? What do you mean by living off others or being an extra mouth to feed? It is indeed the opposite. It is Jiuwei who has supported the entire sect. Everything within the sect exists thanks to her. Otherwise, we would all be facing starvation. Oh, what expression is that, junior sister? Ji Qingqing asked. Jiuwei, do not worry. Xuechu and Xuechu will certainly adore you, Chenlan said, looking down. Indeed, how could anyone in the world dislike junior sister? Meng Ling playfully poked her nose. Exactly. Jiuwei is our great blessing. Without her, none of this would exist. If those 2 have any objections, let them leave. Su Yihan said firmly. The Mu brothers are great benefactors of Xianlai's sect. having shed blood and tears for the sect, so it is unthinkable to simply cast them aside. Su Yihan said this because he was confident the two would like Mo Jiuwei, wishing to uplift her spirits. Indeed, with such encouragement, Mo Jiuwei beamed with a smile. Everyone is so kind to me. I wish I could remain forever young, being the beloved of the group. He. In her previous lives, Mo Jiuwei longed to grow up swiftly to pursue her desires. However, in this final life, she wished to abandon effort. She simply wanted to recline in the embrace of her seniors, being cuddled in turns, listening to their sweet words, and being treated to delicious food daily, with no responsibilities whatsoever. Everyone displayed indulgent smiles, and Qianlan could not resist, planting a kiss on Mo Jiuwei's cheek. Just as Mo Jiuwei was smiling, a male voice echoed from afar. "Where's the little junior sister? Let me hug her." "Step aside, I was here first." Another voice insisted urgently. "Get aside. I'm your elder brother. I should go first. I am your younger brother. You must yield to me. Thus, I should hold her." Amidst their quarrel, Mo Jiuwei caught sight of two tall figures striding into view. They donned white garments, with faces as beautiful as jade, radiant smiles, and hurried steps, resembling two exquisite young men. Mo Jiuwei nearly drooled. Wow, the Mu brothers are so handsome. How many female cultivators would swoon at the sight of them? The arguing Mu brothers suddenly paused, both turning to Mo Jiuwei in unison, their eyes gleaming. Upon witnessing such expressions, Lu Feng and the others could not help but exchange knowing glances. The Mu brothers looked at each other, their joy unmasked. They could actually hear her. Long before, Su Zhongmin had informed them of this matter, allowing them to prepare so they would not be overly surprised upon meeting her and inadvertently reveal the truth. Initially, the Mu brothers found it a bit absurd, wondering if the sect master's injury had affected his mind to concoct such a bizarre story. Yet unexpectedly, it was indeed true. The voices they heard were distinctly innocent, unmistakably belonging to a child. There was no way it could be false. "Is this the Mo junior sister? Hurry, let me hold her." One rushed forward, unceremoniously scooping Mo Jiuwei into his arms. Once in his embrace, his movements became exceedingly gentle. "Wow, Chun's senior sister. She's so soft. I hope I do not break her. Just be gentle, and you'll be fine." Qianlan shot him a sidelong glance, then carefully examined him and the other. "You both look thinner. You have worked hard over the years." "Not at all. It is our duty." The other stepped forward, elbowing the first, then reaching out to snatch her. "Let me hold the little junior sister." "No way. Your hands are too rough. What if you break her?" "Who said? I'll be very careful." "Do you chuckled? All right, no more fighting. Everyone will get a turn. Just do not hurt Jiuwei." Mo Jiuwei gazed up with her large, grape-like eyes scrutinizing the two. One bore a small mole between his brows, while the other did not. "Little junior sister, look at me. I am Mu Shiuetsu, your elder brother," said the mole-less one. "I am Mu Shiuetsu, your younger brother," said the one with the mole, smiling. They bore a striking resemblance. Yet their smiles held distinct differences. The elder S was bright and sunny, while the younger S carried a hint of mischievousness. Remember, the one without the mole is the elder brother, and the one with the mole is the younger brother. The Mu brothers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Earlier, from a distance, they had not fully grasped the depth of the situation. Now, up close, they observed their junior sister, who remained silent yet undeniably emitted a sound. It was truly remarkable. "Wait, have they been injured?" Mo Jiuwei suddenly twitched her small nose, a hint of suspicion in her demeanor. Mu Shiuetsu froze momentarily, intending to explain. But in her haste, she was choked and began to cough. With each cough, a sharp pain pierced her chest, prompting her to clutch it, her complexion paling instantly. Qianlan hurriedly embraced Mo Jiuwei, asking, "What is happening? Quickly, sit down and rest." The two had not anticipated that their facade would crumble so easily, and they could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Upon entering the sect, they had been exerting considerable effort to appear unaffected, engaging in lively banter to mask their condition. Yet, in front of their junior sister, their pretense shattered in an instant. "Ahem, it's nothing serious. Just a few superficial wounds," Mu Shiuetsu reassured. "Indeed, with a few days of rest, it will be fine," Shuechu added. "Stop pretending. Let us see," Ji Qing urged, stepping forward anxiously. With no other choice, the two reluctantly loosened their garments, revealing their injuries. The wounds were indeed superficial, yet they exhibited a dark, bruised hue, some even showing signs of pus. This was certainly not a recent injury. Mu Xuechu bore more wounds, while Xuechu had only 2. After a moment of silence, Mu Xuechu produced a collection of items, all of which they had painstakingly gathered over recent days. The assortment was varied, but one item stood out, the Luozhu Jianchao. The leaves of the Luozhu Jianchao were relatively large, with a small cluster of fruit resembling green grapes hanging beneath each pair of leaves. However, these fruits were considerably smaller, each cluster only slightly larger than a fingernail. There were quite a few of these Luozhu Jianchao, wrapped in a piece of cloth, as if they had just been harvested and not yet processed. Among the leaves, a few bore traces of blood. It was not difficult to imagine that a struggle had erupted while they were gathering them, resulting in injuries. While we were picking this, someone attempted to steal it from us. We did not yield, and during the scuffle, they resorted to using poison, Mu Xuechu explained. So the ultimate goal you spoke of was to gather this? Lu Feng inquired. The two nodded in agreement. The Luozhu Jianchao only grew for a month each year. Once harvested, the Xianlai sect will be able to acquire more crystal stones, thus improving everyone's lives. Moreover, with the addition of a new junior sister, still an infant, they needed to secure more resources for her well-being as well. The injuries they bore were the result of their confrontation with others.